Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
401 chapter, The Trembling Earth. 1. Something unexpected was happening in the direction of the forest where the mansion stood. Velkat felt a twinge of annoyance. I don't know who the hell pulled that off, but it's too late to stop me now. He glanced down at the fully collapsed cliffside and summoned his familiars. The magical beast Thunder Dragon dissolved into his body and was reverse summoned, while the golden rock flew over and let Velkat mount its back. Krrrrrrrnk. Cube fragments gathered behind the golden rock's wings and tail feathers, forming a metallic ring. As mana condensed within the ring, a massive magnetic force erupted, launching the rock's body forward. With that force propelling it, Velkat shot like a bullet in the direction of the forest. Ludger was dumbfounded as he witnessed the scene. That's absurd mobility. It was no different from a living, breathing fighter jet. As Velkat shrank in the distance, Ludger prepared to give chase. But the enemy's speed was too overwhelming. Even if he used levitation magic, he might not catch up in time. Just then, a snowy white owl flew over to Ludger. "Derek, ride him. I can't face that monster anymore." "But you can." Ludger looked over Derek's condition. Blood was dripping steadily from one limp arm. He had been wounded during the bombardment earlier. His pale complexion hinted at heavy blood loss. In that state, he wouldn't be able to fight. Valentina was in no better condition. Her swollen wrist looked broken, and her sword had shattered completely. Even without a weapon, a knight's body was a lethal weapon in itself, but not against Velkat. Against him, she would only be a hindrance. "I'm sorry. Please stop that monster. I understand." Ludger climbed onto Derek's magical beast. Considering how the beast had fought earlier, it should be more than capable of keeping up with Velkat. "Go." At Ludger's command, the owl flapped its wings answered with a mighty gust of wind. It shot forward like a bullet. "Shit." Sempers gasped for breath and braced himself. But his legs were buckling from exhaustion, barely able to keep him upright. The battlefield around him bore the scars of destructive magic. Yet unlike before, one thing remained, lingering green haze of poisonous mist. "You really lived up to that nickname of Mad Dog. You were damn dangerous." Amma muttered, his voice weary from the brutal battle. He wiped the blood trickling from his lips with the back of his hand. Though he landed serious injuries on Sempers, the fight had taken its toll on him too. But it was Sempers who had reached his limit first. "If you hadn't been poisoned from the beginning, I probably would have been the one who fell." Amma had felt fear watching Sempers charge him with a twisted face, ignoring pain entirely. That nickname, Mad Dog, suited him all too well. If Amma hadn't banked on his poison and played for time, he would have lost. "You're a damn good fighter, but I've won." Sempers glared at Amma with hazy eyes. His skin was necrotizing from the poison, yet he remained standing. "What the hell are you fighting this hard for? I made a promise to the old man." Sempers muttered, half in a daze. Yes, he had made a promise to Duke Haybuck to help Ludger resolve this catastrophe. Amma couldn't comprehend that answer. "A promise? You fought this hard over a damn promise?" "Ha!" Sempers laughed at him. His expression was too blurred to make out, but Amma didn't need to see it. "Yeah, you wouldn't understand. Sempers had earned his nickname Mad Dog and fought with brute force because of where he came from. He was once a pit fighter in an illegal underground arena. Not by choice. He was taken there as a child dragged in before he even understood what was happening. Sempers had a talent for magic. But in this world, talent meant nothing for the wrong people, especially if you were an orphan. For someone like him, magical talent was a curse. The illegal arena he'd been taken to did exactly what you'd expect the gathered up magically talented kids and forced them into battle. The method of teaching magic was pure violence. If you learned too slowly, you were beaten to death. If you made a mistake, you went hungry. The kids who had come in with him had no choice but to learn magic with brutal efficiency just to survive. Sempers, too, survived and let his rage fester. Eventually, the children who had grown up under that system were forced into real fights as competitors. Not just any fights with magic. And the matches only ended when someone died. There was no such thing as a fair duel. They fought with spells, fists, claws, teeth, even sand thrown in the eyes. The same kids they learned magic with became the ones they had to kill. Still, Sempers kept fighting to stay alive. It was during those days that he earned the name Mad Dog. He got it when he tore out the throat of his last friend with his teeth. People had praised and cursed him for it all at once, but Sempers knew. That friend had thrown himself at Sempers to save him. Every other child who'd entered with him was dead, was the only one left. So then, what the hell was he supposed to live for? It was Duke Haybark Cadatushan, then head of the Bureau of Security, who saved him. This is horrific. I can't believe something like this was happening under the Empire's nose. The Bureau had raided the underground arena and wiped out the criminals completely. They freed the victims trapped inside. For Sempers, who had only ever seen filth and blood, it was a shattering realization. There were people like that in the world outside. Beyond the dim torchlight of the underground arena, the world was so damn bright. Awe, relief, and fury. While others lived peacefully in that bright world, he had been drowning in shit. Something like magma boiled inside Sempas's chest. So he rushed at Haybark, dragging his injured body with him. He was quickly subdued by the night-crawler knights, but even in that moment, he managed to take down 5 Bureau agents. Why the hell are you only showing up now? Even restrained, Sempers screamed at him with burning rage. If you'd come even a little sooner, my friends, they might have lived. He was furious. Haybark had probably grown up in a nice home, eating good food, respected by everyone. A man from a different world, untouched by blood and filth. I'm sorry. But Haybark bowed his head and apologized. He said he should have come sooner. He meant it. It wasn't a lie or a formality, and Sempers couldn't help but cry. A few days later, after a long period of reflection, Sempers made his decision. He sought out Haybark and said, "If I follow you, will people like me stop being born?" Sempers still remembered it clearly. Haybark widened his eyes, surprised, and then nodded with a soft smile. "Yes, that's why I fight. Then I'll fight too. Fighting's all I know." He knew nothing but battle. And he might die that way, fighting until the end, a life with no meaning or purpose. So he wanted to find that meaning just once. That was the reason Sempers kept living after being given a second chance. That kind of nobility, there's no way something like you could ever understand it. At Sempas's mocking remark, Amma frowned. There's no point in continuing this conversation. Amma reached his arm out toward Sempers. A thick, poisonous energy flickered along his hand like fire. The moment he resolved to melt him down completely, leaving not even a corpse. Someone charged at Amma. Abandoning the attack, Amma instantly switched to defense, raising a wall of earth right before his eyes. Quang! But the intruder's leg smashed through the thick stone wall and struck Amma square in the abdomen. Gurg! Amma's body was thrown backward with great force. Sempers, who had been bracing for death, let out a hollow laugh at the sudden appearance of his savior. "Sempers, are you all right?" An innocent voice, completely out of place in such a dire situation. But no voice could have been more welcome than this one. "Arthur, yes, I came to help." Arthur approached Sempers, pulled out an injector ampule from his pocket, and injected it into Sempas's neck. "Ugh, bear with the pain. It's an antidote. It'll take time to recover, but you'll be okay now." After laying Sempers down on the ground, Arthur turned to face Amma. At that moment, a bolt of green mana shot out and grazed past Arthur's head. "Heh heh, that's what happens when you let your guard down in front of me." Amma sneered at Arthur, whose head had been engulfed in poison. But then, seeing Arthur still standing there unharmed, his expression twisted in confusion. "How? You were clearly hit by my poison." "Oh, the poison. That doesn't work on me. Poison doesn't affect automatons, which are made of machinery to begin with. And even if it were a strong acid capable of corroding metal, Arthur wasn't weak enough to be damaged by something like that. You're immune to poison. That's absurd. I can't explain the details. Sorry. Given the situation, I'll wrap this up quickly." With that, Arthur rushed toward Amma. Riding his golden bird, Velket arrived in the Forestanly to find a scene that shattered his understanding of the world. The forest beasts are blocking the mana vein. Around the remnants of the mansion, where the mana vein was gushing out, beasts of the forest had gathered. The creatures having undergone convergent evolution in the mana-rich Kassar basin were emitting their own mana, sealing off the entrance to the mana vein. It was a staggering sight. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where creatures killed and devoured each other to survive, they were now moving in unison, predator and prey alike setting aside their instincts. Some of them were especially danger-transmissive beasts with high threat levels. At first, Velkat thought someone else was interfering with his plans, But realizing it was the beasts themselves, he was struck speechless. Then, belatedly, his rage surged. "You lowly beasts dare to interfere with my life's work." His fury burst forth as magic. "I'll kill every last one of you." Cubes of steel formed around Velkat and began to fall toward the beasts below. Sensing the incoming magic, the beasts tried to react, but it was too late. The steel cubes, charged with fierce lightning, triggered electromagnetic explosions the moment they hit the ground, tearing through the area. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another, shockwaves blasting outward. Beasts caught in the blasts were shredded and torn apart. Some were crushed by the sheer weight, others burned to death by electricity. Even so, the number of surviving beasts was still overwhelming. It was because every creature in the entire forest had gathered here. Velkat prepared to cast another spell. At that moment, birds suddenly burst from the trees with a great flurry of wings. What the? The birds flew straight at Velkat. Their beaks were sharp like blades, and they moved at frightening speed. Some carried the power of wind with them, but Velkat didn't even bother responding. Their beaks struck his body, but his Iron Thunder guard armor didn't receive so much as a scratch. Instead, the birds' beaks broke, or they slammed into his helmet and fell, spraying blood as they plummeted. FWO. Then a giant eagle larger than a man dove toward Velkat, claws extended. Its wings spread wide. It was nearly the same size as the golden bird Velkat rode. "You filthy fowl, do not soar above me." Velkat reached out toward the eagle. Iron particles gathered around the beast, bound its wings, and then crushed them with force. Crunch. Both of the eagle's wings broke, but it didn't fall. This beast could use mana too. Wrapping itself in fierce winds, it continued flying even with broken wings. Krakakak, the eagle's claws scraped across Velkat's helmet. A faint mark appeared along the scratch, barely visible, but there, quite sharp indeed. To think it left a mark on the Iron Thunder guard armor. Velkat was genuinely impressed by the eagle's claws, but that was all. Kak. Enraged by the attack on its master, the monstrous bird Velkat rode bit into the eagle's neck. Electric storms erupted around them, intercepting the birds flying in endlessly. The birds were caught in the storm and fell from the sky like moths rushing into fire. "I'll leave the insects alone for now. Time to deal with the big ones." Velkat set his sights on the large beasts doing most of the work to stabilize the mana vein. He saw several creatures like giant bears, with enormous mana storage capacities. There were also stone bulls and massive crocodiles radiating cold energy. Every one of them was dangerous, but grounded beasts that couldn't fly posed no threat to him. They were nothing more than big targets. Velkat summoned a harpoon of steel in the air and aimed it at them. Just as he was about to throw it, a stark white shadow came flying at him from afar. It was the familiar white owl, and riding on its back was a man cloaked in shadow. Ludger Cherish recognizing him, Velkat turned the harpoon toward Ludger and launched it without hesitation. The white owl tried to dodge, but the harpoon twisted midair as if alive, relentlessly tracking it. In the end, the owl was struck and couldn't withstand the impact. It was forcefully unsummoned. But Ludger was no longer on its back. He had already leapt from the owl and was now charging toward Velkat. Crossing his arms in an X shape, Ludger pierced through the electromagnetic storm and swung his swordstick at Velkat. Velkat responded with his Magnetar sword, Kwang. The two mana-infused weapons clashed midair, sending a massive shockwave rippling out. "To think you chased me this far, truly persistent. If I let you be, everyone would die. What do you expect me to do? Sit still." The two clashed, strength against strength. Both of them were racing against time, and at that moment, a massive surge of mana roared from below. It was a power neither Ludger nor Velkat had anticipated. 402 Chapter, The Trembling Earth. 2. What the hell is this now? Just as Ludger and Velkat were thinking the same thing, a massive shadow burst forth between the two of them. Forced apart, Ludger and Velkat instinctively widened the distance between them. Velkat narrowed his eyes beneath his helmet as he looked upon the newly arrived figure. So you're the master of this forest. It was an enormous stag with a mane of swirling white and sky blue. Its grand antlers glowed with a golden hue. Despite its colossal size, over 10 meters, it flew through the air without wings. Or rather, it was stepping upon the sky with its four hooves, as if the air itself was solid ground. It was the guardian spirit beast of the forest, and the very one said to dwell within the Kassar Basin. long considered a rumor its existence unconfirmed until Noit had revealed itself before them. The spirit beast's eyes glowed with magical light as it fixed Velkat with a hostile glare. In that moment, it clearly distinguished who was friend and who was foe. Womb. A strange wind blew out from the beast's massive form. Immediately afterward, a bluish mist began to coil around its body. There was no mistaking what that signified. The release of mana. Mana mist. A phenomenon that could only occur when one possessed not just a certain threshold of mana, but also the control to manipulate it as if it were resting in the palm of their hand. It was said to be a technique available to mages of at least the sixth circle. And yet here was a beast not even human displaying that power. The swirling mana mist around the spirit beast condensed into a single point before firing a massive pillar of pure energy. Velkat reached out and activated a formation of steel cubes. The cubes spun rapidly in a ring, projecting a shield. K. The mana beam clashed with the shield. Blocked, the beam split into countless strands that scattered in all directions. However, the cubes that had formed the shield couldn't withstand the heat. They glowed red-hot and began to melt. The output is absurd. Velkat, in that moment, reassessed the spirit beast's threat level. Its sheer mana capacity, combined with the output at which it was released, was enough to threaten even Hema's sixth circle mage. FWOO. The beast's glowing eyes flared violently. Immediately, spheres of mana floated up around it, and 5 more beams of energy launched toward Velkat. They were just as powerful as the first. Velkat spread his wings of steel wide and raised his defenses. The mana beams twisted and shattered against his defenses, but even so, the sacred armor he wore, the Iron Thunder Guard's armor, was heating dangerously. SSSHHHK. Inside the armor, Velkat used ice magic to cool his body, then cast his next spell. You're just a beast in the end. Let me show you how we hunt. He assembled the cubes into a railgun. It would have been excessive against a human, but against this thing, it was the perfect hunting weapon. THOONG. Electromagnetic energy rippled along the long barrel as the railgun lit up. Knowing that even a spirit beast would be built tough, Velkat aimed to overwhelm it with sheer firepower. But the terrifyingly fast railgun round never hit its mark. The beast vanished, leaving behind only a streak of white light. Velkat's eyes widened within his helmet. It dodged from that range, a projectile faster than the speed of sound. More shocking was how agile the spirit beast wavered while floating in midair. Just for a moment, it had disappeared from his vision. Its speed was beyond imagination. It's enveloping its entire body in mana and using it as propulsion. A physique that large, moving like that, and those pure mana beams, each one could be classified as a siege weapon. Velkat summoned his magic beast, Thunder Dragon, and at the same time called his golden bird to engage the beast in aerial combat. The spirit beast flew like a guided meteor, its body wreathed in mana and brimming with intent. But Velkat was prepared to intercept even falling stars. Countless collisions erupted midair between the golden bird, the thunder dragon, and the spirit beast. Black, white, and violet streaks tangled through the sky like knotted threads. Then, suddenly, the beast dove for Velkat. A blinding white trail shot toward him, now just a few meters away. Velkat had been waiting. He activated the floating cubes above him, releasing a network of stored electricity. Crackle! A web of lightning formed to halt the beast's charge. The spirit beast didn't stop. It pressed through, unleashing intense mana in response. The net stretched and warped, but it didn't tear. In fact, like flypaper, it clung tightly to the beast. For just a moment, the spirit beast lost its mobility. Velkat used his cubes to form weapons in midair. 5 identical weapons Magneta swords appeared, identical to the one in his hand. But the transformation didn't stop there. Kagagak. The 5 Magneta swords twisted and fused together like braided rope, forming a single massive lance. Fusion, compression. 5 swords, each weighing more than a ton, merged into a singular, monstrous weapon. Velkat, clad in armor, took the lance in hand and raised it in a throwing stance. Not even a spirit beast could survive this strike. He was certain. He hurled the weapon. But then Velkat's eyes widened. Amid the chaos, he had failed to notice something critical. Atop the beast's back was a boy. A small-framed boy clung tightly to the beast's snowy white mane, staring through the electric net at Velkat with clear, unwavering eyes. Uyure, Velket recognized the boy and stammered. That momentary lapse was all Ludger needed to close the gap. K-A-N-G. Ludger's swordstick struck the shaft of Velket's lance with a loud clang. Velket grit his teeth and jerked the lance, flinging Ludger off. But then came a barrage of mana blasts from below, swallowing Velket in pure magical fire. B-O-M-B-O-M-B-O-M-B-O. An endless series of small, concentrated mana explosions. Each one wasn't powerful, nor particularly large, but they came in such numbers as to be uncountable, all fired by the beasts on the ground. The mana blasts shooting up toward the sky looked like a reverse meteor shower. Ludger, watching it all while retreating back, was astonished. The beasts, driven by pure instinct, were working together to drive Velkat back. Even the creatures of this land don't want to die. The Kassar Basin held many mystical phenomena, but none compared to this awe-inspiring force of nature itself. For a moment, Ludger thought perhaps they could defeat Velket, but that was a grave underestimation. HMPH. Velket gathered mana once more and released it in a massive burst. A huge sphere of mana erupted, vaporizing every upward blast in its path. Even for Velket, the backlash from such a release was immense. The once pristine Iron Thunder guard armor had broken in places, exposing his flesh. Ha-ha! Inside the suit, Velket retrieved an ampule and drove it directly into his exposed flesh. As the contents were injected, thin red veins rose visibly across his skin. Grah! The overwhelming power rushing through his body sent pain lancing through his nerves like lightning. His brain felt like it might combust, but he did not lose consciousness. He endured it all. The agony swiftly faded. The shattered armor regenerated as if turning back time. No, it was even tougher, and its form had changed. A horn sprouted from the top of his helmet, and the armor itself grew sharper and more grotesque. What had once looked like a knight's suit now resembled something demonic. Ludger stared in disbelief. Velkat Benmark, what the hell did you just do? What? Is it that surprising? Velkat's eyes glowed from within his armor. Did you think you were the only ones fighting to the death, prepared to lose everything? He spread his wings wide. What had once been metallic feathers now resembled the jagged wings of a devil. The cubes in the sky shivered in response to his transformation. You're not the only ones who've staked everything. The drug Velkat used was a special formula created by Victor Dreadpool, but its components weren't his alone. It contained samples from the Dead World Tree beneath the Exilian Empire's capital, and even the remains of a demon that Victor had secured separately. Mixed together, the resulting drug was something that no human should ever take. Those who did either went insane from the pain or lost their humanity entirely. Velkat had used it without the slightest hesitation. Drip. Blood-red tears streamed from beneath Velkat's pitch-black helmet. Inside the helm, Velkat murmured in a low, trembling voice. Magnetar sword. 1,000 blades. The cubes gathered and forged countless swords in midair. Even Ludran, the spirit beast, paused at the sight. The sword tips, forged of pure destruction, all turned downward toward the earth. Crush everything. With Velkat's command, the swords in the sky began to fall in unison. Ludger used magic to shoot them down, but there were far too many. At that moment, the freed spirit beast rejoined the fray. Each time the white comet cut across the sky, dozens of steel swords shattered into fragments, and the beasts on the ground didn't run. They opened their jaws toward the heavens and fired mana projectiles at Velkat. But the Magnetar swords pierced through those mana blasts with ease and continued their descent without pause. If this continued, the ground would be raised, and the barely stabilized ley line would rupture once more. That had to be prevented at all costs. Ludger's body, still floating in midair, compressed into a pinpoint and vanished. He reappeared on the ground at the very center of the stabilized ruin. He wrung out the last drops of mana in his body. To stop those 1,000 swords from falling, he'd need one hell of a spell. But Ludger's condition wasn't good. He hadn't recovered since the battle with Rimmel, and now he'd been fighting Velkat non-stop. Even the mana potions he'd brought, just in case, were completely depleted. Even if he cast a spell with what little remained, how much could he really stop? Just as that thought crossed Ludger's mind, all the mana projectiles rising from the beasts halted in midair. And then felt it. Mana flooded into him. All the beasts present were transferring their mana to Ludger. Mana transfer. A dangerous technique, even between mages, often avoided due to the risk of magical backlash. But the mana from the beasts of the Kassar Basin was so pure it was nearly indistinguishable from nature itself. Ludger's lips curved faintly. So you want to protect this place too. Before he knew it, his depleted mana reserves were full again. With Thish could do it. Having made up his mind, Ludger activated a spell he had never once used in actual combat. Aether Nocturnus, I need your help. His magical beast, coiled around him as a shadow, responded to the call. The shadow spread wide massive wings unfurling outward. So vast were they that they could cover the heads of every beast present with room to spare. I can't stop or deflect them one by one. So ill devour them all at once as they come. The wings began to spin, forming a double helix spiral. It was as if a massive vortex had opened in the air itself. Unlike ordinary whirlwind slight, Narothi's vortex grew wider the higher it rose, bizarrely expanding as it climbed. From afar, it looked like a colossal black funnel. Sixth circle darkness attribute magic. Dreaming abyssal twilight, the 1,000 magnetar swords collided with the vortex. No sound. The moment they touched the black swirl, they vanished as if devoured. Darkness attribute magic. Alongside light, it was one of the rarest among the 10 elemental attributes. And even when used, it was typically limited to obscuring vision or inciting fear. But the true strength of darkness lay in its gluttonous, all-consuming nature. Just like this, the sight of Velkat's rain of steel vanishing into the void overhead was nothing short of awe-inspiring. While what Velkat hovered in the air, stunned, unable to finish his words. When the steel rain ended and the black vortex disappeared, there was nothing left behind. It was as if the magic had erased the fact that an attack had even occurred. Ludger and Velkat's eyes met across the sky. You should feel honored. No one's ever seen this magic before. A spell that inflicted no damage, but in return devoured whatever magic was thrown at Eta Supreme counter. A spell that turned every battle into a draw. In the current situation, a draw is more than enough. Don't you think? Ludger looked up toward Velkat in the sky and posed the question. Velkat was burning away his life just to keep fighting. Ludger, on the other hand, had regained his mana reserves. The longer this dragged out, the worse it would get for Velkat. No, not yet. Velkat stretched out his arm and summoned more mana. Blood began to trickle from the seams in his armor. I can still go. Because he muttered like a man possessed. 1,000 magnetar swords reformed in the sky once more. Velkat clenched the outstretched hand into a tight fist. Compress. With that whisper, the 1,000 swords merged into one in midair. A single, massive sword, 20 meters wide, 800 meters long, though not as destructive as the sixth circle metallic spell Skyfall Golden Jade, it held more than enough power to shatter the sealed ley line. Stop, don't hurt them, the boy riding the spirit beast shouted from its back. At the sound of his voice, Velkat froze for a moment. From inside the helmet, Velkat's eyes met the boy's. The moment was short, yet it felt endlessly stretched, like time itself had slowed. Then, as if making a decision, Velkat released the massive sword. Accelerating with magnetism, the enormous blade plummeted earthward at impossible speed. Even Ludger didn't react in time. He hadn't expected Velkat to push the attack even further. The blade struck the ley line that had barely been sealed, burying itself all the way to the hilt. This was the end. Velkat, too, was convinced. But then the ley line where the sword had pierced the ground began to bulge. At first it seemed it might explode, but instead the earth simply swelled. Unnaturally, enormously. Only then did Velkat realize something was wrong, and Ludger as well. What the hell is that? A mountain was rising from the ground. 403 chapter, The Trembling Earth, 3. The mountain slowly rose as if it were alive and moving. The beasts scattered like a flock of birds, and Ludger soared into the sky to capture the unfolding scene from above. What emerged, pushing the forest outward as it rose, was a mountain of stone. That jagged peak had the massive sword Velkat had just hurled embedded in it. But both Ludger and Velkat sensed it at the same time. This was not a natural phenomenon. It was far closer to something moving with intent. Ludger had seen something like this before. No way. It had been during the time he traveled the world with his master, Grander. While sailing out on the open ocean, Ludger had once gazed at the horizon just before dawn, and there it had appeared, a colossal figure emerging from the early morning sea mist, revealing its immense form. It resembled a massive whale, but with more fins and delicate tentacle-like appendages trailing from its back. That overwhelming presence was an emotion unlike anything one could experience in life. Terrifying, yet somehow familiar. Solemn, yet strikingly beautiful. A spirit born from nature itself, one imbued with the will of the world. The pinnacle of all such spirits, elemental lord. Just its existence alone was enough to provoke the deepest instincts in all living beings. It remained a mystery of the world, one still unexplained, a manifestation of awe itself. And now, the elemental lord of earthen facet of that force had appeared. Ruyumble. The world itself trembled. The mere act of the elemental lord raising its head caused the air to quiver. Given the sheer size of the entity bursting from the ground, an earthquake should have been inevitable. But surprisingly, the earth remained calmer than ever. A mountain rises from bare ground, yet there's no sound. It's hard to believe even as I witness it. That was the nature of the elemental lord of earth. Because it was the land itself in this region, revealing its form brought no disruption to the earth. And that size, even from a great distance, Ludger couldn't fully take in the entirety of its figure. But he could make out the general shape. No offense to real turtles, but the creature resembled an enormous turtle. There was simply no other way to describe it. The gigantic mountain of stone that had burst upward was the elemental lord's shell. The massive sword Velkat had fired was still embedded in that shell, yet it looked pitifully small in comparison. Why is the elemental lord here? Elemental lords were said to exist only in the most remote, untouched corners of the world. Even confirmed sightings were extremely rare. In fact, there had only been 3 recorded cases. The elemental lord of water, who usually remained in the deep sea and occasionally surfaced. The elemental lord of ice, believed to exist at the far edge of the frozen north beyond the sea. The elemental lord of fire, dwelling in the depths of volcanic magma, burning eternally. And now, at this moment, a new elemental lord had been witnessed, the elemental lord of earth. With its long neck extended and head raised high, the earth lord radiated an overwhelming presence. It was only natural. After all, this was the mountain itself, alive and breathing. If one isn't awed by this, then what else is left in the world to inspire awe? The Earth Lord was so immense that it could be clearly seen even from far away. Gee good heavens, those waiting at the forward base turned pale as they saw the stone turtle looming above the forest. In the already tense situation where the leyline could erupt at any moment, a massive creature had now emerged. The weak-willed foamed at the mouth and fainted. Some fell into full-blown panic. Everyone, please calm down. Yekaterina struggled to soothe the people. But even as she said that, she was no less bewildered. The old mage tower mages had returned. The leyline they headed toward had erupted. Just when she thought it was all over, the leyline beneath the mansion of secrets stabilized and a giant monster had emerged. Even if she tried to make sense of it all, her mind couldn't keep up. What is happening? All one could do from the sidelines was pray desperately. Pray that this would all end safely. Ludger stared at the Earth Elemental Lord. He had no idea why this entity, which had never been seen before, had suddenly appeared. But the moment he looked into the creature's vast, flawless eyes, he understood the reason without needing to hear it. I see. You want to stop this disaster too. The elemental lord did not respond. But given the very ground its massive limbs were rooted in, Ludger's words were essentially correct. The collapse of the castle, based in the great catastrophe it would cause, the Earth Lord had come to prevent it. As the steward of this vast land, it could not bear to let it fall to ruin. And so, it had blocked the ruptured leyline with NOVELIGHT, its own body. No, beyond that, it was actively restoring the fractured earth and stabilizing the trembling leyline. It's stabilizing a twisted leyline. The leyline flowing through the Kassa basin was a torrent of immense energy. Quantifying such a thing was meaningless. Once ruptured, it was considered impossible to stop. But the Earth Elemental Lord had done it effortlessly, a force nearly miraculous to mankind, a reminder of how truly transcendent the Elemental Lords were. Boom! Suddenly, an enormous explosion erupted above the Earth Lord's head. It was an attack from Velkat, furious at the entity's appearance. Why? The appearance of the Elemental Lord, which had shattered all his plans, felt like the sky collapsing. He had poured everything into this. Years of planning, gathering knowledge, seeking aid. He'd even burned through his own life in pursuit of his goal. And now, a natural disaster. That was the only term that came to mind. A living natural disaster had interfered with his plans. Why? The mysterious power that had been fadding almost gone was beginning to rise again, which meant that the prison he'd barely managed to break was now restoring itself. No, it couldn't end like this. Not after everything he'd done to get here. Clenching his teeth, Velket created another massive iron sword and fired it at the Earth Lord's head. The electrified iron blade shot forth at nearly the speed of sound and struck between the Lord's eyes. But despite the massive explosion, nothing happened. The Elemental Lord didn't even flinch, as if the attack hadn't tickled. The iron sword, now warped and bent, bounced off with a metallic thud. Velkat gritted his teeth harder. His armor groaned. Blood vessels burst inside his body. His physical form, pushed beyond its limit, was breaking down. Just a little more, just a little. This moment had been foreseen the day he visited Victor for one final request. Ho ho, what a surprise. That Leslie would ask me for something like this. Victor had laughed his eerie laugh as he handed over a vial with his gloved hand. Here it is. Thanks to this, I had an absolutely delightful experiment. Oh, don't worry about the effects. I guarantee it. With this, you'll be able to go beyond 300 of your usual ability. Victor had spun once in his chair, peering at Velkat through his glasses. But it carries an immense burden. As someone who's worked alongside you, I'll give you some advice as a fellow First Order. Don't use it. It was the most serious advice Victor had ever given. If you use it, you'll die. Not just you'll die in agony. Your brain will be destroyed. You won't even recognize yourself when you die. What could be more horrifying than that? Victor's face, always smiling, had briefly held weight and gravity. Velkat now recalled that conversation. Right. What had he said in reply to Victor? That's what I wanted. Yes, that's what he'd said. But why was that memory surfacing now? Velkat didn't know. Because his brain meant to hold such realizations was breaking down, a side effect of the drug and the brutal strain on his body. Parts of Velkat's overheated brain cells had burned out. Eye bleeding inside his armor, Velkat gazed blankly at the Elemental Lord. The Earth Lord looked back up at him, a pitiful mortal, and the one behind the plot to collapse the Kassar Basin. The Lord had already grasped everything happening upon this land. Thus, it held no anger toward Velkat, no arrogance or indignation, just for a moment pity. That pity vanished quickly, replaced by apathy. Velkat couldn't bear the gaze of the being who had ruined everything. He gripped his Magneta sword and charged toward the Elemental Lord. To the mountain, he was no more than an ant. The Lord watched him quietly, then opened its jaws. From a more larger and deeper than any cave in the world came a shockwave louder than thunder. It was simply a breath. Yet that exhale alone struck Velkat and hurled him far into the distance. The beasts of the forest bowed their heads at the sight. In the face of nature's awe, they paid respect to the higher being who had blessed their land. Even the spirit beast, ruler of the forest, was no exception. With the ley line now fully stabilized, the Elemental Lord slowly turned and began to depart. Being one with the earth, the Lord had no need to walk on four legs. It moved as if swimming, its head buried, gliding as though the ground were liquid. Yet the land didn't split or shake in its wake. The forest naturally parted to let it pass and healed itself after it went by. The shell, slightly protruding above the ground, passed through the mist barrier of the Kassar Basin. A moment later, the dome of mist rippled, and its flow began to twist, forming holes. Weave received great aid. Watching it all unfold, Ludger turned toward the direction of the forward base as if something had occurred to him. Velkat slowly opened his eyes, struggling to lift his eyelids. Where was he? His entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart, but he pushed himself into a sitting position. Clatter. The shattered fragments of his armor fell from his body with a lifeless sound. Only then could Velkat survey his surroundings. This was the outermost edge of the Kassar Basin, the edge of the forest, right against the mist barrier. The ground around him was filled with broken craters and scattered metal debris. Did I lose? That breath from the Elemental Lord, it had sent Velkat flying, slamming him into the earth. He recalled what had happened at the last moment. His summoned creature, Gold Crow, had caught him in midair and cushioned the fall. Thanks to that, Velket had survived. His armor was destroyed. Gold Crow was gone, but he was still alive. Velket's gaze turned toward the mist wall. Normally, that place would be a hazy, white wall of fog, but now a massive hole had been torn open. Beyond it, the colossal mountain-like back of the Earth Elemental Lord was disappearing beyond the mountain range, the trail it left behind. Velkat slowly stood. His steps were unsteady, but his mind was clear. Hadn't Victor warned that both body and mind would be destroyed? Velkat chuckled faintly. A clear mind under these conditions only meant one thing, that his state was so serious. It was a miracle he was even conscious. If he didn't receive treatment immediately, he'd die before long. If he fled through the breach in the mist, perhaps he could survive. But Velkat, stumbling, walked the opposite way. Not toward the mist, but deeper into the forest. He didn't know how far he walked, panting. He tripped more than answered every time he rose again. Each time he got up, bones cracked and muscles screamed. Yet Velkat never uttered a single groan of pain. Rustle, a sound of leaves underfoot, and someone appeared before him. Velkat's blurry gaze focused forward. There, a small boy with brown hair was staring at him. Velkat's eyes widened as he recognized the boy. He tried to call out the boy's name with trembling lips, and he would have if the boy hadn't spoken first. "Who are you, mister?" 404 chapter waiting 1. Velkat couldn't answer. The boy didn't know who he was, not even that he had been the one trying to destroy the forest just moments ago. Of course he wouldn't. The villain who had tried to destroy the forest had been a devil in black armor. But standing here now was a disheveled, middle-aged man on the brink of collapse, with hair half-turned white, tattered and broken, now incapable of doing anything, just a man. Velkat spoke with a mixture of sorrow and joy on his face, an expression that seemed like a smile and a cry at the same time. "This man is someone who wants to help you. You want to help me?" "Yes. Tell me anything you want." The child asked cautiously. "Then can you find my friend?" "Your friend, you say?" "Yes. A friend I really want to meet, but I can't. Do you know where they are? Where there are lots of people. I always watch them. But that's all I could ever do." The boy said he had been waiting here all this time for his friend, hoping that one day they'd meet again. "I see. That must been hard." Velkat smiled gently, a softness never usually seen on his face. "I'll help you. I'll bring your friend." "Really? I'll get to see them, of course. Could you wait for me near that white wall for a little while? I'll bring them to you soon. Promise." The boy stared at him with those pure, water-drop-like eyes. Velkat couldn't meet that gaze. He turned his eyes away, weighed down by guilt and anguish. This man always keeps his promises. Whoosh, the boy's face lit up at those words. Following Velkat's instructions, he ran off toward the mist wall-high's small steps, tapping lightly over the earth. And as he ran, he turned back to shout toward Velkat. "I'll wait. Promise." "Yes, promise." Velkat waved once toward the boy, then turned slowly toward the direction of the forward base. "It won't take long." The sensation in his limbs was starting to fade. It was a sign, a warning that life was coming to an end, a cry that he could stall no further. "It's easier to walk this way, I suppose." But Velkat didn't care. Now that the pain enveloping his entire body was gone, walking had become easier. He walked through the silent forest path. The rustling of fallen leaves beneath his feet sounded strangely familiar. The forest of the Kassar Basin was strange. At first glance, it looked like no other forest on the continent, but the longer one looked, the more it gave a sense of déjà vu. Even now, it was the same. Velkat was walking through the woods he used to run through with his childhood friends. Was he walking through the present or through memories of the past? Was this an illusion born of guilt, or the flashing visions of life before death? Whatever it was, it didn't matter. He would give this life away without hesitation, but just a little longer, just a little more time, time for his dearest friends to be saved. "Ahaha, wait for me." The echoes of children passed by Velkat's side. He looked at their backs with eyes full of memory. 3 children, all familiar. The bright blonde girl running ahead, Isabella. The brown-haired boy at her side, Leslie. And trailing behind Thema, boy who was himself in childhood. Velkat's last again. Isabella reached out and slapped the trunk of a towering tree as she shouted, "You two are just too fast." Velkat brushed past the illusion beneath the tree. The forest's mystery gave him a strange experience. The vision melted away like watercolor touched by water, fading into a new scene. He was 11. The 3 of them were learning magic together. Isabella, always the first to break into a sweat, managed to summon a sphere of mana into her palm. Leslie succeeded shortly after. The 2 of them celebrated, then turned to watch Velkat with nervous anticipation. "Velkat, responding to their expectations, focused deeply, and finally conjured mana. When he succeeded at last, Isabella and Leslie jumped for joy on the spot. Wow, you did it. Congrats, Velcat. But you were still the last again. Young Velcat gave a sheepish smile at Isabella's teasing grin. The old Velcat now passed by that memory with a faint, self-mocking smile. The past shown by the forest was vivid, far too vivid. Even the smallest details, ones hard to recall, were perfectly recreated. But Velcat wasn't surprised by it, because he remembered everything from that moment. The forest didn't need to remind him. To Velcat, Leslie and Isabella were dear friends. Note some point, it had become more than that. Though the three had always been together, Velcat had quietly harbored feelings for Isabella. He'd once told himself that when he became someone he could be proud of, he would confess. The scenery shifted again. In the backyard of a building, the adult Velcat stood stiffly, nerves visible on his face. In his hand was a letter from Isabella. She had asked to meet him privately. What did she want to say? He tried not to think too much, but a small hope flickered. Could she? He ran through what to say. Should I tell her I've liked her for a long time? No, too click. Maybe it's better not to make it obvious. But what if she's disappointed? Leslie, you waited, Isabella. Then she arrived and delivered a truth that struck like a blow. Hey, Leslie confessed to me. Velcat fell silent. He had known, deep down, that Novelight, Leslie had feelings for her too. But he hadn't expected that dense fool to confess first. Even more shocking was Isabella's reaction. She looked embarrassed but couldn't hide her joyful smile. Velcat felt like his chest had been torn apart. Why tell me this? Because we're friends. But if Leslie and I become more than that, I was afraid we wouldn't be able to stay the same. Velcat felt his body go cold. Like an anchor sinking into the depths, he felt himself being dragged under. Why are you telling me this? Why him, not me? I've liked you all this time. That's ridiculous. What are you talking about? And then, as if on instinct, he said something completely at odds with his heart. That's great news. Really, really. Of course. Isabella, did you think something like that would ruin our friendship? I'm disappointed in you. Sorry. I just thought maybe you. I am fine. In fact, I'm glad. You two have always looked great together. Congratulations. Really. Naive, pure Isabella had taken those words at face value. Thank you, Velcat. You're the best friend. Even after she left, Velcat stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. That had been his first and last heartbreak. Now, as an older man, Velcat looked back at that memory and smiled bitterly. Yeah, I was always late. Always. No courage, no resolve, just too damn slow. And yet you waited for me. You waited. You cheered me on. You held my hand and led me. A debt too great to ever repay. That's why now it's my turn to lead. Russell. Velcat raised his blurred gaze forward. There stood a man, the man he had just been fighting to the death. John Doe. Velcat gave a pale, bitter smile. No Ludger cherish, is it? Congratulations on your victory. If you made it all the way here alone, you must have come to finish me off. Velcat steadied his breath, ragged and trembling. But I am already dying. You don't need to waste the effort. No use pretending to be strong. He was wrecked, broken, unable to use any magic. The fact that he was even still alive was a miracle in itself. That's why I ask Yaustep aside. I still have something left to do. Is it for a greater cause here? Is it something deeply personal? Velcat didn't ask why Ludger posed the question. Instead, he closed his eyes and answered. It's something deeply personal and selfish. His tone made it clear he was prepared to accept it if the man in front of him lashed out or cursed him for committing such madness for personal reasons. I see. But Ludger showed no such reaction. He simply nodded, as if he understood, then quietly stepped aside. Velcat was briefly confused by the gesture until he saw the child who had been standing behind Ludger's back. Isabella, a small girl with golden blonde hair, the same girl who had once run through the forest with him, was standing before his eyes again. Young Isabella looked up at Ludger with a wary gaze. It was as if she were silently asking, "Do I really follow this man?" Ludger simply gave her a nod. With careful steps, Isabella approached Velcat and opened her tiny mouth. "Mister, that man said you could help me find my friend." Velcat spoke in a trembling voice. "That's right. In fact, I was just on my way to find you because your friend asked me to." "Really? My friend is—" Leslie. Her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't even said the name. "He's waiting over there." Velcat slowly raised his hand, pointing back along the path he had come. "Shall we go together? Isabella nodded without a word. Velket carefully reached out his hand toward her, a calloused, battered hand, and atop it, a small, pale white hand gently came to rest. Velket held onto Isabella's hand and guided her forward. He walked silently, retracing his steps exactly, toward the mist barrier visible not far ahead. There was so much he wanted to say, that he was sorry, that he had loved her. He wanted to pour everything out through tears, but he couldn't. The man Isabella and Leslie remembered no longer existed. What stood here now was a high-ranking officer of a secret organization, a mass murderer, a criminal deserving of scorn, and soon just a fading villain whose life was about to be extinguished. So he said nothing, walking quietly, determined only to bring Isabella to her destination. Now and then, Isabella looked up at Velkat and seemed to want to speak, but when she saw the resolute look on his face, she could sense the weight behind it and said nothing. At last the two arrived. Seated on a small stump, the young Leslie spotted them and smiled brightly. Isabella, Leslie. Isabella let go of Velkat's hand and ran toward Leslie. The two children grasped each other's hands and spun in circles, laughing in joy. Beyond them, the hole in the mist barrier was slowly beginning to close. Kids, there's not much time. Velkat stepped closer and spoke to his old friends. If you stay here any longer, you won't be able to leave again. This is your chance. See that path? Go through there now. The children looked up at him, stunned. Then they bowed their heads. Thank you. It's thanks to you we could finally meet again. Yes, that makes me very happy. Now go. If you stay, something bad will happen. Mister, can I ask one more thing? What is it? We have another friend. His name is Velkat. We can't leave without him. Velkat's lips began to tremble, but the children didn't notice his reaction. Can you find him too? That friend isn't here. No, we know he is. Velkat's here with us. Why do you think that? Because he's our friend. Friend. Velkat opened his mouth, then shut it. Again and again. Eventually he steeled himself and replied, that friend, he won't come for you. He wants you to leave, because he's a bad person now. No, he's not. Velkat is a good friend. Isabella suddenly shouted, indignant. Like a child throwing a tantrum. He's definitely waiting for us too. No, I know he's not. That boy, he's already forgotten you. He's forgotten, I tell you. Liar, how would you know that? Because the friend you're looking for is standing right in front of you. Because I am that boy. Velkat felt his chest tighten. He thought his eyes had dried long ago, but now they welled with tears. But no, he couldn't let that happen. The Velkat they were looking for was not this man. There's no time for this. Go before the door closes. No, not without our friend. Velkat bit down on his lip. He spoke in a voice that was nearly a sob. Go, if you wait any longer, you'll be trapped here. Forever still no, not without Velkat. I said go. His sudden shout made both Isabella and Leslie flinch. Tears welled in their eyes. Velkat twisted his face, guilt and sorrow eating away at him. Then he drew in a long breath hand, forced a gentle smile onto his face. To ease their fear, I'm sorry, I yelled. You're mean, I'm sorry, I was just in a hurry. Then let's do this, let's make a promise. A promise. Yes, a promise. I'll bring your friend, I promise. So please go through that door first and wait for me. Isabella and Leslie didn't answer right away. Velket kept his tone calm and his smile warm. I promise. Yes, a promise. No matter where you go, no matter how far away that place may be, I'll find you again. Can you grant this man's last request? 405 chapter waiting. 2. Moved by Velkat's sincere persuasion, Isabella and Leslie finally nodded. The two children held hands and slowly walked beyond the wall that had been torn open. Velkat simply watched their backs in silence. Though the two of them smiled, as if genuinely happy, they occasionally glanced back as though something tugged at them just to make sure Velkat was still there. It's all right. Velkat waved reassuringly at them, telling them not to worry. Perhaps it was that gesture that gave them the confidence to trust him. Soon, they picked up their pace and ran into the mist beyond the barrier. Tap, tap, tap. Their tiny footsteps quickly faded into the distance. Though they hadn't gone far, the sound disappearing made the space between them feel impossibly vast. In the figures of those two departing friends, Velkat saw an old memory overlaid. The children appeared for a brief moment as adults, grown up and radiant. They looked happy. Walking hand in hand with the ones they loved toward the light that was the salvation Velkat had always longed for. At last, once they had completely vanished, Velkat let out the cough he had been holding back. Hacking violently, blood dripped from his mouth. Even his internal organs were beyond saving now. It was the sign of death, utterly irreversible. And yet Velkat's lips curled in a peaceful smile. At last, I made it in time. Wiping the blood from his lips, Velkat stumbled over and sat down, leaning against the trunk of a massive tree. His body, having reached its absolute limit, could no longer even stand still. Closing his eyes and trying to regulate his breath, he felt a presence nearby and faintly opened his eyes. Ludger, Cherish, is it? Ludger stood beside him without a word. For a while, neither man spoke. A gust of wind swept through the forest, scattering leaves into the air. With the sound brushing his ears, mana began to slowly fill the air. The thick white mist Ahidance torn had now fully restored itself. It was a life full of regrets. Not a day went by when I didn't regret my choices. It was a sudden confession, but Ludger quietly listened. Isabella was never meant to die, because I was the one who should have gone to the Cassar basin that day. But I had been caught up in some urgent matter regarding a magic thesis, and she went in my stead. If I had gone instead, she never would have been caught up in all of this. Velkat's first regret was that. He believed Isabella's death was his fault. After that, when I was drowning in despair, Leslie came to me. While I was stuck for a year in grief, Leslie had been diligently researching the Cassar basin, clinging to hope that Isabella might still be alive. Leslie told me we might be able to find her. That perhaps, because of the strange phenomena in the Cassar basin, we might see Isabella's soul. He asked me to go with him, that if I helped, we might be able to prove his hypothesis. But I didn't help. Velkat's second regret Leslie. Leslie had wanted Velkat to rise from his sorrow and search for Isabella together, but Velkat couldn't. Leslie was strong, far more resolute than someone like me. I respected that about him, but at the same time I envied him. He had everything I didn't, so he rejected Leslie's proposal. But Leslie didn't give up. He persistently tried to persuade Velkat, insisting his theory had merit. I, too, was faintly swayed by his words. But I couldn't risk everything on a theory that wasn't even complete. I gave up, but Leslie didn't. He went to the Cassar basin alone, and then Leslie vanished. In that moment, Velkat realized the gravity of his mistake. He had let go of his last remaining friend. No, hadn't just let them go. Both of them had become prisoners, trapped in the Cassar basin with not even the peace of death granted to them. My jealousy, selfishness, and stupidity drove my friends to their deaths. It was from that self-loathing and regret that Velkat inherited the data Leslie had left behind on the Cassar basin. He began researching the basin and, at the same time, searching for a way to save the souls of his departed friends. But the cruel wall of reality was tall. Over and over again, he suffered and blamed himself. His mind gradually wore down, broken and splintered. What let him endure it was a single thought: saving his friends. That alone had kept him going. And then I met him, the one who showed me the way, who gave me direction, zero order. Yes, he taught me what I had to do, and in return I worked as one of his hands and feet, waiting for this day to come. Velkat had met zero order and become a first order. He chose Leslie as his codename, name of the friend he had both envied and admired most. For long years he prepared meticulously to save Isabella and Leslie, to give for the first time rather than just receive from them. And then, one day, Elder Rimmel came to me, said he knew what I was planning, said he wanted to be part of it. Velket gave a quiet chuckle, remembering that day. "I'll handle the mansion. With your skill, Elder, there's no need to put yourself at risk. Let me do it." Velket had tried to stop him, but Rimmel shook his head. "Our goals are the same, saving my daughter Isabella. But I have a grudge to settle as well. You lived for salvation alone. I also have revenge. If something goes wrong, you'll die. And if you die, there's no revenge or salvation. When a man has lived long enough, he starts to sense when his end is near, even where hell meet it. It's like a fate you can't escape. You accept it. And that place suits me. But choosing your own deathbed is an old man's final privilege. Don't deny me that." Velket hadn't been able to argue with that. In the end, Rimmel succeeded in his role. Now the only thing left was his own part, the journey so far, the long days of pain, and Tadethat end had arrived. "Was it really just because you wanted to be free?" Ludger murmured, staring at the dome of mist covering the Cassar basin. Velkat nodded weakly. "Yes, all this for just two people. The worst thing I've ever done." To save two already dead souls, I was prepared to kill thousands who'd come here. Now if the basin had collapsed, far more would have died. Velkat had never been unaware of what he was doing. He had knowingly embraced the truth and still pressed forward. All because he wished to free his two friends. Their deaths weren't your fault. It was an accident, nothing more. After hearing Velkat's story, Ludger replied calmly. Isabella and Leslie's deaths were tragic, but ultimately they were accidents. Even if the Truth School had some connection to Isabella's fate, it didn't mean Velkat bore the blame. Even so, you went ahead. You knew it was the wrong path, and still, blaming yourself, you walked that thorny road, even though there was no salvation for you at the end of it. Velkat would die here, and naturally, the souls of those who died in the Kassar Basin would remain trapped within it. Isabella and Leslie had been freed by Velkat, but who would save Velkat's soul? Why choose to do something so foolish yourself? Then let me ask you. Velkat turned the question back. Why didn't you kill me earlier when you had the chance? Even though I fought you with everything I had, even though I am dying, you didn't kill me. In fact, you brought Isabella back to me. You didn't have to let me save them. You could have killed me and freed their souls yourself, but you gave me that chance. Velkat chuckled softly. In the end, you're the same as me, even if there was no salvation at the end, even knowing it might cost your life. Still, you chose to walk this path. When helping someone precious, when choosing to do something foolish, do you really need a reason? That's what it means to be human. For the sake of one person dear to them, people can sacrifice countless others, even if that choice brings destruction back on themselves, even if the one receiving the favor never asked for it. Even then, people press forward in that blind, stubborn, utterly selfish way. That's what love is. Ludger didn't respond. He said nothing, not to agree or to object. But even in his silence, Velkat understood. His answer had been enough. You may not be the real First Order, but seeing you walk that path, it means even Zero Order must have allowed it. So someone like me will cheer for you. Fight, and don't stop. Velkat's barely whispered voice, like air leaking from a punctured tire, echoed in Ludger's mind like a thunderclap. Cough. A mouthful of blood poured from Velkat's lips. I'm tired. I think I'll rest now. Yeah. I've been talking too much to someone who's in pain. Consider it a worthwhile experience before dying. Velkat's head slowly drooped forward. His blood-drained face had gone pale white. Go now. This place, it's an eternal prison. Somewhere only a sinner like me belongs. The living should not linger here. With those final words, the sound of footsteps slowly faded into the mist. As Ludger walked away, the sound of his footsteps echoed faintly. Velkat heard that fading sound near his ear and let out a self-deprecating smile. We made a promise. Humans are, after all, selfish. He had freed the souls of his two friends from this prison, had finally let them meet again. That should have been enough. He thought it was. And yet, now that death was near, why did he find himself wanting to see them again? At that moment, Velkat's body trembled violently. In a world that had grown dim and filled with nothing but darkness, Velkat was overwhelmed with terror. The long-delayed side effect of the drug Victor had given him finally struck. Where am I? He remembered nothing. Why was he here? Why did his body hurt so much? Why couldn't he see anything? His mind had regressed to that of a 7-year-old. Noit was worse than that. Velkat had forgotten even his own name. All his shattered brain could remember was that he used to have friends. Guys, where are you? Velkat cried out like a lost child. Rimmel, Isabella, don't leave me behind. He flailed his arms in desperation. In the pitch-black void, the 7-year-old Velkat was all alone. Please don't leave me, sobbing. Velkat's body slumped to one side. But just then, a hand caught his collapsing form. Who are you? Are you my friend? No, I can't see anything. Where am I? Where are my friends? Please help me. I want to see my friends. Velkat clung to the man who had helped him, pleading with both hands. But the further he spoke, the weaker his voice became. The last traces of his life force were finally fading away. Please, he whispered like a man whose soul had already slipped away. Ludger, who had been silently watching him, finally opened his mouth. You committed a great sin, an unforgivable one. What's happening to you now is the price of that. I don't know. I don't remember anything you may not remember, but the truth remains. What you did won't disappear. And you'll likely suffer punishment for a long, long time. Why is it just me? But a breeze stirred. Even punishment eventually ends. Everything does. Even this pain, this suffering, it will all vanish with time. Even partings are like that. If you endure and wait, someday you'll meet them again, because nothing in this world is truly eternal, not even this so-called eternal prison. Child, the world may never forgive you, but not everyone will condemn you. At the very least, your friends will wait for you, forgive you, and accept you. Ah, really? My friends Thale wait for me. Yes, you were always late. I'm sure Thale understand. So go ahead, close your eyes. At those words, Velkat slowly closed his eyes. His breathing grew even and then faded into silence. This nightmare, once you wake from it, it will be nothing. So wait. Ludger gently laid Velkat down on the fallen leaves. Velkat's expression was peaceful, like someone who had finally found rest. In the very end, Velkat had died as Velkat. The wind stopped, and his body, as if it had never existed at all, vanished without a trace, as if he had already been carried away long ago. Ludger walked toward the edge of the forest. With the anomaly intensifying, if he didn't return to the forward base soon, he'd be caught in it. But he had no choice but to stop. A massive beast stood in his path, exuding an overwhelming presence. He had to lift his head quite high to meet its gaze. A colossal stag with a mane of mixed white and sky blue stood quietly, looking down at Ludger. "What? Come to offer thanks or something?" Ludger asked, assuming the creature wouldn't understand him. But to his surprise, the divine beast nodded in response. With that slight motion of its head, a lingering golden mist flowed from its antlers, scattering like heat waves in the air. "You understand me?" The divine beast gave him a look. "Is that really your concern?" Ludger realized he'd asked something pointless. Considering how long the creature had lived, it wouldn't be strange for it to possess intelligence beyond that of humans. Wuang, the divine beast, began to release mana from its body, embedding intention within it. This was how the divine beast communicated with humans, through will-imbued mana. Even without hearing the words, Ludger understood perfectly. The creature was grateful to him. "I didn't do it to earn gratitude. I just did what I had to in order to survive. Wuang, so you still think I helped you? But I don't see how you can repay me now. Wuang, you'll grant me one wish for saving the forest, is that it? That's quite the offer. But how would you know what I want?" Even as he said that, Ludger had no intention of making a grand request. He looked straight into the beast's eyes and said, "Would it be all right if I took a piece of one of your antlers?" The divine beast was no longer just an animal, it had become a mystical being, overflowing with mana. And from what Ludger could tell, its primary source of magical power was the golden antlers. If he could obtain even a fragment of those horns, it would be more valuable than any elixir in the world. Of course, he was aware it might be too much to ask. He was ready to change his request if needed. "Wuang Yao, give it to me." When the divine beast nodded in agreement, Ludger was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't Liength's, was its true will. To think he'd really be given something like that, even as he thought it was a stroke of luck. Ludger asked with curiosity, "Could I also have a tooth?" This time, the divine beast just stared at him with an expression that clearly said, "Why? 406 chapter. What remains after the end? 1. My God." Sempers couldn't close his gaping mouth as he took in the scene before him. Amid the swirling clouds of deadly poison, Arthur stood tall and unshaken. Lying in front of Arthur was Amar, his face crushed, sprawled out on the ground. He wasn't breathing. He was dead. To think you actually, one Sempers, had known Arthur was strong. But no matter how powerful someone was, poison was supposed to be the great equalizer. Poison was one of the few forces capable of inflicting fatal damage, regardless of strength. Yet Arthur stood unscathed in that deadly fog. He hadn't resisted it or pushed it away. It was as if the poison hadn't affected him in the first place. Naturally, Amma hadn't even managed a real fight before being smashed by Arthur's fist. Arthur looked down at Amma for a moment, then turned and walked towards Sempers. "It's over." The moment Sempers saw that bright, beaming smile, every last bit of tension in his body melted away. He collapsed backward with a thud, staring up at the sky. Above him loomed the giant dome of mist, glowing faintly from within. Just then, Arthur's head popped into his field of vision. "Sempers, are you all right? Thanks to you." The antidote Arthur had given him had saved his life. He was just exhausted, spent too much energy before that. What about the others? They must have all been poisoned. Everyone's safe. Arthur had checked on the new Mage Tower's mages. Thanks to the arrival of additional support, they were all receiving proper treatment. But the rest of the ley lines that's been taken care of, too. Arthur recalled the giant metal bird flying toward the forest, and the white owl chasing after it. The erupting ley lines had all returned to their normal state. Ludger had succeeded. Still, what was that enormous creature earlier? Arthur remembered the Lord of Earth who had appeared and then vanished. A being like a living mountain, one that defied the very laws of physics. I've only heard of them in stories, but that might have been an elemental lord. Could you help me up? Yes. Arthur gently helped Sempers to his feet. It felt strange being supported by someone who looked like a child, but Sempers ignored the awkwardness and continued. Elemental lords are spirits, but they stand at the very top of that hierarchy. That one earlier was probably the Lord of Earth. Wow, so that was an elemental lord. There are only a handful of recorded sightings in all of human history. I never imagined one would show up here of all places. Why would a being like that suddenly appear? Even if it looks like that, it's still a spirit, so I'd guess it couldn't bear to see the land being destroyed. Spirits love nature, after all. If the Kassar Basin collapsed, the surrounding area would have been wiped out. As a being born of nature, it probably appeared to protect it. Even so, to stabilize land that was on the verge of collapse, that's incredible. Exactly. That's why they're called transcendent beings. The towering pillars of mana that had once shot up into the sky had all settled. The trembling ground had regained stability, and the chaos had quieted into an eerie calm. A miracle, really. Sempers muttered, then let out a dry laugh at his own words. So much had happened since arriving here. Let's go, back to the forward base. Okay, Arthur cheerfully picked up the pace. Sempers' legs dragged a bit as he followed behind. Could you maybe slow down just a little? The forward base was filled with celebration. The blue pillars that had been visible even from afar were now gone. The Kassar Basin wasn't collapsing. Everyone here had survived. Now that it was truly over, those who had been holding their breath embraced one another in relief. Even those who normally cared about appearances weren't exempt. The joy of escaping death transcended rank and formality, and that included Yekaterina. It's finally over. Yekaterina felt like screaming at the top of her lungs in joy. The only reason she hadn't collapsed into her seat was sheer willpower. But the only thing keeping her upright was the NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, nagging shed heard for most of her life. Maintain your dignity. Uphold your royal stature. The person who said those things likely no longer existed. And perhaps it was because they no longer existed that she felt she had to follow those words all the more. There's still work to be done. Suppressing her joy cleared her head, allowing her to think logically again. Being alive was wonderful, but there was still much to do. They needed to tally the dead, treat the wounded, and clean up the mess left behind. Most importantly, one of her aides, Valentina, had yet to return. Valentina. Valentina had gone toward the cliffs with the old Mage Tower's mages, but only the mages had returned. The ley line they'd been heading toward had exploded. Valentina hadn't come back. Yekaterina had asked what had happened to the others, but the mages said nothing. They simply left under the excuse of reinforcing the base in preparation for another collapse. On top of that, none of the new Mage Tower's survivors had returned yet either. That ley line had also exploded, meaning those people might all be dead too. Surviving was worth celebrating, but many lives had still been lost. Yekaterina knew she couldn't let herself be too happy. Just then, one corner of the gathered crowd broke into a commotion. When she turned to look, she heard someone shout that survivors had returned. Survivors. Yekaterina looked toward the source of the noise and her face brightened. Valentina. Valentina and Derek Olson, both visibly wounded, were riding a magical beast toward the base. Valentina jumped down from the beast and, ignoring her injuries, immediately knelt before Yekaterina. Your Majesty. Valentina returned as ordered. Her face, however, was far from cheerful. She hadn't completed her mission. She had lost her men, and Shed survived alone. But Yekaterina welcomed her with a gentle smile. I'm just glad you're alive. I'm sorry. I failed the mission and let my subordinates die. I barely managed to survive. No, that was out of your hands. And look, Kassar Basin is still standing. This fight wasn't in vain. I didn't accomplish anything. But you tried. You did your best, and those injuries prove it. If even you ended up like that, it must have been truly brutal. You did well. At Yekaterina's words, Valentina's emotions surged, and she lowered her head. Please get treatment. I'll hear the full details from Mr. Derek Olson. Yes, understood. As Valentina stepped away, the utterly exhausted Derek approached Yekaterina. What happened out there? A lot. Derek recounted everything he had witnessed at the cliffs, and when he reached the part about Ludger pursuing the mastermind behind the scenes, Yekaterina couldn't hide her shock. You mean everything that happened in the forest was I don't know if all of it was done by Professor Ludger. If nothing else, the Lord of Earth isn't something a person can control. That massive living mountain, you mean? It was miracle upon miracle. But we can't chalk everything up to luck. If that man hadn't fought, we wouldn't have had the time to get that far. Yekaterina nodded in agreement. At the same time, she burned with anger over the old mage tower's behavior. To abandon their duty and seek only to save themselves a show utterly disgraceful. At that exact moment, the mages from the old mage tower, who had been lingering outside the base, returned to the plaza. They had realized that the crisis was over. Gregorium, the head of the old tower, approached Yekaterina with a brazen face until he saw Derek standing beside her. His expression darkened. Derek Olson, so you made it back alive. Gregorium, you ran off to save your own skin. Did it pay off? Gregorium's face stiffened at the jab, but then he smirked faintly. You look like hell. See, that's what happens when you play hero. You didn't need to go through all that. You really believe that? In the end, everyone's alive, aren't they? There was never a need to risk our necks in the first place. Gregorium had clearly decided to act as shamelessly as possible. Derek's face grew cold. Yekaterina couldn't hold back her fury any longer. You ran from the battle, and now you dare speak like this. Gregorium raised his hands in protest, feigning innocence. Your Majesty, I think you may have misunderstood. We didn't run, we made the most strategic choice available. We sought a path where the most people could survive. Is that truly so wrong? What did you just say? Would you have preferred that we stayed and died? Look aside from Derek here, who else made it back? Even if we had been there, nothing would have changed. Gregorium's argument was simple. They wouldn't have made a difference, and more people would have died. Logically, he wasn't wrong. Even if the old tower mages had been there, they likely wouldn't have been able to stop the ley line collapse. But there was a difference between stepping back after doing all you could and abandoning the fight altogether. Gregorium, you not even know the meaning of shame. Should I feel ashamed for making the best decision and surviving? Don't you feel anything seeing those who did stay and fight? While the great mages of the tower ran, independent mages risked their lives to fight, and they all died. What a stupid choice. You, and where is that oh-so-great professor now anyway? He laughed at us for leaving, but he's not even here. Did he die? He went into the forest to pursue the mastermind. He chose to keep fighting until the end. Then he's probably dead. He's not back, is he? Maybe he was lucky, and the elemental lord saved him, but what was gained by risking that much? Derek's face flushed with rage. He clenched his fist and, just as he was about to punch Gregorium whack, a clean, ringing sound echoed through the plaza as Gregorium was knocked to the ground. Derek blinked in disbelief, staring at Yekaterina. Her outstretched fist made it clear who had thrown the punch. The cold queen of the north had just decked the leader of the old mage tower with her fist. In such cases, one would usually expect a slap. But Yekaterina had thrown a full straight punch with expert formclean, controlled and powerful, as she trained her body instead of practicing social graces. Derek was startled by the absurdity of it and deeply satisfied to see Gregorium sprawled out. What is the meaning of this? Gregorium clutched his swelling cheek, voice rising in outrage. To lay a hand on a member of the old tower. Do you realize what this could mean politically? It's too late. The Utah kingdom will never again receive the old tower's support. His eyes were bloodshot with fury. Yekaterina snorted, completely unfazed. I have no words to exchange with a scoundrel. She was a ruler Somion who should maintain poise and act with decorum. Someone who ought to be mindful of appearances and behave accordingly. Showing emotion like this should not be permitted, but she couldn't pretend not to see this. She didn't regret what she had done. Are you ready to bear the consequences of that? I welcome them. Gregorium was rendered speechless by her thunderous reply. If I turn a blind eye to something so wrong, who would ever trust and follow me? I didn't come this far to let that happen. Her words turned Gregorium's face a deep shade of red. His lips trembled as he hissed a threat. You'll regret this. It's a better look for someone like you. What? Who the hell? At that moment, a voice cut in from above, interrupting him. Gregorium looked around in confusion, trying to locate the source. But no one was nearby. Up, Only then did he realize the voice had come from the sky above him. He looked up and froze. What the? A massive white stag hovered in the air, its body shimmering with mana. Derek and Yekaterina also stared in awe. Suspended in midair, its antlers gleaming like divine gold, the beast radiated overwhelming presence. The sheer majesty of it made everyone at the forward base fall silent. The divine beast exuded a sacred brilliance, demanding reverence. And just like that, the noisy plaza was swallowed by stillness. 407 chapter. What remains after the end? 2. People were tense. The mages who had survived swallowed nervously, debating whether or not to cast their spells. A beast. Judging by the sheer pressure it exuded, it was incredibly dangerous. Perhaps they needed to strike preemptively before it made the first move. Shit. But the moment the beast's eyes landed on him, he had to abandon that thought. That thing was not an opponent he could possibly defeat by simply rushing in. Just by facing it, he could feel himself despite being human plummeting to the very bottom of the food chain. It's a prime beast. That's a prime beast. Someone who recognized the creature muttered under their breath. The word prime beast made the surrounding mages react even more strongly. A prime beast was real. That thing never once showed itself in the Kasser Basin. Why would it appear now? If it was truly a prime beast, it was something they absolutely shouldn't provoke. Its existence held tremendous academic value, but that didn't mean it could be treated carelessly. Those creatures possessed intelligence comparable to, or possibly surpassing, that of humans. And more importantly, the mages gathered here were seekers of magic and mystery-not people who would skin a mystical creature just because it was rare. Of course, there were always those who lost their minds to greed at the sight of a prime beast. Gregorium of the old mage tower was the most infamous among them. But even he couldn't bring himself to display hostility toward it, because someone had just jumped down from the prime beast's back. W8. That's a person. All eyes turned to the figure who had been riding the beast. The man who had fallen from the air gently manipulated mana and landed softly on the ground, poised and light-footed. Yekaterina's eyes widened as the man descended beside her. Derek and Gregorium were equally stunned. Ludger Cherish. Those emotionless, blue eyes stared directly at them. Ludger Cherish, who had gone into the forest to stop Velkat, had returned safely, and he had ridden a prime beast. The unbelievable sight made people blink in confusion. What just happened? A person rode a prime beast. Is that even possible? As all attention locked onto him, Ludger opened his mouth and spoke to the beast. You may go now. Thank you for bringing me here. Amazingly, the prime beast nodded, envy-light as if it understood. Gasps of admiration escaped the mouths of the mages. So it was Trutho's rumors about prime beasts being able to understand and communicate with humans. Woo-whoosh. A colossal surge of mana burst forth from the prime beast's body. Its presence was so powerful that even Arthur, Sempers, and Linoho were just returning to the forward base could feel it. The prime beast began to slowly ascend into the sky. Soon, it became engulfed in a blinding white light. It was like gazing up at a star from up closer, dazzling radiance. The mass of white light shot off in the direction of the forest, tracing a long path through the air. White and gold mana arced and scattered in its wake. Everyone stood mesmerized by the breathtaking display. When the prime beast's form finally disappeared beyond the treetops, the people turned their heads, as if in a trance, to stare at Ludger. Now back on solid ground, Ludger casually tidied his tousled hair and dusted off his collar. His expression and demeanor were calm as always, and somehow that composure made him seem even more unreal. At that moment, Ludger spoke. There's still a matter we need to address among ourselves. Gregorium. Gregorium bit his lip. Jealousy burned fiercely in his eyes as he stared at Ludger. Surviving that hellhole wasn't enough, had returned to the base, riding a damn prime beast. Gregorium couldn't think of a single way to draw more attention than that. But the real issue was the situation they now faced. A matter to address. What could possibly be between us? Gregorium acted as if he had no idea what Ludger was talking about. You ran away to save your own skin, and now you want to feign ignorance. Ah, a difference of opinion causing people to go their separate ways. These things happen. At that, Ludger's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. So that's how you want to play this. If a one-sided retreat without any consultation counts as a difference of opinion, then sure. And what's wrong with that? In the end, our judgment was correct. The cliff's mana vein burst, but the basin didn't collapse. In other words, the process didn't matter as long as the result turned out fine. That was the essence of Gregorium's argument. Maybe. But the old mage tower abandoned its duty and focused solely on saving itself. That loss of trust won't be easy to recover from. What the old mage tower had done was tantamount to tightening a noose around their own neck. If you operate purely based on profit, even close allies can be discarded the moment they're no longer beneficial. And the old mage tower didn't exist in isolation. They had dealings and partnerships with various external organizations, companies, and noble families. That's how modern society worked. And in those business-like relationships, the most crucial element was mutual trust. Trust comes in two forms. Either it's built on human decency or on mutual benefit. But true trust doesn't function on just one of those alone. Even if the ratio differs, both elements must coexist. And yet the old mage tower had shattered even the bare minimum of human trust. Sure, people would continue to do business with them for now. But in the future, their actions had proven that the moment things didn't go their way, they would abandon you without hesitation. Gregorium flinched at Ludger's words. In truth, this had already been weighing on him. The moment he decided to retreat, he knew it would leave a mark on the old mage tower's reputation, and by extension, his own standing within it. Still, when weighing reputation against survival, well, the choice was obvious. Reputation only mattered if you were alive. To begin with, I didn't expect to survive this situation. Gregorium had judged the Cassar Basin to be beyond salvation. He had acted on the belief that someone had to survive, at least. That wasn't necessarily a bad decision, but whether it was the right one would ultimately be decided by the outcome. And in that regard, his choice had turned out to be dead wrong. The Cassar Basin hadn't collapsed. Every choice comes with a price, and Gregorium would have to pay for the wrong one he had made. Don't be ridiculous. What's so wrong about making the obvious choice? But Gregorium couldn't accept the consequences without resistance. Call it shameless if you must, but he couldn't help how bitter it felt. In his view, the collapse of the Cassar Basin had been inevitable, and the magical energy he'd vaguely sensed from the cliffside, that wasn't ordinary magic. That was, at minimum, a sixth circle spell. He'd seen such magic before, would never mistake it. You think we were supposed to fight a sixth circle mage? That would only worsen the damage. Isn't minimizing the damage the better choice? You mean minimizing damage for your own people. And besides, you made the decision to retreat before confirming whether the enemy was a sixth circle mage. Ludger shot back with biting precision. Gregorium let out a strangled grunt and looked around. He was at a disadvantage, he needed allies. There were businessmen, mages, and nobles present who had ties to the old mage tower, but none of them stepped forward. In fact, as soon as he made eye contact, they quickly turned their heads away and ignored him. They weren't fools they knew stepping in now would only drag them into the mud with him. Why, you ungrateful bastards! Gregorium burned with fury, but from the others' perspective, keeping their heads down was only natural. Some of them even felt a flicker of irritation. You ran away while the rest of us fought, and now you want help. Feeling that judgmental gaze, Gregorium was struck with a wave of humiliation. But even to the very end, he did not let go of his pride. So what, now you're trying to hold me accountable for all of this? Weren't those suspicious bastards the ones who started this? They're all dead anyway. I intend to investigate them further later. What matters now is pointing out the fact that, despite being able to minimize the casualties, your arbitrary actions increased the number of victims. So you're saying I'm responsible for all of this? At that, Ludger let out a small laugh. I never said you had to take responsibility. I just thought it would be good for everyone here to know the truth. I don't have the authority to punish you. As a professor at Theon, if I go after the old mage tower directly, that would spark a whole different kind of issue. But revealing the truth, that's not a problem. Ludger glanced around as he spoke. And what the people here choose to do with that truth, how they view the old mage tower, and how they respond is entirely up to them. To reinforce that point, Derek Olson and Yekaterina stood proudly at Ludger's side. Gregorium's face turned bright red. He could feel the cold, judging stares directed at him. His instincts screamed that if he couldn't resolve things here, it was over for him. But no matter how he tried to turn the situation around, there was no way out. Even if he tried to use his institutional authority to crush Ludger, The circumstances were hopeless. This was the man who had returned riding a prime beast. Ludger had become something untouchable, an entirely separate class of existence. How was someone like Gregorium supposed to oppose that? Just you wait. Realizing that anything more he said would only make him look more pathetic, Gregorium quietly stepped back. Of course, that didn't stop him from vowing internally not to go down without a fight. Yekaterina watched the mages of the old mage tower retreat like defeated soldiers, then, suddenly, let out a soft laugh. And not just a chucklash held her stomach and began giggling uncontrollably. Thankfully, only Derek and Ludger were close enough to hear her. If anyone else had noticed, they would have been horrified. Once she calmed herself, Yekaterina gave Ludger a gentle smile. Thank you. Thanks to you, one annoying problem is off my plate. It was nothing. More importantly, how on earth did you ride a prime beast? What exactly happened in that forest? Her eyes were filled with questions about the entire incident. It wasn't just her. Returning from treatment were Valentina and her brother Bartley, supporting her, along with Derek Olson. They too were silently watching Ludger, waiting for answers. It's going to be a long story. With a quiet sigh, Ludger turned and walked into the command tent. The others around him blinked in confusion, and Yekaterina instructed them to return to their duties for now. Several people gathered in the command tent. Most of them were key figures who had originally assembled to coordinate the operation. Of course, compared to earlier, the number had thinned significantly. Some were dead, and others like Gregorium and the old Mage Tower faction didn't even show their faces anymore. Instead, people who weren't originally supposed to be there, like Arthur, Sempers, and Loina, had joined the meeting. Where should he begin? Ludger considered this briefly before speaking. It would probably be best to start with what happened in the forest. No one objected. There wasn't a single person present who wasn't curious about what had transpired in the forest. The appearance of the prime beast alone was shockingly alone the emergence of the earth elemental lord. I believe you're all already aware of who the culprit was. Velkat Benmark. He had faked his own death in the mansion and turned out to be the mastermind behind everything. Rimmel had been working with him as well. Velkat destroyed the mana vein in the cliff, but just as he did, the overflowing mana in the forest began to stabilize. How is that even possible? Ryumir, one of the new Mage Tower's representatives, asked the question. She didn't look well likely due to Amma's poison, which had affected her more than anyone else. It wasn't because she had been careless. In fact, she had taken the hit in place of her companions. Thankfully, thanks to the antidote, her life was no longer in danger. Still, under normal circumstances, she should have been resting. The fact that she had come here at all spoke to how important it was for her to understand what had happened. Once a mana vein bursts, suppressing it with ordinary mana is nearly impossible. It only takes a single sixth circle mage to destroy it, but stabilizing it again requires 5 times that amount of power. So if it was stabilized, who could have done it? The beasts of the forest did it. Ludger gave a small nod in response to Ryumir's skeptical expression. The creatures who've lived in the Kassar Basin for a long time. Their mana reserves are nothing to scoff at, and in that moment they united to stabilize the vein. That's impossible, though Ryumir found it hard to believe. Loina stepped in to answer on his behalf. It's entirely plausible. We just saw a prime beast with our own eyes, didn't we? Given that, it wouldn't be strange if the other creatures of the basin showed unusual behavior as well. Indeed, even the prime beast itself stepped in to protect the forest and fought Velkat. He tried to destroy the stabilized vein again, but at that moment a new miracle occurred. The earth elemental lord, someone murmured, and the name echoed faintly throughout the command tent. No one present had missed the sight of that massive mountain of stone rising from the forest. Everyone had seen it, which meant everyone also knew how the incident had ended. And yet even having seen it, they still felt like they were dreaming with their eyes open. It was easier to believe that it had all been a mass hallucination brought on by the strange phenomena of the Kassar Basin. That's what happened. But Ludger, who had witnessed the event up close, gave a definitive answer. And with that, the people present had no choice but to accept it as reality. Once the meeting dispersed, Ludger left the command tent as well. The battle was over. Now he just needed to calm his spinning thoughts and rest. If there was one bit of good fortune amidst the chaos, it was that his rented tent had remained intact. At least he wouldn't have to go searching for a new place to unpack. But just as he was heading toward it, someone quietly followed behind him. Queen Yekaterina. When he turned to see who it was, he found Yekaterina walking alone without her guards. Why had she come? But before he could dwell on the question, she bowed her head toward him with proper etiquette. Thank you for your help. Thanks to you, we survived. Please raise your head. It won't look good if someone sees. I don't mind. This is the least I can do for someone who saved us. I didn't do anything worthy of such thanks. Even just fighting with all your strength is something to be grateful for. This girl really was unshakable when it came to things like this. Wait, did she really come all this way just to express her gratitude? Just as Ludger thought that, Yekaterina suddenly asked a question like a surprise attack. By the way, Mr. Machiavelli, are you hiding your identity and working as a teacher? 408 chapter A New Deal 1. At the question asked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Ludger momentarily lost his words. How the hell? Normally, he would have flatly denied it without hesitation. He would have asked if she hadn't simply misunderstood something. But Ludger couldn't make such excuses in front of Yekaterina. Just look at those innocent eyes asking as if she truly didn't know. She was already certain of his identity. Ludger knew Yekaterina well. She wasn't someone who would ask so directly unless she was absolutely sure. Because they knew each other that well, he couldn't hide it any longer in a situation like this. Whether Ludger's reaction served as a sufficient answer or not, Yekaterina's eyes lit up. I knew it. I knew you were the person I knew. You idiot, lower your voice. With that, Ludger deployed a sound-blocking barrier around them. Just to be safe, he checked to see if anyone was watching, but thankfully, he didn't sense anyone nearby. He let out a silent sigh of relief, but irritation surged up inside him. Ludger's hand landed firmly on the top of Yekaterina's head. Ha! Yekaterina blinked blankly at the sight. Ha! This feels oddly familiar. And then the pressure applied to her skull made her scream. Ah, my head, that hurts. It hurts. I told you, didn't I? So many times. Please, just try to act with some tact. Ludger's voice, spoken with pauses at every word, carried a distinct undercurrent of anger. He had given her so much advice during the Civil War, but this rascal clearly hadn't remembered a word of it. I was just so happy to see you again, that's all. Ludger clicked his tongue and let go of her head. Yekaterina teared up, gently rubbing her head from the lingering pain in her skull. What tyranny! If my hair gets damaged, I'm suing you. I hope you go bald. You have no shame. Do you know how much effort it takes to maintain this hair? You don't maintain it. That's true. I was just saying that. Honestly, I don't understand why everyone's so obsessed with appearances. People call that the privilege of those who already have it. Yekaterina narrowed her eyes. You say that like it doesn't apply to you. What are you getting at? Well, I guess that's just like you. Even this throbbing pain in my head is so familiar. Since you're used to it, maybe it's time you reflect on your behavior. It's just my nature. You've gotten even more shameless since we last met. Ludger chuckled. Yekaterina did the same. And so is this your real self, or a fake? Yekaterina asked that as she reached out and gently pinched Ludger's cheek. When Ludger pinched her back even harder, she surrendered immediately. Ow, ow, I give up, I surrender, still as unruly as ever. Ah, my cheek's tingling. So are you going to answer my question or not? What question? How is it that you, who were supposed to be dead, are alive and on top of that, working as a teacher at Theon? You're even super famous now. Did you come back to life or something? Seeing how I am alive like this, wouldn't it make more sense to assume I never died in the first place? What resurrection? At Ludger's incredulous tone, Yekaterina let out a soft, ah, as if it had never even occurred to her. So you were completely convinced I was dead and still figured out who I was right away. Should I call that clever or just dumb? Well, as long as the result's good, right? When Ludger gave her a long look, Yekaterina hurriedly covered her head with both hands and took a step back. Her face clearly showed that she feared another smack was coming. Ludger looked at her with a mix of disbelief and resignation. Don't be scared for nothing. I don't do that anymore. You've mellowed out quite a bit while I wasn't looking. I haven't changed. What? What do you mean you haven't changed? You're a way less violent than before. So does that mean you don't hit the kids at Sion? Do I look insane to you? Corporal punishment at Sion? At Ludger's negative response, Yekaterina asked again in disbelief. You don't. You were so ruthless with me. That was during wartime. When lives are on the line, there's no time for gentle coaxing. So you're saying you're kind to the students now. No hitting. I prefer to guide them with words. My God. Yekaterina was genuinely shocked by that. Of course, that was just Ludger's personal perspective. From the student's point of view, being gently guided wasn't much different from corporal punishment. In fact, in some ways, the mental pressure was worse. So why did you fake your death and run off? You could have at least said goodbye before leaving. The moment the Civil War ended, the job was over. A mercenary with no assignment sticking around, what would be the point? You're not an ordinary mercenary. You were the key figure in winning the war, a hero who single-handedly defeated the infamous Blizzard Thunder Battalion. Hero, my ass. I was just a mercenary who took a job for money. And if I'd stayed, I'd be stuck being treated like that hero forever, with no choice but to rot in the Utah Kingdom. Was that what you didn't want? That kind of life wasn't for me. At Ludger's firm tone, Yekaterina looked visibly hurt. If that's how you felt, you could have just told me. Or did you not trust me? It wasn't that I didn't trust you. You would have listened to what I had to say. Then, but would everyone else have? That shut Yekaterina up. Machiavelli's death had been a major loss within the Utah Kingdom. It was widely viewed as a national tragedy, losing such a hero after the war. If it had been revealed he was still alive, would the kingdom have let him go? Even if the queen agreed, her ministers would have done everything to keep him. Even if Yekaterina had tried to persuade them, it would have taken a long time. And during that time, Ludger would have only been pulled further away from his goals. Ludger didn't want that. That's why he faked his death and escaped as cleanly as possible. He knew it would disappoint those left behind once the truth came out, but at the time, it had been the best option. Still, I guess I'm lucky she didn't get as angry as I feared. Maybe it was just Yekaterina being unusually easygoing. Her joy at seeing him again clearly outweighed any feelings of betrayal or anger. Even thinking that felt a little rude. Her reaction was like a stray dog joyfully reuniting with its long-lost owner. In any case, I'd appreciate it if you kept this secret from others. I've explained enough about why I had to hide my identity and disappear. So now, how did you end up as a teacher at Theon? Was that your real identity all along? There are complicated reasons for that. Yes, complicated was putting it mildly. He couldn't exactly say he boarded the train to escape and got caught up in a terrorist attack. How Yekaterina interpreted his vague answer, Ludger couldn't tell, but she let out a little gasp and nodded. I knew it. It must be one of those secret missions you're not allowed to talk about, right? What? You don't have to lie to me. From your mercenary days, you've clearly been part of some kind of covert special forces unit, right? Am I right? Well, it was true that he hid his identity, but it wasn't exactly a secret mission. If anything, it was more like something that would have landed him in prison if discovered. But Yekaterina didn't even entertain the possibility that Ludger had done anything criminal. After all, he had fought alongside her during the war and was now a teacher nurturing young students at Theon. He even put his life on the line during the Kassar Basin expedition. From her perspective, the misunderstanding wasn't all that strange. Seems like she's got some weird misconception. Ludger realized she was seeing him as some righteous agent of justice, but didn't feel the need to correct her. If she wanted to jump to that conclusion on her own, it saved him the trouble of explaining. Besides, it's not entirely wrong to say I used to be part of a secret task force. If he thought back to his time working with First Princess Aileen, it wasn't even a lie. With that, Ludger washed away any lingering guilt about deceiving her. Not that there was much guilt to begin with. Still, it looks like you're doing well. Yes, there are still wounds from the Civil War, but we're recovering quickly. Did you know? I've heard bits and pieces. Seems like things are stabilizing now. We've reached a point where I can step away from the palace now and then. The internal reorganization is done. Now it's time to branch out through diplomacy, so that's why you attended Mystic Night. It's a gathering of mages, isn't it? No harm in making connections. Indeed, magic-related industries were a core sector in every nation. Naturally, each country was desperate to build strong ties with such magic organizations. The old Mage Tower, the new Mage Tower, the School Alliance, and so on. The Utah Kingdom had such relationships as well. The problem was that the one managing those relationships had been Prince Alexei. After the war, the prince's entire faction was purged, and the pipelines were severed. That loss had been particularly painful for Yekaterina. Besides, as you know, the Utah Kingdom has a harsh environment. It's almost impossible to survive without the aid of magic. But the Yuta kingdom is also rich in natural resources, a lot of which interest mages. If the southern Fatima dynasty was known for its mana-rich liquid magic stones, then the northern Yuta kingdom was famous for having abundant natural resources overall. Of course, being able to mine them was another matter entirely. A post-war labor shortage and the land's naturally harsh conditions were the issue. All those deposits were essentially pie in the sky. The most important thing is having core mining techniques. And to do that, you obviously need magic. In a place where even steam engines freeze, regular industrial equipment is useless. That makes sense. There was a good reason the head of a nation would attend Mystic Night in person instead of sending a subordinate. That was how desperate Yekaterina was. Outwardly, the Yuta kingdom might appear stable, but its future was still uncertain. I tried my best to build good relations with other groups, but after this, the old Mage Tower is out of the picture. I'd say that's for the better. The ministers wouldn't agree. To them, the new Mage Tower is just a splinter group of the old, and the school alliance is just a bunch of scattered circles. The old Mage Tower is still the most respected. Because of its roots, the ministers are all old men. When they think of mages, they only remember the glory days of the old Mage Tower. That was precisely why the old Mage Tower still held sway despite its outdated ways. Even a toothless lion can still roar. Even if it couldn't keep up with the changing times, its past glory gave it enough presence. Of course, if it failed to adapt, it would eventually become obsolete. But for now, public perception of the old Mage Tower wasn't all that bad, especially among the older generation, who still firmly believed it was the pinnacle of magic. And now, with things turning sour with the old Mage Tower, Yekaterina couldn't help but feel uneasy despite some relief. What should I do? Why are you asking me about national policy? You could at least give me some advice. You're a teacher at Sion, aren't you? This girl clearly didn't know the difference between a teacher and a counselor. Then again, it also meant she was desperate and trusted Ludger. Still, thanks to your efforts during NVLGHT this incident, it seems like you've built a pretty solid relationship with the new Mage Tower and the School Alliance, right? Or am I wrong? You're right. I've developed enough of a friendship with them, but still you feel it's not enough. No one praises someone just for doing what they're supposed to. Ludger pierced straight through Yekaterina's worries, and as surprised as she was, she also found it familiar. He really hasn't changed. He always acted like he could see straight into her heart. Sure, part of it was that she was easy to read, but his insight was exceptional, and Ludger always offered the best possible answer. Whether or not she could accept it was her problem. But he'd never been wrong. There's still a way. Magic-related organizations aren't limited to those few. Are there more? Did you forget where I am currently working? Oh, Yekaterina's eyes widened. 409 chapter A New Deal, 2. The place where Ludger currently worked, Sion Magic Academy. Come to think of it, there's Sion. Sion was generally recognized as a school for educating mages, but that wasn't all it was. It regularly produced exceptional talents, and the theses and theories related to magic that emerged from it were on par with those of any mage tower. It was the place most mages who would go on to become key figures of their nations burst through first. The prestige of Sion was not to be underestimated. That's why countless companies poured funding into Sion every year, supporting it, collaborating with it, and receiving various benefits in return. For a nation like the Yuta Kingdom, they might even welcome such a proposal. If a direct contract was made with a country rich in natural resources, the capital needed to acquire magical materials and reagents for research would decrease significantly. Of course, to achieve that, Sion would also need to invest in helping the Yuta kingdom extract those resources. It wouldn't yield immediate profit, but in the long term, it was a sound deal. Of course, the one who makes that judgment will be the headmaster, so don't take this as a guarantee. I know that much. Still, thank you so much. Overwhelmed with joy, Yekaterina made to throw her arms around Ludger. Startled, Ludger shoved her away by the head with his hand. Didn't I tell you to maintain your dignity? I've told you over and over to fix that habit. Pushed back, Yekaterina pouted. I don't do this to just anyone, you know. I recall saying you shouldn't behave like that with anyone. That's just how I feel. I'm a queen now, after all. Anyone hearing that would think you became queen just to act however you please. Anyway, thanks for the advice. You'll have to pay a visit to Sion soon. Please watch your mouth and don't cause trouble while you're there." At Ludger's worried tone, Yekaterina narrowed her eyes. "I do know how to behave in public now, you know. Right." Thinking back to how she acted at the Landriver Hotel front desk, maybe he was worrying too much. Ludger nodded in acknowledgement. "We're both at a point where we're extremely busy cleaning up after everything. We probably don't have the luxury to chat for long." "That's true. You and I were no longer in the same place we once were." Yekaterina felt a twinge of regret at that fact, so much so that she even found herself missing the days when they were fleeing together during the Civil War. Back then, she had faced danger constantly, but it hadn't been as suffocating as now. Why was that? Perhaps being queen now felt even more constricting. Wearing clothes that didn't fit and hiding behind a mascot was exhausting. Maybe that was why. Someone who shared the past with her, who treated her the same regardless of her status, being around someone like that made her feel comfortable. Of course, she couldn't help but feel a little wistful. If I do visit Sion, Yao'll treat me like a proper guest, right? Like a child asking their parents for a toy, Yekaterina looked up at Ludger with hopeful, nervous eyes. Ludger let out a small chuckle and nodded. "Sure. I'll at least show you around." Her face immediately lit up. "Oh ho ho, I heard that loud and clear. That's a promise, you know." "Yeah." He figured if he said they hadn't actually made a promise, she might actually cry, so he let it go. Yekaterina left, saying she was going to tend to the wounded. Ludger watched her scamper off before turning toward the tents. He didn't forget to release the sound-blocking barrier he'd cast around them earlier. As he turned the corner of one of the half-burned tents, he ran into someone. Loina. That Loina looked flustered, unsure how to react upon seeing Ludger. His eyes narrowed. That reaction must have seen him meeting with Yekaterina. "What's your relationship with Princess Yekaterina?" Judging by her direct question, it was clear she had indeed been spying. And in true Loina fashion, she didn't bother hiding it. "I was just thanking her for her help with this incident." Ludger gave a vague answer, couldn't reveal his real identity. Since he'd decast a sound-blocking barrier, Lorna had no idea what they'd actually talked about. All he could do now was deny it. While hugging each other like that. That was Ludger winced, remembering how Yekaterina had failed to maintain any sense of decorum just moments ago. Even if Lorna hadn't heard the conversation, just seeing Yekaterina's behavior left plenty of room for misunderstanding. He racked his brain for an excusation that wouldn't damage Yekaterina's reputation as queen, but nothing appropriate came to mind. Just then, Lorna reached out and patted Ludger on the shoulder. Ludger gave her a confused look, wondering what that gesture was supposed to mean. Lorna, looking as if she understood everything, nodded in understanding. "Good luck. I support you as a friend." She gave him a big thumbs up. Ludger didn't realize what she meant at first, but then it hit him. She had completely misunderstood. His expression darkened instantly, and Lorne, sensing danger with uncanny precision, bolted on the spot. That little Ludger clenched his jaw NVLIGHT slightly, but couldn't bring himself to say anything more. After all, he was the one who had given away her name. He couldn't help but wonder if, once she found out the truth, she'd come charging after him. When that time came, he'd probably have to run just like now. Back in his tent, Ludger slumped onto the sofa. He was usually someone who rarely felt tired, but today he desperately wanted to close his eyes and rest. But I can't do that yet. This was a rare moment of personal time. His body and mind were both completely drained, but Ludger hadn't forgotten what he needed to do. He reached into the shadows and pulled out a book. It had no title, just pages written in ancient script. This was one of the items Ludger had been searching for all along. A book containing knowledge of non-attributed mana. If this is what I think it is, he opened the book and began reading through its contents. With Arthur nowhere around, the tent was quietly the soft sound of pages turning echoed faintly in the air. How much time had passed? With a soft thud, Ludger closed the book after turning the last page. He set it down on a nearby shelf and stood up from the sofa, heading to his bed to lie down. As fatigue overtook him, his mind chewed over the contents of the book. For its length, there was barely any usable information. Most of it resembled the book left behind by Rhine's mother, also about non-attributed mana. Still, that didn't mean it was without value. Non-attributed mana, not just lacking an element but an unsolved curse that gradually devours the user's life. That was the true nature of non-attributed mana. Even without proper training, it grew stronger over time. However, its users didn't know how to handle the growing mana within them. Whether suppressed or exhausted completely, the residual unknown force within continued to eat away at their body. From the moment they became aware of their mana, a countdown began. If they could at least die painlessly, it would be a mercy. But non-attributed mana users never met such an end. Their bodies collapsed from the inside, and they were forced to endure excruciating pain. So much so that even the most mentally resilient individuals eventually ended their own lives. Why? Why did such mana even exist? And why did people have to die because of it? The reason behind that mystery was written in this book, albeit abstractly. All of this is the result of a curse bestowed by the god. A curse bestowed by the god. Most people would have dismissed that as the typical ancient tendency to shift blame, not even worth a second thought, but Ludger was different. A curse, ha! Honestly, there was no more accurate word for it. If that's what it was, then the next question was, why had it become a curse? In an age long forgotten, the magic of the Chosen was far more diverse and abundant than it is now. Though their lineage has long been severed, and even memories are faint, we believe the source of this nihilistic curse lies there. Even the ancients referred to it as an age long forgotten. Then how ancient must it have been? Still, from that statement, Ludger managed to draw a certain clue. Before the current magic system built on the 10 elements, there must have been many other unknown magical attributessums, never fully revealed. Modern mages would find that hard to believe. Their way of thinking was confined to modern knowledge boxed in by convention. But there were mages in this world who used unknown forms of mana. In fact, Ludger knew one himself. So, the lineage of knowledge about non-attributed mana was entirely severed by this so-called divine curse. That was the only logical conclusion Ludger could reach. The book itself didn't elaborate on that part. A god, huh? Most people would feel hopeless here. They'd ask, who is this god the ancients were referring to? Perhaps it was just a metaphor for fate, or a word they used to describe something incomprehensible and overwhelming, beyond human defiance. But Ludger, who had deep knowledge of ancient languages, knew that this wasn't some vague symbolic term. The god mentioned here was a literal deity, and in this world there was only one being referred to that way, the radiant god Lumines, the god worshipped by the Lumines church. It was Clerthy knew something. Them again. He was sick of it and yet not surprised. If anything, it only made things easier, because now everything pointed to a single direction. But more important than uncovering the truth was finding a way to resolve the side effects of non-attributed mana. In the end, non-attributed mana is still mana. If the user could truly understand what attribute it belonged to and how to control it, then it wouldn't be a curse. But without any knowledge, doing so is reckless. And yet, nowhere in this book was there a single account of someone successfully mastering it, which made sense. If a solution had existed, people wouldn't have kept dying from non-attributed mana. Still, there was at least mention of a way to suppress it. That alone was worth more than gold. But the author of the text clearly disliked the method. In fact, they treated it as taboo. Naturally, because postponing a divine curse didn't rely on a priest's blessing nor on a mage's knowledge of mana. It's through a black magic curse. Lying in bed, Ludger's eyes sank as he stared at the ceiling. Morning came. Although the Cassar basin had regained its supernatural stillness, and thus the passage of time couldn't be felt naturally, the clock remained honest. Ludger stretched his stiff body. Today, the gate out of the Cassar basin would open. In other words, it was time to leave. Velkat was dead, and the basin's collapse had been prevented. On top of that, he desecured items akin to elixirs and gathered all the information he needed. It had been a painful ordeal, but the rewards far outweighed it. Leader, I've packed everything. Good, understood. Arthur picked up the luggage bags. The two of them stepped out of the tent. All around, people were moving about, busy preparing for departure. When they saw Ludger, many gave him a brief, respectful nod. There was no one here unaware of Ludger's contributions during the incident. Granted, he had dumped most of the credit onto Loina, but even with that taken into account, his role had been enormous. Naturally, people treated him with goodwill and tried to get close to him, except for those from the old mage tower. Ludger returned the greetings with light nods. The path out of the basin turned into a long procession. Even if they'd survived, those who had gone through such a hellish experience had no desire to remain any longer. They moved quickly, heading for the massive gap in the fog curtain that had now opened. Of course, leaving didn't mean everything was over. There were still matters to address, what had happened inside and how to handle the deceased. Those issues would continue outside. Others will handle it just fine. Naturally, that wasn't Ludger's responsibility. He'd report to Duke Hybach and the headmaster, but he had no reason to get involved in the aftermath. With that mindset, Ludger walked alongside Arf until he abruptly came to a halt. Arthur, about to ask why, spotted it too. A child. A child, indeed. They were far enough from the exit that no one else noticed, but Ludger and Arthur, with their keen perception, saw clearly. A young boy with grey hair stood still, quietly staring beyond the mist curtain, as if waiting for someone. Who do you think he's waiting for? A friend. A friend. But the spirits here are supposed to remain inside, aren't they? Then how could anyone wait outside? They'll wait anyway. Why? Because that's what friends do. With those words, Ludger turned away from the child and resumed walking. 410 Chapter Report 1. Despite arriving early, the area outside the fog barrier was already teeming with people. There were some, like Ludger, who were trying to return early, but most of the crowd had gathered after hearing the news. Naturally, the gathered crowd had arrived in hired carriages, and the coachmen, knowing this was the final day, were waiting to pick up as many passengers as possible. All around, people were joyfully reuniting. Samuel, mother. Ludger heard a familiar name just as a mother and son ran into each other's arms, weeping. So he survived to the end after all. Ludger observed them for a moment, then let out a faint chuckle and boarded the carriage he had arranged in advance. It was obvious that lingering here any longer would only entangle him in unnecessary trouble. The reporters swarming the area were proof enough. Arthur boarded after loading their belongings and took the seat across from Ludger. Just as Ludger was about to close the carriage door, he spotted someone running toward them from a distance. Ludger, calling out in a desperate and slightly furious voice. The woman charging toward him was none other than Loina Pavlini. Uncharacteristically for her, she didn't care at all about the attention she was drawing as she ran with all her might toward Ludger. "Oh, that's Miss Loina, driver. I'd appreciate it if you started moving quickly." Ignoring Arthur's comment, Ludger urged the coachman forward. The coachman, a man who worked for what he was paid, gave a cool nod and took hold of the reins. Higher, a phantom horse formed of magic manifested in front of the carriage, pulling it away at high speed. "Ludger, wait." Lorna gave chase, but her body, which was actually weaker than that of an average person unless reinforced by magic, had no chance of catching up. In the end, she could only watch the carriage shrink into the distance like a dog chasing a chicken. "I'm filing a complaint with Theon later." Her hollow shout just barely reached the carriage. That was close. Checking the view behind him, Ludger relaxed once he saw that Loina had stopped chasing them. Judging from the fact that she didn't resort to magic, she wasn't angry to the point of losing her mind. As he secretly let out a sigh of relief, Ludger met eyes with Arthur, who had been silently staring at him. "Let me be clear. I didn't do anything particularly wrong." "What do you mean, particularly wrong?" "I mean I did it with good intentions." But from her perspective, it probably didn't feel that way. During the tactical meeting to defend the ley line, Lorna had been absent and Ludger had spoken up in her stead. However, in trying to share too much information, he had drawn unwanted suspicion, and as a last resort, he used Loina's name to justify himself. As a sixth circle mage with impeccable theoretical knowledge, Loina held considerable weight among mages, and the moment Ludger said she had explained everything to him, every homages, and even the stubborn old mage Towerhead nodded and stepped back in agreement. Naturally, Lorna had no idea any of this had happened. She had been immediately dispatched to defend the Leyland, leaving her with no time to hear about it afterward. So the reason we left so early this morning. She would come looking for me once she found out. I figured she would, so I made sure to leave first thing. Ludger had been right. Had he left even 10 minutes later, he would have been cornered by Loina and subjected to hours of nagging over why he did what he did. Arthur felt a strange mix of understanding and disapproval. She could understand Ludger's reasoning, but still felt like he had dumped all the hassle on Loina a bit unfairly. Then again, Ludger had also given her credit for everything. In a way, it was both the carrot and the stick. Of course, from Loina's point of view, she didn't need the carrot and only felt the sting of the stick. Double the sting, in fact. Arthur shook her head. thinking once again that she still didn't understand the complexities of human relationships. Ludger and Arthur arrived at the train station and quickly secured seats on the fastest departing train. This city would surely be thrown into chaos in the coming days because of what had happened at the Cassar Basin. Having completed all his tasks, there was no reason for Ludger to linger. The sooner they returned, the better. If he waited too long, the rumors about a Sion instructor riding a spirit beast would surely spread like wildfire. Thankfully, there were still seats available in the first-class carriage, and since everything was being funded by Duke Kadatushin's family, Ludger confidently bought 2 first-class tickets and took his seat, only to find an unexpected person waiting for them. Well then, how was the adventure, Professor? Hybach Kadatushin. He welcomed Ludger and Arthur as if he had been waiting for them. You knew I'd be here. I figured someone like you would take the earliest train out. And of course, first class, the most expensive seat. It's not the most expensive, it's free. Hybach chuckled as if he found that amusing. So, should you really be here, Duke? Isn't it a bit improper for a man of your status to be traveling alone without attendants? It's fine. Most of my authority's already been handed over to the heir. I'm just the head in name only these days. Though he said it was just nominal, if you asked anyone who led the Kadatushin family, they would still say it was Hybach. And besides, I have an excuse. Since Imperial-affiliated mages were in danger due to what happened at the Cassar Basin, I reported that I was going to personally assess the situation. You're heading back right away, though. The incident's over, isn't it? No reason to stay. And if I wanted to go into the basin myself, it'd have to wait until next year anyway. So all I need is the gist of it, and who better to get that from than you during a boring train ride. Hybach grinned mischievously. No matter how many times Ludger saw him, that playful smile always seemed so out of place for his age. Ludger took a seat on a nearby sofa. He'd been planning to meet Hybach at some point to report the events anyway. If the man was willing to come on his own to listen, that saved him the trouble of setting up a meeting. So, what exactly happened in there? I may not look it, but I'm quite curious. It'll take a while to explain. Good work. When they arrived at Rederbulk station, Ludger exchanged farewells with Duke Hybach. Thanks to you, I have plenty to report to my superiors. Aren't you the highest superior in this case? Hey now. Appearances matter, don't they? The truth was, Hybach probably didn't care about reporting anything. He was likely satisfied just knowing the incident ended without major casualties. Anything else he wanted to know, he could ask Sempers. And yet he had chosen to approach Ludger and speak with him like this clearly for another reason. It wasn't suspicion. Rather, it was to show his appreciation and strengthen his bond with Ludger. From Ludger's perspective, having one of the Empire's 3 Grand Dukes in his corner wasn't a bad thing, especially since it wasn't a relationship built on chains or leverage, but on mutual benefit. I'll be heading back to Sion now. I have to report to the headmaster. Let's talk about compensation another time. Compensation? Hybach feigned ignorance, as if he hadn't heard correctly. I deserve some reward for what happened, don't you think? Ah, come on. Wasn't the information I gave you beforehand reward enough? And yet you still made sure to prepare multiple safety measures, just in case. Ludger subtly alluded to Sempers, and Hybach fell silent. Now that his fallback plans had been exposed, there was no room to argue. It was proof he hadn't fully trusted Ludger. No need to worry. I'll only ask for something reasonable. That's a relief. Wait, did you say you're going to take something? Looks like the train's about to depart. I'll be off now. Ludger gave a courteous farewell. Arthur, holding their luggage, waved cheerfully. Bye-bye, Grandpa. Oh, yes, take care now. Come to think of it, he'd never figured out who that child really was. Even with all his resources, he still hadn't discovered where Arthur came from or what she had done. The same, of course, applied to Ludger. He was only being left alone because he wasn't currently an enemy of the Empire. But someday he'd need to find out just in case. Damn, got played again. Hybach slumped into the first-class seat. Outside the window, the station slowly began to slide past. With a loud puff of white steam, the train began to move along the tracks. As he watched it leave, Ludger spoke to Arthur. Let's unpack at the lodging. Good work. No, you're the one who worked hard, leader. I didn't really do much. Sempers would strongly disagreed with that statement. After all, she had saved his life. Arthur giggled and looked up at him. What is it? Nothing, nothing. It just feels strange. spending so much time outside with just you, going through all those rare experiences. It was all so new. Well, true enough. Ludger nodded. He had brought her just in case, but the incident had spiraled far beyond what he expected. They'd made it through safely, but in hindsight, there had been far too many dangerous moments. We went through a lot, met many people, had some unexpected farewells, saw things I've never seen before. For Arthur, it was a completely new experience. Though her body was made of cold metal, it was the kind of experience that filled her soul with warmth. Whether it made her laugh or cry, that didn't matter. I want to keep having experiences like this. Ludger blinked in surprise, then quickly composed his expression. Don't worry, Yow'll have plenty of chances. You think so? Yeah, anyway, it's getting late. I'll be heading back to Theon. You should get some rest. Arthur, as an automaton, had no need for rest. She didn't sleep or eat, yet she still acted like a human sleeping, eating, and living. So when Ludger told her to rest, she was genuinely grateful, because it wasn't said out of formality, and Ovelight truly believed she was tired. Yes, with a light step, Arthur departed the station. Ludger, too, boarded a carriage headed for Theon. As time passed and the majestic front gates of Theon came into view, only then did he finally relax. I thought I'd rested enough, but I am still exhausted. Too much had happened for mere rest to recover everything. Still, even this exhaustion is proof that I am alive. Even his worn-out body proved his existence. And for that, Ludger was grateful. Grateful and resolved to prepare even more for what was to come, he walked through the campus grounds. Some students recognized him and offered greetings. He responded politely, and they giggled with joy. Such a pleasant time. Even though Ludger had been through hell just days ago, the students had likely been busy with homework and upcoming exams all the while. Still, he didn't feel bitter about it, just that's how things were. Eventually, he arrived at the headmaster's office. Knock, knock. This is Ludger Cherish. I've just returned from Mystic Night. Come in. The reply came immediately, as if Shed been waiting for him. Ludger stepped inside. The headmaster had already prepared tea, clearly expecting him. The rising steam hinted at perfect timing. The Duke, and now the headmaster. Why is everyone so obsessed with tracking my every move? Suppressing a small internal sigh, Ludger sat across from her. I heard the Mystic Night was a complete mess. 411 Chapter Report 2. It wasn't just a mess. It was a disaster. Really. But it seems Professor Ludger handled things well enough. The headmaster spoke leisurely, as though Shed already been briefed. Considering Alyssa's information network, Shed likely grasped most of what happened. Still, Ludger, as usual, gave the expected modest response. I didn't do much. Others helped me, and we resolved it safely. Others? Who exactly? This time, Alyssa didn't bother telling Ludger to stop being humble. Instead, she playfully asked who had helped him so much. Magician Lorna Pavlini. Oh, Lorna. Unexpected, perhaps, but fitting. Lorna Pavlini. If a sixth circle mage like her had intervened, it made perfect sense Ludger would have accepted her help. But with her personality, I doubt she took initiative, Alyssa commented sharply. Lorna Pavlini was a brilliant magician, but lacking in nearly every other area. To such a degree that one might think, so that's what it takes to barely earn the youngest sixth circle title. There were other magicians involved, starting with Derek Olsen and even Sempers. Aha, only heavyweights, I see. But I doubt the troublemakers were average either. No, but we managed to wrap things up. Of course, there were damages, but considering the scale of what happened, it's nothing short of a miracle. In truth, it was a miracle. After all, an elemental lord of Earth never before observed had appeared. Naturally, Headmaster Alyssa had already received word of this, ahead of most. The elemental lord of Earth, are we on the verge of the apocalypse or something? I believe it was that very lord who prevented the apocalypse. That's exactly why it's so astonishing. For such a transcendent being of nature to appear like that this year's Mystic NVLIGHT night isn't going to be cancelled. It'll attract more magicians than ever. They say the ground hardens after the rain. An unprecedented disaster had nearly destroyed the Kasser Basin, but then the elemental lord of Earth appeared and stabilized the ley lines. A modern-day miracle had descended upon a situation on the brink of catastrophe. It would be stranger if magicians weren't losing their minds over it. And yet, Professor Ludger, you don't seem all that moved by it, because knowing such a being exists, or having seen it, changes nothing. That's the thing about elemental lords. It wouldn't be strange if they suddenly appeared from nowhere, nor would it be possible to track them once they vanished. Even the way they move gliding through the earth, like swimming, wells completely defied physics. Even fish make a splash when they leap from the water. Elemental lords don't even do that. They glide silently, like sinking into a swamp, leaving behind not even a trace. How could one possibly track such a being? If one were to guess, maybe it dwelled somewhere in the earth's crust, not quite the mantle, but still, but then again, crust is such a broad term that it might as well be meaningless. The entire land could be considered the elemental lord's field. It wouldn't be strange if it turned out the creature had a nest under Reborn itself. From Ludger's point of view, the people trying to track such a being looked absurd. So you view research on the elemental lord with skepticism. Of course. Isn't it strange to entertain false hopes just because a previously unobserved being happened to show itself once? But magicians thrive on such delusions. I won't deny that. Bet the towns around the Casso Basin are already plastering their flyers. First appearance of the Earth Elemental Lord, the legendary Casso Basin. Catchy, right? If the Elemental Lord were more socially inclined, it'd be filing a lawsuit. Haha, that's a good one. Alyssa laughed, thinking Ludger was making a rare joke, but Ludger was serious. People had no idea just how intelligent the Elemental Lord truly was. It may be a force of nature, but that didn't mean it lacked will. Quite the opposite. Its intellect far exceeded that of humans. The moment Ludger locked eyes with it, he could feel it. The Elemental Lord of Earth was fundamentally finite in nature, steadfast, like a massive stone monolith. It had even shown pity toward Velkat, who'd done all that damage. That said it all. And such a being, if it were to grow angry, was unimaginably dangerous. Elemental lords could cause natural disasters at will, and Earth-related ones meant earthquakes. If it simply caused earthquakes from underground without surfacing, the only city that might survive on the continent would be Isla Machina, the capital of the Mage Tower. Of course, the chances of it appearing again after this incident are close to zero, but one could never be sure of the future. Let's change topics, shall we? Did you know? The Duke of Cadatushan recently increased their sponsorship to Theon. Is that so? Thanks to that, we can provide an even higher quality of education to our students. Isn't that wonderful? Her words were polite, but the subtext was obvious. The mention of Cadatushan was no accident. She was probing into what kind of deal Ludger had made with Duke Habak. No, it wasn't even a probe. It was confirmation. The timing of Ludger's departure to Mystic Knight and the spike in Cadatushan's sponsorship was far too convenient to ignore. Duke Habak hadn't even bothered to hide it. He practically declared, "Look at how much I am donating to Sion." Well, we used to just hold hands, unsure when the other might betray us. I suppose it's good we've become solid allies now. But don't you think a little advance notice would have been nice? Alyssa's tone sharpened slightly. It wasn't an interrogation, more like a mild complaint. From her position as headmaster, even if it was a positive development, being left out of the loop didn't sit well, especially considering the scale. Even surprise gifts can be overwhelming when too large. Upon reflection, Ludger realized he'd gone too far and offered an honest apology. "I'll be more careful in the future. I'm not reprimanding you for this. Just next time, a little heads up would be appreciated." Alyssa said it with a smile, but fatigue was plainly visible on her face. Shed clearly had a rough time lately with all the recent chaos. Ludger nodded. "If something like this happens again, I'll let you know in advance." "Thank you. In that case, may I share one such thing with you now?" "Now?" Alyssa blinked in surprise. Shed just asked for advance notice, and now this. She composed herself. "All right. Let's hear it. What is it?" It probably won't be anything as big as a Duke-level alliance, she thought. That was Alyssa's guess and assumption. Seeing her reaction, Ludger paused, uncertain how to respond. That hesitation gave Alyssa a strange sense of unease. Why is he acting like this? So unlike him. Eventually, Ludger steadied himself and spoke. "The Kingdom of Utah has requested a resource extraction collaboration with Sion." "Excuse me, who exactly made such a proposal?" Ludger took a breath. "The Queen of the Kingdom of Utah." Headmaster Alyssa said she had a lot to think about and dismissed Ludger. In the end, Ludger had no choice but to return to his lodging. Having completed his report, he figured he could rest for the day. Just as he was about to relax, a message came through. "Hands, it couldn't be just a casual check in note this late." Ludger activated the communicator. "What is it, sir? I think you need to come here, immediately." No explanation, just a summons, but Ludger didn't get annoyed or angry. If Hans, who rarely behaved like this, said so it must be important, Ludger rose from his seat. "I'll be there shortly." He threw on his coat and headed to the UNO hideout. When he arrived at the base adjacent to Royal Street, all the executives were gathered. Hans, Alex, Phantos, Sheridan, Bellaruna, Offa, even Violetta. Strange enough that they were all present normally, they acted independently unless called. But even stranger was the tension clearly visible on their faces. Ludger instantly sensed that someone very unusual had come. "You're here, sir." Hans stepped up to greet him. "So who is it that warranted dragging me here personally?" "Well, no, never mind. I'll just meet them myself." "Are they in the drawing room?" "Yes." Hans nodded. Ludger didn't hesitate. Whoever had come all the way to the hideout clearly knew who they were, and Ludger had a few guesses. And indeed, when he opened the door, he locked eyes with a man sipping steaming coffee. A handsome man with dazzling blonde hair looked up and smiled. "It's been a while, Professor Ludger. Sir Passius, a royal guard night operating in the Empire's shadows." Passius had come to the hideout in person. "If Passius is here," Ludger glanced sidelong at the figure sitting beside him. Her face was hidden by a deep hood, but her physique was unmistakably female. Ludger sat naturally across from them. "Is it proper for the imperial princess to leave her seat so freely?" At those words, the woman across from him pushed back her hood, and for a moment it felt as though the entire room lit up. Hans, who had been observing carefully, gasped and widened his eyes. "Princess Aileen, Your Highness." Realizing too late that he blurted out her name, Hans quickly added the honorific. He assumed the important guest was Passius, not whoever accompanied him. He had sensed someone dangerous but never expected the first imperial princess. Even the other executives, who normally didn't care about politics, were left wide-eyed. Bellaruna in particular was hilariously flustered. To think someone so humble would come to a place this esteemed idiot. "You've got it backwards." Hans panicked and clamped a hand over her mouth. Enough. With a single word from Ludger, the commotion stopped cold. Aileen watched the scene with amusement. "So these are your subordinates. I don't know about their skills, but their personalities are certainly colorful. I assume you didn't come all this way just to say that." Ludger found it suspicious that Aileen had come in person. In the past, when she had no real authority, it might have made sense. But now, she might well become the next ruler of the Exilian Empire. And yet she'd come here secretly with only one escort. Even if that escort was a master-level knight, it seemed far too careless. What happened with the elves in the capital? That's what I came to discuss about the Luminis Church. It didn't sit right with me to handle this over long-range communication. With that, Aileen folded her arms and gestured to Passius. His by now familiar attitude of dignified insolence drew only a shrug from the knight. "Based on the info we received in advance, we confirmed that the elves crossed the border secretly. Most stayed outside the capital, but a few slipped inside. The recent terror attack had left the capital's defenses lax. Just as order was being restored, the elves had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in, and elven Shadewarden pursuers were practically undetectable when they chose to hide. We managed to reclaim the house they had taken after they killed its innocent owners. Since then, they've been lying low outside the city, observing. A master-level knight had them in his sights. If they had any sense, they wouldn't make a move. That's when the Luminis Church acted. They acted. Yes, I don't know if it was planned or coincidence, but they made contact with the elves, a religious group that worshipped only humanity, and a group of elves from a bloodline that believed only elves were supreme. Two organizations more like fire and ice than oil and water, know face to face. 412, Chapter Fellowship of the Sword. 1. This story is far more intriguing than I expected. That was Ludger's assessment after hearing Passius' report. But along with the intrigue came unease. For a meeting between two groups that should never have crossed paths, things had been too quiet, and Ludger's foreboding hunch proved accurate. Surprisingly, there was no violent clash between the two groups. No clash. Ludger, who rarely showed surprise, reflexively repeated the words. It was the Luminis Church and the elves, of all people. Two groups fundamentally incapable of accepting each other's existence. Their very contact should have triggered an explosive reaction like volatile chemicals, igniting on touch it, There had been no such conflict. Both sides had considerable forces. A meaningless fight would only cost them both dearly, so they likely refrained out of caution. Sure, fighting would have been mutually harmful, but those kinds of people didn't hesitate to sacrifice their own just to damage the enemy. So there's something else going on. At Ludger's firm conclusion, Passius gave a slightly troubled nod. We suspect they made some sort of deal. We haven't been able to gather detailed intel, even with all our agents. It hadn't been a covert meeting in some building, but outside the capital making surveillance harder on their end. Ludger folded his arms, sinking into thought with a frustrated expression. The Lumines Church and the Elves. Both had come to the capital for the same reason. The roots of the dead world tree buried beneath the city. The church had detected traces of demonic power linked to the roots, while the elves had tracked it via the World Tree Network records. And now the two factions, despite baring their fangs at each other, had not fought but had come to some secret arrangement. The most likely explanation is that they shared information about the World Tree below. If their purposes aligned, then even archenemies could temporarily cooperate. They could be pooling what they'd learned or simply trading knowledge. Is the underground facility still well hidden? We're maintaining maximum vigilance at all times, but Passius trailed off slightly. He wasn't the on-site commander, it meant he couldn't give a clear answer. While we've tracked the movements of both groups, there's been no indication that either reached the core of the underground site. But that doesn't mean they didn't find something by other means. That was Princess Aileen speaking for the first time in a while. Until now, both sides had been desperately scouring the area for a way in. But ever since they met, they've gone suspiciously quiet. So quiet were the ones getting nervous just watching them. Don't they seem like they're waiting for something, more like they already found what they were looking for? Whether that's misdirection or not, I don't know. But my instincts tell Methy figured something out. Well, that's troublesome. It would have been bad enough if it were just one of them, but two. They hadn't yet posed a direct threat, but their mere presence hovering nearby was aggravating enough. And the worst part, there was no clear way to drive them out. At least the elves had illegally crossed the border grounds for punishment, but those bastards weren't fools. The moment they sensed pursuit, they'd vanish. Even if they were confronted, the elven kingdom would just plead ignorance. So you came here to share intel and work out a countermeasure. That's part of it. Honestly, having such vermin lurking around the capital is not something I can just overlook as someone poised to rule the empire. HMPH. Ludger could call it a pain, but Aileen was still one of his most dependable backers. Not only did she know his true identity, offered him considerable leeway in various ways. If in the future he were forced to change identities again, first Princess Aileen would be an invaluable ally. He received information. It was only fair to give something in return. There's one method I can suggest. Oh, what is it? Aileen's eyes gleamed as if she'd been waiting for this moment. For all her posturing, it was clear this whole situation had been gnawing at her too. It's difficult to deal with the Lumines Church, but I know how to handle the elves. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, an elf for an elf, an elf for an elf. Everyone in the room instinctively turned toward one side. Aha, me. Bella Runa, who hadn't quite caught on to the flow of conversation, pointed at herself with a dumb look. She knew this day would come, but Shed tried to deny it as long as possible. Aileen turned to Ludger, her gaze skeptical, as if asking, really? That one? So Ludger kindly explained, she's one of our senior members. Bella Runa Petanada. Codename Fitzgerald. As you may know, she's an elf and an expert in pharmacology and alchemy. And how does that relate to this situation? Her abilities go beyond that. She's one of the few elves who can access the World Tree Network. At that, Aileen's eyes widened. She knew only elves acknowledged by the World Tree could connect to it. Is she from a noble bloodline? No. Then how? That's just one of her abilities. Ludger's voice brimmed with confidence, and Aileen's gaze toward Bella Runa intensified. Bella Runa hiccuped involuntarily under the pressure. Ludger turned to her. Bella Runa, y'all need to go to the capital. It hadn't been that long since things went to hell in the capital, and now again. Worse, Shadewood and trackers were still there to kill her. It was practically a suicide mission. And yet Bella Runa didn't flat out refuse. More precisely, she couldn't. But that didn't mean she was going to nod along obediently either. Time to use the method Shed developed for politely rejecting assignments. That thing. Yes, me. Yes, you. Why? This was one of Bellaruna's recently perfected miracle three-step rebuttals. Innocent, childlike questions that left the other party speechless. Repeat the sequence often enough, and the other person would give up from exhaustion. But sometimes you meet someone entirely immune to such miracles. Because you're the one who hacked into the World Tree Network and drew the elves here. So you need to clean it up. That someone was Ludger. He had money, power, and seniority. If he said go, you went. End of story. But still don't worry. I'll assign a guard detail. But the Shadewardens think of it this way: I'll get to experiment with the World Tree as much as you like. Sure, it's dead, but imagine what you could discover. Bellaruna sucked in a breath. It was an irresistibly tempting offer, but she mustered every ounce of willpower to resist. It's a trap. That's bait. She still had plenty of unfinished work to do here, and I'll also hand over the plant and herb samples collected from Kassar Basin. Bellaruna's ears twitched. Even if it was just about anything else, the fact that the Kassar Basin opened only 3 days a year and that these samples came from an isolated, self-contained ecosystem struck Bellaruna's heart with pinpoint precision. Ludger looked at her with an expression of pity. Look at her eyes. Just moments ago, she seemed ready to risk death rather than go back to the capital. But now, the tables had completely turned. Ah, how much? Not that much, but I plan to ask for help from other mages and collect as much as I can. Bellaruna exhaled sharply through her nose and turned to Aileen. Let's go. Right now. Aileen stared at Ludger in stunned silence. After sending Bellaruna off to pack her things, Ludger moved on to wrap up the discussion. For now, we'll have Bellaruna enter the World Tree Network and confirm what happened. Once we understand the situation, we can plan our next moves. I see. Thanks to that, we now have a path forward. I didn't expect you'd have such a competent elf on hand. Well, yes, a competent elf. Technically speaking, it wasn't wrong, but that competence was only the tip of the iceberg when compared to the madness that was Bellaruna. Thankfully, Ludger was good at managing her. Otherwise, there would have already been several disasters by now. Come to think of it, she's not the only one that's hard to handle. Just look at Sheridan. If Bellaruna was a mad scientist in biotechnology, NVLG, continue reading. Sheridan was a mad scientist in mechanical engineering. A more polite term would be extreme explosion maniac. In hindsight, Ludger felt Sheridan's codename might have been better as Alfred Nobel or Julius Robert Oppenheimer. Considering what both were famous for inventing, the names would be a disturbingly good fit. So, is that all you came for? We've handled the immediate issue, but there's still something I'd like to verify. Because of what happened in the Kassar Basin, the sun had set, and the day was nearly over. Anyone with decent ears would have already been briefed on what had happened in the Kassar Basin. And yet she was asking directly, meaning she wasn't interested in the surface-level reports. She wants to know the truth that's buried deeper. Ludger chose to back out with a neutral answer. I believe Duke Kadatushin can explain it better. Are you brushing me off after I went out of my way to help you take down Ranfalz? And yet that helped you immensely, didn't it? Don't tell me you think I don't know where all those scattered subsidiaries ended up. But some people made an absolute killing from short selling. It's not like I was the only one who profited. And in the process, we removed a tumor feeding off the empire. We cut off the heads of traitors leaking precious data to foreign countries. What more success could you ask for? A sharp back and forth, with neither side giving an inch. In the end, it was Aileen who conceded first. Fine, I give up. I was just trying to sneak a piece of bread, but you came at me with fangs bared. If you want the last piece of bread, you better be prepared to offer something equal in value. Ludger replied as if it were no big deal, but all the while, he was carefully observing Aileen's reaction. Despite pretending otherwise, she was clearly sulking at not getting her way. Her expression practically screamed. I came all the way here myself. Can't you cut me some slack? No, not practically. That was exactly what she was thinking. Ludger allowed himself a small smile as he watched her. No matter how composed and mature she tried to act, those little flashes of emotion suited her surprisingly well. Still, since you came all the way here, you should rest before returning. HMPH. Why would I stay in a place that won't welcome me? If you had given us notice in advance, I would have prepared a much more luxurious welcome. A real shame. You really don't let me win even once. A faint crease formed on Aileen's elegant brow. That was her go-to expression when she was genuinely irritated. Passius, aware of this, discreetly motioned to Ludger behind her back. That's enough. Any more and it's dangerous. Any more teasing and things would get dicey. Ludger silently agreed and decided to offer a carrot instead of a stick. So, what are you so curious about? Didn't you say you wouldn't tell me? If Duke Cadatushan happened to forget to send in a report, I suppose it's up to me to fill in the blanks. Ha! Aileen let out a disbelieving chuckle, but she didn't say no. The truth wash was genuinely curious. Even if she was pouting, her eyes said she wanted to hear it all, like a stray cat acting aloof but dying to be pet. So, what is it you want to know? Everything. Well then. Ludger glanced at Passius, who shrugged and rose from his seat. Intent on giving the two some privacy, he casually stepped out of the room. Aileen didn't stop him. Hans also took the hint. Ludger wanted to have a private conversation with Aileen van Exilian. All right, all right. Let's wait outside, everyone. Hans shoved all the Owens executives out the door. Ludger and Aileen stepped out after finishing their conversation. Having satisfied both her curiosity and her craving for idle chatter, Aileen looked quite pleased. But the moment they entered the corridor, her eyes narrowed at the strange tension hanging in the air. Ludger noticed it too. This atmosphere, a strange tension, was thick in the hallway. Ludger turned his gaze toward the source. Phantos. He'd lost a significant amount of weight since their last meeting again. Now he was radiating killing intent, like a drawn arrow. That intent was aimed squarely at Passius, who awkwardly shook his head in refusal, just when I thought he'd calmed down lately. Phantos had been itching for a fight for a while now. Now, with a master-level knight appearing before him, there was no way he could just let it go. Aileen noticed the mood as well, and a smile curled at her lips. It was a smile that, in Ludger's opinion, spelled trouble. Aileen walked right up to Phantos and stood in front of him. Phantos, who had been zeroed in on Passius with folded arms, gave her a sidelong glance. It was a rather disrespectful gesture toward a princess, but Aileen let it slide. As far as she was concerned, Phantos had earned the right to act that way as a true warrior. Hey, warrior, you look awfully parched. In that case, how about a little spar with our knight? 413 Chapter Fellowship of the Sword 2, a sudden sparring match. Ludger frowned at Aileen's abrupt proposal. You must be busy. Let's stop there. Why are you being like that over something so trivial? I still have plenty of time left, so it's fine. Besides, I wasn't asking you, was I? Aileen jerked her chin toward Phantos as she spoke. Even in front of a beastkin, she showed no particularly unusual reaction. If they were capable, whether beastkin or elf, Aileen was perfectly willing to recruit them into her inner circle. At the very least, there was no need to worry about discrimination. Ludger had that idle thought, but still intended to put a stop to this pointless act. However, in a rare turn of events, Phantos spoke up first. "I'll do it." Ludger was about to say something to him, but lost his words when he met those blazing eyes looking back at him. Even the beastkin's unique wild nature flickered deep within his pupils. Phantos, who was usually solemn and reserved, was now clearly provoked. He'd already been itching for action lately, so now that a masterclass knight had appeared, and Ludger was telling him to just let him go. That would be like waving meat in front of a starving lion and telling it not to eat. This won't stop even if I try. Fine, just keep it to an appropriate level. Once Ludger gave his permission, Phantos nodded. A slight twitch curled at the corner of his lips. Aileen watched the scene with satisfaction, and the only one who reacted normally was Passius. Your Highness, are you seriously asking me to spar all of a sudden? What's the problem? Don't tell me you think Yow'll lose. It's not that I think I'll lose, it's just too sudden. Weren't we supposed to finish our talk and part ways neatly? Then take this opportunity to learn a truth about life, that your plans can always be overturned by unexpected variables. I've lived longer than you, Your Highness. Being lectured on the truths of life by someone younger than him, Passius shook his head in disbelief. But what could he do? Even as a masterclass knight, he ultimately had to follow orders from above. Ah, but I really don't want to do this. Passius looked at Phantos. Just look at that hulking mass. It had been ages since he'd seen a build even larger than Commander Lutus Wardart. He didn't know if the bulk was from muscle training or fattening up, but Passius could tell how much sheer muscle was packed NVLGHD, exclusive on NVLGHD, under that mass. The muscles even bulged slightly through the thick flesh. In terms of raw physique alone, he might be stronger than a high-ranking knight. It wasn't just the size. That beastkin warrior exuded the kind of aura that only came from true strength. Passius could sense Ith was a masterclass knight too, after all. Even knowing I'm a master, he's putting out this much killing intent. In Passius' assessment, Phantos was a hardcore battle maniac. Lately, he'd been suppressing his instincts, but a cup filled to the brim will eventually spill. Like a dam breaking, the moment he laid eyes on Passius, his fighting spirit burst out. Her Highness has no intention of stopping this, and Ludger looks like he has no choice either. Sigh. Passius let out a deep sigh full of pity for his own fate. Well, I guess there's no helping it. That's what he said, but truthfully, his body had been itching just as much. Once you reached the realm of a master, most people began to revere you. Even fellow knights did the same. From that point on, worthy opponents disappeared. Leifold had been a rare exception, but now here was someone baring his fangs at him without hesitation, and that wasn't just unusual, it was downright refreshing. Let's do it. Fellowship of the Sword. The group changed locations. A massive underground arena, hidden from public view. Aileen looked around at the worn-down structure, a relic of neglect, and asked, "What is this place?" It used to be an illegal underground arena secretly operated by an organization called Silver Sun in Rederbelk. Ah, I heard about those bastards. I let them be since they didn't cross any lines, but to think they were doing this kind of thing, too. We swept them out, but didn't know what to do with the space, so it's been left alone for now. Given the situation, I thought it was the perfect place for a sparring match. Ludger, who had naturally taken a seat in the VIP area, answered. Fighting near the hideout was never a good idea. While there were some deserted areas out of public view, none were wide enough. Given the level of Phantos and Passius, the sparring needed a space that was both large and durable. More than anything, what's dangerous is attracting Master's attention for no reason. Granda was currently staying separately from the hideout in her personal quarters. They'd prepared an entire building as her residence, and recently she'd been staying so quiet it was like she didn't even exist. If she came back, she might ask what had happened, but since she hadn't shown up, she was probably sleeping. That made it all the more important not to draw her attention. If she woke up suddenly, there was no predicting what Granda would do. So this place out of her sight and suitable for dueling was the best possible option. Still, even if it's an arena, it doesn't look particularly sturdy. It may not look it, but it used to host duels between knights. It won't break that easily. Just then, Phantos and Passius stepped into the center of the wide arena, facing each other. Aileen's sharp gaze swept over Phantos like she was appraising a product. The reason she provoked Phantos into a duel was Simplesh wanted to test him for herself. Just looking at that build, he must be this man's right hand. If Ludger had brought him along as a close aide, his skills had to be exceptional. Even if he was a beastkin, the fact that he bared killing intent against a master-class knight like Passius piqued Aileen's curiosity. He was different from those who were all bark and no bite. She could tell the moment their eyes met. There was a great beast sleeping inside Phantos' eyes. She really wants to see what Phantos is capable of. Ludger clicked his tongue at Aileen's desire, but he didn't blame her. If anything, he was curious too. Phantos was strong, but how would he fare in an actual fight against a masterclass knight? Ludger wasn't entirely sure himself, so I'd better watch carefully while I can. Even if it wasn't a life-or-death fight, a duel should provide enough data on his combat potential. Ludger's gaze shifted to Passius, who held his sword. Right then, Passius said something to Phantos. Interesting weapon you've got there. His eyes were fixed on the weapon Phantos carried. He wondered what kind of weapon the beastkin would use, and it turned out to be something strangely a harpoon. It wasn't a weapon made to fight humans, but rather one specialized for hunting and killing something else. A beastkin with a harpoon. It was a bizarre and mismatched choice. To make it stranger, something long and black was attached to the end of the handle. Still, I can't exactly laugh it off. Phantos' aura while holding that harpoon was no joke. He said it was a sparring match, but he was exuding the vibe of someone out to hunt his prey. Passius had no choice but to raise his sword. There was no way he could afford to act relaxed and fight barehanded against this. And that weapon, it's not complete yet, is it? At that, Phantos showed a reaction of surprise for the first time. How did you know? I just sensed it. It's definitely dangerous, but it didn't feel complete. I see. So you can tell things like that when you reach the level of a master. I've learned something new. Did you have any intention of using it fully? This isn't the place for that. Oh, that's a bit of a blow to my pride. Though he said it with a smile, Passius' gaze turned markedly more serious. The pressure emanating from him intensified. Phantos grinned, a thrill running across his skin at the overwhelming force. White fangs flashed at the corners of his lips. This was it, the feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. That thrill of encountering an opponent so powerful you'd be willing to risk everything just to bring them down. Let's go. Yeah. No sooner had they finished speaking than their figures vanished from the spot at the same time. What the hell? Hans, who had been watching, gaped in disbelief. Moments later, flashes of light erupted in the air at the center of the arena. Only belatedly did he realize they were sparks from weapon clashes. Within less than a second, they had exchanged an uncountable number of blows. A massive shockwave followed, shaking the arena's fencing violently. Had it been any other time, the crazed audience would have erupted in cheers at the insane battle. But in the empty arena, not even a whisper could be heard. Meanwhile, Phantos and Passius' collision continued. Each time their blurred figures flickered into view, flames and thunderous booms burst from all corners of the arena. Karduk. The hardened arena floor, designed for nightly combat, was scored with deep grooves from sword strikes and spear scrapes. Can you see any of that, sir? Hans asked in awe, eyes wide. The battle was far beyond what he could track with his eyes. Ludger didn't answer. He was too focused on the fight between the two. Kaang. With a thunderous clash, the two figures parted and landed at a distance. The biggest change from before, their positions had swapped, and the ground between them was carved with countless marks of impact. Nice. Phantos grinned, his face contorting with exhilaration. His pupils split vertically, and wild energy burst from him like an explosion. The harpoon in his right hand began to blur. Seeing that, Passius narrowed his eyes, then swiftly twisted his body to the side. Puh. A sharp, leathery snap rang out 3 times in the air. It happened so fast it almost sounded like one noise. Immediately after, 3 massive holes were blown through the far wall of the arena. Thick alloy steel, resistant even to the aura of most knights, had been pierced clean through like tunnels bored by sheer force. Passius spun mid-dodge and swung his sword. Even though the strike shouldn't have reached, Phantos twisted out of the way with shocking agility for someone his size. A colossal slash carved into the wall behind him. One of the support pillars was cleaved at an angle and crashed to the floor with a thunderous boom. And this was without either of them using aura or spirit. They were relying solely on their physical bodies, pushed to the absolute limit. Their forms vanished again, and another burst of sparks erupted in the air. The impacts were growing fiercer, and the shockwaves echoing through the arena rang out like thunder. Harpoon and sword, every time they clashed, the waves of force didn't just shake the arena, but rattled the windows of the VIP section. The way the glass quivered felt unnervingly like a typhoon slamming against a window pane. This is bad. Ludger clicked his tongue and began casting magic, reinforcing the glass with an enchantment. With this, the glass likely wouldn't shatter. At that moment, a metallic shrrrk echoed through the arena. It sounded like a massive snake slithering across the ground. The trembling resonance, like scales vibrating in the air, came surprisingly from Phantos' weapon. Oh, is that a chain? Aileen asked, intrigued. At the end of Phantos' harpoon, something long and pitch black trailed. It was a chain. A thick, enormous chain. Not just any chain. It's a scaled-down version of an anchor chain what they use on ships. Not only that, it was made of special material and further refined with advanced processing. Even though it's been lightened as much as possible, that chain still weighs in the tons. And he's swinging it around like that. Aileen's eyes followed the black whip streaking through the air. The heavy black chain whooshed through the arena with terrifying speed, roaring like a sonic boom as it came crashing down toward Passius. Passius let out a short laugh at Phantos' brute strength and redirected the chain diagonally with his sword. The enormous weight slid along his blade, flowing smoothly like water, and smashed into the floor. Hey, isn't this kind of weapon cheating? Even as he said that, the fact that he deflected a swung anchor chain with a single sword was nothing short of insane. And this is just a physical brawl. If they actually used aura or spirit, Ludger imagined the scene and shook his head. Even this reinforced underground arena might collapse if things got out of hand. Thankfully, for now, the two were keeping within the bounds of a proper spar. But with the heat rising like this, who knows how long that'll last? Ludger considered whether he needed to prepare to intervene. Even as that thought passed, his gaze turned toward the executives in the VIP seats. The members of Owens were watching the duel with a mix of excitement and tension. Hans clearly couldn't follow anything and wore a dazed expression. Sheridan and Bellaruna were cheerfully rooting for Phantos. Arthur simply watched with a bright, innocent smile, while Violetta sat quietly and observed. But one person drew Ludger's eyes. Alex. Gone was his usual flippancy. He was watching the duel with a serious expression. This match will be a good experience for Phantos in Alex's clear retinas. The sparks flying from the two warriors' clashes reflected in rapid succession. And it looks like he might become even stronger too. 414 chapter, A Mysterious Gift. 1. After confirming that Alex had practically fallen into a trance, Ludger turned his gaze back toward the dueling arena where the fight was still raging. The sounds of the clash were growing louder. In addition to his spear and javelin, Phantos had begun to fully utilize his anchor chains, and the grinding of metal echoed in every direction. Clang rattle. Black chains swung through the air, tearing it apart. They were undeniably menacing. It wasn't a weapon an ordinary knight could wield, yet Phantos hurled it single-handedly with brutish strength. At this point, it was less a chain and more of a whip. Just then, the end of the chain slammed into the ground where Passius had been standing. The entire arena rumbled, and a cloud of dust shot high into the air. Passius retreated through the smoke. He determined it was dangerous to try and deflect the strike, and wisely chose to evade it. As the dust cloud had yet to settle, a tunnel-like hole split through the center and Phantos burst out of it. At the same time, the right arm holding his spear blurred out of sight. Thump, thump, thump. A triple thrust shot out again in rapid succession. In that instant, Passius' upper body appeared to split into 3 parts. It was an illusion caused by how fast he moved. Dodging each strike by the width of a sheet of paper, Passius' leg shot upward, aiming a vertical kick toward Phantos' chin. Phantos blocked it with his left forearm and swung the shaft of NVLG, continue reading, his embedded spear toward Passius' temple. Tap. Passius blocked the strike with the pommel of his sword, intercepting the blow mid-swing before it could fully gain force, using precise sword play. In an instant, Phantos' rhythm was broken. Seizing that moment, Passius reversed his grip on the sword and spun swiftly on the spot. Phantos raised his left arm vertically. Black chains were tightly wound around his forearm. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks burst from the air, illuminating their faces in a reddish glow. Phantos and Passius. The two of them were grinning like they were genuinely enjoying themselves. They both fired up now. Ludger could clearly see the difference between Passius and Phantos. In terms of overall physical prowess, Phantos had the edge. Passius was also a master-level knight, and thus far beyond ordinary humans in sheer physical ability, but Phantos surpassed even that. A beastkin whose race already had superior physical traits, and, even among them, he was gifted with the finest talent. His strength was naturally overwhelming, and so was his speed. There's a common misconception that bigger bodies are slower, but the explosive energy from muscles is actually greater. For long-distance running, it might be a different story, but in close-quarters combat, where burst movement mattered, muscle strength always took priority. Power and speed Phantos held the advantage in both, and yet Passius was holding his ground against him evenly. How was that possible? Because Passius' skill is far more refined. Not a single one of Passius' movements was wasteful. At every moment, he parried, dodged, or blocked Phantos' attacks with just the right amount of power and technique. His movements are even more restrained than they were in the underground chamber. It wasn't just Ludger's imagination. Passius had become even stronger after the fight in the underground. A master-level knight is often said to be a complete being. Once someone reaches that stage, most no longer yearn for the next level, they simply stop. They're already strong. It's enough. Even if they want to improve further, their body's threshold has risen so high that ordinary battles don't provide the stimulus needed to grow. It's harder to raise your score from 80 to 90 than it is from 0 to 80. But what if a master-level knight is given the right environment and opportunity? What if they're placed in an extreme situation where they begin to yearn for growth once more? That's what this is. Passius had found himself facing that very wall. Most people never even perceive it. To see it at all was already a major breakthrough. Even if he didn't manage to overcome it, the fact that he stood before it meant he had seen a glimpse of possibility, and he didn't let that possibility remain an illusion. ZZZTT. With movements even more controlled, Passius pushed Phantos back. His sword slashed through the air as fast as lightning, yet sometimes surged like a storm and sometimes flowed like water. It was during his battle with Leifeld that Passius had realized it. That fighting solely with brute force no longer held meaning. That there existed beings in the world far stronger than himself. Take Commander Ludus Wardart, for example. So he changed his mindset. He chose to regain the perspective of a challenger looking upward from below. What mattered was his attitude. The moment he accepted that insight, the sword that was Passius became sharper than ever before. And even now, as he clashed with Phantos, Passius was continuing to be forged like iron, being hammered into shape. The same was true for Phantos. The two stood rooted like anchors, exchanging blow after blow. Their resolve to not retreat even a single step was made painfully clear. With every collision of their weapons, the ground beneath them split apart, hurling fragments into the air. A raging storm swirled in all directions. In the escalating intensity of the atmosphere, Ludger saw two flames growing stronger. They were both nearing completion. The more they fought like dulled, rusted steel being polished and sharpened they changed, moving toward the next stage. Passius' sword grew faster and sharper. Phantos' spear and chain became more precise. The two parted again. Neither initiated it, it happened simultaneously. Phantos' appearance had changed drastically from when the fight began. SSSSSHHK. White steam rose from his body. Each breath in and out caused the muscles of his entire frame to pulse explosively. The fat that had once clung to his muscles had long since burned away during the fight, a testament to how far he had pushed himself in his duel with Passius. Passius also let out the breath he had been holding. Sweat trickled down his brow. Even for a master-level knight, the strain had pushed his muscles to the brink of collapse, yet neither of them suggested stopping. Both had entered a trance-like state, preparing for the next clash. This is Aileen's eyes twitched as she watched the scene unfold. About the time we step in, everyone in the VIP room could feel it. If what they had seen until now had been a sparring match, then what followed would be a real fight. The very air in the arena had grown colder. That chilling aura was palpable even through the magically protected VIP suite. Shiver. Hands rubbed his arms like he was cold. What is this? The look on his face said even he didn't know why he was reacting that way. The same was true for Sheridan, Bella Runa, and Violetta. Ludger slowly stood up from his seat. Alex. At his call, Alex, who had remained still until No rose to his feet. Yeah, you're ready. It's a bit iffy, but yeah, I think I've got a handle on it. Alex mumbled something vague, difficult to understand. But Ludger seemed satisfied with that and gave a small nod. Good, I'll take Phantos, then I'll handle the other side. SHFF. As shadows rose up to engulf Ludger and Alex, Phantos and Passius, fully charged and no longer holding back, charged at each other. No longer remembering that this was a duel, they abandoned all restraint in their next strikes. In this desperate moment, where someone could genuinely be seriously injured, the deciding factor in the match wasn't Passius or Phantos. That's enough. Ludger, cloaked in Aether Nocturnus, grabbed hold of Phantos' spear with a massive shadow-wreathed arm. How about taking it down a notch? Alex, drawing his sword, intercepted Passius' blade mid-swing, its edge radiating a sharp aura that looked like it could slice through anything. The atmosphere, which had been boiling over toward a breaking point, instantly snapped like a puppet with its strings cut. Passius stared intently at Alex's signature khaki grin. His gaze was so fierce that Alex exaggeratedly flinched and shrank back, going, "Whoa, that's hot." Gradually, Passius seemed to regain his reason and quietly lowered his sword. Only after sheathing his weapon did Alex also drop his guard. "Leader, it's settled here. How about your side?" With that, Alex turned to look behind him. The other side was still locked in a silent battle of wills. Phantos, that's enough. The sparring match is over. Phantos, his eyes gleaming with the gaze of a predator, glared at Ludger. A plague doctor's mask formed of black shadow. Even as he made eye contact with the eyes behind it, Phantos didn't respond. His aura didn't wane in the slightest. If anything, it blazed even more fiercely as though enraged by being interrupted at such a crucial moment. Ludger clicked his tongue inwardly at the sight. He had tried to stop things before they got out of hand, but to Phantos, it was as if he'd pulled him away too soon. The beastkin was practically roaring with dissatisfaction. Rather than calming down, Phantos was now directing intense killing intent toward Ludger himself. He couldn't exactly blame him, but the time wasn't right yet. Want some help? Alex offered, stepping forward. Ludger blocked him with the hand that wasn't holding Phantos' spear. His gaze, however, remained firmly locked on Phantos. The ominous pressure in the air made Alex stop in his tracks. Ludger slowly opened his mouth again, concentrating entirely on Phantos. Or would you rather finish the match we left unresolved here and now? Within the plague doctor mask, Ludger's blue eyes flickered. A faint tinge of red began to mix into them. Flinch. Phantos felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. Even the beast ears atop his head perked up in alarm. Finally, the killing aura spilling from Phantos receded neatly and cleanly. As he loosened his grip on the spear, Ludger let go of it with equal ease. Good call. Phantos, regaining his rationality, shot a mildly displeased look at Ludger. It had been a proper feast after so long. Being interrupted, even by the leader, couldn't help but rub him the wrong way. Ludger released Aether Nocturnus and spoke to Phantos in a light, teasing tone. Eat too much and y'all get indigestion. I could've digested it just fine. Without a word, Ludger tapped Phantos' forearm. Phantos snorted roughly through his nose, but that was all. Then, keeping his eyes on Passius, Phantos said, "Someday, let's fight each other at full strength." I'll gladly accept. Passius, too, had felt some dissatisfaction, but his patience ran far deeper than any beastkin's. Of course he was disappointed. Now that he'd reached the master level, he knew opportunities like this wouldn't come often. But he wasn't as endlessly thirsty for combat as Phantos was. More importantly, there was something else that had caught his attention. The one who had blocked his sword, Alex. Something strange. His narrowed eyes studied Alex closely. There was no doubt he was weaker than Phantos. Relatively speaking, of course, Alex was still quite skilled. At minimum, he was on the level of a high-ranking knight, but not a master. Yet just now Alex had stopped his sword, and done it cleanly. Strength, speed, or some other unknown ability. No, Alex had blocked him using pure swordsmanship. To be exact, he had used the exact same technique Passius had just performed. The technique that disrupted the flow of a strike by stabbing into the opening mid-swing, a move Passius had only shown on Ceto Phantos. And yet, Alex had used that very move on him. As if sensing Passius' gaze, Alex turned slightly toward him, then gave a crooked smile and shrugged. Passius couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. So that's why I was wondering how someone like him became an executive. Alex possessed an utterly bizarre talent, the ability to mimic another's swordsmanship exactly. Swordsmanship isn't something you can copy just by watching. Even to crudely imitate it takes years of training. But Alex hadn't needed that. There's no way he saw my swordplay before, which means he analyzed it just now, watching me fight that beastkin. He absorbed and reproduced the essence of Passius' swordsmanship in that brief window. All martial arts, fundamentally, take years to master. And even when a practitioner of one style learns another, it still requires more years of adjustment. Swordsmanship is no different. Techniques passed down through noble houses or distinct school sons, a swordsman devotes themselves to one. Learning another becomes practically impossible, because each style molds the body into a different optimal form. Even master-level knights, freed from those limitations, don't automatically have the muscle memory to perform unfamiliar techniques flawlessly. Yet the man before him, Alex, had done just that. He had the perception to see swordsmanship, the mind to analyze it, and the body to replicate it precisely. A beastkin who grows stronger through fighting, and a knight who grows stronger just by watching a fight. Where in the world had Ludger found such absurd monsters? What's your name? You mean me? Alex pointed at himself in response to the question. Alex, just call me Alex. It's strange. Someone of your caliber, yet no one's heard of you before. Passius had spoken with genuine admiration, recognizing Alex's skill. But Alex could only respond with a bitter smile. Yeah, weird, right? That subtle reply made Passius realize that Alex must carry a difficult past. It didn't feel like guilt from having done something bad, more like personal discomfort with his own history. Passius didn't pry. It felt like something that shouldn't be brought up, and now wasn't the time for it anyway. So just when I thought Id finally improved a bit, I end up getting humbled again. Passius gave a sheepish smile. It wasn't that he'd gained nothing from the fight, but the others seemed to have gained so much more. Just then, Aileen and the other executives from Owens descended into the arena. As everyone gathered, Aileen turned to Ludger and asked, "I saw the whole spar. Impressive, indeed. That beastkin warrior of Yorsh must be the strongest among your companions, yes." Ludger shook his head. Aileen, who had spoken with near certainty, blinked in surprise. "He's not. Then who's the strongest?" "Hans." Ludger replied as he pointed toward Hans, who still looked completely dazed and clueless. 415 chapter, A Mysterious Gift. 2. Aileen frowned as she looked at Hans' blank, dazed expression as if confused why they were even talking about him. That frail-looking man was supposed to be their strongest asset. That's a dull joke. Did it sound like a joke to you? Ludger didn't bother trying to convince her otherwise. His demeanor made that clear. Seeing that, Aileen's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Wait, is he serious? Still, she didn't press the issue, didn't ask what kind of power he had or how someone with such a weak-looking body could possibly be so dangerous. Does he possess some kind of special ability? When she thought about it, both Phantos and Alex were extremely exceptional in their own right. If Hans was treated as their equal, also ranked as an executive, then surely there was something to him too. I am a bit envious. To have such powerful individuals working in the shadows, loyal to Ludger. To have people like that at your side, willing to serve at that, was something Aileen, as a leader herself, genuinely envied. She had talented people too, but in terms of someone she could entrust with serious matters, only Passius. Maybe Mandalina could count, but her loyalty wasn't absolute, so it was hard to evaluate. Those were better times back when she worked with Jack the Ripper, Ludger Cherish. Well, worked with wasn't quite right. It was more of a mutual partnership. But even so, he had been one of the most reliable people Shed ever known. Still, Aileen didn't let herself fall into pointless longing. She was maintaining a good relationship with Ludger even now, and more importantly, there were pressing matters she needed to address. Well then, we've tested each other's strength and wrapped up our business. Time to head back. I can't be away too long. Ludger thought to himself that she probably shouldn't have come in the first place if that were the case, but he didn't say it out loud. Before she left with Passius, Aileen offered Ludger one final warning. Be careful of the Lumines Church. After their contact with the elves, they're trying to relocate their base of operations from the capital. Any idea where they're planning to go? It didn't look like they were trying to return to their homeland. Maybe they're trying to scout more while they're out here. Her words trailed off. Even that was enough for Ludger to guess where the Lumines Church might be headed. They might come here. Exactly, so be cautious. I've got a bad feeling about this. Aileen didn't add anything more. She knew this man would prepare accordingly, even if she didn't spell everything out. Anyway, the inside's a complete mess. She smiled as she looked over the torn-up training arena. Her smile was so radiant that it made the dim, indoor arena feel momentarily brighter. But NVLIGHT Ludger simply shrugged, unamused. Guess this place wasn't quite suitable for a master-level duel. If Passius had drawn his aura, or if Phantos had summoned his spirit, the arena would have been split clean in half. Even though it was built sturdily, precisely to withstand night combat, the two of them were just that far beyond the standard. Still, Aileen felt like it had been worth it. Passius, standing calmly in place, seemed more focused and composed than usual. He reacted similarly after the underground fight back in the capital, and ever since then, his swordsmanship had changed significantly. A master knight who still had room to grow. Aileen was glad she had made the effort to come here and meet Ludger in person. Aileen left with Passius. She had offered to take Bellaruna with her, but the elf declined, saying she would contact them once she arrived in the capital later. Bellaruna was relieved, as she still had some things left to prepare. They're gone. Hans muttered as he thought back on how Aileen and Passius had left as quietly as they'd arrived. The first imperial princess of the empire. She was practically the next in line for the throne. Hans felt like he was dreaming, knowing someone like her was on such familiar terms with his big brother. I always thought he was impressive, but I didn't know his influence reached this far into the sunlight. Hans gave Ludger a sidelong glance, as if seeing him in a new light. That noble, refined face anyone would admire even as a man. Considering Ludger's real heritage, It wasn't strange at all. Hans nodded to himself in understanding. The world is rotten with appearance worship. As Hans grumbled inwardly, his gaze fell upon the two people sitting silently off to the side. Alex and Phantos. After their duel in the underground arena, the two of them had seemingly been struck by something. They now sat cross-legged in silence, meditating with their eyes closed. They're reviewing today's events. Ludger suddenly spoke to Hans. Reviewing, sir. That fight was a meaningful experience for both of them. Well, maybe for Phantos, but Alex only watched, didn't he? For him, that's more than enough. Ha! Hans let out a breath of disbelief, but it wasn't something he hadn't heard before. When he became an executive in Owens, he'd learned the basics of everyone's abilities. That Alex could replicate movements just by watching them. Hans wasn't a knight, so he'd never fully grasped how bizarre and amazing Alex's talent truly was. But seeing Alex usually laid back and frivolousing so still and focused now, that was honestly surprising. If he was concentrating this hard, it meant this was important to him, which also meant that duel had left a serious impact, so both of them will become even stronger. He could accept Alex getting stronger. But Phantos, he was already a monster, what more could he become? Hans shivered at the thought. Ludger gave a short chuckle at Hans' uneasy expression. What? Afraid hell take your #1 ranking? What nonsense. When was I ever #1? Because when you use that, you're the strongest. But at the rate Phantos is growing, that might change. I don't care about that. Hans shook his head like the idea disgusted him. He was never someone suited to fighting in the first place. Besides, that thing from J. Vorden I can't even control it properly. If it goes berserk, I am the one who has to deal with it. Talking about combat rankings in that context just sounds like you're teasing me. For something you can't control, the power seems to be growing quite a bit lately, no? Well, Hans fell silent. Back then, all he could do was hear the voices of beasts. Now he could communicate and issue commands. He could control rats, cats, dogs, even crows. And what once required implanting beast teeth into his body and going through a transformation could now do barehanded. If he fully committed, how many beasts could he command? Honestly, it doesn't feel great. Like I'm giving up being human. Thinking that way is proof you're still human. I'm afraid. I don't know when the beast inside me might take over again. I am okay for now, but I can't shake the feeling that something's tightening around my neck. Ludger fell into thought at Hans' reply. This change clearly started after Hans used the tooth of the cryptid from J. Vorden. It was an incredibly powerful cryptid maybe, its residual thoughts are still in his body, and they were clearly growing stronger. Judging by Hans' reaction, the creature's lingering will must be affecting him somehow, but there was no known treatment for it. If it were a curse or something magical, there might be options, but this was a genetic mutation, and there was no way to alter one's genes. He could administer a suppressant, but that only worked after a full transformation to return the body to human form. It didn't help with the beast's power growing while he remained human. In the end, this was a personal trial Hans had to overcome. Still, it doesn't seem like other beasts are affecting him, so the cryptid from J. Vorden really is the root of it all. Maybe a sudden thought struck Ludger. Instead of returning to their usual hideout, the group arrived at an unused warehouse building. Hans was puzzled as to why they had come here until Ludger suddenly held something out in front of him. Hans, take this. What is it? Hans accepted what Ludger handed him. He opened it and saw 3 pure white shards, and immediately Hans felt it deep in his gut. This is a tooth, isn't it? Yeah, I picked it up on the way back from the Cassar Basin. Think of it as a travel souvenir. Hans looked completely dumbfounded. Who the hell brings back animal teeth as souvenirs? And this one isn't even normal-sized. Just looking at it, it's obviously not from anything ordinary. 2 of them are from massive predators that lived in the Cassar Basin. The biggest one is from a spirit beast. A spirit beast? Seriously? Yeah, a spirit beast. Hans knew exactly what that meant. A beast, yet something far beyond any beast. A being so mystical, so rare, that they could only be found in the remote wilds of the continent. He knew just how awe-inspiring a spirit beast was, and Thisthi's tooth was supposed to be from one. Don't tell me, big brother. You went to Cassar Basin and hunted a spirit beast. Still haven't shaken off those old hunter habits. At that, Ludger frowned. What do you mean, old hunter habits? I mean, I just figured if it looks suspicious, your first instinct is probably to kill it. When have I ever he was about to deny it, but then remembered that the first time he met Hans, he had tried to hunt him down. Anyway, no, I didn't hunt it, I received it, fair and square. How do you fairly receive a tooth from a spirit beast? What, did he perform a wisdom tooth extraction? Ludger ignored Hans' suspicious glare and calmly said, try it. Sorry. I said, try it. It might be useful for you. This. Hans still didn't quite believe it, but Ludger spoke with such certainty that he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Besides, something deep inside him, an instinct sharper than ever, was urging him to do it. Wait, are you planning to use the spirit beast's power to suppress the wildness of the Jayvarden cryptid? Hans immediately understood what Ludger was thinking. Fighting poison with poison. Since the monster inside him was hard to suppress, Ludger was telling him to borrow another force to keep it in check. Ha! Hans thought it was a bit too much at first, but then, after a moment of reflection, he realized it really was the best option they had. To stop a fire that slowly and surely spread, sometimes the best method was to fight fire with fire. And if it was a spirit beast's power, well, it somehow felt safer. At least it wouldn't carry the same feral madness as the one called the Nightmare of the Derman Kingdom. But before that, try this one first. Ludger pointed not to the spirit beast's tooth, but to one of the smaller ones next to it. Well, smaller only in comparison. It was still massive by any reasonable standard. This one's from what kind of beast? A bear that lived in the Kassar Basin. Because of the environment, it could manipulate mana. It manipulated mana. Yeah. So if you use this, you might develop similar abilities. Mana that got Hans' attention. Using magic specially for someone who had always been a regular person was the stuff of dreams. Of course, there was also a chance he'd just become a regular all werebear. But he had nothing to lose, so Hans lightly stabbed the tooth into his palm. Not too deep, just a little. Hurting himself too much wouldn't help. That familiar, strange energy began to ripple through his body. But this time it felt different. There was a ticklish sensation running under his skin. Hans' body began to expand until he transformed into a massive werebear. However, there was one noticeable difference from ordinary bears. A pair of horns curved into a U-shape protruded from his head, horns made of rock. This is Hans tapped at his horns with his now thick, blunt fingers. Solid. Not just some normal hornet, had the density and feel of actual stone. I see. Ludger gave a small nod as he looked at Hans. The other members of Owens also watched him with curiosity. It seemed Hans had evolved accordingly, influenced by the magical environment where the beast had lived. Can you use magic? Let's see L like this. He didn't need any advice. He just followed a strange instinct as if his body knew what to do and executed it. The tickling sensation in his body gathered in his right hand, and soon a stone gauntlet formed over his thick bare paw. Oh, big brother, look at this. I see it. Ludger sounded genuinely impressed. Even Arthur, Violetta, Sheridan, and Bellarinojo had been quietly watching, were wide-eyed with surprise. He really can use magic. Of course, the spell itself was only a small step beyond the basics, converting mana into a physical element. But what mattered was that Hans, who had never even brushed up against the idea of magic, was now able to use it. If he'd known this would work, I should have brought back more beast teeth hands. How's the wildness feel? It's different. Compared to the other beasts I've transformed into, this feels clearer. Like my head isn't so clouded. Is that so? Probably due to the mana. Seems like it's dampening the wild instincts. Ludger handed Hans the prepared suppressant. Next is the spirit beast's tooth. Giant bear or Cheshire tigerlets go straight to the main course. Phew. All right. Let's try it. Hans, back in his human form after taking the suppressant, stared intently at the spirit beast's tooth. If it really was a spirit beast's power, it should be comparable to the Jayvarden cryptid. It shouldn't consume him completely, right? He was nervous, but Ludger was here. And so were Phantos and Alex. If he went out of control, there were people who could stop him. That alone gave Hans some peace of mind. Hup. Hans drove the spirit beast's tooth into his palm. This time, even if it hurt, pressed a little harder. 416 chapter, A Mysterious Gift, 3. Hans' body swelled up like an inflating balloon. His neck grew longer, and his hands transformed into forelegs. But more striking than anything else was the shimmering white fur infused with a bluish aura covering his entire body. It was exactly the same as the spirit beast Ludger had seen in the forest. His swelling body mass quickly surpassed that of the werebear from before. Crack. From both sides of Hans' forehead burst forth golden antlers. The Owens executives stared at the sight in a mix of shock and awe. Before they knew it, Hans had transformed into a towering white deer, standing over 5 meters tall. Compared to the spirit beast Ludger had seen in the Cassar Basin, Hans was still smaller, and his antlers were far more modest. But even so was a spirit beast now, a being rarely seen by anyone under any circumstance. The bare tooth left him in a half-human, half-beast state, but the spirit beast's tooth eyes is almost a pure beast. It had been the same with the Jayvarden cryptid. Rather than a hybrid form, it leaned heavily toward one extreme. While Hans had retained more humanity than the Jayvarden cryptid did, it was still relative. The spirit beast's tooth produced the same effect. Looking at Hans now, nearly indistinguishable from the creature he'd seen in the forest, Ludger formed a hypothesis. The more powerful the creature, the more complete the beast transformation becomes. The Jayvarden cryptid, the spirit beast of Cassar Basin, considering the nature of both, the conclusion made sense. But the more important thing now was Hans' current condition. Hans, can you hear me? Ludger carefully observed the transformed Hans, all while discreetly channeling mana. When Hans had turned into the Jayvarden cryptid, he'd completely lost control, unable to distinguish friend from foe as he rampaged. Reason had been consumed by wild instinct. If the same happened here where Hans had fully turned into a spirit beast, it could be just as dangerous. Swish. The deer-like Hans slowly turned his gaze toward Ludger at the sound of his voice. From his eyes glowed a faint blue light, like a winter dawn breeze. That slow gaze swept past Ludger and over the rest of the party, light as a breeze. The members of Owens all tensed. If he lost control and started rampaging here, the damage would be catastrophic. In hindsight, they should have done this test in that half-collapsed underground arena instead. Just as everyone was holding their breath, Hans suddenly looked down at himself and "What the hell is this?" Jumped up with a loud yelp. Thud. His golden antlers rammed straight through the high ceiling above. The resulting debris rained down on his head, and as Hans tried to dodge sideways, his legs tangled and he collapsed. Boom! The scene was so absurd that it left everyone speechless. The intense tension that had gripped the room vanished in the most anticlimactic way imaginable. Hans struggled to get back on his feet, but moving on 4 legs when he was used to 2 was proving too much. Like a newborn fawn, his legs trembled and buckled repeatedly, and he kept falling over. To the others, it was just pitiful. Hans, just stay still like that. Trying to stand up again would only make things worse for everyone nearby. Hans, understanding that himself, gave a dejected nod while lying flat. Got it. So how does your body feel? What do you mean? It feels extremely weird already. My body's completely different than usual. Until now, even when Hans transformed into beasts, he retained some degree of human shape. But the spirit beast form was something else entirely. Not just a beast-a-deer. He had to stand on 4 legs, his neck was long, and there were antlers on his head. Trying to move in that state must felt completely alien, something no human body could easily adapt to. He moved fine when he became the Jayvarden cryptid, I suppose, that was pure instinct driving him. Being able to maintain reason while transformed was an advantage, but it came with major drawbacks too. I'll get used to the sensation after a few more shifts. What matters is something else. Hans, can you manipulate mana? Mana, how you used something like it a moment ago, so it shouldn't be too hard. I'll give it a try. Muttering to himself, Hans focused. He had spent his whole life never knowing anything about mana, but just earlier, when transformed into the bear, he had been able to use it instinctively. It was like a primal instinct buried deep within his genes. So now, as a spirit beast, if he wanted to use it, it should be possible. From between the tufts of his white, mane-like fur, a faint, bluish magical aura began to rise. Ubella Runa's eyes sparkled as she observed the sight. Her twitching fingers made it clear she was itching to find out exactly how it worked. Of course, in her case, finding out probably meant dissection. Ludger, who was watching the mana, gave another instruction. Can you reshape it into another form? Feels like I can give me a second. Hans furrowed his brow and tensed his body. The mana that had been swirling around him gathered into one place, slowly forming into a large orb. Who? Ludger's eyes gleamed at the sight. It was the same kind of pure mana orb the spirit beast had used in the Cassar Basin. Of course, in both size and number, it didn't compare to the original. He wanted to test its destructive power too, but this wasn't the place for that. How does it feel? How do I put this? Even clearer than when I became that rocky bear earlier. Hans rolled his glowing eyes around, scanning his surroundings. Transformed into the body of a spirit beast, he now saw the world in a way no human ever could. The mana in the air he could see it faintly, but clearly enough to be amazed. Ludger approached Hans. He reached up and tapped the golden antlers sprouting from Hans' head. Can you feel that? I can. And I'm pretty sure these aren't just any old antlers. How do you know? I can just feel it, like instinct. When I manipulate mana, it flows naturally through these antlers. So the antlers help you handle mana more easily, like a magic staff for a wizard. That's a bit disappointing. What's disappointing? Just if the antlers grow every time you transform, I was thinking of cutting some off to use. Hans broke into a cold sweat at that. Ludger continued to ask a number of other questions, and Hans did his best to answer them all. And in the end it was clear. Using the spirit beast's tooth had been an excellent decision. He's completely transformed into a beast, but retained his reason. That's an incredibly powerful asset. Granted, Hans' power was significantly diminished compared to the original spirit beast the tooth came from, but that was only because the original was so absurdly strong it didn't mean Hans was weak. Well, it's not something we can show off in public, but having a trump card for emergencies is always welcome. That didn't mean Hans would be thrown into every future battle either. Phantos and Alex were more than enough to lead from the front. Still, the world was full of unpredictable situations, and the spirit beast's tooth gave them one more card to play. Just as Ludger was thinking it might be time to administer the suppressant, Ludger, Phantos, and Alex all turned their heads at the same time. What is it? Hans, whose senses were heightened in spirit beast form, also began to tremble. An unfamiliar sensation was coursing through his entire body. Damn. As Ludger uttered those words, a single drop of blood fell from the high ceiling of the building and landed on the floor with a soft plop. It was only one drop, but the moment it touched the ground, it spread wide, transforming into a pool of blood. Everyone's gaze turned toward it. Bubbles surfaced in the pool, squirming, before it surged upward with a shhhhk sound. From within it, someone emerged. A blonde girl dressed in a bright crimson Gothic Lolita dress. As she rose from the puddle, she slowly opened her previously shut eyes. The pool of blood at her feet naturally absorbed into her body. Her eyes, red like rubies, curved mischievously, and her lips curled up to reveal sharp fangs. What fun conversation were you all having without me, Master? Ludger let out a small, troubled sigh. So she had decided to move in person. If Grander had personally made an appearance, it meant she was not in a good mood. Could it be that she was upset because they returned from the Kassar Basin and didn't report to her? Knowing Grander, it was very possible. She was a vampire with a temperament as unpredictable as a wild beast. Usually, in situations like this, it was the disciples' role Ludgerstow endure her whims and temper. But contrary to expectations, Grander didn't glare at Ludger. Her gaze, filled with curiosity, was directed at none other than Hans currently transformed into a giant white deer. You've brought something interesting again. With light, skipping steps, Grander approached Hans. From appearances alone, it wouldn't be strange for Hans to swallow her whole in a single bite. But in reality, the essence and power they held were the complete opposite. Even though Hans had been strengthened by the power of the spirit beast, in front of Grander, he could only feel endlessly small. If anything, because he now possessed the eyes of a spirit beast, Hans could perceive the monstrous depth of her power more vividly. Grander gently stroked Hans's snow-white fur with her small, delicate hand. Each time she did, Hans's fur stood on end. This is a spirit beast. I had thought you were of an unusual constitution, so you were even able to transform using something like this. She muttered that to herself, then let out a sly grin. I've always wanted to own a spirit beast pelt, you know. Gasp. Hans flinched violently, looking as if he might roll his eyes back and faint at any moment. Grander looked at him and casually threw out, "Just kidding." Was she, though? Even if it was only for a brief moment, the gleam in her eyes when she spoke of owning the pelt had been completely sincere. It wouldn't have surprised anyone here if she started skinning Hans right this instant, and the Owens executives knew full well that this was within her character. In the end, Ludger had no choice but to step in. Master, what brings you here? What brings me here? Does a master need a reason to visit this place? That's not what I meant, no. It's fine. I shouldn't expect anything from a disciple who's so busy I can barely see his face, and who goes through all sorts of interesting things in far-off lands without sparing a word to his master. Yes, when one gets old, I suppose she's meant to lock herself away in her room and rot. She's sulking. Definitely sulking. The only relief was that Grander, who would usually throw a tantrum in such situations, was relatively calm thanks to Hans. She was clearly annoyed, but more than that. Her curiosity over Hans' transformation into a spirit beast had been piqued. Boss. Right. Perhaps because his senses had become sharper in his spirit beast form, Hans instinctively cast Ludger a desperate glance. But Ludger turned away from Hans' gaze and continued speaking to Grander. Master, as you can see, Hans has only just transformed into a spirit beast, and we're in the process of confirming the nature of his condition. I know that. Do you think I wouldn't? Don't worry, I won't break him. Break him. Hans' pupils trembled violently, but he didn't dare ask her directly, because she was just that terrifying. You should be grateful instead. I am offering to participate in the research personally. Though it may have sounded arrogant, Ludger accepted it without resistance. Whatever else could be said, if Grander herself was taking part in research, then the results were guaranteed to be worthwhile. She held a high status, and her knowledge of magic was as vast as the depths of the sea. Who would dare question her? Understood, master. So then, dear disciple, where and how exactly did you obtain the spirit beast's tooth? That had clearly been what brought her here in the first place, and she wasted no time getting to it. Ludger, who had been planning to explain eventually anyway, suddenly recalled the attribute-less mana he had discovered in the Kassar Basin. There were questions he wanted to ask too, so it worked out perfectly. All of you, return to your posts for now. I need to speak privately with my master. At Ludger's instruction, the Owens executives nodded and stepped away. Even they couldn't help feeling uneasy in Grander's presence. Grander watched them as they left. Her gaze lingered particularly long on Phantos. That one. He's improved. Who? You mean Phantos? Yes. He's recently had an experience that helped him grow. Not a bad bit of progress. He used to be a brat with nothing but raw strength, but now he's grown a bit more mature. Though he's still wet behind the ears. Who else on the continent could call Phantos wet behind the ears? Still, Ludger took the words as a compliment. Getting Grander to acknowledge someone as mature was no easy feat. So then, dear disciple, you sent your subordinates away. You have something you want to ask me? Actually, I do too. Hans cautiously raised his voice, but Grander didn't so much as pretend to listen. Leaving the dejected Hans behind, Ludger asked Grander his question. Master, do you know anything about a peculiar type of mana that's said to have existed since ancient times? Aileen walked through the streets of Lederbelk, accompanied by Passius. They were strolling through what was now the most famous part of the city, Royal Street. What was once a district full of abandoned factories and destitute slums had become an indispensable source of vitality for the city. At this rate, it could rival the capital. Hard to disagree with that. Passius gave a mild reply, all the while mentally reviewing his earlier sparring session with Phantos. Aileen, aware of his mood, chose not to tease him. Your Highness. Just then, Passius's face stiffened sharply. Aileen also stopped walking, recognizing the signal. For Passius to issue such a warning meant someone nearby was targeting them. She casually reached into her coat toward a hidden signal device. At that moment, a figure stepped out of nowhere and revealed themselves. My, isn't it a bit reckless for someone like you to walk around here without proper escort? The voice was slick, unfitting for his rough demeanor and massive frame. Recognizing him, both Passius and Aileen widened their eyes. Captain Lutus Wardart. The man hailed as not only the Empire's strongest swordsman but the greatest on the entire continent had come to meet them. 417 chapter, revised record, 1. Aileen silently glared at Commander Lutus. He, who always maintained a neat appearance befitting the commander of the Royal Guard, was dressed now as though he had stepped out for a casual stroll. Even the bread bag in one hand supported that impression. Anyone who saw him might think he was a local stopping by the bakery on the way home from work. But Aileen wasn't fooled by appearances. The commander of the Royal Guard, who never leaves the Imperial Castle here in Riederbelk, and dressed like this. The very fact that he changed into casual clothes was almost laughable. Lutus Wardart's build was so imposing that he stood out no matter what he wore. In fact, even passers-by on the street kept sneaking glances at him, as if sensing an indefinable aura of intimidation. He's not even trying to hide. If he wished, Commander Lutus could make his presence vanish completely, even in a crowd. It was precisely because he could do that, despite such a physique, that he had reached the pinnacle among knights. With an affable smile, Lutus spoke. "What a coincidence! I never imagined I'd run into your highness in a place like this. Commander Lutus, what brings you here? There are quite a few eyes watching us. Would you care to speak in a quiet cafe inside?" At his suggestion, Aileen gave a light nod, but she did not let her guard down. Lutus was a man who served the Empire, but he was not under her command. Strictly speaking, he was a free Mansomion who could refuse even the Emperor's orders if he chose. Even so, he acted for the sake of the Empire. Aileen knew his loyalty to the Empire was genuine, but she still found him deeply unsettling. If I think about it, he's connected to the second one. With that thought, she headed toward the back of the cafe. Passius followed her inside to provide protection. Creak. When Lutus sat, the chair let out a sound. Seeing that, Lutus chuckled. "I should tell the owner to get sturdier chairs. What chair in the world could handle your size? Ha ha! I must be out of touch with civilian life, having stayed in the imperial castle so long." So, Aileen got straight to the point. "What brings you here? Don't tell me my father sent you." "What do you mean by that?" "I told you I happened to be passing by. It seems you still remember me as a clueless little child." She narrowed her eyes at him, but Lutus kept smiling. "How could I be so disrespectful? Or are you asking me to believe that? It's hardly reasonable to call meeting here a coincidence." "My, that's curious. I think Princess Erendia would have believed me." At that, a faint crease formed on Aileen's brow. "I care for and love my younger sister dearly, but I don't particularly enjoy being treated the same way as her." Passius rolled his eyes and shot Aileen a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Then do you really care for her at all?" But Aileen meant it. She adored her sister, but comparing herself to her scatterbrained sibling crossed a line. Lutus let out a dry laugh at her bluntness, then wiped the smile from his face. "For the record, meeting you here really is a coincidence." "A coincidence? I am aware that you've recently been spending time with some suspicious individuals." Aileen's lips curled slightly at his pointed remark. "But that's your freedom, and I have no business interfering. However, if the people you've been meeting are those whose identities are hard to pin down in the Empire, I can't simply ignore it." His reason for coming to Royal Street was simple. "I came to confirm something, to see for myself whether they are a threat to the Empire or not." Ludus was not the type to blindly believe a report. He needed to see things with his own eyes before making a judgment. Perhaps it was that mindset and drive that had brought him to his current position. At the mention of him taking action, Aileen felt a flicker of unease, though she showed none outwardly. Ludus Wardart was here to find Ludger, to meet the owner of Royal Street, and he also knew about Owens. If those two met, what would happen? No matter how she turned it over in her mind, she couldn't imagine it ending peacefully. At the very least, there would be a violent clash. And from there, the outcome would be unpredictable. Ludger and his subordinates were strong, but they couldn't match Lutus. "You don't need to make any judgment. I'm handling this matter well." She stressed that they were under her influence, but the man in question clearly didn't believe her. "Surely your highness knows my temperament by now. I judge only what I have seen with my own eyes. So you don't believe me? I take your highness' words deeply to heart, and that's why I must confirm them myself." Aileen started to say more but stopped. Anything she said now would only deepen his suspicion. Satisfied with her silence, Lutus nodded. "Then I'll take my leave. Don't stay out too long, your highness, and return early." With that, he left the cafe. Not a sound accompanied his footsteps. "What will you do?" Passius watched him go. If they didn't stop him now, Ludger's group could end up in a serious fight. "If I ordered you to stop him, could you? I wonder." Though he said that, Passius had known his answer for a while. He couldn't win. No matter what he tried, he couldn't imagine a future where he defeated Lutus. So much for thinking Id made progress this time. Lutus still felt like an insurmountable wall. More than that, there had been the way Lutus glanced at him while speaking to Aileen. He knew Id grown stronger. Fight someone who could read him that clearly, that would be suicide. Still, if you gave the order, Id obey. That's why I exist. HMPH. Aileen scoffed not because of his flattery, but to dissuade him from attempting to stop Lutus. "No need to worry. There's nothing we can do here anyway. In that case, for now, we watch. Are you sure? And if I am not, that man isn't someone I'll go down easily. Above all, her instincts told her nothing catastrophic would happen this time. Aileen trusted her instincts, or maybe she just wanted to. Phantos, sent out by Ludger, walked alone down an alley. It was an empty, quiet area slated for redevelopment. After his spar with Passius, something had lodged itself in his mind, and this was a good place to work it out. It was like something tickling at the edge of his thoughts. If he could grasp it, he knew he'd become stronger than before. But how to grasp it, that was the question. Just then, his head turned sharply. Something's there. Something that made every hair on his body stand on end. It was somewhere in Royal Street. Phantos's body heated, blood rushing faster through his veins. A low growl escaped his throat before he realized it. It wasn't the simple fighting spirit of finding a worthy opponent. It was more like when he defaced Ludger with crimson eyes, a mix of competitive thrill, fear, and dread of the unknown. Phantos chose to accept it rather than deny it. By clashing with it, he could become stronger. The problem was, what was this powerful presence trying to do? As he wondered, it moved. Fast. It was heading straight for his alley. The overwhelming presence closed the distance instantly, arriving before he could react. Well now, a breeze blew. And then, faster than the wind, someone appeared. Ludus Wardart glanced around before focusing on Phantos, his eyes showing mild surprise. I felt a dangerous beast's presence from afar. I thought it might be the monster that vanished from Jevodon. But it's just a beastkin. No, not just any beastkin. I've never heard anyone say Inovelig. HT looks small, but here we are. What do you eat to get that big? After his playful banter, Ludus' gaze sharpened. A beastkin of your caliber doesn't just happen to be wandering an alley like this. Every hair on Phantos's body stood on end. His ears pricked, muscles tensed. Meanwhile, Lutus stroked his chin, thinking aloud. You must be directly connected to the person who built this street. In that case, the answer was clear. I'd like to ask where your base is, but Lutus smirked. You clearly have no intention of telling me. The next instant, boom, the ground exploded as Phantos launched himself at Lutus. An unusual mana, you say? At Ludger's question, Grander gave him a faintly approving look. So you've at least picked up a few things somewhere. I learned of it during the trip to the Kassar Basin. They said that in the distant past, people were more blessed with mana than they are now. And you're asking me because I might know something. As far as I know, there's no one alive who's lived as long as you have, Master. At that, Grander made a strange face, then lightly walked over and sat down atop Hans. Hans flinched at a sudden move, but didn't budge, had no idea what she might do if he tried. Enjoying the feel of the spirit beast's soft fur, Grander settled herself before speaking. Chasing the traces of that mana, you still holding on to the past? Ludger didn't answer, but that was enough for Grander, who shook her head as if in exasperation. Your stubbornness hasn't changed one bit. You wouldn't listen even if I tried to stop you. So, do you know, even now, unusual mana exists. Black mages have it, and the spells you label as special do too. Do they look like something you could just teach and learn? Meaning, in the past, there was even more unusual mana than now. Yes, it's such a distant memory now that I can't recall precisely, but there were far more blessings back then. Blessings. The word stuck with Ludger. So not anymore. You know it yourself. Magic has become more calculated and revolutionary, but in turn, the ancient mystery and miracles of mana have faded. You think that's decline? Not decline. Progress is still progress. But my student, progress must never go in only one direction. Once other paths disappear, even if you later realize it was a mistake and look back, you can never return to what was lost. At those words, Hans was quietly impressed. He had thought she was nothing but selfish, irritable, and lazy. But speaking with Ludger now, Grander radiated the air of a sage from an ancient tale. Perhaps this was her true self. In that sense, the world today is alien. In what way? In the past, I remember the world was not so one-dimensional. It was diverse. An age of legends and myths beyond what people today could even imagine. Her voice was tinged with nostalgia, as if recalling a long-lost time. But at some point, the world collapsed and changed. What happened? Stars once called gods fell, and beings once called sapient were turned into monsters and driven beyond the mountains. Grander called that time the dawn of the age of man. 418 chapter revised record 2. Hans, who had been quietly listening, rolled his eyes, then blurted out a question before he could stop himself. "So you mean it wasn't like that in the past?" A moment later, he realized he had interrupted without permission and shut his mouth. But since the words were already out, all Hans could do was tremble. Grander gave him a pitying look, then slowly nodded. "That's right. The monsters you now know only as legends races entirely different from human sons existed on this continent. And not only that, they lived alongside one another, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in conflict. But it was humans who ended that age. The monsters were driven away, and humans built kingdoms of their own. What remained on the continent were demi-human races resembling humans. Even they suffered human oppression, enduring countless battles and massacres. During those centuries, humans created a great many things, but they lost even more than they made. What's more absurd is that they don't even know what they lost. Non-attributed mana is one of those things, likely so. But this is surprising. Granda shifted her legs back and forth like a child kicking her feet. I always thought they'd lost their treasures because of the flow of time and their own desirous that their foolishness had brought about those results. But hearing your story now, there's a sense of wrongness. What kind of wrongness? That I don't even know why it happened. Ludger fell silent at that. If Granda herself could say such a thing, it was no trivial matter. Why would something that was once a blessing have turned into a curse? They say that forgetting something can bring that about, but what was the root cause of that forgetting? And why was I unaware of it? Listing off her thoughts one by one, Granda finally spoke her conclusion. Someone orchestrated it. Orchestrated it. For once, Hans congratulated himself for not blurting out his thoughts. They blocked information, distorted it, twisted the truth. And the strange thing is, though, I have no memory of suffering such a thing. I clearly have. It was such an outlandish claim that it bordered on absurd. No matter how great the power, who could interfere with the course of human history to create such a gap in knowledge? And among the affected was none other than Grander, an Eighth Circle mage. Who could possibly do that? Hans, no matter how hard he thought, could not think of anyone. Who do you think was behind it? Who else? There's no one who's been around since that time except the Luminis Church. Hans' eyes went wide at her words. That religious fanatic order, doing something like this. How? Rationally, it seemed impossible. But is it really? He couldn't bring himself to dismiss the theory outright. It was stranger how a conspiracy theory like that could feel so convincing. Was it because the speaker was a legendary vampire and the most powerful mage alive? Did her strength and authority lend the claim credibility? No. This is my instincts telling me it's true. Especially now, in his spirit beast form, Hans' senses were sharper and keener than usual, and the most accurate sense he had was his animal instinct. That was not something to take lightly. Hans might hate his cursed constitution, but he acknowledged its usefulness. When he felt a sense of foreboding in beast form, it always came true. And now, with this inexplicable certainty, it was no different. Besides, Hans' eyes darted toward Ludger. At Grander's speculation, Ludger had remained silent. With no change in expression, it was hard to read his thoughts, but Hans could tell he was thinking deeply. He's not denying it. If it were untrue, Ludger would have dismissed it with a laugh or a cutting remark. But he held his silence. From that, Hans was certain Ludger knew. Considering Ludger's true identity and origins, his reaction only made the theory more believable. Then Ludger finally spoke. "So, Master, you're saying you don't actually know what non-attributed mana is?" "I don't." Grander's reply was sharp and immediate. For a being who had lived so long, admitting ignorance could be a blow to pride, yet she showed no embarrassment at all. "All I have is a vague back, then it was like this feeling no clear memory of what happened or what went wrong. It's unpleasant, like someone forcibly restricted my memory. But you seem to know something now. I've only sketched a rough picture in my head by piecing together the information you brought me. But it's hazy, unfocused, a meaningless picture, really." Even so, Grander smiled broadly, as if enjoying herself. The expression, mismatched with her appearance, carried both a strange allure and a chilling undercurrent. "A mana NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT. Cursed by God, what exactly it is doesn't matter. What matters is that the world tried to bury the truth, and that once it's revealed, it will shake the world to its core." Her red eyes gleamed as she fixed them on Ludger. "My student, what will you do? That truth is sealed deep in a dark place, wrapped tight at the bottom of a deep lake. Will you still seek it? Can you endure the countless interferences and pressures from those who want it hidden? Once you learn it, can you bear the weight without being crushed? Can you keep your will from breaking halfway? Her voice rose, emotions flaring radiant excitement and anticipation burning like a brilliant flame. Even if you realize it, no one will understand you. People will point fingers. Will you walk a path no one else will understand anyway? A heavy question. It was as if she was telling him if even one of his answers to these questions was no, then he should turn away from the truth, like everyone else. Because that would be the wiser choice. When have I ever not? Ludger's answer had a touch of petulance. Grander's eyes widened briefly, then she smiled warmly. Yes, that's my student. Hands shivered at the scene. Grander and Ludgermaster, and Disciplate, the dynamic between them, was unlike any normal teacher-student relationship. So have you found a way to deal with it? If it's related to God's curse, I plan to turn it against itself. Against itself. It'll borrow the power of the black mage beings that stand in direct opposition to divine blessings. Another possible answer was to use the power of demons, but Ludger had decided not to go that far yet. The only demons he knew were Zero Order and Helia. Neither could be trusted. Especially since he didn't know Zero Order's true motives for wanting Rhine, it would be unwise to reveal his own hand first. Not a bad approach. But my student, remember this. That's only a temporary measure, a way to buy time. It will never be a fundamental solution. I know, Ludger nodded. Grander seemed satisfied to leave it at that. Then her red eyes shifted, catching something in another direction. Oh, today is unusually eventful. She had sensed something. Just then, a rat scurried up and stopped in front of Hans. After squeaking out a rapid message, Hans' ears shot up. Boss, I think we need to move. What's wrong? Phantos has gotten into a fight. Phantos in a fight. At a time like this, more than that, Hans' voice carried an unusual urgency. Who is he fighting? I don't know. But if it keeps going like this, at Hans' answer, Ludger's eyes widened. Phantos might die. Phantos swung his arm toward Ruthers. At the tips of his thick, sturdy fingers, sharp claws had grown. Claws and fangs, these were the weapons that allowed beastkin to fight even without any armaments. They were also one of the reasons beastkin were recognized as exceptional warriors. However, beastkin didn't normally reveal their claws. Claws were usually only brought out in situations of absolute desperation, when one could not use a weapon. In other words, it meant one's life was in imminent danger. Proud beastkin warriors, with their strong sense of pride, were reluctant to unsheathe their claws. But now Phantos had brought out his claws and was charging at his opponent without the slightest hesitation. A dull yet intense flash, like a lightning bolt cleaving downward, tore through the air. Ruther's expression remained calm even as he saw the flash of death swinging toward his head. Then, just as those gleaming claws were about to reach Ruther's forehead, the unbelievable happened. Crack! Phantos' hand struck the ground, not Ruther's head. His eyes widened, dodged. In that short time, that was what Phantos thought until he realized it was a mistake. Ruther's hadn't dodged. His attack had simply missed, so naturally that it was baffling. He was sure he'd aimed precisely for the head. How did it miss? Pushing the question aside, Phantos immediately launched his next attack. 5 streaks of light ripped through the air toward Ruther's chest. This time, Ruthers met Phantos' gaze, as if to answer his intent and extended a hand. The hand not holding the bread bag. Tap. It was such a natural, almost gentle motion. He merely touched Phantos' swinging arm lightly and nudged it away. But the result was anything but light. The 5 trajectories curved away from Ruthers and slashed harmlessly into empty space. Slice. A rusted pipe on the alley wall was sliced cleanly, its sharp cross-section exposed. This wasn't merely deflecting an attack. It was taking it and redirecting it entirely toward a chosen target. Unbelievable. Phantos should have had the advantage in both strength and speed, yet Ruther's light push had overpowered him. The blood in Phantos' veins rushed faster. Every muscle in his body surged, swelling with explosive power like a wild beast with its fur fully bristled. Krang! With a beast-like roar, Phantos shot out a fist. It tore through the air in a vacuum arc, aiming straight for Ruther's solar plexus. Better than a moment ago. Yet Ruthers blocked it just as effortlessly as before. Just like at the start, merely pushed Phantos' arm aside with his hand, and that alone sent Phantos' punch crashing into the wall of the building beside them. Boom! The whole structure shuddered violently, part of the wall collapsing in rubble. Fortunately, the place was uninhabited. Otherwise, the damage would have been catastrophic. Terrifying power, but it still hadn't reached Ruthers. Thinking this wouldn't work, Phantos suddenly spread both arms wide, intending to grab Ruthers. If strikes wouldn't land, he would take it to the ground. But at that instant, his arms swept through empty air. His vision spun wildly before he even had the chance to break his fall thud. His back slammed into the ground. Dazed, Phantos could only see Ruthers standing there with one arm casually outstretched. Phantos leapt back to his feet, not even brushing off the debris clinging to his back, claws bared as he retreated. Ruthers' war darts snorted. Strength and speed are fine, but your technique is pitiful. Or is this you improved? The next moment, Phantos vanished from his spot. A beat later, fractured debris sprayed up where he'd been standing. With surprising agility for his massive frame, Phantos darted around Ruthers, kicking off a wall to the opposite side, stepping on a railing and dropping down, bounding from the ground to the side, kicking off a pipe. Despite the dizzying movement, Ruthers stayed composed. Seizing an opening, Phantos lunged from behind, swinging his claws for Ruthers' nape. But without even turning his head, Ruthers extended a hand. The path of Phantos' claws bent, as though space itself warped, scraping harmlessly against the ground. Crunch! Chunks of fractured earth scattered everywhere, dust settling on Ruthers' suit. My, watch yourself. This is my going-out suit. If it gets dirty, he'll get scolded when I get home. Ignoring him, Phantos spun like a top, a kick whipping toward Ruthers' temple. Perhaps realizing words wouldn't work, Ruthers sighed faintly and shifted from pure defense to offense. Bam, bam, bam. Phantos' world flashed white from the pain flooding his body. He dethroned the kick first, but Ruthers' blow landed faster. And it wasn't just Anseat struck 3 times in quick succession. Though they were only light punches, the impact sent Phantos flying far back. Well, well. Ruthers flexed and relaxed his fist with a note of admiration. Your body's incredibly sturdy. You're no ordinary beastkin, are you? He had meant to fully subdue him, but the feel was like punching a boulder. This makes controlling my strength tricky. Shaking his head, Ruthers stepped forward. In an instant, his body blurred forward, reaching Phantos as he was just getting up. Before Phantos could react, Ruthers grabbed his wrist and swung him like a sack, slamming him into the ground. Boom! The dark alley reverberated with a massive impact. Phantos' body sank into the ground, cracks spiderwebbing outward. That's far enough. If he'd wanted, you'd be dead. Even as Ruthers warned him, Phantos tried to rise. Stubborn as hell. A guy like you should have joined the Knights. Regret tinging his voice, Ruthers released Phantos' wrist and pulled his fist back this time with a stance utterly unlike his previous casual blows. But just that was enough to freeze Phantos' whole body. If that punch landed, he couldn't dodge or block it. Take a little nap. Murmuring, Ruthers thrust his fist forward, but at that moment, a shadow dropped from above, landing between them. Clang! The sound of metal rang out as the shadow was pushed back. Ruthers raised an eyebrow at his blocked attack. Phantos' eyes widened at the familiar back before him. Wow, that's insane. Alex lightly flicked his sword after catching Ruthers' punch. I heard all this racket and came to check who's this monster of a guy. 419 chapter, The Continent's Greatest Sword, 1. Alex spoke with a deliberately relaxed smile. Mister, looks like you've lost your way in the middle of the night. Want me to tell you how to get out? Just head straight back the way you came. Easy, right? Young man, you're certainly polite. Unfortunately, I haven't lost my way. Ludus' gaze shifted toward Phantos. On the contrary, I've come to exactly the right place. Oh, yeah, Alex replied casually, but inside he couldn't help clicking his tongue. A quick glance over Phantos' condition showed wounds scattered all over his body. Phantos, like this, what the hell is that monster of a man? Even without weapons, Phantos' opponent was barehanded too, which meant they had fought hand-to-hand. And yet, Phantosa Beastkin with a mutant-level physiquare had been completely overwhelmed. If I let my guard down, I am done for. With that in mind, Alex adjusted his grip on his sword and fixed his gaze on Lutus. He'll start with a light check, but just as he was about to charge in, Alex instead took a quick step back. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He felt it instinctively. If he'd rushed in with his sword just now, he'd have been the one on the receiving end. Ha! Ludus' eyes narrowed at Alex's reaction. You read that? Just where did they find people like you? He had been planning to counter the instant Alex attacked, concealing his intent so it wouldn't be noticed. And yet the man in front of him had caught honor, perhaps sensed it by pure instinct. The newcomer looked young, but his senses were extraordinary. Not to mention the technique he had shown when blocking his punch earlier. He had redirected most of the force, which meant he'd achieved considerable mastery in swordsmanship. With this level of skill, if he'd been trained properly in a night order, he could have aimed for the position of captain. So why was someone like that living in the back alleys? It was nothing short of a loss for the nation. Ludus found that a shame. But regret was regret. His task remained the same. Looks like you two are companions. That makes asking for directions twice as easy. Tell me where your base is. No idea what you're talking about. Alex deflected lightly, but the moment he saw Ludus' unyielding gaze, he realized the man already knew. Ah, this is the worst. It wasn't just that he hated fighting monsters like this one. Hadn't he just seen someone stronger than him, Phantos, get beaten one-sidedly? But if he backed down here, this monster would follow them to their base, straight to where his comradeship's family were. What would happen after that was obvious without needing to imagine it. If Ludus had come with good intentions, there wouldn't have been a violent clash to begin with. Sorry about this, mister. Alex readjusted his grip on his sword. His presence grew heavier and sharper. Whatever else happens, that's something I couldn't tell you even if it killed me. Is that so? Then there's no helping it. Ludus shook his head as if disappointed, but his eyes glinted with menace. In that case, one of us will just have to die. Damn it. Alex exhaled in frustration and focused his mind. He watched his opponent's shape, stance, movements. Without blinking once, Alex locked his gaze on Ludus. They were about 10 meters apart. He could respond in that distance. Where are you looking? In an instant, the gap between them vanished. Alex hadn't looked away, not for a moment, been staring so intently his eyes felt dry. And yet he had missed the movement. Ludus was suddenly right in front of him, driving a fist toward him. The air shuddered, and it felt as if the world were collapsing. Alex's breath caught, his whole body freezing up. What tickled his nose was the scent of death. In his mind's eye, he saw his own head exploding under that punch. Gritting his teeth until they felt like they would break, Alex forced strength into his arms and lifted his sword. It felt as heavy as if bound in chains, but he moved with the will to wring out every drop of his soul. Ludus' fist descended toward Alex's raised guard, sword and fist. The outcome of that clash was obvious, but Alex wasn't careless. On the contrary, he was certain that his shabby sword wouldn't be able to block that massive punch. He could feel it in the shock traveling up the blade into his arms, wouldn't be able to withstand it. If things continued, his guard would collapse along with his sword. Then ill deflected. But how? That question found its answer in what Alex had just seen moments ago. The same way he did. Alex's sword moved in a smooth, bending motion. Ludus' descending punch, like a falling mountain or a collapsing star, touched the sword end. The force was redirected almost entirely to the side. It wasn't just a parry. In the seconds that felt split into thousands, Alex drew out every ounce of his strength. He controlled every fiber of muscle in his body to the utmost precision. A talent for analyzing every movement shown by his opponent and reproducing it exactly with his own body. That was how he had copied Ludus' technique. Even so, it was hard to follow. He had imitated the swordsmanship of a knight at the level of master, but Ludus' skill was beyond even that. His body screamed, muscles on the verge of tearing. Still, Alex didn't hesitate. Even the slightest flinch would mean death here. He had to control every bit of his strength perfectly. Not a single drop could be wasted. Clang! His effort bore fruit. Alex's sword knocked Ludus' fist aside. Ludus looked from his own hand to Alex in disbelief. It had been just a single exchange, yet Alex was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "How did you do that?" Ludus asked in pure, genuine admiration. Hearing that, Alex smirked. "How do you think? You showed me. Did I? Ha ha ha. That's right, I did." Even Alex's mocking tone seemed admirable to Ludus, who let out a hearty laugh. The display had impressed him that much. It even made his next move unpredictable. As Alex braced himself for the next attack, Ludus suddenly asked, "Would you like to work for the Imperial family?" It was such a sudden offer. Alex didn't ask what he meant. Ludus was serious about his skill and wanted him as a subordinate. Anyone who knew Ludus even a little would have been shocked to hear this. He was a man who never showed mercy to enemies, yet here he was, breaking his own creed to offer defection. "The beastkin next to you as well." Ludus was sincere. To him, Alex and Phantos were men who wouldn't be outclassed anywhere. He'd met many prodigies and talents before, but it would be hard to find others like these two. With proper refinement, the level of master would be nothing, and they might even surpass him. Killing them with his own hands would be a waste. Better to make them surrender and take them in himself. But Alex's expression only grew colder at the proposal. Mister, I don't know who you are well, actually. You look like some high-ranking big shot, but my knowledge is lacking. Ludus Wardot, nothing special, but I'm a knight commander for the imperial family. Wardot, the empire's greatest sword. Damn, no wonder you're so damn strong. Even Alex, who wasn't interested in such matters, had heard of Ludus' fame. No knight who trained in the sword could be unaware of him. A masterclass knight with power beyond that level was the idol of all knights, and now that very Ludus wanted him. For a knight, there could be no greater dream than this. Sorry, mister, but it's still a no. Alex rejected the offer without a moment's hesitation. Ludus' eyes widened in surprise. More than the fact that Alex had deflected his attack, the outright rejection was far more shocking. Why? I already gave my word to someone else. There was no point hiding it, so Alex spoke honestly. Is it just because they asked first, to keep your word? It's not because they asked first, and it's not even about trust. It's just Alex remembered the day Ludger had extended his hand to him. It was something he couldn't put into words. Let's just say it struck a man's heart. Even as he said it, he thought it sounded like utter nonsense. But Lutus only let out a faint chuckle. It wasn't a mocking or scornful laugh. It was a smile born purely from recognizing the other man. But if you came with me, I could treat you even better. I could train you myself. You could become a knight whose name shakes the empire. Mister, you're saying that because you don't know once upon a time, I already learned swordsmanship in a place where I could have become exactly that. A place where he could have done exactly that, meaning a military academy that trained knights. But as you can probably tell from the way I look and act, I'm a commoner without even a surname. I must have been an eyesore to the others because, well, I got thrown out, right to my face. To me, that place wasn't somewhere good. Just thinking about it now pisses me off. Not that everything there was bad. Alex thought of Inia's face and smiled bitterly. And now you want me to go back to a place like that? I've got my pride, you know. Don't you think so too? I see. Ludus' expression grew heavier as he listened to Alex's story. It wasn't disappointment at having his offer refused, it was anger that a place meant to cultivate the Empire's future had let such a talent slip away. Even if you were given the chance to make up for that mistake, once you choose a path, you see it through to the end, don't you think? Ludus' eyes shifted to Phantos. And it seems you wouldn't accept my offer either. You're the type who would never be tamed under someone else. Seeing the beastkin's resolute gaze, Lutus tilted his head back to look at the sky. The night sky over the smoke-choked city of Rederbelk was so murky not a single star could be seen. And this was an era of chaos, when dangers to the Empire seemed to appear almost daily. For someone serving the Empire, losing not one but two talents of this caliber was a bitter thing. But if they truly wouldn't accept his offer, then there's no helping it. Ludus' aura shifted. An overwhelming killing intent poured from his body, filling the alley. Crack, crackle. The ground beneath his feet split with a menacing sound. It wasn't aura, it was pure will manifesting as physical force. That power, which may threaten the Empire, will cut it down here and now. Alex and Phantos swallowed hard at the sight. In that moment, both of them knew death was near, but they didn't turn their backs to run. They had no confidence they could escape from a monster like this, and more than that, their pride wouldn't allow it. Hey, Phantos, you feeling better, well enough to fight? Good. I think we can both agree we're in a pretty damn dangerous spot right now, right? Phantos gave a silent nod. And we can also agree now's the time to toss pride aside. Yes. Then let's work together and figure out how to deal with this scary bastard first. Both of them knew the other was strong. That was why they had subconsciously avoided working toads apart pride as the strong part consideration for each other. But now was the time to shove all of that aside. You know what needs to be done, right? Yes, by any means necessary. They had to fight with their lives on the line. A single instant of carelessness meant death, and one death would mean the other would follow. Don't just charge in. That guy's swordsmanship is beyond anything we know. Alex had seen it. Ludus' unbelievable technique, shown barehanded. Passius, when sparring with Phantos, had fought without letting a single drop of power go to waste, controlling it with precision. That was the realm of a masterclass knight. Ludus was several steps beyond even that. He had gone far past the point of wasting no strength at all. He could turn even his opponent's power into his own, redirecting or countering it at will. So far beyond common sense that even Alex, watching it, could barely imitate it. Any half-baked attack will just get turned aside. Then, it's got to be the fastest, sharpest strike, sharper than a needle's point. If it was even slightly lacking, it would come back at them in full force. It was an absurd condition, but Phantos nodded without hesitation. "I'll take the vanguard. Buy me some time. I need to analyze that technique a little more. I'll give the orders." "Understood." When they finished exchanging words, Lutus spoke. "Done with your little chat. You waited for us. How touching. It'd be even more grateful if you'd extend that kindness by stepping aside. You'll at least get the bare minimum." "Damn, I really can't talk you down, can I?" Phantos looked at Alex. That was supposed to be persuasion. Now that I think about it, maybe not. Well, it didn't matter what it was. There was only one thing to think about now. Let's go. Yeah, the strongest enemy stood before them. 420 chapter, the continent's greatest sword, 2, an alleyway on a dark street, quite a distance from Royal Street. A place where even the moonlight of the Black Night couldn't reach, erupted with countless collision sounds, bursting like fireworks and shattering the silence. 3 shadows danced in the darkness. Each time they crossed paths, the air rang out like a lightning strike and sparks flew. Although the fight was 2-on-1, the ones in the more pitiful state were, surprisingly, the 2. HRRGH. Phantos clenched his fist and struck out. The power from those destructive muscles could smash boulders and punch holes through iron. It was not something a bare-handed human could ever hope to imitate. Yet Ruthers deflected it lightly and with minimal movement, countered by going for Phantos' neck. His intent was to grab and twist it on the spot. At that moment, a sword darted in from over Phantos' shoulder, knocking Ruthers' hand away. Even though it was a bare hand against a sword, the sword was the one pushed back further. But for a split second, Ruthers too had an opening, and Phantos immediately followed up with a rapid chain of strikes. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fine lines sliced through the air slashes born from the claws surging from both of Phantos' hands, all aimed at Ruthers' body. Ruthers twisted his body lightly at the sight. 1 foot forward, the opposite shoulder slightly back. That alone caused the lines to flow past him like water, scattering in all directions. The combination of redirecting force and deflection, even without using his hands, just the barest of movements, caused the attacks to glide away cleanly. But Phantos neither admired nor regretted it. From the start, those slashes hadn't been aimed to strike a vital spot they were meant to harass. If they landed, great. If not, no matter. Considering his opponent's skill, plunging too deep into an attack would have been the worst choice. Ruthers' eyes flashed as he saw that. As if something displeased him, his right hand shot forward, but Phantos hopped back in an instant. Ruthers stepped forward, unwilling to let him escape. That alone made his body stretch forward in a long stride, catching up with Phantos' movement. He intended to close the gap and twist his neck right then and there. At that moment, Alex burst out from Phantos' shadow, swinging his sword in a wide arc. Ruthers had no choice but to pull back his outstretched hand. Their coordination was so tight, there was no opening between them. It was a desperate struggle to avoid giving him even the slightest gap. Alex and Phantos, the 2 geniuses, probably hadn't worked together for long, yet they moved like one body. Combining their strength produced more than twice what either could muster alone. While he felt a strange satisfaction and joy at that, a part of him also felt a rising unease. If I leave them like this, it'll be dangerous. He had always thought them exceptional, but the more they clashed, the more that feeling grew. As time goes on, their offense and defense are getting sharper. Their responses are growing more composed. From the very start, Alex and Phantos had been fighting him with everything they had. They had to, otherwise they would die. But what was strange was how that momentum was snowballing as the fight went on. They're not pulling out some hidden trump card. These 2 are growing stronger through the fight itself, getting stronger in real time. Of course, Ruthers knew they must have already grasped the key to reaching the next stage before this. But normally, even after realizing such a thing, it took considerable time to make it fully one's own. Some never managed it in their entire lives, even after finding the key. These 2 were different. Here and now, while breathing and fighting, they were still growing. Pang! With an air-shattering burst, Phantos' fist once again aimed for Ruther's face. Ruthers tried to deflect it lightly again, but the instant he touched it, he could feel it's heavier than before. This time, Ruthers had to push back with more strength to repel Phantos. And even though his blow missed, Phantos seemed to realize the difference too, judging by the provocative gleam in his eyes. Heh 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 heh. Ruthers laughed. Watching the two steadily grow stronger in this fight, it felt like a fire was lit in his chest. He never thought a pair of green youngsters so far below him in skill could make him feel this way. Part of him wanted to keep this contest going. But knowing he couldn't, Ruthers felt both joy and regret in that moment. If I were just a little more selfish and childish, this would be better. Alex and Phantos both felt their hair stand on end at his muttered words. Ruthers let the bread bag in his hand drop to the ground with a thud. In his focus on the fight, he'd forgotten up until now, Ruthers had been fighting the two with only one hand. Now he was casting off that restriction. Clenching both fists, he lowered his upper body and spread his legs wide. He'll end this quickly so there's no regret left. With that, Ruthers vanished from where he stood. Alex lost track of his movement. In that moment, Phantos moved crossing his forearms in a guard, stepping in front of Alex as if to shield him. It wasn't thought, but the beastly instinct of a beastkin that drove him. An instant later, Ruther's fist slammed into Phantos' forearms. Unlike before, this was not a light strike, but a full-powered blow. Crack, crunch. Phantos' arms were forced back violently. There was even the sound of something breaking in the forearms that met the fist. Even wrapped in spirit, it was the same. Phantos gritted his teeth and braced his legs to endure, but his body was still being mercilessly driven back. At that moment, Alex swung his sword. With the time Phantos had bought, he couldn't miss this chance. Aura flared along Alex's blade, dyeing the surroundings a dim ash color. Ruthers watched with cold eyes, then rotated his hands lightly. Unlike an outward redirect, this time it was the complete opposite. The aura-laden slash seemed to spiral in, as if sucked toward a single point. You've got to be kidding me. Not just blocking an aura-imbued attack barehanded, but pulling it in at will. Even if he was the Empire's greatest swordsman, wasn't this going too far? But even as Alex thought that inwardly, he didn't let go of his sword. The sword tip, caught in the vortex, was dragged by the massive force that traveled down the blade, affecting his hands and arms too. Letting go here would mean certain death at Ruther's hands. He couldn't stop the flow, so Alex decided to ride it instead. He spun his body like a top in the same direction his sword was twisting. With the world spinning sharply around him, Alex slashed precisely at Ruther's heart. A counterattack NVLIGHT that could only be pulled off under extreme tension and focus. But before it could land, Ruther's foot slammed into Alex's abdomen. Crunch. Alex spewed blood from his mouth as he was sent flying back. Almost in his place, Phantos charged in. His forearms were swollen and mottled with deep blue bruises, probably broken, but he moved as if it didn't matter. Even with that overheated feral energy bearing down on him, Ruthers didn't blink. His hands blurred, leaving countless fist marks across Phantos' upper body. In less than a second, the number of blows was impossible to count. Phantos' eyes widened, and he bit his lip. Red blood trickled from between his lips. But he didn't fall. Planting his legs firmly, he endured. Just as Ruthers was about to finish it, Alex, who had been knocked back, came charging again, aura radiating from him. This time, he was moving nearly twice as fast as before. Alex lowered his stance completely, skimming over the ground as he closed in, his sword driving up toward Ruther's chin. The ashen-pointed blade looked sharp enough to pierce through anything. It was the kind of strike that should have left him with fatal internal injuries. Yet Alex moved faster than he had at any point before. Ruthers turned his head lightly to the side. The thrusting blade grazed his cheek. Pick! A small cut was etched into his face. A single drop of blood slid down from it, tracing along his cheek. Seeing that, Alex felt despair. It had been a thrust made with everything he had. Phantos had even taken a blow to his own body to buy him the time for it. It had been the perfect opportunity, one unlike any before, yet all it had achieved was a scratch on his cheek. Impressive. Ruthers offered honest praise to the two. It had been so long since anyone had managed to wound him in earnest that he could barely even recall the last time. Most, when faced with his skill, lost heart. They would abandon their will to fight, even accept the death that was coming for them. But these two were different. Even with their guts injured, arms broken, and their muscles torn all over, they didn't stop. If there were more like you in this world, it would be better for it. It's this world that abandoned us. Alex glared at Ruthers with bloodshot eyes. A storm of emotions swirled in that gaze, but not once did fear of death appear among them. Is that so? But now it would end. Ruthers raised his hand. This time it wasn't a fist, but a hand formed into a knife-like edge. For someone at his level, a sword was optional. With just this hand, he could take a man's head as easily as cutting grain at harvest. Farewell. Even then, Alex did not resign himself. His eyes, brimming with killing intent and hostility, never left Ruthers. Ruthers saw much in that gaze, but he did not hesitate. With a single swing, he could reap the man's life like wheat in autumn. But he didn't. From afar, something was hurtling toward them. He saw a white light shooting toward them like an arrow. In an instant, it expanded not because the light grew, but because it was closing on Ruthers at a speed that could only be called supersonic. A deer. When he saw what was inside the light, Ruthers' eyes widened. It was a deer wreathed in white radiance with golden antlers. The deer slammed both antlers into Ruthers. He grabbed hold of them with both hands, trying to hold his ground, but even his strength could not fully stop the immense energy pouring through them. In the dark night sky over Riederbelk, a streak of white lightning tore across the heavens. Passers-by in the street below gazed up in shock, thinking a shooting star had fallen. Quaboom! The streak crashed into a nearby forest far from the city, triggering a massive explosion mingled with mana and throwing up a dense cloud of dust. The trees swayed violently outward, scattering debris in all directions. And yet from within, Ruthers rose to his feet unharmed. That stung. Even after catching a headbutt infused with such dense mana in both hands, he dismissed it with a light remark. In truth, his body bore no injuries at Allenley. His clothes were dirtied by the blast's aftermath. Even so, he couldn't take his eyes off the deer as it emerged from the haze. Not an ordinary beast, I see. I don't recall Riederbelk being a city where non-human monsters roamed so openly. But what drew his attention even more was the dark silhouette riding on the deer's back. A man cloaked in darkness, astride a beast of radiant light. It was a rare pairing, and yet Ruthers instinctively knew. Yes, it's you. You came to save those two, didn't you? Ludger stared back at him silently. Ruthers wore dart. The first time he'd seen him in the capital, he'd thought him truly remarkable. So much so that, at first glance, he had mistaken him for a sword, standing upright rather than a man. And now his skill was such that even Alex and Phantos attacking together could be subdued barehanded with ease. And to think he could block Hans's spirit-infused charge so casually. That had been a desperate rush from Hans, eyes squeezed shut, for the sake of protecting his reluctant comrade. Clumsy though it was, the spirit's mana within it was nothing to scoff at. And yet, Ruthers had stopped it barehanded, as expected the Empire's greatest sword, the strongest knight. Ludger leapt down from Hans' back. The Ader Nocturnus shrouding his body roiled violently, as if sensing something from Ruthers. Ruthers addressed him. You must care a great deal for your subordinates to make such a dramatic entrance. Or perhaps, thinking of those two, they were worth the trouble. Ruthers muttered that with a faint chuckle, his gaze fixed on Ludger cold and probing, as though trying to see exactly what kind of man he was. So why did you fight my subordinates? From behind the plague doctor mask, Ludger's voice rumbled. What else? I deemed them a threat to the Empire. And you still think so now? Now, of course. Ruthers' eyes moved over Ludger and Hans in his spirit beast form. A beast like that roaming the city, yet no one knowing. That was no small matter. It could mean that part of Riederbelk itself was in league with them. Perhaps even the city's mayor and nobles were involved, and if so, it was a far graver issue. It meant such creatures had been striding openly beneath the Empire's shadow. In that case, there was no helping it. Ruthers glanced around, picked up a broken piece of wood from the ground. Testing it with a casual swing, he gave a satisfied nod, then fixed his gaze back on Ludger. To me, you don't seem like someone I can deal with barehanded. Yet even with just a wooden stick, the pressure radiating from him was enough to take one's breath away. 421 chapter, the continent's greatest sword, 3 boss. Hans spoke. It was the spirit beast's way of communication, conveying one's will directly without moving the lips. Hans himself wasn't even aware that he was using that method naturally now. That was how hard it was to take his eyes off Ruthers. Ruther's war dart. He had heard often enough that the man was not just the Empire's best knight, but the continent's best. Because of that, he remembered his profile very clearly, but the difference between what was written in reports and the man's actual combat power was staggering. Even in his spirit beast form, Hans had rammed him at full force. Normally, Hans avoided fighting Altos thus such, an act was beyond him. But seeing Alex and Phantos bleeding on the ground had pushed all such concerns aside. Even Hans himself didn't know where that courage had come from. Before he knew it, without Ludger even giving the order, his entire body was brimming with mana, and his antlers were aimed full force at Ruthers. Dragging him out of the city and slamming him deep into a distant forest. Then had Hans thought, for the briefest moment, that maybe he had gone too far. But that thought lasted only an instant. Ruthers had emerged from that explosion completely unscathed. His clothes bore traces of the blast's aftermath, but his flesh hadn't suffered so much as a scratch. It was unbelievable. Even if he fell short compared to a true spirit beast, the power he'd unleashed was still at the very edge of that realm's tremendous output. Numerically, it was stronger than a massive tank charging headlong. And yet this was the result. Ludger, however, had no easy answer to give. His gaze was fixed on Ruther specifically, on Ruthers holding a wooden club in one hand. He knew instinctively that if he so much as looked away for an instant, an attack would come. He didn't ignore that instinct. And that strange technique he used earlier to redirect Hans' power. Ruthers had reached out with both hands to meet Hans' attack, then used a technique to divert most of its force outward. It had all happened in less than a breath, but Ludger had seen it, that momentary display of Ruthers' mastery over force. It's just a hypothesis, but I think I understand the gist of it. Ruthers caught the flicker of insight in Ludger's eyes and silently marveled. Ho is expected of the man who commands those subordinates. From what Ruthers could tell, Ludger wasn't a knight or warrior. The black shadows rippling around his body told the story was a mage. And not just any mage, but one of a different breed entirely. He could feel it. The kind of aura only a mage who had survived countless battlefields and life-or-death struggles could exude. For someone like this to have no rumors about him makes no sense. Even if Princess Aileen was backing him, the lack of talk meant Ludger himself had hidden his identity very well. Ruthers leveled the club at Ludger, gathering his aura. Ludger drew his sword stick and poured mana into it. Neither man spoke. Hans took a step back, putting distance between himself and the two. He instinctively knew that interfering now would only hinder Ludger. An eerie stillness settled over the forest, so deep that even the insects were silent. They moved at the same time. Their bodies brushed past each other in midair. A sharp flash teased the eyes. When their figures became clear again, each was standing in the other's original position. A collision without sound. Hans didn't understand what had just happened, but then his eyes went wide at the sight before him. Shrrak. A massive crater was carved into the forest floor, and as if an invisible giant's sword had descended, a gash split the ground. It stretched far beyond the crater, all the way toward the forest's edge. The cut surface was smooth, as though sliced by something impossibly sharp. Its depth was impossible to guess. It was like the yawning mouth of the abyss itself. Ruthers, the man who had wrought this impossible scene, slowly turned his head. What was that just now? Ludger, head tilted slightly, withdrew the mana from his sword stick. The wavering black shadow coating the blade faded away, revealing the pure white steel beneath. Magic. So unlike my imitation of the technique, yours is the real thing, is it? Ruthers muttered, glancing down at the club in his hand. Everything but the part gripped in his palm had been sheared away. Some might say a mere wooden stick could never stand against a mana-charged sword stick, but if the one wielding it was Ruthers' war dart, the story changed. The enormous slash that had scarred the forest was something he had created with that broken stick. Interesting, Ruthers tossed aside the now useless piece of wood. The tension drained from the air. I haven't heard the answer to what your goal is, but you don't seem like Yow'll be an enemy of the Empire for now, and it looks like our precious princess values you highly. Ludger didn't bother replying. Ruthers hadn't expected an answer anyway. He simply shrugged and continued. But the NV8, original source, moment you become an enemy of the Empire, it won't end like today. Etch that deep into your heart. Ludger slid the sword stick back into its cane. You can count on it. Ha! To speak in such a provocative tone before the Empire's strongest knight, and yet, strangely, Ruthers didn't dislike it. How many in this empire could stand so confidently before him? Thinking of Alex and Phantos, he felt more envy than wariness toward Ludger. With a trace of regret, Ruthers launched himself away. Despite his solid build, his body moved as lightly as a feather through the forest's darkness. When Ruthers had vanished completely, Hans finally exhaled the breath he'd been holding. Pa, WH. What was that just now? He approached Ludger as he spoke. Just looking at the scar in the ground sent a chill up his spine. Even in spirit beast form, Hans's white fur was bristling all over. If I didn't imagine it, I think I saw a massive flash for an instant. In that moment when Ludger and Ruthers crossed paths, Hans, whose sight had been sharpened by his transformation, had glimpsed a sudden burst of light. Even for a spirit beast's eyes, it had been barely visible and far too vast to judge by normal standards. Was that yours, boss? It wasn't. Then that human just now, are you saying that flash I saw was aura? Hans was struck speechless. Aura, that flash had been aura. That light, bursting forth in an instant, drawn from a wooden stick. They say a trained knight can draw aura even barehanded, but how do you produce something of that size and length from a piece of wood? Even if it had only manifested in the instant of the swing, the scale of it defied belief. More importantly, are you all right, boss? I'm fine. Ludger, having released the Aether Nocturnus, stood unharmed. Ruthers' unbelievable strike hadn't touched him in the end. The shadow energy stored in the swordstick had erased every attack within a certain range. The technique Ruthers had spoken of was spatial distortion itself. Its essence was entirely different from Ruthers' own, which had been honed to the extreme. The fact that Ludger himself remained unharmed within the slash's path was proof. By the way, could you always imbue your sword with shadow like that? No. Then, when did you, after returning from the Kassar Basin, I had a few realizations. After fighting Rimmel and witnessing Velkat's magic, Ludger had drawn multiple inspirations from the techniques they used. What he had now was something he had devised by imitating and adapting what he had seen. The mana consumption is so high that I can't use it for long, but for a one-hit kill, it's more than adequate. The downside was its short reach. Since it was more like imbuing a property directly into the swordstick, extending the range or firing it far away was virtually impossible. This was a technique meant for when he created a sure opening and closed the distance. Still, gaining a new usable technique was a good thing, and Ludger decided to be satisfied with that for now. Naturally climbing onto Hans's back, he spoke. Let's go back. We need to check on Alex and Phantos. Understood. Hans's body began to lift off the ground. By now, rising into the air felt completely natural to him. Soon, Hans was running through the sky as if stepping on invisible footholds, heading back toward Riederbelk. The forest they left behind on the cratered ground marked by massive slashes. A change began. SSSRRK, the deep gouges in the earth began to close up as if healing, and the long, cleaved scars sealed over like stitched wounds, as if the land itself possessed a will. Alex and Phantos went straight into treatment. Thanks to Bellaruna's emergency care after hearing the news, they were left with no lasting aftereffects. Their bones were broken, and their bodies were covered in cuts and bruises, but their recovery abilities were so strong that they would soon be back on their feet. That's a relief. Still, just in case, you should rest for now. Bellaruna gave her professional opinion as a doctor. Obsessed with pharmacology though she might be, she still possessed excellent medical knowledge. When it came to these matters, she was all seriousness. Ludger replied that he understood, thinking this to himself. He entered the makeshift infirmary where Alex and Phantos were resting. Contrary to his expectations that they might be dejected after losing despite their all-out joint attack, their expressions were very serious. Did you learn something from the fight? A lot. It's an unpleasant feeling, but also strangely satisfying. Alex replied with a faint grin. In his eyes shone a light Ludger hadn't seen before, the kind that appeared when a knight gained enlightenment, with the aura within his body resonating in response. I've never heard of aura being used like that. Actually, even if such a rumor spread, only that monster of a man could probably use it. You noticed? What do you take me for? I figured it out during the fight, ridiculous force redirection that Knight Commander showed us. I've even got an idea of its origin and principle. Alex recalled how Ruthers had deflected both his and Phantos attacks. He had thought it was sheer skill, But it wasn't that. It was closer to an immense force in itself. I'm still only guessing, but I'm getting a good feel for it. Give me a bit more time and I'll have the answer. Ludger thought back to Ruther's aura. That blow they exchanged in the forest, if he exaggerated a little, Ruther's aura at that moment seemed high enough to touch the sky. To draw out that much aura in the blink of an eye, swing it, and then withdraw it again, it was so fast and natural that it was hard to believe. It made him wonder if even drawing out every ounce of aura in one's body could achieve that. For a mage, it was like reaching a full 100 mana release. On the flip side, it seemed only fitting that such a feat was worthy of the title continent's strongest sword. That man is basically a living natural disaster. What's scarier is that he controls that power completely. Phantos, do you agree? Phantos, his body wrapped in bandages, replied. It was the same force I felt facing the ocean's roughest storms. A terrifying disaster that raises waves and capsizes ships. His impression of Ruther's was identical to Alex's. Having fought him with their lives on the line, they both understood clearly. So Ludger looked at the two of them. What will you do now? At the somewhat provocative question, both Alex and Phantos' eyes sharpened. Their lips twisted into faint smiles. Obviously. Well, pay him back. They were grateful for meeting Ruthers because of him. They could grow stronger. The incident that had happened in the middle of the night was quickly wrapped up. The place where Phantos and Alex had fought was a deserted alley. The area itself was already slated for redevelopment, so there were no residents. The only complication was the white shooting star people had seen streaking across the city's sky, but no one knew what it actually was, and it remained only as rumor. Even so, they couldn't have erased the traces in the nearby forest. Reading the front-page article about the star in the night sky, Ludger thought this. While events in the city could be covered up, the traces of battle outside it should have remained, especially the scar that ran across the entire forest. Anyone seeing that would assume something had happened. Considering the direction the light had flown, rumors should have spread quickly, yet there was still no news. That was curious. A knock at the door pulled Ludger from his thoughts. Come in. The one who entered was Sedna. She looked at him with slight concern and asked, Are you all right? I heard there was an incident at the Cassar Basin. It was nothing. That's not good news. The death of First Order Leslie is already widespread. Ludger's blue eyes turned toward Sedna. And there's talk that you, being present at the scene, were the one who killed Leslie. 422 chapter Dream in Canaria, 1. Leslie's death. The second First Order to die after Esmeralda. The problem was that Ludger happened to be in the Cassar Basin when Leslie died. And then certain rumors began to spread. That Ludger Cherish had contributed to stabilizing the Cassar Basin and that he had killed Leslie. From the Black Dawn Society's point of view, it could only be seen as betrayal. How's the reaction inside? It split exactly down the middle. Sedna relayed the information Shed brought. They're divided between those who suspect you and those who defend you. What's the gist of each side's argument? The ones who suspect you claim you joined hands with someone to betray the Black Dawn Society. They're saying there's no way the name Ludger Cherish would have been elevated at the very moment First Order Leslie died, unless you were involved. Interesting. And the other side? This side has a better grasp of the circumstances. They believe you didn't know about the events in the Cassar Basin. It was, in its own way, an amusing story. Ludger gestured for her to go on. They think you were operating undercover, but then an incident broke out in the very place you'd gone to. And if you didn't respond, you would have died. They believe fighting for your life is grounds for leniency. That's the crux of their argument. More than anything, the fact that the Black Dawn Society was a fiercely competitive organization played a role. While subordinates serving the same First Order might share some camaraderie, it was far from perfect. Look at what happened during the Philosopher's Stone incident. Second Orders had coveted the position of First Order and took it upon themselves to stir up trouble. A place of strict hierarchy and, even greater, writhing ambition. It wasn't at all strange for First Orders to kill one another. The fact that Zero Order turned a blind eye to such things was the clearest proof. I naturally believe we should view it from the latter perspective, but there's an oddly large number of people questioning your loyalty. Someone's stoking that from behind the scenes. Yes, and I think it's probably Nikolai. Ludger reached the answer immediately. From the start, the only people who could wield that kind of influence over the entire Black Dawn Society was Zero Order and the First Orders. Zero Order wouldn't bother with something like that. He was a thorough non-interventionist, unconcerned no matter how many of his subordinates died. That left the First Orders, and among them, Nikolai was the one who had always looked at Ludger with disdain. Nikolai was especially skilled in information warfare. Leaking rumors into the organization would be child's play for him. What will you do? I think you'll have to prove your innocence if you want to calm this atmosphere a little. Ignore it. Pardon. But at his order to ignore it, Sedna stammered. It was understandable those ignorant fools were daring to suspect Professor Ludger. Truthfully, if you broke it down, it was true that Ludger had been the one who brought about Leslie's death. But publicly, Leslie's death was attributed to the emergence of the Lord of the Earth Elementals. At least, that was what Sedna knew. But Nikolai, crafty as ever, was framing it as though Ludger had orchestrated Leslie's death. Twisting the truth and spreading baseless rumors was something Sedna found intolerable. That was why Shed brought the news to Ludger, but he, in turn, reacted with casual indifference. No matter what I say, those who don't believe me will keep on doubting me. They might even be hoping I'll step up and refute them. All the more reason to speak the truth, isn't it? I can't claim Leslie's death had nothing to do with me. Even if it was to survive, it's still a fact that I fought him. Nikolai will latch onto that point and never let go. That would only lead to a drawn-out, muddy brawl. And the opponent was deliberately trying to draw him into that. In that case, the cleanest response was to ignore it entirely. Even if they stood there beckoning him into the mud, he would stand above it with hands clasped behind his back, pretending not to hear. Let him say whatever he wants. All he can do is spread rumors, can't actually expel me from the organization. That authority lies solely with Zero Order. But still, Sedna, I understand why it frustrates you, but you have to look at the bigger picture. If Zero Order doesn't say anything, Nikolai claims will eventually lose strength and disappear. Time will take care of it. And as far as Ludger knew, Zero Order wouldn't hold him accountable in this matter. What if Zero Order does hold you accountable? Sedna's face was filled with worry, unable to dismiss the possibility. I have a way to deal with that too. A way. Instead of answering, Ludger chose to show her. Mana stirred within him, gathering in the palm of his right hand before taking on an elemental form solid and heavy, yet smooth and refined steel. Sedna's eyes went wide at the sight of the steel cube floating in midair. That's Leslie's original metal magic. The steel cube. Leslie combined various metal spells using these. Sedna's mouth fell open. She'd never seen it herself, but she'd heard of it. First Order Leslie was known as a master of metal magic. His magic differed from the crude metal spells others used. It was more structured, refined, and graceful. It was the magic that had earned him the title of master. These steel cubes were his unique, original creation. And now Ludger was showing her the exact same thing. How did you do that? I fought him, clashed with him, watched, and analyzed. What? For a moment, Sedna couldn't process what she'd just heard. Is that even possible? What was magic, after all? Even if mana was the raw material, it was a discipline that required highly complex, multifaceted approaches. It wasn't as if you could copy someone's fire spell just by watching them make it. Behind that seemingly simple process were the mana flow, the structure of the spell formula, the sequence of its components, and subtle control of force, a complex blend of factors all working together. You couldn't replicate it just by seeing it. No more than you could know what was inside a gift box just by looking at it. And even clashing with it directly didn't guarantee you'd grasp it. If that were possible, the world would be overflowing with mages constantly pointing their staves at each other, eager to steal spells. Sensing her bewilderment, Ludger spoke in a calm tone. I didn't copy it perfectly. As he said that, he spun the cube in his hand. Up close, the cube about the size of an adult's fist was actually made up of smaller cubes. It's impossible to reproduce someone else's magic in its entirety. What I did was merely imitation. Imitation, that's right. I took what I saw, heard, and felt, reinterpreted it in my own way, and used it. This steel cube falls far short of Leslie's original. Ludger recalled Leslie Velkat Benmarkand, his steel cubes. Leslie had even used metal and electrical currents to perform magnetic magic, orchestrating and freely manipulating vast amounts of metal. Granted, he deburned his own life force to achieve greater power than usual, but even without that, Velkat's magic left no room for underestimation. It had inspired Ludger. and he had reproduced it in his own way. That was how all the magic he used came to be. All of it had simply been reconstructed in his own way from inspirations, memories, knowledge, and information he had picked up somewhere. Isn't that still amazing? I'm not so sure about that. Ludger knew of someone who could replicate magic exactly just by seeing it, though in truth, that being was not human, but a transcendent existence spoken of only in legend. Having grown up under such a teacher, Ludger never had much self-awareness that his own abilities were exceptional. Either way, if I casually show this magic, the suspicious stares will vanish on their own. Ludger using Leslie's signature magic. There was no way Leslie, who was deeply loyal to Zero Order, would have taught his magic to a traitor. Naturally, most would think Ludger had collaborated with Leslie in some way. Not everyone will believe it. I am not hoping for everyone, but I can at least swing this evenly split flow to one side. That's enough. There's no need to waste more attention on it. With Ludger putting it like that, Sedna didn't press further. Instead, she found herself once again struck by what he'd just shown her. As expected, Professor is incredible. To display something others would be dying to boast about with such indifference perhaps, that was why it seemed even more impressive. Any other news? Ah, yes. Something concerning the Old Mage Tower. Go ahead. After the incident at Mystic Night, the Old Mage Tower's standing has taken a serious blow. That was rather good news. Of course, Ludger had already foreseen it. And they've expelled Gregorium, the one in charge during Mystic Night, from the Mage Tower. Gregorium's expulsion. Ludger recalled the face of that greed-filled old man. He also remembered the threat-laden words Gregorium had muttered before leaving, telling him to just wait and see. But in the end, after returning to the tower, he had been unable to make good on them. In an attempt to somehow restore their tarnished image, the old Mage Tower had dumped all the blame on Gregorium and cast him out. Unexpected. So they really cut off the tail. It seems the old Mage Tower is enduring quite a bit of bleeding from this. Normally, they defend their own no matter what. Did they change their minds? Ludger crossed his arms, amused. The old Mage Tower had made a huge decision in ousting Gregorium. He wasn't an elder, but he was close enough in standing. It was completely at odds with their usual shameless habit of sheltering their own unless the matter was truly grave. Were they that desperate? Or was this the result of another internal power struggle? It might not be a bad idea to watch and see. Damn it. Gregorium's beard quivered as he spat out his fury. His personal laboratory and office were already in shambles from his rage. Even after smashing everything to pieces, his anger wouldn't subside. They throw me out just like Thatme, who devoted everything for the Mage Tower. Do they have any idea how much I've done? After the incident at Mystic Night, the elders of the tower had expelled him on the grounds that he tarnished the old Mage Tower's reputation. It wasn't a simple suspension or reassignment. He had been dropped from the old Mage Tower entirely, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. An unprecedented extreme measure. To Gregorium, it was absurd. He had served for decades, made great contributions, maintained close friendships with many in the tower. Exaggerating only slightly, he could read more on our source, have committed a series of murders and still been told by the tower to just not do it again. And yet they had cast him out so brazenly. If they expelled someone of my stature, it means the Elder Council decided it, which means a majority voted in favor. While he had enemies among the elders, it was still hard to believe that more than half had agreed to remove him. At this point, he couldn't help suspecting there was some deeper scheme. And in truth, there was something that seemed off. When his expulsion had been decided, Gregorium had contacted one of the elders he was close to on a private line. He had let his emotions take over, demanding to know how they could throw him away so easily. But the man, normally warm toward him, seemed extremely reluctant to answer. What the hell is going on? Whatever it was, Gregorium was no longer a mage of the old Mage Tower. The disgraceful events at Mystic Night had been laid squarely at his feet. Filthy bastards. Fine, let's see how well you do without me. Gregorium left his office. Mages of the old tower walking the halls passed by without so much as looking at him. Normally, they'd freeze up and bow their heads, but now they did the exact opposite. Grinding his teeth quietly at the reaction, Gregorium stepped outside. He turned back and saw the old Mage Tower rising high enough to pierce the heavens. When he'd first seen that sight as a young man, his heart had pounded with excitement. Now it only looked cold. With a conflicted expression, he gazed up at the pinnacle of the old mage tower, then trudged away. To the station. He climbed into the prepared carriage and gave the driver a short order. The carriage set off. In the new city of Riederbalk, they said the carriages were pulled by horse-shaped golems, but here at the old mage tower's base, there was no such thing. Believing Magitech was not true magic, the old mage tower still had carriages pulled by living horses. It was ironic, considering the lofty talk that the mage tower led the world's progress. As he was thinking that, Gregorium frowned at the view outside. The road the carriage was taking clearly wasn't leading to the station. Hey, where exactly are we? Just as he was about to demand an answer from the driver, Gregorium realized someone was sitting in the seat opposite him. When had they? He stared in disbelief. A moment ago there had been no one, but when he came to his senses, the man was there. Was this a dream? A hallucination? Pleasure to meet you. A young man with striking black hair spoke. He seemed almost like a mirage. Who are you? No need to know my name. The young man smiled gently. Just call me Zero Order. 423 chapter Dream in Canaria 2. What? Zero Order. Are you joking with me right now? Gregorium frowned. He had only just been expelled from the Mage Tower. Although he claimed he had left of his own accord, everyone knew it hadn't been his choice. Already in a foul mood, now this young man was introducing himself not by name, but by an alias. It felt almost as if he were deliberately trying to provoke him. Gregorium was about to raise his voice in anger. Even if he had fallen from the Mage Tower, his magical rank was not something to be taken lightly. But no sound came out. It was because of the sight of the young man, holding his index finger to his lips. SHHH. Even if this carriage is moving, if you're too loud, people will hear. You, what are you? Gregorium managed to stammer the words out. His voice was cracked beyond recognition. He hadn't been physically attacked, yet his voice had suddenly caught in his throat. He looked down at his own hand. It was trembling violently, like a gout attack. He couldn't understand wit was something his mind couldn't process. His body was being consumed by pure instinctive fear. The moment he realized the fear, the man before him seemed to change. From a rare, handsome youth into something like a demon lurking in the world's deepest darkness. Why did you approach me? Well, because I am the one who got you expelled from the Mage Tower. What? Gregorium wanted to ask what that meant, but before he could, his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Like a storm crashing in, drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed helplessly. His eyes closed and his body slid sideways. His breathing remained steady. It was only sleep. But his sleeping form looked little different from that of a corpse, making it all the more unsettling. The running carriage stopped in a deserted area. The coachman slightly turned his head. Up close, his skin was smooth and youthful. Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Gregorium has fallen into the surface world of the dreamland. Yeah, then everything's going according to plan. The coachman hesitated for a moment. Zero Order permitted him to speak his mind if he had something to say. Do you intend to accept Gregorium as a new executive? From the sound of it, you're not too keen. Ludger Cherish wasn't like that, was he? That man is stronger than the previous John Doe. He even fought Velkat. He may be the strongest among all existing First Orders. I would think so. At the same time, he's also someone we cannot trust. Still, because his strength is genuine, I believe this uncomfortable alliance is acceptable for now. But Gregorium is different. Zero Order smiled as if amused. He waited with a relaxed air, as if inviting his subordinate to continue. Though he was part of the old Mage Tower and knows its inner workings, he engaged more in political scheming than in magical achievement. His skill has faded, and age has only left him with ambition. You can tell that. When his consciousness enters the surface world, it's transmitted to me. A person's mind, when entering dreamland, always reveals its deepest self. That makes sense. Since you're the one who built our meeting room in the surface world, you'd know well enough. From that standpoint, Gregorium is unfit to be a First Order. His imbalance between desire and ability is far too great. Zero Order chuckled. It was advice, and at the same time, a rebuke, but he didn't mind. Don't worry. I didn't have him expelled for that purpose. Then, was there a reason to interfere with the old Mage Tower and bring him down? I thought we might need to offer up a sacrifice. At the word sacrifice, the coachman's body stiffened momentarily. In a tone of disbelief, he asked, has he begun to awaken again? Yes. Zero Order knew exactly who he referred to. At those words, the coachman let out a small exclamation. For someone who usually expressed emotions as cold as ice, it was a remarkably strong reaction. The time is drawing near. Indeed, even Bassara, sealed in the imperial capital, has awakened. Helia and I will be moving. It's time for the other apostles to act as well, so you were confirming it. To check that place, you need a skilled mage. That's why you cut the string of that old man who was already in a precarious position. Gregorium will be our canary. That's a fortunate thing. Zero Order said this while glancing outside. Through the carriage curtains, suspicious figures could be seen searching diligently for someone. He's the sort of man who would have vanished without a trace to keep the organization's secrets after leaving. Better to put him to some use than let him die with his mouth shut. Squeezing out efficiency. It was hardly something one should say about a person, but neither Zero Order nor the coachman felt any pang of conscience. Let's be on our way. The old mage tower's eyes might reach here. Right. At the coachman's gesture, the horses began to move again. Over the sound of hoofbeats, the coachman quietly asked, "Do you think Gregorium will wake up?" "We'd better hope he does. For now, 3 days. That's the average time it takes for a consciousness sunk to the depths of dreamland to float back up again. If he still hasn't woken after that, Zero Order finished the thought with a nod. It means the most troublesome apostle has been released from deep, deep within the abyss of the unconscious. Aside from the news of Gregorium's expulsion from the old mage tower, there wasn't much worth paying attention to. Most of the chatter was about the incidents at Mystic, night especially, the sudden appearance of the Earth Elemental Lord. Sedna, however, had no interest in that part. She only gathered information because Ludger and Hans required it, not out of personal curiosity. Just as she was about to wrap up her report, the sound of students laughing came from outside the window. Ludger glanced toward the source. The strangely excited tone in their voices caught his attention. They seemed to be enjoying themselves quite a bit. "What happened? It's not break yet, as far as I know." "Oh, you haven't heard. Before break, Theon holds its final festival, a ball." "A ball, yes. It's an internally hosted party that's been a long-standing tradition here." "I see. That makes sense." Ludger faintly remembered hearing about such an event. He hadn't paid it any mind before. Now that summer was fully setting in, the ball served as one last memorable event for the students before vacation. That explains their mood. Well, they're A students. They love the chance to dress up, laugh, and dance together. Sedna spoke as if it were someone else's business. Though she was of the same age group, she had lived a life far removed from such events, so she saw little significance in it. But lack of interest didn't mean lack of information gathering. As expected of a ball, there are various events planned, along with gift giveaways. Exactly the sort of thing students would enjoy. Yes, and there's even an award ceremony for the most beautiful person, so the enthusiasm among the girls is high. A hall filled with finely dressed young men and women, it was natural that some would find themselves smitten in such an atmosphere. The Sion Ball was known as the annual event that produced the most new couples. Not that it has anything to do with me. With so many other matters demanding his attention, a ball was hardly worth caring about. Ludger rose from his seat. It was almost time for class. As he walked down the corridor after leaving the faculty office, he passed students who looked more animated than usual. They were so swept up in anticipation that even some who normally avoided him smiled and greeted him. Good grief! Just like during the Magic Festival, the enchantment of such events was undeniable. The mood remained the same even after he entered the lecture hall and stood at the podium. Normally, the students would be quiet as mice, but now they chattered endlessly. The room was practically buzzing. "Did you come here to play?" Ludger's voice, laced with mana, filled the space. It wasn't loud, but it vibrated through their skin into their very bones. Only then did the students fall silent. Still, the excitement in their NOVELIG HTIs was not so easily quelled, but that was enough for now. "I understand your excitement, but at least know the time and place for it." The students quickly became subdued. Of course, not everyone did. Julia, for instance, had never cared for such balls to begin with. At that moment, someone shot their hand into the air. Ludger's gaze fixed on the raised hand. "What is it, Aiden?" Aiden, eyes sparkling, had raised his hand. The expressions of the other students instantly shifted to unease. No, surely not. But it's Aiden. Some gave him warning looks, others looked resigned, and a few seemed eager to see what would happen. Ludger could only wonder what sort of behavior from Aidan had earned such a reaction. Even more absurd was the question that came out of his mouth. Teacher, aren't you going to the ball? Several students' eyes went wide with shock. Taishi was the same, and Leo, seated beside her, let out a weary sigh and lowered his head. He seemed to have given up entirely. Aidan, what exactly do you mean? Well, the ball is coming up soon, right? I was wondering if you'd be attending too, Teacher Ludger. Me? Yes. I heard it's not just students authors attend as well. His voice was pure curiosity, without a hint of calculation. It made Ludger's head ache all the more, especially when looking into those clear eyes. The students, despite shaking their heads at Aidan's boldness, were now watching Ludger with a mix of curiosity and expectation. What everyone's really wondering is who your partner will be. Partner, Ludger frowned. But he understood what Aidan meant. In this context, a partner was someone to dance with at the ball. At Aidan's question, other students began speaking up. That's right, we're curious too. Who will you be dancing with, teacher? Once the dam was broken, the chatter swelled again. It was an interest natural for students their age, and once it began, it was hard to stop. For Ludger, however, it was another matter. Enough. His voice, once again infused with mana, swept the chatter away like a receding wave. The students stared, wide-eyed. To control a room's mood with nothing but the resonance of a single word, it was masterful mana control. Focus on the lesson. Paying no mind to their reactions, Ludger began the lecture. Teacher Ludger, do you have a partner? It was during lunch with fellow instructors, something that hadn't happened in a while, when Merrilda suddenly asked the question. You mean for the ball? Yes. The whole place is abuzz about it. There's always the option of not attending. We're newly appointed here. Even if we've settled in, this is the sort of event you really should attend. The headmaster will say the same. Ludger had been about to say he was too busy as planning director, but stopped. If anything, it was exactly such occasions where showing his face might be more important. I haven't thought about it yet, he said, giving a non-committal answer rather than an outright refusal. There's always teacher Selina. She happens to need a partner too. W8, Merrilda. Selina shot Merrilda a glare, cheeks slightly flushed, while sneaking a sidelong glance at Ludger. Are you attending, teacher Selina? Merrilda answered for her. Of course. She's even considering getting a new dress for it. Why would you say that? Dress. Surprisingly, Ludger reacted to that instead. Everyone's scrambling to get custom dresses for the contest. They want to look their absolute best. A custom dress, Ludger suddenly felt a spark of interest. To be precise, he had caught the scent of a business opportunity. 424 chapter Cinderella 1. Merrilda, as usual, was talkative about this time. She seemed to have caught a rhythm, and her chatter was endless. Everyone had their eyes lit with excitement because of the upcoming ball and contest. Not only the students, but the teachers, the internal staff, and even the invited guests from outside were all the same. Merrilda didn't stop there. She spilled all kinds of miscellaneous stories as well. Recently, the demand for dresses had sharply increased, and Royal Street had become even more bustling. Because of that, every famous luxury designer has their eyes wide open. And why is that? Bruno, who had just swallowed the mashed potatoes on his plate, asked curiously. Merrilda raised her index finger and waved it. You gentlemen probably don't know this, but Sion's ball is extremely symbolic. You've seen how many guests came for the magic festival, Sion's own grand celebration. Ludger and Bruno exchanged glances, then shrugged in unison. Merrilda shot them a half-lidded glare. But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. Ludger, who juggled being planning director and a teacher, was an extreme workaholic, and Bruno was always buried in his mechanical golems full of oil and steam. There was no way they would understand the fervent longing this kind of ball inspired in women. I should explain it nicely so you too can understand just how much attention Sion draws. The Magic Festival alone brought in key figures from various countries, high-ranking nobles, and all sorts of people. The same would be true for the upcoming ball. Think about it. Sion's patrons, who pour in enormous sums every year, will spare no expense for an event like this. Naturally, there will be people eager to catch their eye, right? You mean the tailors? Ludger nodded in understanding. He had already guessed as much when the topic of dresses came up. Merrilda clapped her hands. Exactly. Famous tailors, designers, luxury brand owners. And do you think they'd turn down the chance for greater fame? So holding a contest is essentially like planning a fashion show. with the added bonus of advertisement value. No wonder it reeked of business, so this was the reason. Famous brand designers will do whatever it takes to present their masterpieces to the public. They have to elevate their prestige, and they'll want a model worthy of it. A model. People who can attend the ball. Those willing to accept sponsorship, students and teachers. Oh, even Bruno, sitting beside Ludger, let out an admiring sound as he finally understood. In other words, this ball isn't just for the students' enjoyment, it's a massive stage where people's ambitions and interests intertwine. Merelda seemed to know absolutely everything. Seeing the fire in her eyes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was staking her life on this ball. Why is she so passionate about this? Ludger and the other teachers couldn't help but find it puzzling. But Merelda didn't care about such looks. This contest is very important. She pictured herself appearing at the ballroom in a beautiful dress. The spotlight shines on me, and all around, people murmur their admiration. She could clearly imagine handsome gentlemen in fine suits and tuxedos approaching her, eager to strike up a conversation. And then, as if she had been waiting for it, she would respond with dignity. I'm a little busy right now, with a slight, playful smile. Men, restless with impatience. Just imagining it, what could be more delightful, that daydream crept onto her expression. Ludger saw the desire-filled smile and inwardly grimaced. What the hell is she imagining? When he glanced at Selina beside him, she simply wore an innocent expression. He felt a small sense of relief at that. Well, people differed, after all. Then Merelda, regaining her focus, spoke again. Anyway, this ball is very important. From getting the dress to deciding on a partner. I see. Back to the point, you decided on your partner, Professor Ludger. I have no plans. Ludger's answer was consistent. Selina's slightly expectant expression turned sullen. Thanks to Merelda's wholehearted persuasion, Ludger began to think about the upcoming ball more seriously. If so many vested interests were involved, it seemed worth giving it some attention. Besides, with all the tailors gathering, it's not something I can just ignore. News from the Luminis church in the capital or from the elven trackers was not something he could get immediately, even if he wanted it now. It would take time, and in the meantime there was nothing else that required his urgent focus. So Ludger headed for Riederbelk at a leisurely pace. This time not as Ludger Cherish, but as Oliver, the owner of Royal Street. Owner, Ure here. Violetta, having been notified in advance, greeted him. Her public position was as the manager of House of Verdi. She was also the designer currently making the biggest name for herself. Business going well. Yes, things are running smoothly. Sales are steadily rising, and thanks to word of mouth, customers keep coming in. Violetta answered while glancing at the now thriving street, but there was a faint note of concern in her voice. Ludger caught it immediately. If you have something on your mind, you can ask. Well, it's just, is it because of the ball at Sion? Violetta's eyes widened. There was no point in asking how he knew was her boss and a Sion teacher. Yes, that's right. Lately, there's been a lot I have to keep up with because of it. Obviously, it's about the dresses for the ball. We've had more custom orders, but even more than that, our competitors are paying a lot of attention to us. Just recalling it made her shake her head. Riederbelk is our home ground, but our rivals are master tailors from famous brands. Compared to them, we're still newcomers. This is our chance to rise, but the wall is high. Master tailors, famous fashion designers, people whose names appeared in newspapers and who made bespoke garments for high-ranking nobles. All of them were gathering for Sion's ball. It felt very familiar to Ludger. It's just like Mystic Night. Mystic Night was where mages gathered to share and compete with their knowledge. Naturally, such heated competition also made rivals bare their fangs at each other. For Violetta, the Sion ball was the same. Is it difficult to win with clothing alone? They're all formidable. Everyone well known in the industry is there. Matching their level is already tough. She spoke Franklish had clearly been worrying about this for some time. Looking closer, there were faint dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't been sleeping much lately. I have plenty of ideas, but so do they. And you can't win on sudden flashes of brilliance alone every time. Her talent was innate, but that didn't mean others were lacking. Sometimes, someone shed thought inferior could create a masterpiece from a moment's inspiration. That was the nature of this industry. And as you know, the hanger is as important as the clothes. Even the same outfit will get vastly different reactions depending on who wears it. True. Clothes on an ordinary person and clothes on a tall, high-ranking figure left completely different impressions. If it was a celebrity, just wearing it provided extra advertising value. That was the root of Violetta's worry. So everyone worth asking has already paired up. Yes, many of Sion's students are of noble birth, but we have no way to reach them. Why didn't you ask me for help? Ludger was a teacher there. If Shed mentioned it earlier, he would have gladly agreed this street was his creation after all. At his question, Violetta bit her lips slightly in guilt, but her eyes held a firm, unyielding light. You're busy, and I didn't want to bother you over something like this. You've already done so much for mate, would be shameless to ask for more. Her voice was steadied, was sincere. She had already received a debt she could never repay. To ask for help again over this would be brazen. I can't always lean on your help. We have to stand tall on our own strength. I respect that. But sometimes there are things one can't do alone. That was why Ludger had built Owens. He couldn't shoulder everything alone. So he found comrades he could trust and rely on. That's why I help you. You don't only take when you're given. The opposite is also true. You can just help each other. That's what comrades do. The warmth in his words brought a faint moisture to Violetta's eyes. But she didn't let it fall. She'd promised herself she would never cry again. Thank you, owner. So, what do you need? As I said, we need someone to wear the dress. No need for a suit. At that, Violetta smiled softly. That person is sitting right in front of me. I see. Then the priority is finding the person first. Yes, I need to see who will wear it before I can imagine the design. No matter how beautiful or ornate a dress was, if the wearer couldn't carry it, it meant nothing. It was far better to choose the person first, then make the dress for them. But all the nobles already have fixed partners, so we'll have to avoid that they won't leave an opening. And the teachers? Same. In fact, competition is even fiercer among them. So a commoner student then. He didn't even bother to mention looks, it went without saying. Ludger crossed his arms, deep in thought. Violetta quietly watched him. The fact that he was thinking this seriously was already more than enough to fill her with gratitude. The owner truly means it. She had felt it when he first showed the people of the slums his vision for the street. Ludger didn't take things lightly. On top of his magical prowess, he excelled in other fields. At this point she felt nothing but reverence. Then, as if finished thinking, Ludger spoke. Violetta. Yes, owner, what do you think about performance? Performance. You might not know. Realizing he'd been vague, Ludger gave her a brief explanation. The sharp-minded Violetta understood immediately. Amplifying the image with external elements and devices, but would that be possible at a ballroom? It wasn't that she hadn't novelght thought of something like it, but such performances still depended on who was wearing the clothes. The wearer's social status and looks decided the effect. So make it possible. In a way only you can. And what's that? Magic. At his firm answer, a stunned look crossed her face. Magic. It was impossible. She almost said it, then closed her mouth. Her eyes swept over Ludger. The magic you used before it took the form of clothing, didn't it? Ludger nodded silently. This time, she fell into her own thoughts, but the spark in her eyes showed her mind was bursting with ideas. A dress imbued with magic, there were too many possibilities. Given the time left, she could only make one. She couldn't do it alone, she'd need help, but if she could make it and show it to the world, then owner. Go ahead. I'll decide after I see the model, the best model for the best dress. Ludger rose from his seat at once. Going now. If we're going to bring in Cinderella, we should move immediately. 425 chapter Cinderella 2. Sion has been really noisy lately. Rhine thought so as she felt the overly excited atmosphere around her. It wasn't particularly surprising. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. For her, all she needed to do was focus on her studies as a proper student should. Still, if someone overly excited was sitting nearby, it was impossible not to notice. Senior, are you all right? Rhine cautiously asked as she watched Erendia poring over a stack of documents beside her. They were in a small, neatly tended garden no one ever visited. Sitting on a mat spread over the grass, Rhine quietly observed Erendia. The princess didn't respond. She was already lost in another world, unable to pull herself out easily. It's no use calling her. The reply came from a pleasantly clear voice. Freuden Ulberg. True to his status as the son of a high noble, he cast a sharp look at Erendia. Her Highness seems to be completely absorbed in the upcoming ball. Looks like she can't escape from her personal catalogue of which dress to choose. Ah, so it's because of the ball. Her room is probably stacked high, with letters right infamous brands begging her to wear their sponsored dresses. Rhine nodded in understanding. Regardless of her behavior, Erendir's beauty was undeniable. Royal blood from the imperial family. Innate charisma wasn't something one could acquire later in life. Of course, the reaction at the ballroom would depend on what Erendir wore. If this weren't Sion instead of letters, she would be surrounded by crowds and flattery. She's probably worried about which to pick. She must have her own hopes as well, like making friends far above her station, for instance. In truth, someone like Erendir didn't need to obsess over dresses at all. But her intense focus likely wasn't about the dress itself, it was about imagining herself at the ball afterward. She was probably picturing herself entering the contest and becoming the star. That way, she could impress her juniors and maybe form new connections. It's a little too transparent, though. To students who didn't know her true nature, they might easily be taken in. Thinking that made Freuden feel a twinge of irritation. But he didn't bother pointing it. It had nothing to do with him. The person who did matter to him was someone else. I guess nobles get a lot of sponsorship offers, Rhine said with naive detachment. Feigning indifference, but keeping his tone from sounding too cold, Freuden replied, "It's a nuisance. Do you get them too, Senior Freuden?" "Well, yes. Enough to be annoying." As the heir to one of the Empire's three ducal houses, Freuden was certainly a prime target for sponsorship, and with his striking appearance, there was no shortage of people eager to court his attention. "Rhine, you're not interested in the ball?" At his subtle question, Rhine smiled softly and shook her head. "Not really. I am already busy enough with my studies. It's a once-a-year event. Even if you can't be the star, you could still have a rare experience you wouldn't get otherwise, like the contest. As a Sion first year, you'd be expected to look forward to that." Among the girls, the hottest topic was definitely the contest Miss Sion, the beauty contest held at the ball to crown the most beautiful attendee. Having your name listed was every female student's dream and aspiration. Well, I am not that interested. It wasn't that Rhine had never thought about the Miss Sion contest, but her thoughts had only gone as far as, "Oh, so that exists." She had never once imagined herself entering and winning. Partly because she saw no need but more than that, she simply wasn't drawn to it. Besides, beauty standards varied from person to person, didn't they? To her, Sion was full of beautiful people, male and female. Trying to decide the best among them seemed absurd. "But you will go to the ball, right?" "Well, it's a festival, so skipping it feels wrong. And from what I've heard, everyone attends. I was just planning to hang around for a bit, then slip out. That's a shame." "Huh, what's a shame?" "That you, Rhine, you could definitely be the star there." Rhine widened her eyes at that, then chuckled as if amused. "Senior, you don't have to say that just to flatter me. I know my place." No, he had meant it. Freuden wondered how he could get her to understand his sincerity, but being too direct might make her uncomfortable, so he chose his words carefully. "Y'all need to match the dress code for the ball. Have you picked out a dress yet?" "No, I wasn't even thinking about clothes. I figured it'd just get something simple to fit the occasion. That won't do." At Freuden's firm tone, Rhine's lips parted in surprise. Realizing he had spoken his mind, he steadied his voice. "I'll have one made for you. You will. Yes. I can do at least that much." Rhine quickly waved her hands. "No, no, that would be too much. It'd trouble you, I just want to." He added a reasonable excuse. "You're an important junior to me." It was a cover to keep her from seeing his true feelings, but anyone who knew him well would have been shocked to hear it. Not knowing that, Rhine simply thought he was being kind. "Still, if it bothers you, I'll make it conditional. I don't have a partner for the ball," yet he was about to get to the point, asking her to be his partner in exchange for the dress. That was the real goal. If they could grow closer, maybe he could end this stagnant relationship. "Ha! Didn't you get a ton of love letters, Freuden?" Unfortunately, Erendir chose that exact moment to snap out of her trance and butt in. This oblivious princess, Freuden frowned, but didn't ignore her. "They were all from people aiming for my family. Their intentions were far from pure, should I accept them." "And your intentions are pure." Erendir smirked knowingly, poking at him. Usually clueless, she could be annoyingly perceptive in matters like this. Coming from a princess daydreaming about making friends, that's rich. "What did you just say?" They glared at each other. Like oil and water, their gazes were filled with mutual disdain. Ah, it'll be going now. Ryan knew from experience that she couldn't mediate between them. Their petty quarrels had been going on for a willind by now. They were so routine that it was almost strange when they didn't happen. Intervening was pointless, so she chose to slip away naturally. If she stayed, she'd just get caught up in it. The ball, huh? Still, what Freuden had said lingered in her mind. She headed straight for the library. Spotting a familiar face there, she naturally sat beside her and explained her situation in detail. "So, what do you think I should do?" Was that question directed at me? White hair falling loosely around her face, Julia Plumihart stared at Rhine in disbelief. Without warning, Rhine had sat beside her, poured out an unsolicited story, and now was asking for advice. I figured I could get at least some advice. I don't recall us being that close. Didn't I tell you before not to talk to me? Even with that sharp pushback, Rhine smiled brightly. Come on, it'd be nice if we were closer, we know each other's secrets after all. That guileless answer left Julia at a loss for words. Normally, when she spoke like that, people either got angry or shrank back, but Rhine's reaction was something she had never experienced. "You're not going to the ball, Julia." "No, I don't care about that stuff. Really." "Then I guess I can't ask you about the dress code." Something about that remark pricked Julia's pride. Even knowing Rhine hadn't meant anything by it, no. Perhaps it was precisely because she knew Rhine had no such intention that she said it. Then why not ask someone who dresses well for help? Someone who dresses well, you know. Someone who seems like they'd know about these things. Professor Ludger Cherish. Of course, even if Ludger dressed impeccably, there was no way he'd give advice on something like this. Julia had only mentioned his name to tease Rhine. But ironically, Rhine took the words as serious advice and nodded. "I'll do that." "What? Wait, really?" Julia stared wide-eyed as Rhine stood, thanked her, and walked away with light, graceful steps. She didn't take her eyes off Rhine's retreating back until the girl had completely disappeared from the library. Once outside, Rhine didn't head straight for Ludger. It wasn't a question about class, and going to him just to talk about the upcoming ball felt awkward. I know Professor is kinder than he looks and treats me well, but to run up to him for something this personal, if it were a chance meeting in passing, that would feel more natural. But something that convenient wasn't likely to happen, yet it did. She spotted Ludger walking toward her from the opposite end of the corridor. Was this fate's little joke? Ludger noticed her too and approached at a measured pace, every step carrying an air of calm authority. Just watching him draw closer was enough to make her breath catch slightly. Cinderella. Pardon. Rhine blinked at the unfamiliar invite. Read more on our source word. Nothing, just talking to myself. Ah, I see. She answered, hesitating over whether to speak up. Shed thought she'd be glad to run into him, but she hadn't expected it to actually happen. Now she didn't know what to say first. With anyone else, she could act natural, but with Ludger, it just didn't come easily. Why was that? She even remembered hearing news that Ludger Cherish had attended the recent Mystic Night, which meant he must have gone through something significant. He looked fine, but it wouldn't hurt to ask after him. She was just about to speak when he beat her to it. "Rhine, are you busy right now?" "No, I have something to ask you." Professor Ludger asking her. Feeling a strange, unplaceable emotion, she nodded readily. "Are you interested in the upcoming ball? I'm planning to attend. It's one of Sion's most famous events after all. I see. The knave you chosen a dress yet?" Rhine swallowed. How strange she'd been intending to ask him the same thing. Was this destiny? Not yet. But why do you ask? There was a hint of anticipation in her voice as she looked up at him, eyes sparkling like starlight. "I am looking for someone to sponsor a dress for. You were the first person who came to mind." "Ah, really? But what matters is your choice. If it would make you uncomfortable, you don't have to do it." Her answer came like a snap of steel, so swift and full of conviction that even Ludger was momentarily taken aback. Grand Chapel. A great cathedral, second only to Centerford in liveliness within Riederbelk. It was also home to the Luminis Church's Riederbelk branch. New visitors had arrived there. "It's an honor to meet you, High Priestess." Branch Overseer Preden bowed deeply to the woman before him. Rimria, a white tiara over her eyes, gave a light nod in acknowledgement. "I heard you've been busy with matters in the capital." "Oh, it's fine. Everything there has already been resolved." Resolved. Preden had his own sources. Rimria, a high priestess from the Holy Nation, had come to the Empire to investigate an ominous presence in the capital. Surely it wouldn't have been easy with the imperial courts, interference how, Could it be over so soon? Sensing his doubt, Rimria smiled. I had help, help, elves. At that word, Preden's eyes widened. They're a heretics. But to uncover a greater evil, there was no other choice. Our august father would have wished it so. And did you gain anything from it? Preden wasn't a man bound purely by doctrine, knew that, if necessary, even heretical power could be used. Of course. And we, in turn, left them a favor to match. A favor from the high priestess. I'm curious what that could be. Nothing much, she said, smiling with innocent sweetness. I simply told them where to find traces of a blood relative they'd been searching for. As it happens, they're in this very city. 426 chapter Cinderella 3. Ludger had gone out to read Urbelk. It was to check on the condition of Alex and Phantos. How's your condition? Ludger asked as he looked at the two, both covered in heavy bandages. They both nodded as if it were nothing serious. It was true that they had sustained serious injuries in their fight with Lutus, and that they really did need a long period of rest. But because they were both exceptionally talented, their recovery rate was far from ordinary. Contrary to Bella Runa's opinion that it would take at least 2 weeks before they could move around properly, the two were already walking around without issue after only 2 days. Well, thanks to you. If you hadn't stepped in midway to help, I'd probably be bedridden for the rest of my life. Alex shrugged playfully. Phantos still sat there like a block of wood, silent and unmoving. Any progress? I didn't just lie there in the hospital doing nothing. Alex muttered that, tapping his temple lightly with his index finger. I kept thinking about it, that technique that man used. His tone seemed light, but his eyes were serious. During his recovery, he had even cut back on sleep to repeatedly replay that day's battle in his mind. It had been a fight against someone far stronger than himself. Not a single moment of it was worthless. Alex recalled, remembered, and engraved every single second, not even wasting a single heartbeat into his mind. Even in his dreams, that fight would replay over and over. And now Alex had fully grasped the essence of the technique Ludus Wardart used, rotation and compression. Murmuring that, Alex looked at Ludger. Leader, you're a mage, so I figure you'd have some idea. Wind magic can be compressed, right? It can. And to what extent would you say? It depends on the size. You can easily compress it to a certain level, but as the amount of mana and scale increase, the difficulty rises exponentially. In that case, Alex asked seriously, to compress a typhoon into a sphere the size of a grown man's fist, just how skilled would you have to be? Ludger gave it serious thought. Alex wouldn't ask such a question without reason. A typhoon, considering the size of the aura Lutus had released, Alex's words were no exaggeration. To compress something like that into something much smaller than a human body. No matter how renowned the mage, that was impossible. Ludger believed even a sixth circle mage couldn't do it. A mage's power usually becomes larger in scale as their circle increases. But Lutus was the opposite. He didn't release his power in a grand, visible display. He compressed it to the utmost limit and packed it tightly. In terms of sheer scale, it might have been slightly less than the magic of a sixth circle mage. But the density of that power was on a completely different level. It's hard to even imagine. If you're saying that, leader, then I knew it. From the way you mentioned wind, it sounds like you figured out his characteristic. Yeah, that guy, Ludus Wardart's aura has the wind element embedded in it. Elemental aura. Ludger had seen something similar before. Veronica de Ville, the vice commander of the Cold Steel Order, who oversaw and patrolled the northern territories, wielded an aura infused with cold. Each particle of her aura carried frost, freezing her target right down to the cross-section with a single cut. It was a terrifying aura, dangerous enough to affect even its own wielder. A top-tier knight who's an elemental aura user. When Ludger thought of Lutus charging in like a storm, it all made sense. Alex followed up, and he controls it perfectly. Just like I said before, it's like he's holding a massive typhoon inside his body. Honestly, when I first thought of it, I wondered if it'd gone crazy. But after seeing the result, you knew it was true. Exactly, Phantos said it right. That it felt like facing a raging storm. He must have felt it instinctively too. Alex jerked his chin toward Phantos, though the man showed no reaction. It also explains why he can so easily deflect every attack. He's basically a living typhoon. On the outside, he might look fine, but inside, there's this insane aura endlessly rotating and swirling. Of course, attacks would naturally glance off. The fact that we didn't get shredded apart must have been his way of showing restraint. Think you can replicate it? Are you nuts? An elemental attribute. All I could do is mimic it at best. I could train myself to spin my aura as much as possible, sure. But the real key is compression. You fought him yourself, so you know the density of his power is on another level. To control such violently churning power perfectly, what kind of monster is he? And Ludus had even reversed the rotation. He could spin it forward to deflect attacks or reverse it to draw them in. Alex still couldn't forget the sight of his own grey aura being sucked right into the man's grasp. From sheer volume to application, it had been a complete defeat. Now imagine that kind of person holding a sword. Can you picture it? I can see why he didn't take the field in the capital. Yes, protecting the royal family was his priority, but if Ludus had stepped forward in the capital, the underground would have collapsed entirely. He might claim to be controlling his strength, but would that really be possible against a demon? He was practically a living, breathing strategic weapon. But now he's on the move, is that it? Ludus had come to Rederbulk himself. He had exchanged words and blows with Ludger. Whatever he'd seen that satisfied him, he left without a word, but it didn't change the fact that Ludger now had another person to keep an eye on. Ludger looked at Alex and Phantos. It'll have to be you two. They knew exactly what that meant. If someday Luta stood in their way again, it would have to be Alex and Phantos who faced him. I won't tell you how strong you need to get. You've already seen the path, and with your talent, you've grasped it. They had sparred with Passius and fought for their lives against Lutus. For those already raw gems of talent, there could be no greater stimulus. All that remained was to endlessly hone themselves. I expect the best results. Leaving those words behind, Ludger exited the room. Right after he closed the door, he felt a surge of powerful Kai from inside and smirked. They might have pretended otherwise in front of him, but clearly they were plenty frustrated. After seeing Bellaruna off, Ludger stepped onto an empty street just as Bellaruna herself approached, carrying a large pack on her back. Bellaruna, heading to the capital. Why, yeah, they said they'd be sending someone for me. It's a bit of a hassle, but what can you do? Though she said that, her face was full of anticipation. This time, she'd be able to connect to the World Tree legally. Even though it was a dead World Tree, the Wood Wide Web access rights still remained. As long as she could connect, she could learn a great deal through it. So, when are they arriving? They are said they'd be here soon. Just then, Ludger sensed someone approaching quickly from the distance. His eyes turned toward that direction, so that's who they sent. Cake. The person arriving also made a strange, awkward sound upon seeing Ludger. Mandalina instinctively tried to step back, but then saw Ludger crooking his finger toward her. She drooped her shoulders and walked closer. You, H.H. The one sent to pick up Bellaruna. Well, you could say that right. Shed tried acting familiar, but one sharp look from Ludger had her switching to formal speech immediately. She was so intimidated that it was hard to have a conversation. You can speak comfortably. We're partners right now. Ah, really? Yes. Then not too comfortably. Oh, of course, I wasn't planning to. Watching her sweat nervously, Ludger's gaze turned slightly disapproving. He couldn't understand how someone like her had been able to pass her magic down to Aiden. Still, thanks for what you did in the capital. Aiden and Mandalina, thanks to them, Flora had been saved from Bassara. Ludger never forgot that debt and expressed his gratitude. At first, Mandalina didn't quite understand, but then her eyes widened and she smiled brightly. Heh. Or it's nothing, just take her with you. He tossed the words off casually, and with that, Ludger turned and left. Mandalina watched his back with a complicated expression. Excuse me. The voice from beside her brought Mandalina back to her senses. You're leaving now, right? Why, yeah. You curious about our leader? Leader, how Mandalina had heard of it, Ludger Cherish had formed his own organization. If there was an organization, then of course it had members. The one she was to escort today, Bellaruna Petanata, was one of its members. A senior member at that, and she'd been told by the first princess herself to treat her with utmost courtesy. Mandalina found that a bit strange. The Ludger she remembered had been different. How to put it, a man with no room for warmth in his life, dry and detached. The first time she'd met him, the man then called Jack the Ripper, his eyes had been empty. The fear it inspired in her had made her bow her head instantly, and that had saved her life. But the Ludger she met in the capital had changed. He's a bit more human now. The way he had acted to save a student, and even personally verifying her arrival to take Bellaruna, that was different. Mandalina thought maybe this was his real self all along. Heh heh. Well then, shall we get going? To think he'll be able to approach the world tree again, it's like a dream come true. What's with her? Was she drooling a little? Mandalina put 3 steps worth of distance between herself and Bellaruna. After seeing Bellaruna off, Ludger headed toward Royal Street. He already knew exactly where he was going, so his steps were confident. House of Verdi, it wasn't open for business yet, but that didn't matter. He was the owner, no need to ask anyone's permission. Ah, you're here. Violetta, who had been waiting, greeted him warmly. Ludger gave a small nod in return and looked around the shop interior. Aside from Violetta, there was one more person inside House of Verdi. Ash-grey hair drew his gaze like a magnet, while Rhine, staring at the displayed dresses in admiration, was so absorbed that she didn't even notice Ludger had arrived. Do you like it? Yes, especially this part is so beauty, Pete Professor. She finally noticed him and hurriedly bowed. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd come. It's fine. More importantly, let me introduce you. This is Violetta, the manager of House of Verdi. Pleasure to meet you. And nice to meet you. When Violetta greeted her, Rhine politely returned the gesture. And this is Rhine, a student at Theon. She'll be the model for the dress we're making this time, but are you sure she's a commoner? I thought she was a noble at first sight. Ha! Rhine squirmed in embarrassment at the compliment, but Violetta meant it sincerely. She stepped closer and examined Rhine thoroughly. A marmham, clear skin, healthy hair, not a trace of excess flesh. Do you follow any special regimen? And no, not really, my word. Looking like this without any special care, it's enough to make me jealous. But that's what makes you perfect. Finishing her inspection, Violetta's eyes practically shone with joy. Honestly, it's hard to believe. Inspiration is just NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, pouring in. An average dress wouldn't bring out even half her charm. Think you can do it? It's not about whether I can. I have to. This is a matter of pride as a designer, not just a manager. Violetta quickly pulled out a small notebook shed prepared in advance and began sketching rapidly. Her strokes were both delicate and swift. In moments, the draft of a dress was complete. She tore the page from the notebook and showed it to Ludger and Rhine. This will be House of Verdi's masterpiece. Rhine looked at the design with a somewhat puzzled expression. Ludger, on the other hand, looked intrigued and murmured an expression of interest. This I am looking forward to it. 427 chapter, The Magical Ball 1, the dress design draft, which Rhine had thought would take a long time, was finished in no time. In fact, it was completed so quickly that Rhine was left blinking in bewilderment. Already, Violetta answered with a smile that carried a hint of affectionate amusement. It's not usually this fast, but with such a good model, inspiration hit me the moment I saw you. You can take pride in that, it's thanks to you. Ah, and no, I wouldn't go that far, but I have a question. Yes, ask as much as you like. It's just the dress is supposed to be a single piece, yet you've drawn 3 different ones in the draft. Why? The designs Violetta had sketched in a notebook were 3 in total. And not only were the designs different, but so were the colors. Violetta hesitated for a moment, as if wondering how to answer, then smiled in a way that seemed full of secrets and experienced, slightly older woman's smile. You'll understand when you try them on yourself. And truthfully, even I won't know for sure until you do. You're not sure. This dress will be my first attempt at something like this, so everything about it is unexplored territory. But don't worry, it's not dangerous. I only decided to do it because I saw that it could work. Ah, would it be all right if I took your measurements now? Yes. Professor Ludger, may I borrow this adorable young lady for a moment? Ludger, seated casually on the shop's sofa, nodded silently. The gesture was so natural that it was as if Ludger owned the place. At least, that's how it seemed to Rhine. Come on, let's go upstairs. There's a special room for VIPs. Guided by Violetta, Rhine went to the 2nd floor room. There, Violetta began to take various measurements. I'm envious. A figure with not a hint of excess. You're sure you don't do any special maintenance? I can hardly believe it. Yeah, thank you. Thank your parents. It seems you were simply born with it. Well, not exactly. What do you mean? I don't know what my parents look like. Violetta's expression stiffened slightly at that. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's fine. I don't really think much of it. I suppose I've even forgotten the sadness of it, since I can't remember anything about them. Sometimes, not knowing can be for the better. Violetta said this as she measured Ryan's arm length with a tape measure. Still, you're a much better off than most. You're a student at Theon, after all. Once you graduate, there will be people lining up to hire you anywhere you go. Yes, I'm grateful for that. I know I've been lucky beyond my station. Not everyone gets a chance like this. You're a composed young lady. Am I? I thought this was normal. No, objectively, you're a very upright. Most Theon students are full of arrogance. Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I didn't know. It seems so. Do you know? Living on this street, I hear a lot of news including stories about Theon students. Most of it is about petty trouble. Looking down on staff, treating them rudely, running up tabs without paying real troublemakers. Violetta measured Ryan's waist, prompting Ryan to unconsciously hold her breath. But here's the surprising thing, most of those troublemakers are actually commoners. Is that true? We have ears, you know. We also know how commoners at Sion are looked down on by noble students. Even if it's gotten better now, the remnants of that prejudice still linger. That's not always. Ryan began to object, but closed her mouth. She remembered the students who had picked fights with her. Most of them were noble souls who either envied her or approached her because of her looks. She had almost found herself in dangerous situations because of it. But not everyone was like that. Erendia, the imperial princess, and even Freuden from a ducal house there were nobles who were good people. Yet she couldn't deny they were the minority. What surprised her more was that those commoners who had been discriminated against inside the academy would, once outside, flaunt their status as Sion students to lord over others. People like to think, if I suffer something unpleasant, I'll never do that to someone else. But that's wrong. The only reason NVLIGHT, they say, that is because they haven't been in a position of power yet. In reality, it's the opposite. Everyone wants to feel superior to someone. A commoner who has been looked down on by nobles will look at someone of lower standing than themselves and revel in that feeling of superiority. They use it for comfort, like drinking cheap beer when you can't afford fine wine. Society in the current age increasingly spoke of breaking down class barriers. The main claim was that all humans were born with equal rights and were fundamentally equal. It was a phrase not unlike what the Liberation Army proclaimed. But had the Liberation Army really treated everyone equally? They used the excuse of liberating commoners as a means to oppress other commoners. In the end, a new class was created above the commoners, the Liberation Army itself. Even if the nobility disappeared, true equality would never arrive. True equality was nothing more than an empty ideal. It's common enough for a newly wealthy entrepreneur to throw away their old fiancé because they want someone worthy of their status, or for two best friends to suddenly cut ties because one was discovered to have talent as a mage. Even among people from the same back alley, someone born beautiful will look down on the others. It's more common than you think. Even when standing on the same ground, people think they're somehow better than others. So that's why you called me composed. Exactly. Because you haven't fallen into that trap. And why are you telling me all this? I wanted to check. If someone's going to wear a dress I made, it'd be much happier if they were a good person. Violetta smiled openly as she put the tape measure away. Besides, what I do isn't all that different from what I just described. In what way? Superiority. Violetta took a dress from a hanger on one wall and held it lightly against Rhine. A tailor or designer ultimately sells desire. We give form to the wish to be more beautiful, more dazzling, more captivating, to raise someone's charm to a higher level. Most people who want that are wealthy ladies. But I think of it a bit differently. Her gaze was serious as she compared the dress to Rhine. Rhine steadied her breathing and kept still, but she continued asking questions. How do you think of it? Revolution. Revolution. Not in some grand political sense, but I think of it this way. By wearing a glamorous dress, someone can elevate their natural beauty far beyond its usual reach. They can look down on people they normally wouldn't dare to challenge. A shift in class, that's a revolution, isn't it? When Rhine thought about it, it did seem that way. In that sense, I really love this work. Even if I can't climb higher myself, I can give someone else wings. Just like now. That's enough for me. Violetta nodded in satisfaction and hung the dress back up. So I'll make you the star of the show. I'll make sure no noble or royal can compare. A commoner taking the top spot in that place, what sweeter rebellion could there be? Ryan realized all over again what kind of person Violetta was, someone who loved her work and took pride in it, and someone who held strong convictions. Then I have another question. Yes, go ahead. How did you meet Professor Ludger? And what's your relationship with him? Violetta raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. My, you're a sharper young lady than I thought. And no, that's not what I meant. I'm teasing. We met because he became my patron. Patron. He's the one who made it possible to open House of Verde. He's also helped many people in this street. Did you know? Royal Street used to be a neglected slum no one visited. I've heard that it was dangerous and practically abandoned by the city of Riederbelk. The fact that a place like this could change so much is thanks to helping hands. Professor Ludger was one of the people who offered that help. He doesn't look down on anyone just because they're a poor. I suppose you could say he treats everyone equally. I understand. That does make sense. Is he the same way at Theon? Yes. Even noble students can't do a thing in front of Professor Ludger. He doesn't go easy on anyone, no matter who they are. I can believe that. In a way, he really is equal to everyone. He was almost like the embodiment of the ideal itself. Once the measurements were finished, the two went down to the first-floor lobby. Ludger was there, sitting quietly with his eyes closed. He could have been meditating or perhaps just dozing from fatigue. Without thinking, they both softened their footsteps. All done, he asked without opening his eyes. Why, yes. For some reason, Ryan felt like a child caught in the act of doing something wrong. Then Ludger opened his eyes. A faint bluish light shimmered in his pupils like dawn mist scattering in the morning sunlight. You've worked hard. Let's go. I'll see you back to the dormitory. He rose from his seat as he spoke. Ryan moved to follow him, but glanced back and gave Violetta a polite bow in farewell. Violetta waved with a smile. Dingling. When they stepped out onto the street, there were already plenty of people about. Royal Street was glamorous at night, but it still drew a fair crowd in the early morning. Among them, here and there, were also students from Sion. Cheryl Wagner was one of them. She was browsing for a dress for the upcoming ball. Given her family background, dressmakers would practically line up to beg her to wear their designs. In fact, she had already chosen her own dress. The reason she was out today was for Flora's sake. Although Flora was the daughter of Duke Lumos, she was far from being properly treated. Ignorant designers who had approached the Lumos household with offers had all been flatly rejected. And since Flora herself had little interest in dresses, Cheryl had decided, as her friend, to have one made for her instead. That was the plan until I saw something I really wish I hadn't. She had just spotted Ludger leaving a shop with a female student. And not just any shop, it was House of Verde, the most famous place in the area. Why on earth would Professor Ludger be coming out of there? And she knew the girl with him well enough, Rhine. Rhine was fairly well known. A commoner who was close friends with Freuden Ulbach and stuck to Arendia van Exilian like a shadow, it was inevitable. Her doll-like beauty even made people question whether she was truly a commoner at all. I always thought it was suspicious how much contact she had with Professor Ludger, but I didn't think it would be like this. Cheryl hesitated. Should she tell Flora about this or not? What if she passed it on and Flora ended up hurt? Why is this my trial to bear? Her head already felt like it was starting to ache. The midsummer heat, like a field fire, had not faded even as time passed. Time was equal for all, and each person had made their own preparations. Does this look okay? Aidan muttered as he looked at himself in the mirror. He'd never worn a suit that fit him this well before, and it felt uncomfortably tight. Did nobles really wear constricting things like this to every banquet? While he was thinking such idle thoughts, a curt voice came from outside the door. Hey, if you're dressed, hurry up and get out here. Yeah, coming. When he stepped out, Leah was there, arms crossed, giving him a quick once-over. What took you so long? I'm just not used to clothes like this. Save it. Let's go, the others are waiting. All right. Oh, by the way, Leah, what? You look good, really sharp. Stop talking nonsense. Aidan and Leo stepped out of the dormitory. Normally, female students were not allowed near the male dorms and vice versa. But today was the day of the ball, practically a festival, and the only day exceptions were made. At the entrance, female students were already waiting for their partners. Among them were two who caught Aidan's and Leo's attention, each dressed perfectly for the occasion. One wore a blazing red dress like a flame, and the other was in a distinctive reimagining of beastkin traditional attire. What took you so long? You're not supposed to keep a lady waiting. Haha, sorry, Taishi. Hi, Leo. Hey, Leo glanced at Iona, who had greeted him, and said quietly, you look good. The dress suits you. Thanks, you look good too. Stop talking nonsense. Pop, pop. Even in daylight, fireworks burst in the distance, scattering brilliant colors like drifting petals. Anyone could tell that was where the main event was happening. The four of them, each carrying their own excitement, headed toward the ballroom. 428 chapter, the magical ball 2, the Theon ball is finally about to begin. What kind of new star will appear today? It was a line from a column in a magazine popular in Riederbelk. Those who regularly read the magazine had heard the news of the ball and at the same time began to harbor a bit of anticipation. For commoners, a social club's ball was like something out of another world. Most social clubs were attended by wealthy merchant families, doctors, members of the legal profession, and noble houses. However, Sion's ball was a little different. It was a place where both nobles and commoners could participate together, so unlike other balls, there was little resistance from ordinary citizens. In fact, the very idea that commoners could stand in the spotlight at such an event was enough to stir a sense of vicarious satisfaction and excitement among the public. Perhaps because of that, some commoner students were walking with their shoulders held high while at the same time feeling an excessive amount of pressure from those heightened expectations. Of course, for Rhine, it wasn't really a matter of concern. Still, I do feel a bit nervous. Left alone in her dorm room, Rhine let out a small gasp of admiration as she looked at the dress laid out before her. Violetta truly was an exceptional designer. The dress had been completed in a form far more beautiful and sophisticated than the sketch she had seen that day. Honestly, it felt almost too precious to wear. She even sent the accessories along with it. Shoes, a necklace, and even a bracelet. Violetta had told her that she would make Rhine the star of the evening. Rhine hadn't believed Hirsch had assumed it was just polite flattery. But seeing such a remarkable dress made it impossible not to realize that Violetta's words hadn't been empty. Is it really okay for me to have such a beautiful dress? At that thought, she suddenly felt a pang of fear. Wouldn't it be better to give it to someone it suited more? Someone like Erendia, or Senior Flora, or even Julia. If not them, perhaps one of the teachers would be a better choice. After all, both Instructor Selina and Instructor Merelda were popular beauties among the students. By contrast, I think I am feeling sick. The moment she began to wonder if she had the right to wear it, the pressure made her stomach feel queasy. Without realizing it, Rhine picked up her board and logged into the Akashic Record chatroom. Are you busy right now? As soon as she sent the message, a reply came quickly, from John Smith. Why, the ball is soon, right? I thought maybe you'd already be at the ballroom, and you, it seems, are not at the ballroom yet. No, I just have something I need to think about first. Rhine hesitated for a moment, debating whether or not to ask him about it. It was someone whose face and name she didn't even know. But he was also someone she could confide in sincerely, someone she could lean on, so she lightly broached the subject. Say if you received a gift that feels far too extravagant for you, what would you do? An extravagant gift? Yes, it just feels burdensome. This time there was no reply for a while. Was he deep in thought? John Smith was the sort of good person who would always take her troubles seriously, even when they had nothing to do with him. Sometimes, Rhine thought that these small pauses in their written conversations gave her a strange sense of calm, as if the weight in her heart was being carried away by someone else. The person who gave you the gift, though, did they seem to you? Were they vain, full of greed? Did they have some ulterior motive? No, not at all. Even thinking about it again, Rhine couldn't recall feeling any such thing from Violetta. Her instincts were sharp, she could tell at a glance whether someone's intentions were good or hostile toward her. Then you can accept the gift as it is. Why? Because they must have thought it truly suited you, that's why they gave it to you. When Rhine asked why he would think that, the reply came immediately. You're modest. But sometimes, excessive modesty acts like poison that kills you. This worry you have now is in a similar vein, so it's better to accept kindness with joy. That's also a courtesy to the one who gave you the gift. I doubt they gave it to you hoping it would make you uncomfortable. Ah, in that moment, Rhine felt as though Shed had a revelation. Thank you for listening to my worries and for your advice. I thought I might be meddling, so I am glad you took it well. By the way, will you be attending the ball too, Mr. Smith? Who knows, probably. Then what are you doing right now, listening seriously to someone's worries? Ryan let out a small laugh. All right, the ball's about to start, so I'll head out now. All right, who knows, maybe we'll run into each other at the ballroom, and maybe we won't even recognize each other if we do. That would be funny. After unburdening herself, her heart felt much lighter. Ryan nodded once, picked up the dress, and left. The ballroom was loud with the sound of the bustling crowd. At least the participants were limited to Theon's students, and faculty had it been otherwise, the influx of outside guests would have made the place unbearably crowded. The entrance to the ballroom was wide and grand, like an arched castle gate. A red carpet stretched down the path to the door, and just walking across it was enough to make the students feel as if they had become the stars of the evening. The atmosphere is no joke. Standing off to one side of the ballroom, Erendia hid her mouth behind a feathered fan as she watched people gathering in small groups. The dress she wore was a dazzling gold, matching the color of her hair. Even standing still, it shimmered and shone, naturally drawing eyes toward her. Perhaps it was a bit overdone, given her desire to attract attention. But why is no one approaching me? At an event like this, men usually worked up the courage to come over and invite you to dance. Indeed, at the center of the ballroom, where classical music floated gently through the air, couples had already begun to waltz. Erendia watched them with a mix of envy and longing. Yes, perhaps they were just shy. She decided to wait a little more patiently. It was then that someone approached her. Sensing the presence with her heightened awareness, Erendia turned around. A spark of joy lit in her heart, quickly smothered by the desperate resolve not to show it outwardly. But that resolve crumbled like a sandcastle hit by a wave the moment she saw who it was. Ah, what do you want? What's with that reaction? Freud and Ulbuck. Impeccably dressed in a well-tailored suit, hair neatly combed, he fixed her with his usual cold gaze. Ahem, nothing. I can guess easily enough. Obviously, you were waiting for someone to come and invite you to dancing. Now you're disappointed that it's me. That's not true. Freuden looked NVLGT, only on NVLGT, at her with an expression that all but said pathetic. Did it never occur to you that wearing such an overly flashy dress, just to draw people in, might be the wrong approach? What's wrong with it? It's too much. It hurts the eyes just to look at it. Everything should be in moderation, and if someone already finds you hard to approach, wearing armor-like clothes like that will make it even worse. His words were cutting. Erendia's face flushed red with anger, but she couldn't bring herself to argue. Thinking about it, she realized that every word of his criticism rang true. Then what about you? Couldn't get any invitations from the ladies? On the contrary, I've gotten too many, that's the problem. He glanced to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Erendia spotted a small crowd of young women. All of them were clearly eager to dance with Freuden. You're insufferable. Well, I suppose that's just the price of being exceptional. Why would someone so full of himself come to me? Don't tell me you. Erendia's flustered tone made Freuden's expression openly sour. Do you think I've lost my mind enough to ask Her Highness to dance? Don't flatter yourself. I'm here because this is the safest spot. Safe, Erendia thought over his words, and it didn't take long for the realization to hit her. He was using the fact that no one dared approach her as a shield for himself. You're not completely without awareness, I see. So you're saying you're going to use me? What are you talking about? Since no one's coming near anyway, I might as well take advantage of the situation. I didn't dress up like this just to be used, you know. The sun is dazzling, but no one dares approach it because it's hot enough to burn. Consider this a good opportunity to learn one of nature's truths. Erendia and Freuden locked eyes, glaring fiercely. But as it was nothing more than a pointless contest of wills, they both turned their heads away at the same time. HMPH. More importantly, the fact that you're here, clearly waiting for someone, makes it obvious who it is. What are you implying? Freuden, unusually, hesitated to respond. What do you mean, what? You're waiting for Rhine, aren't you? Did you think I wouldn't notice? For someone who isn't kind to anyone, you act like the perfect gentleman only toward Rhine. It'd be stranger not to notice. Honestly, I didn't think Her Highness would catch on. Freuden barely restrained himself from saying it aloud. Since she had just caught a potential weakness, it was best not to provoke her. So you're serious about her then? What are you talking about? From the way you act toward her, it's as if you've met before. Am I wrong? That's personal business. Strange. Ryan doesn't remember anything about her past, yet you act as though you know something. Is it related to her mother? Freuden's eyes turned to her at that. The look, how do you know that, made Erendir let out a small sigh. I saw it during a lesson, a phenomenon called memory, storming, catching fragments of someone's memories embedded in their mana. What did you see? Nothing much. Just that Rhine once had a mother. But it was curious because, while the mana was Rhine's, the memory belonged to her mother. To Erendir, Rhine was a deeply mysterious girl. Her memories erased, her mana and her memories not even belonging to the same person. And judging by Freuden's demeanor, there was clearly more to it. Still, she's a good child, so I'm not going to pry. There's nothing good for you to know. Freuden's voice was quiet as he stared straight ahead. It would only be bad for you. You, Erendir was about to press him demand to know what he meant, but stopped without realizing it. Freuden's eyes, filled with hostility, were locked on someone across the ballroom. Who could it be? Who could provoke such a killing glare from Freuden? Following his gaze, she spotted an unexpected person. Ludger Cherish. The ballroom had two levels. From the open central hall, you could clearly see the second-floor balcony, and there, at one side of the railing, stood Ludger. So he came to the ball as well. Instead of his usual frock coat, Ludger wore formal attire for the occasion. The black suit seemed tailored precisely for him, fitting perfectly. It heightened his already distinguished air, enough to make Erendir wonder who had crafted it. But that wasn't the important part. The important thing was that Freuden's gaze toward Ludger was openly hostile. Did something happen between them in the past? Even if she asked, Freuden wouldn't tell her, so she just kept her guesses to herself. Some of the students had also turned their eyes toward Ludger's arrival. Most of them were girls, and their expressions were filled with admiration. Well, that makes sense. Outwardly, at least, he's incredibly attractive. Erendir could accept that reaction, but anyone who truly got to know him would quickly realize that Ludger Cherish was far more unapproachable than even the Ulberk wolf standing beside her. Like a lone crow perched on the peak of a high, white mountain. That's why no one's actually going over to talk to him. Indeed, while many gazed at him, no one approached. It was the atmosphere he carried, it simply kept people at a distance. Then Erendir noticed a small commotion at the entrance to the ballroom. Had someone arrived? Just as that thought crossed her mind, a figure slowly stepped into view. Rhine! Erendir's eyes went wide. Rhine walked forward slowly. From the shoes she wore to the dress she had on, everything felt uncomfortable. Not that the fit was bad. On the contrary, the dress Violetta had made for her fit her body perfectly, so much so that it was astonishing. Even with careful measurements, it seemed almost impossibly comfortable. The problem was her state of mind. I've never worn anything like this before. She'd never been to an event like this, never dressed up like this. Was this right? Did she do it properly? What if she looked strange? Should she have come at all? Even though Shed managed to muster up some courage earlier, by the time she arrived at the ballroom, it had long since evaporated. All right, ill just get a feel for the atmosphere and then leave. With that decision made, Rhine stepped inside the ballroom. But why is everyone looking at me? It felt like every eye around was on her. 429 chapter, The Magical Ball, 3. The people gathered in the ballroom pretended otherwise, but they kept stealing glances at one another. It was a hall filled with men and women in their prime, and considering the occasion, everyone had put special effort into their appearance. It was like tossing dry kindling onto a lit spark. Men were conscious of the women, and women of the men. They wondered how they might get closer, and some even found the courage to invite a partner to dance. Those who were accepted wore smiles of joy. Those who were rejected held back tears of disappointment. The gradually ripening atmosphere of the ballroom was suddenly and completely stirred, because a single girl had appeared at the entrance. Her ash-gray bob swayed with her steps. It was normally cut short in the back, but she had gathered it as much as possible, leaving the nape of her pale neck fully exposed. Around that neck hung a necklace of pure white gems, each bead glittering faintly. Her white dress rustled as it flowed, like a cloud drifting in the sky. It was as if time in the ballroom had stopped. A quiet stillness descended. Even the music that had been subtly warming the room came to a halt. The violinist, who should have been focused on the sheet music, could not take his eyes off the girl. Step, step. Rhine walked forward, cutting through the strange shroud of silence. Every time she passed, people's eyes followed her. She had no room in her mind to pay attention to their reactions. The unfamiliar shoes she was wearing for the first time felt as though the slightest lapse in concentration would send her tumbling. She thought it might get easier if she kept walking, but for now she had no such luxury. At the moment, simply walking forward demanded her full concentration. My goodness. Erendia, seeing Rhine, let out an unthinking murmur of admiration. Saying that beauty draws people's eyes was such a trite phrase. But looking at Rhine right now, no other words came to mind. Everyone in the ballroom had already drawn out their own charm to the fullest. Even those who normally looked plain had transformed completely with makeup and elaborate outfits. Yet Rhine radiated a beauty on another level. Where in the world did she get that dress? Erendia's gaze naturally shifted to Freuden. She suspected that perhaps he had forced it on Rhine. If that were the case, she intended to say a word or two, but one look at Freuden's expression told her it was not so. Completely lost in a daze, huh? The face that stared at Rhine was nothing like the usual severe mask he wore. As if the mask had been stripped away, he gazed at her with a vacant, spellbound look. He was already infatuated with Rhine, but to react like this it's strange, but also kind of amusing. In that case, perhaps she should tease him a bit. Erendia cleared her throat lightly, then called out to Rhine. Rhine. Ah, Senior Erendia. Rhine spotted Erendia and smiled brightly, slowly making her way over. Have you been waiting long? I'm sorry. I meant to come out earlier, but I'm fine. Really? Ah, your dress is beautiful, Senior. It suits you well. Ah, really? Erendia's shoulders rose instinctively at the compliment. She had liked the dress herself, but no one had praised it yet, which had left her faintly disappointed. You too. That dress, where did you get it? I don't think I've seen it before. Oh, I happened to meet the manager from the House of Verdi, and she let me have it. She told me I am the first to wear it. The House of Verdi, the one on Royal Street that's been so popular lately, and it's a new release from there. Erendia looked Rhine's dress over carefully. She thought she could feel the faint flow of mana in it. It was certainly no ordinary dress. She was just about to ask how on earth Rhine had gotten such a thing when Freuden stepped in between them. Rhine, oh, Senior Freuden. Hello, you're a beautiful. Ah, thank you. I think so too. The dress is lovely, isn't it? Feels a little too much for me, though. He hadn't been talking about the dress she'd meant her, but with so many eyes on them, Freuden couldn't say it outright. I was going to give you a dress as a gift, but I see now there's no need. I can't imagine finding anything that would suit you better than that. You don't need to flatter me so much. I mean it. Freuden spoke with earnest weight. His tone was so certain that Rhine just smiled faintly and said, "Is that so?" But Freuden himself didn't feel at ease. To be exact, he couldn't. There are more eyes on her than before. Even as they spoke, he could sense it. There were far more sidelong glances cast their way now. Before, it had mostly been women looking at her, but now the male students were all watching Rhine. Not that the women had stopped looking. Envy, jealousy, admiration, Freuden could feel all those mixed emotions directed toward her. I can understand it. He had felt the same. The moment Rhine walked into the ballroom, he had forgotten even to breathe. From childhood, he had been raised under strict noble etiquette, so upholding dignity was second nature to him. But in the face of Rhine's beauty, even the thought of maintaining that dignity vanished. If he was like this, how much more would others be? Even now, he could see male students staring blankly at her only to have their feet stepped on or their cheeks pinched by their partners. And the one who caused all this trouble has no idea. But that, too, was part of what made her Rhine. Perhaps what drew him to her was precisely this naturalness, unbound by position. Freuden made up his mind. This was the moment. If not now, there might never be another chance to tell her how he felt. Rhine. He looked into her eyes, about to invite her to dance. He intended to claim the honor of being her first partner when Erendia cut in. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Freuden's gaze turned cold at her attempt to interfere. Usually, that look was enough to frighten other students into silence, but Erendia was unfazed. You're not being very considerate of the lady. Look closely. She clicked her tongue at him in mild reproach. Rhine isn't used to places like this. It's her first time. Didn't you notice how unsteady her steps were when she arrived? It's because she's wearing party shoes for the first time. And you want to ask her to dance. Well, I can tell you're eager, but at least pick your timing. Wait until she's gotten used to it. Freuden recalled the moment Rhine had entered the hall. Everyone else had been too enchanted by her beauty to notice, but she had been focused entirely on walking without stumbling. I wasn't thinking. At least you realize it. At that moment, Ryan came closer and asked, "What are you two talking about?" "It's nothing. It's nothing." Oh, hearing them speak in unison, Ryan let out a small exclamation. "You two seem to get along well. Is it because you're close?" "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" They answered at the same time. Invite, read more on our source again, then glared sharply at each other. "Anyway, it's nothing. Anyway, it's not." Seeing that, Ryan started to say something, then quietly closed her mouth. Wow. Oh my God, look at that dress. That's insane, completely insane. From the railing of the second-floor terrace overlooking the central ballroom, Cheryl had spotted Ryan and was practically bouncing in excitement. Cheryl, calm down. But Flora, you can't not think that way when you see that dress. Didn't you just see what happened? The music literally stopped for a moment. I've never seen anything like that in my life. That's Flora had to admit she agreed on that point. Cheryl added, "And this was supposed to be your night, Flora. What are you talking about? I hate things like that." Flora frowned and gave Cheryl a sidelong glare. "I've never cared about that kind of thing. For someone who says that, you still wore the dress I gave you. That's because I had to follow the ballroom's dress code and what? There's more, isn't there? I know you've got something else to say. Fine. You're right. I couldn't exactly turn down a gift from a friend. Thanks, Flora, HMPH. A faint flush crept up Flora's cheeks. In the past, she would never have said something like that, and Cheryl knew it, which made her all the more pleased by this change. The once gloomy, aloof, and constantly cynical Flora had brightened at it was a good look on her. Still, it's a shame. You're dressed so beautifully, but no one's paying attention to you. Cheryl's eyes roamed up and down Flora's dress, her tone dripping with genuine regret. Flora looked down at herself. It was a pitch-black gown chosen to match the black tint her hair now carried. It was like draping a piece of the night sky, neatly cut out with scissors, around her body. At least Cheryl was confident she had picked the perfect dress. But even so, Flora had stayed where there were fewer people while that girl Rhine had stolen all the attention. And what was with that ridiculous, overpowered dress of hers? "I'm not that bothered. And you shouldn't be either, Cheryl." "How can I not be? That dress is—" Cheryl hesitated, remembering what she'd seen that day. Should she say it or not? After a moment's indecision, she made up her mind. It was made for her by Professor Ludger Cherish. At the very least, her friend deserved to know the truth. Professor Ludger. Even Flora's eyes widened slightly at that unexpected detail. Ah, Cheryl immediately wondered if she'd made a mistake in saying it, but she didn't want to hide it from her friend. "I saw it while walking down Royal Street. He came out of the House of Verdi with that girl Rhine. The House of Verdi, I've heard of it. That's the shop you're always talking about, isn't it?" Flora glanced toward Rhine. Standing naturally among Erendir and Freudina Carmina, so seamlessly mixed into the company of a duke's heir, and the Empire's princess, it was almost unsettling. "Well, she is pretty. H.R." Cheryl stared wide-eyed at Flora. Flora replied curtly to the look. "What? Did you think I'd be disappointed or angry to hear that? No, I didn't think that, I swear. Good, I'm not a child anymore. I don't get jealous over something like that." Of course, there was a faint trace of disappointment, but it didn't sway her much. She's a commoner, after all. It's not like she can easily get a dress like this. Considering the difference in circumstances, it's not strange that Professor Ludger would help her. It's nothing worth fussing over. Flora Cheryl's voice wavered, moved by her friend's change in attitude. Flora frowned at her. "Don't make that face. Keep it up and I'll get annoyed." "Okay." Just then, the ballroom grew noisier. Wondering what was going on, Flora looked downonly for Cheryl's excited exclamation to ring in her ear. "They're starting the contest." "Contest? Don't you remember? The Miss Sionto picked the most beautiful woman at this year's ball. The sun's almost down. This is when the real contest begins." The true Sion ball didn't start until after the sun had fully set. Flora hadn't cared enough last year to pay attention, but Cheryl, for knowing every bit of gossip, certainly had. "This year, you could totally win, Flora. I told you I don't care about that. So you're fine with someone else taking it. And if you win, you get to choose anyone you want to dance with." "Anyone I want." Flora's gaze flicked toward the opposite terrace on the second floor. There stood Ludger Cherish. With a champagne glass in hand, he looked down at the ballroom with a calm, almost detached gaze. And just like that, an image was painted so beautiful it made her heart tremble. Even passers-by couldn't help but glance his way. Flora found herself imagining it being named Miss Sion and inviting Ludger to dance. as if that would ever happen. Even as she thought that, part of her quietly wished for it. In the meantime, the contest to choose Miss Sion began. Eligibility was equal for every woman attending the ball. A proper stage had been set up, with even a panel of judges in place. Now the question was who would win this year. While everyone was thinking the same thing, the first candidate stepped onto the stage. 430 chapter, The Magic Hour, 1, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I am Jessie Luna, your host, and one of the judges for the Miss Sion contest. The woman's voice rang out loud and clear thanks to the amplification artifact she wore. Her name was Jessie Luna, an energetic, lively figure with a knack for eloquence, making her a regular choice to MC events like this. Let's see what beautiful ladies will show off their charms tonight. Judge Carter Rower, what are your thoughts? All I can think is that I don't understand why I am here as a judge. The weary reply came from a pale-skinned man with hollow eyes. Carter Rower. He was the instructor in charge of fourth-year combat training, and in many ways the polar opposite of Jessie Luna's bright, upbeat energy. Oh, come on. What are you talking about? We did great together last time, didn't we? By last time, Jessie meant the dual commentary they'd done during the Magic Festival. Back then, Carter had at least understood why he was involved. It was a combat match, after all. But here it made sense for me to commentate a magic duel as the combat training instructor. But this is completely different. What are you saying? This is going to be an even fiercer battle than most. Jessie launched into an animated explanation of the value this contest held for the women competing. In the end, Carter could only raise his hands in defeat. Even as a teacher, he simply couldn't withstand Jessie's pressure. They were complete opposites in temperament so much, so that the gap between teacher and student seemed irrelevant, but in a strange way, they made an oddly fitting pair. Ah, and here comes our next contestant, Dorothea Reben of the fourth year, the winner of the contest from 3 years ago. Bathed in the spotlight, a young woman with a prim expression stepped onto the stage, wearing a bright crimson dress, the powerhouse who won back in her first year. But ever since, she's been pushed back by stronger rivals. Now she's on the verge of graduation, but she just couldn't let go of that lingering regret. But is this really okay? Her grades must be in danger, hey? Dorothea shot Jessie a murderous glare. Jessie just winked back mischievously. They were both fourth years and friends, so there was no real restraint between them. The audience laughed, and the stiff, tense atmosphere eased. Dorothea gave a brief self-introduction, then sang a clear, high voice that blended beautifully with the music in the ballroom. She bowed to light applause and left the stage, after which the judges conferred and scored her performance. Ludger watched with mild interest. He'd heard there was such an event, but seeing it in person was unexpectedly entertaining. If you win, there's a prize, isn't there? The champion could choose anyone they wished for a solo dance. On top of that came a modest cash prize, a dinner for two at the most famous restaurant in Riederbelk, and various other perks, enough to stir motivation beyond just the honor of winning. As he was thinking this, someone timidly approached him. Sensing the presence, Ludger slowly turned. He had been subtly releasing mana so that people unconsciously hesitated to come too close. For someone to approach anyway meant they were either skilled enough not to be affected or too oblivious to notice. Surprisingly, the person fit both descriptions. Good evening, Professor Ludger. Good evening, Professor Selina. Selina stood there in a soft pink dress, smiling shyly like a flower blooming in spring. She fidgeted with the tips of her fingers, perhaps embarrassed by the formal setting and attire, but even that nervous gesture carried a certain budding charm. What are you doing here? Just watching for a bit. Ludger tilted his chin toward the floor below, and Selina let out a small ah of recognition. She naturally moved to stand beside him, and a faint floral fragrance brushed his nose, neither overwhelming nor too faint. He glanced at her. She had been stealing glances at him for a while, and when their eyes met, she gave a little start. What is it? Nothing. The dress suits you well. He. Really? It was probably the compliment she'd been hoping for from the start. She smiled brightly. Then, as if suddenly remembering, she hurried to return the courtesy. You look great too, Professor Ludger. I mean, the clothes look great on you. And not that you don't look great normally, I just flustered by her own verbal stumble. She waved her hands, and Ludger simply gave a curt nod. I understand what you mean. Thank you for the compliment. Why, yes, Selina sighed inwardly, that's not quite what I meant. But she couldn't think of what else to say. Just standing beside him was enough to blank her mind entirely, to the point where she almost thought it was fine to simply stay like this. No, no, that won't do. This is a rare opportunity. Get a hold of yourself, Selina. She shook her head lightly, as if to clear it, then tried to muster her resolvingly for it to deflate like a punctured balloon. Where did you have your dress made? The question from Ludger came as a welcome rescue. I went with Professor Merrilder. I don't really know much about dresses, so she helped me. She does have a good eye. I don't see how did you two come separately. Oh, we came together, but Selina's smile turned a touch awkward as she thought of Merrilder. Ludger wondered if something had happened, then Selina's gaze shifted toward the contest stage. Naturally, Ludger followed it and saw something unexpected. Ah, and now we have a very special contestant tone of our new faculty this year. The first-year instructor in curses and disenchantment, Professor Merrilder. Known for her mature beauty and mysterious aura, she's quite popular herself. There she was, Merrilder, standing on stage. She insisted I participate too, Selina murmured. Isn't this supposed to be for students? Oh, teachers can enter too. There's no rule against it. But I heard it's almost unheard of for one to actually do it. Her voice trailed off, but the mixed feelings in it were easy to read. I see. Ludger looked at Merrilder with a trace of pity. Still, the contest's mood seemed to welcome any participant, and she scored quite well. Several more people took the stage after that, each showing off their talents. Then, just as the atmosphere reached a comfortable peak, Ludger's eyes widened slightly at the next arrival. Oh my, we have a formidable contender, a peerless genius, even among the many prodigies gathered Hereth, most gifted of them all, second-year student Flora Lumos. The mention of her name sent murmurs through her fellow second-years. It was well known that Flora had never shown the slightest interest in such events. Not even Cheryl could tempt her into joining. For her to not only attend the ball, but also step onto the contest stage, any thought of surprise vanished when they actually saw her up there. The calm, serene aura she exuded was enough to still the minor commotion. Flora's presence was markedly different from everyone before her, especially since the incident in the capital, after which her hair had turned black. Where once she had been all sharp edges and cold distance, now she seemed softer, and the indescribable, uncanny air about her was all the more pronounced. Oh, impressive presence indeed, Carter Rower muttered, even his half-lidded, perpetually bored eyes showing a flicker of admiration. So then, contestant Flora Lumos, what will you be showing us tonight? I don't have any particular tricks. I thought it'd just demonstrate some magic. With that, Flora closed her eyes and summoned her mana. Chang! A clear bell tone rang through the entire ballroom. What was that just now? A bell sound. It wasn't just that. It was clearer, more pure. Every gaze turned toward the source of the sound. Flora. Ludger, too, watched her with interest. The entire ballroom held its breath. Then Flora opened her eyes. Around her, mana flared into dazzling light, painting a brilliant picture in the air. Ha! Ludger let out a quiet, incredulous laugh. Behind Flora, a golden radiance surged upward, forming the upper body of a woman so beautiful she seemed like an angel descended from the heavens. The colossal figure stood with her arms wrapped gently around Flora from behind, smiling serenely with her eyes closed. It looked like a masterful sculpture, yet it was magic. I may have shown her something like it before, but to think she'd actually follow it, it was different from Ludger's own Demonbane Thousand Hands. But the core principle was the same. Flora had taken the magic she'd once seen from Ludger and reinterpreted it in her own way. The radiant golden woman straightened from her slight bow and spread her arms wide. In a flash, she dissolved into countless motes of light that scattered throughout the ballroom. Gasps of awe rose from the crowd. Like children reaching out to pop soap bubbles, people found themselves extending their hands toward the drifting glow. The light that brushed their fingertips was soft and warm. It mingled with the sunlight pouring through the windows and vanished in a brilliant haze. And with it, the ballroom fell silent once again. Moments later, the quiet was broken by the slow clap of hands. Everyone's attention shifted toward the source Ludger, standing at the terrace railing on the second floor, overlooking the central hall. That was excellent magic. With just that one remark, the tight, breathless atmosphere seemed to dissolve like magic. It was nothing, Flora replied lightly as she stepped down from the stage, though the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, betraying her delight. Jessie Luna, recovering late, moved to wrap up the moment. Oh, what an incredible display of magic. As expected of the genius among geniuses, Flora Lumos has shown us her greatest strength, remarkable mana control, and it's a spell I've never seen before. She must have developed it herself to use it so freely here. Even Carter Rower's voice held clear excitement as he followed Jess's lead. There was no need to say it, judges' scores were unanimously high. Flora's victory was practically certain. No one else stepped onto the stage. Her performance had been so overwhelming that everyone else lost the will to compete. Even the judges seemed caught off guard, their expressions tinged with surprise. It felt as though the contest would end much sooner than expected. Are there no more participants? Recommendations are welcome as well, Jessie Luna called out loudly after receiving some message from the organizers, but no one came forward. Inside, Flora clenched her fist in triumph. Done. Her win was secured. That means I can ask someone for a dance. Who else could it be? The answer was obvious. But what if he refuses? On second thought, perhaps a dance was going too far, not to mention it didn't quite match her usual image. Wasn't receiving praise for her magic from Ludger enough. As she wrestled with the thought, the sun slowly dipped lower. The deep red of sunset spilled through the grand windows into the ballroom. An inexplicable stillness settled over the hall as though everyone instinctively sensed that something was about to happen. They didn't know why, but they could feel it. And then the sign arrived. W what? A startled cry rang out from one side Erendir's voice. Even Freuden, standing beside her, was just as shocked. He didn't speak, but his wide eyes said it all. The reason was obvious. Rhine, F whoosh. The sound of flames flaring filled the air, though people quickly realized it was nothing more than an illusion in their minds. The sight before them was so startling, so alien, that it had overridden reality. The pure white dress Rhine had worn to the ball was burning. It wasn't just catching the hue of the sunset, it was scattering sparks of deep crimson in every direction. A WH what? Rhine herself sounded just as bewildered. Meanwhile, the flames around her grew stronger, and then the shape of the dress began to change. The cloud-like gown of soft white transformed into a blazing, passionate red dress, wreathed in flame. The vivid sight drew every gaze in the room. Only Ludger watched with a knowing expression, as though he'd been expecting this. The magic hour had begun. 431 chapter, the magic hour, 2. Wait, this dress was like this. Rhine was utterly taken aback by the change in her dress appearance. Violetta had never mentioned that it had this kind of feature. Had she known, she wouldn't have been caught so off guard. Rhine suddenly remembered how, when Violetta had first drawn the initial designs for the dress, there had been 3 different sketches. She had assumed those were simply 3 separate concept drafts, but it turned out all 3 designs had been incorporated into a single garment. Now she understood why Violetta had smiled mysteriously and said it was a secret. Still, it didn't feel bad at all. If the first version she had worn had been like a soft cloud, then now it was like the warm glow of a sunset settling onto her skin. The flickering embers rolling across the surface of the gown created an enchantingly captivating effect as they spread around her. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sight. The gazes of the women in particular were startlingly intense. A dress that could change. This was a groundbreaking innovation in the clothing industry. The idea of enchanting clothing was nothing new. Ivrion had thought of it at least once. In fact, the robes worn by mages not only displayed their affiliation, but also granted resistance to magic. And yet, the reason it had never become a real trend came down to practicality. Yes, practicality. If you were going to enchant something, why bother with robes or clothing? Engraving a defensive barrier onto a ring or necklace that could stop bullets was far more efficient. If the effort required differed vastly, but the end result was the same, who would choose the harder path? Thus, the concept of magically enhanced clothing had always remained at the planning stage. In particular, Rhine's dress had no real magical function beyond being visually beautiful. In other words, in terms of utility, it was completely impractical. If anything, it was an excessive investment. Ludger, however, only smirked faintly to himself as he watched the sunset-like, fire-laced dress. But the world doesn't run on practicality alone. That was the nature of human desire. If all that was needed was the basic function of clothing, anyone could just wear an ordinary, cheap outfit. But the wealthy, especially highborn ladies, spent enormous sums to adorn themselves in splendor. It wasn't unusual for a single dress to cost more than a car. They didn't care how much it cost. That was human desire. The dress Ludger had created in collaboration with Violetta pushed that desire to its absolute peak. The women's eyes on Rhine were burning with such yearning that the flames dancing on her gown seemed paltry by comparison. Rhine, that dress is what exactly? Erendia swallowed hard as she asked. As an imperial princess, Erendia had seen countless dresses. Some had been adorned with the most extravagant jewels, others hailed as masterpieces from the finest designers of the time. But none had ever truly moved her heart. Part of it was because she preferred a life far removed from ostentation, but it was also because her standards had been set high from constant exposure since childhood. For even Erendia to be captivated by Rhine's Dresset was no wonder everyone else was spellbound. The House of Verdi, I thought they'd been gaining fame lately, but to think they would enchant a dress for the social scene logically, it wasn't something one should do. But not everything in the world ran on logic. Targeting a niche no one else dared to touch in some ways, that was an even more rational decision than the obvious choice. Of course, that wasn't the important part now. Everyone was watching Rhine, watching her dress. No matter how gorgeous the dress, if the wearer lacked presence, its value would fade. But this dress suited Rhine perfectly, so perfectly it was as if it had been part of her from the start. The pristine white had been beautiful at first, but the blazing flame was equally breathtaking. Perhaps it was even more so because her hair was ash gray. Flames were beautiful, but when they were gone, all that remained was ash, just like the color of her hair. The initial panic faded, and Rhine instinctively knew what she should do. Perhaps Ludger had foreseen this and given her such an important role. Rhine gave a light spin where she stood. She had grown used to the once uncomfortable shoes, so moving like this was no problem now. The embers that had been rising like a shimmering haze from her dress scattered outward in all directions. Like dandelion seeds, the sparks spread and decorated the surroundings, much like the magic Flora had once used. They weren't real flames, so they weren't hot. But people could feel an unexplainable warmth rush to their faces. Was this what it felt like to be overwhelmed? A mysterious girl shrouded in secrets, a beautiful dress, and just then, as if prepared in advance, the perfect spotlight of the moment. Right now, it felt as though the entire world revolved around the girl named Rhine. And then, beyond the windows, the sun fully sank. The sunset faded, and a touch of cool blue light spread around them, as if to cool down the heat that had built up until now. The heat faded from Rhine's dress as well. The blazing fire of moments ago vanished, as if it had been nothing but a dream, leaving the dress blackened, like the remnants of something completely burned away. Ah, someone let out a sigh full of regret. The most beautiful dress in the world had vanished in the blink of an eye. In a ballroom, what could be sadder than that? Meanwhile, the sky outside gradually darkened, and the light from the ballroom grew stronger. Under that light, Rhine's burned black dress looked strangely out of place. In the solemn atmosphere, only one person moved, Ludger. Without anyone noticing, he quietly spread his mana into the air. Slowly, thinly, but widely. It wasn't a flashy spell, quite the opposite. What he wanted was something to punctuate the solemnity of the moment, a spell of the darkness attribute. Holy night, darkness settled over the space. Not pitch black like midnight, but the gentle darkness of early evening. Its only effect, if one could call it that, was to soften the overly bright atmosphere. But for Ludger, that was enough. Now, more importantly, it was enough for Rhine. Gasp. A small intake of breath sounded. Rhine's dress was changing again. On the black, night-like fabric, faint points of light began to appear, one by one. They spread until the entire gown shone clearly even in the darkness. They had thought it was nothing but charred remains. But once the surroundings fell into shadow, that thought was instantly overturned. It wasn't ash at all. It was something far more beautiful. The night sky. Flora murmured without realizing it. The final form of Rhine's dress was a night sky where a beautiful Milky Way flowed. At the same time, the ribbon tied at the back of Rhine's waist loosened on its own. From the semi-transparent fabric that drifted through the air spilled a bluish moonlight. A star-filled night, sky something you could no longer see in Rederbelk because of pollution was recreated perfectly on Rhine's gown. She was, in that moment, a goddess of the night. Like Cinderella's final magic, it was the most sacred finale to crown the entire spectacle. Rhine lifted her gaze toward the terrace where Ludger stood. She instinctively knew who had summoned this sudden darkness. When their eyes met, Ludger gave her a small nod. This was your stage now. Here you were the protagonist. That was what his gaze told her. Rhine steadied her breath, then took a step forward. Her movements were far more elegant and restrained than when she had first entered the ballroom. Naturally, the people before her stepped aside to make way without even thinking. Their bodies reacted before their minds did. Standing at the center of the ballroom, Rhine spoke to the contest's panel of judges. You said you were accepting applicants, correct? Ill participate. At those words, the judges were struck silent. Yet in their surprise, there was no hint of rejection. It was Jessie Luna who, regaining her senses, finally spoke. Ah, S scores. Well, give the scores now, she stammered uncharacteristically, urging the other judges with sharp looks to get moving. Pulled from the trance the miraculous scene had cast over them, the panel began scoring one by one. The result, a perfect score. Regrettably, Flora had to settle for second place. Flora Lumos' magic was truly outstanding as well. But this event is ultimately a showcase of feminine beauty, so we were unavoidably compelled to give the edge here. Carter Rower explained on behalf of the panel. If this had been a competition to judge the qualities of a mage, the rankings might have been different. But if we are to name the one most fitting for this occasion, there could be nothing but unanimity. Congratulations. At his words, applause erupted from all sides toward Rhine. With her breath a little uneven, she dipped her head in thanks to the judges. Thank you. When the applause faded, silence returned. All eyes were still on Rhine. The winner of the Miss Contest had been decided, but the most important moment was yet to come. Who would be granted the honor of receiving a dance request from tonight's heroine? The men gathered in the ballroom all knew it likely wouldn't be them, but none could let go of that small, flickering hope. The most probable choice was Freuden Ulbeck, with whom Rhine was often seen, a man with no fault in either looks or lineage. Even women who had hoped to use this event to dance with Freuden had to give up, at least for now. Yet Freuden's expression was anything but pleased. He knew. He had seen exactly who Rhine had been looking at when her dress transformed to hold the night sky. No, it was fine if she wore a dazzling gown, something uncharacteristic for her. It was fine if she had refused the offer he had made. It was fine if the beauty he thought only he knew had now been revealed to everyone here. All of that was fine. But no. Freuden muttered quietly as he saw Rhine's gaze slowly turn in one direction. For someone who usually valued dignity above all, it was an act he would never normally commit. That was how desperate he was. He didn't have to be the one she chose. It didn't matter if she danced with someone else. Everything else was fine. But not that man. Anyone but that man. Yet Freuden's silent plea never reached her. Professor Ludger Cherish. Rhine called his name, looking up toward the second-floor terrace. Naturally, every gaze turned to Ludger, and a portion of the spotlights in the darkness shifted to illuminate him. Ludger gazed back down at Rhine with his usual, unshaken calm. Rhine smiled NVLGT, only on NVLGT, softly at him and extended her hand. Would you do me the honor of a dance? Everyone present was stunned. She had asked a teacher, not just any teacher, but Ludger Cherish himself for a dance. Flora and Selina watched with nervous eyes. Bathed in the pure white light, his expression was the same as ever, unreadable. It was then that a trace of emotion touched Ludger's otherwise impassive face. A faint, amused, approving chuckle. Gladly, Ludger said. And with that, he stepped over the railing and leapt down into the ballroom. The suddenness of the act left everyone startled, but only for a moment. Instead of plummeting, Ludger's body descended slowly, gliding through the air as if he were swimming. The hem of his black coat billowed like a cloak. Like the feather of a divine message falling from the heavens, Ludger came to rest gently in front of Rhine. The separate beams of light that had been illuminating them merged into one. Ludger placed his hand lightly atop the one Rhine held out. Ah, at the warmth she felt in his touch, Rhine couldn't help but let a small sound escape. Some women clasped their hands together, gazing raptly at the sight. That a commoner girl no one had paid attention to could become the star of the Night Thighs was enough to inspire not only envy, but also awe and admiration. The soft music that had paused resumed once more, and to its rhythm, Rhine and Ludger began to waltz in the center of the ballroom. Everyone else kept their distance, their eyes drawn entirely to the pair. In the quiet hall, beneath a single spotlight, the two moved together in graceful steps. It was only then that Rhine realized she had never danced in a high society setting before. What do I do? I got carried away with the moment and asked him, but then Ludger's voice came softly to her. Don't panic. Follow the flow. It'll lead you. As she relaxed her body as he instructed, Ludger guided her movements. Slowly, no need to rush. His touch and pacing were far gentler than the strict manner he usually displayed. It was as though she had stepped onto something that carried her forward, her body instinctively matching his lead. When he spun her, starlight shimmered around them. The closeness where she could hear his breathing, the warmth between them, the blue eyes fixed upon her. For Rhine, it all felt like a dream that might scatter like sand, slipping through her fingers the moment she lost focus. Yet the solid grip guiding her reminded her this was reality. When the waltz came to an end, the two remained standing, gazing at each other. In the heightened atmosphere, Rhine was too overcome to speak. Ludger quietly offered his congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the star of the night. 432 chapter, The Magic Hour, 3, all sound vanished, muffled as if swallowed by waterlogged cotton. The surrounding scenery receded like a low tide, swept away all at once. The only thing Ryan could see was Ludger standing before Herhigh's figure, his gaze, even the movements of his body, like a balloon filled to the brim with air. Sometimes, reality, in its excess, could feel even more dreamlike than a dream. Ryan thought that right now was exactly one of those times, a state of complete selflessness, so still that she thought she might even hear the sound of a feather falling. And just as it had begun, the magical time ended quietly and naturally. Ah! The sounds of the world returned, and color flooded her vision. The spotlight that had shone on only the two of them vanished, and the entire ballroom, once dim, brightened. Ryan couldn't help but let out a sigh of regret. Just a little longer. 5 minutesno, even a single minute more would be enough to savor this feeling. But cruelly, the hand that had rested on her waist slipped away. A chill and emptiness, far greater than the loss of warmth, washed over her. Still, she couldn't cling to him any longer. She had already pushed the limits of what was reasonable. Teacher, even so, she had to ask this. Her eyes, shimmering with starlight that seemed to spill from her dress, fixed intently on Ludger. Why are you so kind to me? When she thought about it, it was strange. There was no reason for Ludger to go out of his way to treat her well. And yet, he had given her so much enough that even someone as insensitive as herself could clearly feel it. But Ludger gave no answer. Only the faint emotions in his blue eyes meeting hers could be sensed. Why are you looking at me like that? Before she could ask, Ludger slowly stepped back. And as if to fill the space he left behind, women in dresses swarmed toward Rhine. Hey, where did you get that dress? Wow, look at the hem, it's gorgeous. You actually asked Mr. Ludger to dance. You're amazing. Huh, Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Rhine froze, unsure how to respond. Wait, Rhine is my close friend. The sudden interjection from Erendia only deepened the chaos. And so, in the flurry of voices, Rhine didn't even think to try and stop Ludger as he quietly slipped away through the crowd. Leaving the noise behind, Ludger returned to the second-floor terrace of the ballroom. It was then that Selina approached him. Beside her stood Merelda, her face darker than ever after tasting defeat. Selina took a big step toward Ludger, the hem of her bright pink dress swaying softly with her stride. Mr. Ludger, well done. You were so dashing while dancing, I almost forgot to breathe. Thank you for the compliment. Selina's cheeks were flushed after watching Ludger dance with Rhine. She had only been watching, yet Shed felt a sharp jolt, as though a current had run across her skin. It wasn't that she hadn't imagined what it might be like if she had been in Rhine's place, but the satisfaction of simply watching was enough to erase any lingering disappointment. I didn't think you'd dance at an event like this, Merelda said in a subdued voice. Ludger lightly shrugged. It was the request of the Miss Contest winner. I thought it only proper to grant it as a courtesy to the victor. The victor, yes. And I am the loser. The word victor made Merelda's tone sink even lower. If left alone, she might very well stay curled up in some corner for the rest of the evening. Your friend looks like she could use some comfort. Ludger trusted that Selina would be good at that role. Her. Selina froze as Ludger passed her by. She had been planning to ask him for a dance herself, even if it was only as the second partner, but of all times, Merelda's sore spot had to be struck here. In the end, as Ludger walked away, Selina, making a face close to tears, moved to Merelda and hugged her tightly. It's okay, Miss Merelda. You'll have another chance next year. You have the charm of maturity after all, right? The only thing I have that's grown is my age. That's not what I meant. Merelda sank deeper into self-pity, while Selina broke into a nervous sweat trying to console her. Leaving the two behind, Ludger stepped out onto the outdoor terrace. The hot air of the ballroom was gone, replaced by a cool night breeze that pleasantly brushed against his face. When he looked up, the sky seemed especially clear tonight, with a few stars visible. Of course, it was nothing compared to the beauty of Rhine's dress. So, did you follow me here because you had something to say? As he murmured, a new figure appeared in the outdoor lounge. Ludger turned, leaning his back against the railing. Freuden Ulberg, one of the few who knew about his past and a brat who was openly hostile toward him. Freuden stared at Ludger with an impassive expression, but he couldn't hide the storm of emotion in his eyes. Naturally, Ludger read that emotion, though he didn't bother to provoke it. He simply regarded Freuden with calm, sunken eyes. Freuden flinched slightly. Against the backdrop of the night sky beyond the terrace, there was something about Ludger's presence that was hard to put into words. Still, Freuden was not someone who would back down easily. The wolf of House Ulberg had been trained never to yield. Ho Ludger's face showed a faint trace of interest at the young man's refusal to be cowed. Even when he had been completely green, Ludger had sensed there was potential here. The most noble of nobles, one might say. At the very least, he had a pride that was worlds apart from the bluster of other so-called aristocrats. So, what's your business? You're really asking that as if you don't know. A crease formed on Freuden's brow. You're the one who got Rhine that dress, aren't you? He was already certain of it. If it hadn't been Ludger, there was no way Rhine would have kept glancing his way all evening. Yes, I arranged it for her, Ludger admitted without hesitation. Does that bother you? Think about what you did to Rhine. Do you really believe this kind of behavior is acceptable, or have you forgotten what happened that day? Ludger stayed silent, which only made Freuden's anger flare. Let's say it's a coincidence you came here. But why do you keep approaching her? If you had any conscience, you would have avoided her altogether. So even being kind is wrong now. When an enemy treats you kindly, it's the same as mockery. Especially when the one who knows the truth does it to a victim who has forgotten the past. Normally, Freuden would have left it at that warning, but not tonight. He hadn't shown it outwardly, but in his heart he had already cut Ludger to pieces several times over. Leave quietly, or tell her the truth, if you really care about her. What, you can't? Then are you saying you're treating her well out of guilt for what happened? Say something, damn it. Freuden strode forward and grabbed Ludger by the collar. Is it that fun to toy with someone's feelings? You brat. The voice was low and heated, like something boiling up from deep underground. Ludger's hand clamped tightly around Freuden's wrist. What do you know to be spouting such nonsense? A crushing force bore down on his wrist. Freuden winced from the pain, but he didn't look away from Ludger. That was his pride both as a noble and as a man. You say you care about Rhine and think about her so much, but what do you NVLGHT actually know about her? What, you don't? You're just a young wolf who still knows nothing. That's why you can bark so loudly. What the hell are you talking about? Rhine is terminal. At those words, Freuden's expression twisted in shock. He stared at Ludger with eyes full of disbelief. Don't lie to me. This is why you're still a brat. You don't even know how bad her condition really is. Have you heard anything about her mana? Only that it's non-attributed mana. If you can hear that and still react this way, then it seems you don't actually know the properties of non-attributed mana. Ludger brushed Freuden's hand away. Freuden had no reply. Rhine's mana will, as it grows, gradually destroy her body. The vessel of flesh simply can't endure the excessive power. If she can't find a way to expend it, it will eventually kill her. On average, the lifespan is around 25. Even in rare cases, they can't live past 30. And even that life comes with suffering so great that death would be a mercy. A mother who loves her only daughter might choose the extreme path of suicide. Freuden sucked in a breath at Ludger's final words. You asked what I know. I know everything, the truth of that day, why it happened, and I am still searching for a new truth. A way to solve the symptoms of non-attributed mana. Ludger's voice, which had been rising slightly, cooled with a quiet sigh. I've been searching all along. And you? What have you done? You've buried yourself in only the surface of the truth and stayed there, acting on pure emotion. What can you do like that? In that moment, Freuden had no answer, neither a rebuttal to being called out by the man he hated most, nor the ability to simply accept the truth for what it was. Why? Freuden's pupils shook violently. Why didn't you say anything if you knew? This is why you're still a brat. If I said it, would anything change? What? Then let me ask you. Now you know the truth. Whether you believe it or not is your choice, but if you truly believe it, what will you do? Tell Rhine the truth and promise to cure her. Of course, and how will you do that? What about the non-existent research on non-attributed mana? You think you can solve in your lifetime what has gone unresolved for generations? If it were possible, it would have been done long ago. You are the pillar of one of the Empire's 3 ducal houses. Can you honestly say you'd move for purely personal reasons? For a mere commoner girl? That last line struck Freuden the hardest. Ludger was right. Though he thought vaguely that he had to help Rhine, he had never been prepared to throw his entire house's resources into it. But this man, as much as he hated to admit it, Ludger would use everything at his disposal to change Rhine's fate. If you're a brat, then act like one. Stay out of the affairs of adults. Ludger's words were cold and cutting. He knew Freuden had feelings for Rhine, but at the end of that path waited only tragedy. It was better, he thought, for her to remain ignorant until the end. So you found out anyway. Even so, it didn't matter. If breaking this brat's will required this, it wasn't a bad method. Now that he'd been made to know his place, if he had even a shred of sense, he'd give up on his own. However, Ludger had slightly underestimated the kind of person Freuden was. Fine, I'll do it. At the words, spoken almost like a declaration to himself, Ludger's eyebrow twitched. The atmosphere of the boy he'd expected to crumble and despair shifted just a little. I said, I'll do it. Are you serious? I told you. I'll do it. I never take back what I've said. Freuden's eyes burned into Ludger's, unwavering now. You called me a brat. I'll admit that much. You're right, I'm still lacking. So I'll move in my own way as a brat, and I'll beat you to it just to prove it. Freuden's response was something Ludger had not anticipated, but the resolve burning in his eyes, the fierce determination in his voice there, wasn't a trace of falsehood in it. So he wasn't just some run-of-the-mill brat who only opposed me for the sake of it. Still, perhaps it was because he was a man. Do as you like, brat. In that case, he'd accept the challenge. Ludger smirked at him, then turned back toward the ballroom. Freuden stood where he was, staring up at the night-soaked sky. But in his eyes, the fire burned hotter than ever, even if it meant burning his whole body away. Just as he was about to head back in, Freuden came face to face with Flora Lumos, who was entering. Flora Lumos. They weren't close, so he was just going to walk past her when she spoke. You're a hotter-blooded man than I thought. He stopped. Were you eavesdropping? Unintentionally? What, here to offer comfort? Comfort, me? Ha, Flora snorted, as if. I was just surprised. I didn't think you'd be that into this Rhine girl. Honestly, I never imagined you liking anyone at all. And you? Didn't you follow Ludger Cherish all the way here? The two of them locked eyes. Their gazes were far from friendly, but there was a faint trace of shared understanding between them. Flora smirked. I am not worried. You've changed. Something happened to make me. You can't act like a child forever. I see. Muttering that, Freuden started walking, again leaving behind one last remark. I am the same. 433 chapter, The Path to Surpass. 1. From the second-floor balcony, Ludger looked down over the ballroom. The contest had ended, but the ball was still in full swing. Pairs of students, hand in hand, waltzed across the floor. Everywhere he could see shy girls lowering their heads or boys blushing bright red. Among them were some rather unusual pairings. Aiden, moving awkwardly with hesitant steps, and Taishi Fried, leading him with a smile that said she couldn't help it but was still pleased. Nearby, Iona and Leo were also dancing together. Despite the difference in their height, Iona naturally matched her steps to Leo's. Ludger's lips curved in a silent smile as he watched them. It was a fresh, peaceful scene, a place that didn't suit someone like him, full of lies. Still, for this one moment, simply watching could be allowed. The festival night was far from over. Gregorium groaned, clutching his aching head as he pushed himself upright. The blanket covering him slipped to the floor. Where is this? An abandoned carriage, empty but for him. Gregorium had no idea why he was lying here. His mind was hazy and sluggish, as if he'd woken from a long dream. Right first, I should head home. Muttering to himself as though something had just come to mind, he stepped down from the carriage. Picking up his belongings, he began walking slowly toward the train station. Watching from the rooftop of a nearby building, Zero Order turned to his subordinate. How long has it been? Exactly 3 days. 3 days, huh? What do you think? At the question from the subordinate who had been disguised as the coachman Zero Order smirked and shrugged. To be honest, it's right on the edge. If he'd woken any earlier, I'd have dismissed the idea. Any later, and I'd have been certain. But the timing's too perfect to be coincidence. His eyes narrowed. At the very least, I can tell the seal's weakened. I knew it was about time, but it's still not a good sign. Is that a parcel really so dangerous? Zero Order gave a small shrug. All apostles are dangerous. Their innate authorities are never something to take lightly, but heimspecially so. We apostles don't get along particularly well, but we're not outright enemies either. I see. But he's different. He's hostile to all of us, and all of us are hostile to him. We pursue the same thing, yet not in the same way. And most of all, the most dreadful thing was his authority. He's a sly, cowardly bastard. If it's not to his advantage, he won't even bother engaging. That's why I sent Canary, but this is a disappointingly tame result. Then should I go and take a look? No. Zero Order's answer was sharp. It was a tone utterly unlike his usual do-as-you-like attitude, which only meant that approaching the Apostle of Dreams was dangerous to an extreme degree. Even for a dreamwalker like you wouldn't stand a chance against him, not even if your entire school joined forces. Go, and you'll die. Then what will you do about Gregorium? Leave him for now. He's been asleep a long time, but the fact he came back means he never actually encountered him. Zero Order's gaze lingered on Gregorium's retreating figure. Still, we'd better put a tail on him, just in case. Time passed after the grand ball came to an end. Even in daily life, changes continued to unfold. The biggest of them was tied to House of Verdi. The overwhelming display of Rhine's magical dress at the ball had spread like wildfire. Considering how many attendees had been nobles, it was only natural. In every social circle, the House of Verdi's dress was the talk of the day. Requests from people wanting to wear a magical dress poured in without end. Violetta was busier than ever, but her expression was brighter than it had ever been. Recently, other brands had even approached her for collaborations, and her fame was climbing day by day. Another noticeable change concerned Rhine herself. As the newly crowned Miss Contest winner, she had quickly become one of the hottest topics at Theon. Even at the start of the semester, she'd been quietly known for her mysterious and beautiful looks, all the more striking for a commoner. But after the ball wearing that magical dress, boldly asking Ludger for a dance, and openly spending time with Erendush had secured the top spot as the school's most talked-about figure, which meant that every day Rhine had to endure wave after wave of students trying to act familiar with her. Wouldn't it make her happy to receive the kind of treatment she never had before? Not at all. Rhine valued genuine connections with people. But Novelight, when their intentions are that obvious, how could I possibly get close to them? Logically, she knew she could still interact with them. Relationships weren't always built on pure goodwill. A polite smile, a bit of small talk, and keeping the right distance would be enough. But Rhine couldn't manage it. Her innate discernment of judging eye made it feel almost like a physical aversion. Exhausting. She had gotten attention before, during the clinical trials for the mana suppressant, but this was far more draining. The only saving grace was that, thanks to Erendir and Freuden, no one dared to approach her too openly or aggressively. Are you okay? Beside her, Erendir asked with concern, though there was a faint glimmer of envy in her eyes. No, surely not. Rhine decided not to doubt her senior's pure goodwill. I am tired, but it's been calmer lately, so it's better. Well, that's understandable. Erendir nodded knowingly. Since the contest at the ball, Rhine's popularity among the male students had skyrocketed. The fact that she was a commoner made her seem more approachable, which added to it. And yet no men approached her. That was because of Freuden Ulbach and Henry Presto. With those two openly shielding her, anyone without exceptional nerve wouldn't dare get close. Freuden dealt with it all quietly, out of Rhine's sight, and she had no idea it was happening. Erendia thought of him and shook her head. He denies it, but he really is like the Duke of Ulbach. If Freuden heard that, he would have grimaced in disgust, didn't get along with his father. Oh, right. Just then, Rhine lifted her head as if she'd remembered something. I have somewhere to go. I'll get going first. Where? Mr. Ludger's office. What? The moment Ludger's name came out, Erendir's eyes widened in surprise. Don't tell me you already I knew something seemed off at the ball that night. Ha! Ryan looked at her in confusion, then, realizing what she meant, her face flushed scarlet. It's not like that. You've got it all wrong. Then why go to his office? To learn source code magic, obviously. There are several of us going, not just me. Oh, Erendia nodded, seemingly convinced. Once we get this framework, that's the end of it. So in the end, it's proof you've consistently stayed in the top ranks. Just how hard have you been studying? Huh, well, it's a student's duty, isn't it? A duty. Right. Erendia's expression dimmed. After all, she hadn't exactly been living up to that duty herself. Ill be going now. It was a chance to learn a new magic. With a heart full of excitement, Rhine headed toward Ludger's office, where he was waiting. Along the way, students recognized her, but she made a point of ignoring them. When she arrived, there were already quite a few people waiting inside. At the center of it, all sitting at his desk, Ludger stood out the most. Ure here. Even though this was a moment where he would be handing out his own original magic, source code, his voice was as indifferent as ever. Ryan recalled the warm tone he had used with her at the ball. Like grains of sand slipping away, the Memortho vivid and real felt as distant as a dream. Everyone's here. As you know, this is where I'll be giving you the fourth framework of my source code magic. Ludger's gaze swept over the students from left to right. Flora Lumos, Julia Plumehart, Taishi Fried, Leo, and finally, Rhine, who had just arrived. As promised, I'll give each of you the final framework containing the formula for my source code magic. Step forward in the order I call your name. The students approached him, each filled with tension and anticipation. Keeping his word, Ludger presented each of them with the framework. With that, the students who had consistently ranked high all semester gained the right to use his source code. Any questions? Can we share this with others? The one who spoke was Julia Plumehart. Everyone turned to look at her, surprised she would ask such a thing here. But Julia, as usual, wore that unreadable smile, gazing at Ludger as if wondering how he would react if his treasured magic were freely spread to others. I don't mind. The answer was enough to shock them even more. Do you mean that? Even Julia, who had asked, sounded cautious, clearly not expecting it. Do I have any reason to lie here? You could go out right now and spread it as far as you like. In fact, I'd even encourage it. Why? This time it was Flora who asked, her eyes blazing with genuine incomprehension. This is magic you created yourself. Yes, I created it, and I gave it to you. Isn't a magician's original magic supposed to be a closely guarded secret? If I truly didn't want anyone else to know it, I wouldn't have given it to you in the first place. But you can share it with others, or break down the source code entirely and reconstruct it in your own way. Do whatever you like, it's your freedom. The only thing I'd prefer is that you don't sell it for money. Even so, the students still looked unconvinced. What if there's a way to use the source code that I don't know about? Is that even possible? For someone else to know something the creator himself doesn't? Why are you so sure that just because I created it, it's perfect? Well, because it's something you made. You think I'm perfect? Flora closed her mouth at that, though her slightly sulky expression seemed to say, then aren't you? I appreciate you thinking highly of me, but I'm still someone who makes mistakes and fails. What I know isn't always the whole truth or even necessarily correct. If you believe otherwise, I recommend you change your thinking, to avoid limiting the scope of thought, right? This time it was Rhine who spoke. Ludger nodded, satisfied. Exactly. The moment you believe my magic is perfect, the source code ends there. No further progress will be made. But if you keep assuming it's flawed and look for ways to improve it, that's when it truly begins. Exchanging opinions, clashing, finding common ground, and seeking the best solutions, that's how the world has developed. Magic was no different. Let me give you an example. There's a rumor that in the remote south, there's a tribe of beastkin that eats humans. The claim came from an adventurer who explored the wilds. Do you think people would believe him? Probably not. Even if there's no evidence, just his testimony. Well, no, I guess not. But what if the exact same claim that man-eating beastkin exists came not from an adventurer, but from a renowned archaeologist or historian, someone of exceptional reputation in the academic world? After a moment's thought, all the students gave the same answer. Well, then everyone would believe it. And why do you think that? Because that person's reputation in academia would lend credibility. If someone like that claimed it, even without evidence, it would carry tremendous weight. Ludger nodded. But what if that person had intentionally spread false information? Then what? 434 chapter, The Path to Surpass, 2. What? The expressions of the students who had been asked the question shifted slightly. All of them had felt some kind of dissonance in Ludger's words. Then, belatedly, a certain incident flashed through their minds. The Wakpala massacre was an incident in which frontier soldiers and mercenaries exterminated an entire beastkin tribe, an event that caused quite a stir. Conflicts between beastkin and frontier settlers were nothing new. Even so, the reason this particular case made such huge headlines was because a historian got involved and did something heinous, namely, the act of distorting history. In the Wakpala massacre, the total number of beastkin tribespeople killed was 300. Of them, more than 150 were children and elders. They were slaughtered without mercy under the false accusation of eating humans. What was even more shocking was that the tribe killed at that time had been extremely friendly toward humans. Why in the world would something like that happen? Taishi, lacking knowledge on the subject, asked. It was Leo who answered. Because of a gold mine. A gold mine. Yeah, there was a gold mine near the land where that tribe lived. But when people tried to buy the mining rights, the beastkin refused, saying they couldn't give up land that had been passed down from their ancestors. Still, the people didn't give up. Ludger continued the explanation. But due to an existing treaty, they couldn't just lay a hand on the beastkin. This was after the end of the racial war, and the atmosphere was such that even minor disputes were hushed up. So they changed their approach by maliciously distorting information. The one who stepped forward at that time was the historian Jaden Lumpel. He was a distinguished scholar who researched the history and culture of demi-humans and compiled his findings into books. The academic world valued his papers and materials highly, and he was famous for never having been caught up in any scandal. Why would someone like that do such a thing? Because he lacked funding. Jaden had repeatedly failed to secure the funding he needed for his research. As he grew increasingly desperate, someone approached him with a dirty deal. They asked him to write a column exposing the supposed cannibalism of a beastkin tribe. They added that if he did, they would provide him with a huge sum for his research. Jaden did not refuse. He immediately wrote a denunciation of the beastkin, claiming they ate humans. Using his authority, he incited people to believe that a decent tribe danced heretical dances and feasted on human flesh. What do you think people did when they heard that? It was the statement of a man whose authority in demi-human history was considered unmatched. No one doubted his words. There were some who said the facts should be checked, but their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming tide. The massacre committed by gold-hungry settlers was reframed as the righteous punishment of evil cannibals. And so, 300 people died, without distinction between elders and children. Even though the truth was later revealed, the dead beastkin could never return. Even now, the beastkin live with the stigma of being savage. They say elves and dwarves each have their merits, but beastkin do NVLIGHT not. It's nothing more than a difference in culture. At Ludger's words, Leo flinched. In his mind, Iona's face appeared. What this incident tells us is clear authority is not the same as truth, and those with authority are not always virtuous. They can lie whenever it suits their desires. There are people who don't, though, of course. In fact, if we go by proportion, there are probably more who don't. But this still happened. Why do you think that is? Because no one guarded against such a situation. Ludger's gaze shifted to the students who had received his source code magic. What I want to tell you is this: don't accept my authority and let my magic go to waste. It was an almost laughable statement. For a mage to tell others not to accept his magic and instead to actively encourage modifying it. But Ludger believed it was the right thing to do. It is a good thing for an educator to guide someone, but no one can keep guiding forever. I am human too, and I make mistakes. I'm not always right. At times, I might lead you down the wrong path. Such a one-sided relationship will one day hit its limit and crumble easily. What's important is learning how to walk on your own. On a long journey, sometimes you lead, and sometimes you are led. Sometimes you fight, and sometimes you join hands. And someday he hoped they would surpass him, to become the protagonists of a new era, to lead the next generation, and to teach them how to move forward. That was what Ludger wanted most as an educator. Keep questioning, challenge and seize. You can create better magic. Everyone was left speechless at that solemn declaration. That's all I have to say. You may go now. Taishi and Leo left the faculty office and walked down the corridor together. As they walked in silence, Taishi spoke to Leo. So, what are you going to do now? It was a question loaded with meaning. Leo replied indifferently, not much. I haven't even been given all the source code framework anyway. I could teach you, you know. Taishi threw it out there casually. It wasn't surprising she had consistently ranked in the top, earning all 4 pieces of the framework. If she wanted, she could pass the missing framework pieces on to Leo. It would take time, but still. I didn't work hard out of desperation for that. Then why? I just wanted to prove my worth, and maybe knock down a few arrogant nobles who think they can coast on their family name. So Leo didn't really regret not getting the source code. Really? You sure you don't want me to teach you? I said I don't need it. Taishi pouted. Shed had a rare chance to tease Leo, but of course he didn't take the bait. Of course, if Leo actually asked, she really would teach him. It was her own accomplishment, but there was nothing stopping her from sharing it with a friend. More importantly, the break's almost here. Time really flies. Tell me about it. Leo, do you have plans for the break? Me, not really. At most, I'll visit home once and see my family. Same here. What about Aiden? He'll probably go back to his hometown too. Didn't he say he has a lot of younger siblings? He's had it rough. Younger siblings, Taishi repeated the words under her breath. What? Are you an only child? Of course. In the first place, what fallen noble family has multiple children? That assumption that fallen nobles are always only children is a weird prejudice. Still, congratulations. Now that you've gotten the source code, you're one step closer to rebuilding your house. It is fortunate. Taishi replied, then suddenly asked. But that thing Professor Ludger mentioned, do you think it's true? What, the source code? No, not that. You know that thing. Oh, you meant the Wakpala massacre. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Because I didn't know. I didn't even know something that horrible had happened, or that people still had such a bad perception of Beastkin. Has Iona been enduring that kind of gaze all this time? At the mention of Iona's name, Leo fell silent. It wasn't as if Leo hadn't thought about her. If one asked whether he pitied her circumstances, he certainly did. But Leo didn't voice it. Don't bring that up in front of Iona. What? Why not? Because the last thing she'd want is pity from her friends. Taishi widened her eyes as if surprised. You're right, I wasn't thinking. As long as you know. What? Would it kill you to say things nicely? Before long, the two of them joined up with Aiden and Iona, who had been waiting for them. The 4 of them fell into the kind of casual talk students have, discussing what they would do over the break. Then Iona, who had been quiet, spoke. I'm planning to go back to my hometown during the break. If she had stopped there, no one would have thought much of it. She'd been living far away in Theon, so of course she'd want to see her family at least once. But what she said next was enough to surprise the other 3. My father wants to invite the 3 of you. They had known each other long enough. The 3 of them were well aware of Iona's standing among her people and of who her father was, the current chieftain of the largest Beastkin tribe. That was Iona's father. While Ludger was still in the faculty office sorting through materials, a cup of coffee was placed in front of him. He didn't even have to look to know. It was Sedna who had brought it, appreciated. Ludger spoke and took a sip. Sedna stood quietly in place, silently watching him. By now, this sort of exchange had long since become a familiar part of their daily routine. Sedna, the break's coming soon. Do you have any plans? I do not. I plan to remain in the dormitory. I see. Sedna understood why Ludger would ask her such a question. There's no need to worry about me. I'm doing fine. Of course, I don't intend to stay in Sion forever. I plan to go down to Rederbelk and maintain my connections with the Owens people. That's good, then. Seems I was meddling for no reason. In truth, Ludger himself wasn't sure why she had been on his mind. He simply had a bad feeling. The moment he saw Sedna, a faint, unsettling unease seemed to tickle the back of his mind. Ludger didn't take such feelings lightly. Sedna, has anyone been watching you lately or anything like that? Pardon. Though puzzled by the question, Sedna answered earnestly. No. Are you sure? I'm always particularly careful not to be noticed by others. Stealth is essential when gathering information. I see. Even after hearing her confident answer, Ludger felt something was off. Sedna couldn't understand why he was acting this way. All right, you may go. There won't be any class-related matters for the time being, so I suggest you take this opportunity to get plenty of rest. With that, Ludger rose from his seat. Where are you going? There's something I need to check on. He put on his coat. His destination was the Rederbelk safe house. Deep beneath the capital of the Exilian Empire lay a massive underground chamber. At its heavily guarded center was the colossal root of the World Tree, and connected to that root was an elf. MMH. The elf Bellaruna pulled her hands away from the World Tree's root. She could hardly remember how many days she had been clinging to it. You all right? The one asking after her was Mandalina. She was both Bellaruna's escort and her watcher. It's just I've been linked to the World Tree for too long. Is that a thing? Normally, an elf who isn't granted permission can't access the World Tree at all. If you bypass that and keep roaming around inside it, the drain on your mental strength is enormous. As she spoke, Bellaruna pulled an energy bar from her pouch, chewing and swallowing it. On top of that, Thave tightened security after noticing my previous intrusion. Security. The elf kingdom, I mean. I tried to peek at what's going on over there, but it's not easy. Mandalina's eyes went wide with surprise. Considering the distance between the Empire's capital and the Elf Kingdom, there was no way she should have been able to find that out. Perhaps her expression gave her away, because Bellaruna went on. See, the world trees may appear separate, but through their roots they're linked like a dense net. A network, you could say. So that means you can connect from this world tree to the Elf Kingdom's world tree. Exactly. That's what I was trying to do, but they're blocking my access from their side. They've even put multiple restrictions on the information stored in this dead world tree. If we can tamper with it from this side, they can do the same from theirs. That's why I've been at it for days, but now I've finally gotten a solid lead. One more try, and I can break through. Mandalina wasn't an expert on the world tree, but she understood just how impressive Bellaruna was. Accessing the world tree at all was already something only an exceptional elf could do. But to not only slip past the defenses of the elf nobility controlling it, but also attempt to view restricted information. With her disheveled look, stammering speech, and heavy dark circles, Bellaruna seemed like an oddball of an elf. But her skill was unquestionably real. No wonder that man keeps her around. Mandalina nodded in understanding. By now replenished, Bellaruna placed her palms on the dead world tree again, attempting another connection. Mandalina wondered how long she'd be at it this time, but surprisingly, Bellaruna came back to herself quickly. This is bad. What is it? Yeah, this is turning into something big. When Mandalina asked what she meant, Bellaruna replied in a dazed tone. I think the Elf Kingdom is preparing for war. 435 chapter, Summoning of the Night Orders. 1. Mandalina's expression hardened coldly. Considering her usual demeanor, that meant the matter was extremely grave. The kingdom Bellaruna had mentioned could only mean the Elven Kingdom, Renar Tyrone, which in turn meant the elves were preparing for war. It's not entirely impossible. Having wandered the world and seen its darker sides, Mandalina knew well how fragile peace truly was. The world looked calm on the surface, but it was littered with ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. One of the greatest of those was the Elven Kingdom. It's been more than 100 years since the race war. For humans, that's ancient history, but for elves, not at all. The lifespan of elves dwarfed that of humans. 100 years was a distant entry in the history books for mankind, but for most elves, it was time they had lived through themselves. Mandalina knew just how deeply the elves who fought that war hated humans. That was why the Empire's Intelligence Bureau had always kept a sharp eye on the forests of the elves. Recently, trackers from the Elven Kingdom had been making suspicious moves in the capital. But still, that alone wasn't enough to call it the beginning of a war. And yet there hadn't been the slightest sign until now, and suddenly this. Mandalina questioned Bellaruna again. You're not mistaken. I wish I were. But judging from the data stored in the network, it doesn't look that way. Explain precisely. There's a house that currently holds the greatest influence in the kingdom. They're called one of the 7 roots, and among them, the family closest to the world tree is Lifrit. Lifrit, I've heard of them. The Lifrit family is gathering troops. Then does that mean war is imminent? No, not to that degree yet. The other house's forces remain still. No matter how powerful Lifrit is, they can't command every other family to march to war. At best, what Lifrit could truly command were the Shadewoodens. The other houses shared their ideals, but not to the extent of starting a war alongside them. In fact, there were families that stood on the opposite side, advocating peace, one of them being House Dentis. So the Lifrit family has stayed quiet until now. But for them to suddenly move like this, something must have happened. What exactly? I don't have full details. The information is locked down, but I have a suspicion. They may have found a lead on the rightful authority over the World Tree. The rightful authority. That exists. Right now, when I or the elf houses access the World Tree to read and store information, we're only using a fragment of its true abilities. In my case, I am practically sneaking in through back doors. Mandalina suddenly felt a chill of unease. And if they gain this rightful authority, I don't know the details, but there's a legend among the elves. A legend. Whether true or false, I can't say, but it said that if the World Tree's true power is awakened, it could transform the entire continent into forest. Bellaluna's words were hard to believe, and yet they couldn't be dismissed outright. The mysterious resilience of the elven forests lent weight to such a possibility. Even during the race war, the forests of the elves had stood unburned and unbroken. No matter how much high explosives and fire rained down, the woods did not burn. Mandalina knew well that was the power of the World Tree. And if that forest spread further, if unyielding trees that neither axes could fell nor flames consume were to engulf the world, it would indeed become paradise for the elves, but for every other race it would be hell. So what exactly is this rightful authority that I can't say for sure, but I know the trackers caught a lead and relayed it back to the homeland. What's odd is the timing. Timing. After the Lumines Church's envoys came here. Right after they encountered the elves, the church left the capital, and the very next day the message was transmitted back, which means yes, the church is involved. Mandalina, face grim, raised her communicator. I see. Understood. After hearing Mandalina's report, Aileen ended the transmission and turned to her guest with a polite apology. Forgive me. I had to take an urgent call in the middle of our meeting. No offense taken. I was the one who requested this unplanned audience. Please don't trouble yourself over it. The elegant reply came from Yekaterina, the imperial audience chamber prepared for the honored guest. There sat Aileen, the empire's first princess, across from Yekaterina, the queen of the Utah kingdom. For hosting me despite my sudden visit, I ought to be the one giving thanks. Your words put me at ease. Since you've come all this way, I hope you'll stay to rest a while. The suggestion was kind, but Yekaterina declined gently. I am grateful for the offer, but I cannot remain in the capital long. There's somewhere I must go. Somewhere. Sion Academy near the great city of Riederbelk. Sion. At that word, a certain figure flickered through Aileen's mind, but she concealed it, asking carefully, "So you have business at Sion?" "Yes. Someone I must meet. They aided me during Mystic Night, and besides, I wish to build good relations with Sion." Aileen nodded slightly. Indeed, she had wondered why the Queen of Utah had come so far, but if that was the reason, it made sense. Someone she must meet. Aileen knew what had transpired during Mystic Night. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded Yekaterina. Does she know that man's true identity? Before Ludger came to the Empire, his last active role had been in Utah. There he was Machiavelli's mercenary who turned the tide of civil war. Not as a mere soldier, but as a war hero. Of course his ties with Yekaterina's faction had been close, unpleasant. Aileen did not know what exactly had passed between Ludger and Yekaterina. She knew only the information, not the details of the story. At first, she had felt little, but meeting Yekaterina in person shifted her thoughts. Truly beautiful, isn't she? Aileen prided herself on her own beauty, but beauty was not an absolute measure. Yekaterina, too, was undeniably a striking woman. Aileen could not help but feel a pang of defeat, though, of course, Yekaterina felt the same on her side. Goodness, the rumors did not exaggerate. To think the princess is this perfect in person. Yekaterina concentrated all her effort into wearing her mask, hiding her real nature. Her true goal was Sion, not the Devalk imperial castle. But as queen, her every step was scrutinized. If she had gone first to Sion instead of the imperial palace, the empire would take it as an insult. So she had come here, even if only to show her face. Of course, beyond duty, I was curious as well. Before her sat Aileen von Exilian, the first princess, the strongest candidate for next empress, and more importantly, someone close to Ludger, her benefactor. He never revealed his origins, but only a fool wouldn't guess. Ludger was surely /Novelight/ a special agent of the Empire's Intelligence Bureau, or deeper still, some secret organization. His concealed identity, his ability. Above all, his official post as a Sion instructor was proof enough. That kind of disguise was only possible with powerful backing, and that backing could only be the woman before her, Aileen van Exilian, my benefactor's superior, and an extraordinary beauty. For someone like me, she's intimidating in many ways. So Yekaterina wore her mask with all her might, showing no weakness. Anyway, you seem to have received rather important news. I shouldn't keep you. It was obvious then. Aileen gave a wry smile. It was true she had been discourteous, but Yekaterina, as a sovereign, graciously overlooked it. Oh, I only probed casually, but it worked. Relieved, Yekaterina rose from her seat. Next time, let us have a more earnest conversation. Today's tea was delightful. You're welcome any time. Our empire is always willing to maintain friendly ties with Utah. After all, she was the woman Ludger had supported in the Civil War. At the very least, her character could not be without merit. And so Yekaterina departed the audience hall. Her escort awaited her outside, ready to return to Riederbelk. Left alone, Aileen had no time for distraction. What mattered now was Mandalina's report. The Elven Kingdom, suspicious for some time and now baring its fangs. Shaking her head, Aileen called to the knight waiting outside. Summon Sir Passius. Your Highness, Sir Passius has already been summoned elsewhere. Summoned? By whom? By Commander Lutus Wardart in person. At that, Aileen recalled her encounter with Lutus back in Riederbelk. Rumors had spread afterward of starlight streaking across the skies. Something had certainly happened. Yet if Lutus himself had acted, the aftermath was surprisingly muted, which must mean he didn't clash heavily with that man, and it ended without escalation. Could his perspective have changed since then? For him to suddenly emerge at the Imperial Palace and summon Passius, was he going to interrogate him? And also the reporting knight hesitated, then added, "What else? Commander Lutus has summoned all three of the other knight commanders as well, all three knight orders. Yes, all the commanders are now assembled in one place." Aileen frowned. What on earth was he planning? At the training ground, Passius greeted the knight already present. "I thought I was the only one called. So you too, Lord Protector, just call me Terina. That title is too grand for me. Terina Lionhowl, commander of the Nightcrawler Knights, one of the Empire's three knight orders," answered with a smile. Terina wasn't usually this warm, but with another master-rank knight, she returned respect in kind, especially one who had fought alongside her beneath the capital. Beside her stood her adjutant, Enia. Recognizing Passius, Enia bowed politely. "If you're here too, then Commander Lutus must have summoned you as well." "Yes. So Sir Passius, you also I was summoned suddenly, same as you. But judging from things, it's not just us two. I was thinking the same. Knowing Commander Lutus, those gathered here will be the thought struck them both at once. The minimum bar was master-level knights, and the Empire had more than just the two of them. Namelithe, three great knight commanders. Terina's expression darkened, and Passius looked uneasy. At that moment, someone else entered the training ground. "Well, well, how long has it been? After nothing but sea breezes, it's good to see familiar faces inland again." Neither Master Knight replied. Only Enia's eyes widened. "Commander Johann Oceanus, Johann Oceanus, commander of the stellar Siren Knights, guardians of the Empire's seas. 436 chapter, Summoning of the Knight Orders, 2. Johann Oceanus' first impression was one of freshness. His wavy, bluish hair gleamed as if heavy with moisture, shining like wet silk. It was enviably healthy hair so that it almost came off as gaudy. His features were striking as well, the kind of face anyone would call handsome without hesitation. Even more remarkable, despite years of service on the coast, his skin was clear, without the slightest blemish. No matter how disciplined a knight's body might be, life in harsh conditions left its mark, especially near the salt-saturated sea, where people often claimed one aged faster. And yet Johann, after years of service there, remained unscathed. Not because he had neglected his duty, but because he invested immense effort in maintaining himself. Then why is he half naked? Aeneas stared at him in disbelief. Commander Johann Oceanus. He had entered the training ground with his upper body bare. It seemed as if it must hold some symbolic purpose, otherwise the scene was absurd. Fufufu, to think my rival would be found in a place like this. With an exaggerated pose, as though tormented by inner struggle, Johann addressed Passius. Passius could only offer a strained smile in response. Anyone would want to avoid conversation with a shirtless man declaring himself a rival. Terina shook her head as if she had seen this too many times before. Is that really the commander of the stellar Siren Knights? Enya whispered to Terina in disbelief. She knew his background, but seeing him in person was entirely different. He didn't radiate the dignity or commanding aura one would expect from a knight commander. Instead, his first impression was simply that of an eccentric. That's just how he always is, Terina muttered. Oh ho, Terina, you are as beautiful as ever. Johann strode toward her, shouting unabashedly. His voice was loud, his words embarrassing, yet he delivered them with absolute confidence. Enya instantly realized what kind of man he was, an extreme narcissist, the incarnation of self-love. That gleaming skin and lustrous hair were surely the result of heavy investment in grooming. Even stripping his clothes off here was simply to show off his beauty. Frankly, Enya questioned if he was truly a knight commander at all. Johann, I warned you before. Speak to me like that again, and you'll face my blade. Ha ha ha, perhaps you did, but what of it? I can take a kitten's claws any day. I'm a man whose chest is as vast as the sea. A murderous aura erupted from Terina. Johann's words were nothing short of belittlement, yet he had no awareness of it. To him, exalting himself above others was as natural as breathing. Sea Commander, please, restrain yourself. Enya grabbed Terina before she could draw her sword. Johann, watching Enya intercede, suddenly lit up. Ooh, and who is this lovely fairy? A fairy? He dared to say that on their very first meeting. Enya could only stare, dumbfounded. Terina's killing intent spiked even higher. Johann, if you so much as touch my adjutant, I'll make sure you never use your lower body again. Even Johann, thick-skinned as he was, stepped back at that. Foo-foo. Very well, very well. So fierce as always. Still, that's charming in its own way. He winked flamboyantly. Dear heavens. Enya immediately turned away, unable to watch. A thunk rang out, and Johann's head lurched forward. My apologies. A troublemaker has caused you trouble again. The voice came from a woman in a crisp blue uniform and glasses. Her short, sky-blue hair and sharp eyes gave her a distinctly cold impression. Astonishingly, she had just smacked the master-rank Johann on the back of the head. I am Doria Amayan, Vice Commander of the Stellar Siren Knights. Ah, pleased to meet you. Enya join us. Once again, forgive our fool. Odd as it sounds, he truly means no harm when he behaves like this. Please be understanding. Ah, yes, Doria turned to Terina as well. It's been a while, Commander Terina. Yes, Doria, you've had it hard serving under that idiot. It's been years, and I still haven't gotten used to it. The moment I take my eyes off him, he causes problems. Doria, what do you think you're doing? Johann erupted in anger. Do you know how much care goes into this luxurious hair of mine? What if you damaged it? He wasn't furious about being struckenly that his hair might be harmed. Enya was bewildered, but Doria and Terina accepted it with weary familiarity. So even the Stellar Siren's problem child came. Then the sloth must be here too, Terina said. The sloth? You mean the infamous commander of the Cold Steel Order? Enya asked. Yes. He never leaves the northern mountains unless it's something monumental. But if Commander Lutus summoned him, he should have at least pretended to show up. At that moment, another figure entered the training ground. A tall woman in a white uniform, black hair tied back in a high-tailed mark of the Cold Steel Knights. Oh, everyone's here already. With a bright smile, Veronica de Ville greeted them. Johann was the first to react. Ha ha ha, Veronica, you've only grown lovelier. Shall we share a bottle of wine tonight, Commander Terina? Are you in good health? Veronica brushed straight past him and asked after Terina. She ignored him. Watching, Enya immediately realized this wasn't the first time Veronica had dealt with Johann. Johann, however, neither flinched nor grew angry. Phew-foo-foo. So shy, all of you, I understand. Speaking with me must be too great a burden for women. Ah, such a sinful man I am. Unbelievable. Enya could only glare at him in disgust. Oh, you must be Commander Terina's adjutant. Pleased to meet you. Veronica de Ville. Ah, likewise, Enya join us. They shook hands. Then Enya noticed Veronica had come alone. She asked cautiously, and the Cold Steel Commander? Ah, the Commander. Ha ha. Well, Veronica gave an awkward laugh, dodging the question. Enya understood at once. She had heard the rumors. The Cold Steel Commander, the greatest sloth of all knights. Unless the Emperor himself summoned him, he never left his post. It was a mystery why such a man had even accepted duty in the harsh Arret Mountains. So he didn't come? Terina asked, frowning. No, he did. But the moment he found there was nothing immediate to do, he vanished to rest elsewhere. We tried to hold him, but you know as well as I do a commander won't be caught so easily. That does sound like him. A narcissist heading the stellar Siren Knights and a sloth heading the cold Steel Knights. And Nia felt fortunate indeed to serve under Terina. Her loyalty deepened just as the final guest entered the training ground. Everyone stiffened instantly. Even the master-ranked knights stood on edge. Oh, you're all here already. Lutus Wardart. Dressed in full uniform, he strode forward with light steps. The Empire's strongest sword. The arrival of the man hailed as the Empire's, Narth continent's greatest sword, made Enya tense up to the extreme. Lutus glanced around the training ground, his brow furrowing sharply. I summoned all the commanders. Why is one missing? Ah, well, Veronica started to explain, but Lutus cut her off with a curt wave of his hand. Forget it. I'll call him myself. Reinhardt. If you don't show yourself within 3 seconds, I'll come drag you out. He spoke in a low, almost casual tone, as if muttering to himself. Yet the effect was absolute. A figure dropped from the sky into the training ground. I didn't sense him at all. Enya's heart skipped. For her, an advanced knight, to have her senses pierced so easily. The one who appeared looked the youngest of them all. A boy, or so it seemed, for his frame was small. Unkempt white hair, half-lidded eyes that seemed bored with everything, and an expression of pure indolence. The last member of the gathering, Reinhardt Kimball, commander of the Cold Steel Knights. Lutus bared his teeth in a grin as he looked at him. Do I always have to threaten you before y'all move? Too much trouble. Reinhardt didn't even bother with a proper reply, simply voicing his annoyance aloud. No one rebuked him. They accepted it as if such behavior were commonplace. Only now did Enya realize the true weight of this assembly. The 3 knight commanders, their deputies, and the commander of the royal guard all gathered together. 4 master-ranked knights, and the strongest sword of the continent in one place. With a touch of exaggeration, one might say this force alone could start a war. Or perhaps not even exaggeration if Luda's strength was taken into account. Seems we're all here. After confirming each face, Lutus nodded in satisfaction. You must all be wondering why I called you so suddenly, especially in these busy times. Even Johann, who had never stopped running his mouth, grew silent at that, one eyebrow arched warily. Lutus came straight to the point. First of all, let's see how much you've grown. A spar, all of you. At his words, KWOOM. A sword crashed down from the heavens, stabbing into the center of the training ground. It struck with the roar of a meteorite, blasting out a gust of wind that shook the air. Enya squinted against the gale, eyes fixed on the weapon. A longsword, too small for Luda's towering frame, plain in appearance. And yet it was his favored weapon. A gladius art's special weapons bestowed only upon knights above a certain level. The one Lutus wielded was among the Empire's greatest. Its solo numbering code, Jetstream. Lutus picked it up smoothly, his voice calm. Don't hold back, use your full strength. Anything less and you won't survive. The faces of the 4 master-ranked knights hardened like ice. Sea Commander. Enya turned to Terina, her eyes pleading for an explanation. But Terina only answered with a command. Enya joiners, my adjutant. Why, yes. Bring me my gladius arts. What? But Commander, you swore never to wield it, unless this is no time for that. Terina's tone left no room for argument. She scanned the other commanders. The easy smile Johann usually wore was gone. Even Reinhardt, normally slouched in weariness, had sharpened his focus. Passius, too, wore a grim, taut expression. Their gazes no longer belonged to calm knights. They had become predators, as otherwise well die. Enya could only scream inwardly, what on earth is about to happen? Meanwhile, Sedna left the dormitory for an errand in Riederbelk. Vacation was drawing near. Other students were excited, but it meant nothing to her. She headed to the safe house near Royal Street, carrying organized documents to share with Hans. Though he always acted indifferent, Hans had looked after her more than once. She expected he'd offer guidance again this time, but when Sedna opened the door, she froze. Her view was filled by an enormous white mass. What is that? For a moment, she thought she had stepped into a wool factory, but when the massive white mound twitched, she realized it was alive. Hans Sr. Then she recalled what Ludger had told her. Hans was born with a peculiar constitution. When bitten by a beast, he could transform into a hybrid of it. As if in answer, a stag's head poked through the thick white fur, turning toward her. "Ah," said Edna. "Yes, I brought the files I organized, but what's with that form? Ah, just leave the documents there. I am in the middle of an experiment, so it's inconvenient now. Come back another time." Hans's voice, resonating from that great beastly form, carried a deep echo. He exuded a thick aura of mana, antlers glimmering faintly gold. Sedna recognized it immediately. She had heard of a spirit beast dwelling in the Kassar Basin, described just like this. "Guests will be arriving soon. If you stay, y'all get caught up in it." "Ah, understood. Then I'll just leave the files here." She placed the folder carefully on a side table and stepped out. Even outside, her mind reeled at what she had seen. She had known Hans had such a constitution, but witnessing it herself was something else entirely. Should I return straight to Sion now? She had come all the way to Royal Street, but with no taste for shopping, she decided to head back to the dorms. Yet as she walked, she suddenly stopped. "I am being tailed," and she remembered Ludger's warning. 437, Chapter Visitor 1. First, calm down. Sedna did not act rashly. It wasn't certain yet, so she couldn't jump to the conclusion that she was being tailed. "First, I need to confirm it." Sedna resumed walking, making sure not to show any sign that she had noticed. "It really is a tail. Someone truly was following her." She deliberately changed directions and even passed through crowded areas, yet the presence did not disappear. Quietly, Sedna folded a piece of paper in her palm and let it fall with a light tap to the ground. The sheet of paper landed, then began to scuttle along like an insect, slipping toward the pursuer in secret. Origami magic. Sedna shared her vision with the paper creation and observed the stalker's form. He was a man dressed in an ordinary way, the kind of appearance one could see anywhere. But the very fact that he evoked such plainness was proof of his skill. He followed Sedna without drawing suspicion, even after several of her attempts to shake him off. The most she achieved was widening the gap slightly, never fully losing him. "Who on earth has latched onto me?" Sedna thought it over. The first thought was that it might be someone tracking the Black Dawn Society, but she hadn't done anything as a Black Dawn member that would get her tailed. No, it might even be someone from within the society. If it were an order from Nicolay faction, that would be more than enough reason for someone to follow her in secret. Nikolai was currently at odds with John Doe Ludger Cherish. It was natural he would try to seize on any weakness. If not that, then maybe someone else is targeting me. There was also the fact that she carried the Russian name. Even if her family had treated her like discarded baggage, the surname Russian was not one to be taken lightly. Plenty of people would attempt a kidnapping to ransom someone from such a wealthy house. Of course, ever since she had joined the Black Dawn and enrolled in Sion, those kinds of threats had disappeared. Whatever the reason, it's clear that I am being targeted. Sedna considered turning the tables and capturing her pursuer, but she quickly changed her mind. Ludger had asked her not long ago if Shed noticed any suspicious gazes or presences. That meant he already knew something, so this tailing could very well be connected. In that case, instead of recklessly trying to handle this alone, it's better to report to the professor and come up with a proper plan. Sedna held back. She discarded any thought of solving this with her own strength. In the past, she might have overreached, desperate for recognition, but now was different. There was no need to be so greedy anymore, and Hans's advice had also been a great help. If you notice even the slightest strange sign, run. Hans had repeated that to Sedna until his mouth was dry. "We're always careful, but you never know when something might happen. If you think maybe I can handle this alone, then don't hesitate, pull out." Hans focused on gathering information thoroughly. "If you're being followed, don't cling to pride. Withdraw immediately." He even told her not to feel ashamed of it, but to take pride in surviving. Sedna chose to follow that teaching. "Right. Even if they're tailing me, they don't look ready to make a move." And besides, she shifted her gaze. She cast suspicious glances at the other passers-by. There's no guarantee the pursuer is the only one. Whoever had caught her trail clearly knew at least some of her personal information. She was, after all, a Sion student and a mage. Would they really send only one pursuer? When she broadened her thinking, faint signs began to appear. So that's it. I've already been surrounded. It didn't look like they had planned this for today specifically. Rather, they had been waiting for days, and today just happened to be the day she walked into it. In this case, I need to head back to the hideout and call for help. If she tried taking a carriage back to Sion, she would likely be snatched on the way. The distance between Sion and Riederbelk was short, but the gap between the two places was enough for someone to vanish. The problem was how to change her route naturally. As she worried over this, Sedna ran into someone. Ah! Seeing Julia Plumehart, Sedna let out a sound before she could stop herself. Julia, too, seemed startled to meet her here, her eyes widening in uncharacteristic surprise. Then Julia quickly composed her face and spoke. A coincidence, huh? I didn't expect to meet you here. Sedna shifted her gaze. More than the pursuers, Julia was an uncomfortable presence. She felt guilty and awkward because of the wrongs she had committed against Julia. But at the same time, Sedna realized this was her one chance. I was surprised, too. I didn't expect you to be out on the street. Julia's lips trembled slightly, perhaps surprised that Sedna, who usually ignored her, had answered at all. Then she smiled brightly. Since we met like this, why don't we walk together? All right. The moment she began walking with another Sion student, the tailing pattern changed. The pursuer, as if caught off guard, followed a while longer, but once Julia and Sedna left Riederbelk, he vanished completely. The other presences disappeared as well. All the while, Sedna and Julia did not exchange a single word. They simply walked quietly together. Julia said nothing, and Sedna mirrored her silence. Julia finally spoke only once they arrived safely at Sion. Be careful. She would not have said such a thing for no reason. Sedna realized then Julia had known she was in danger and had helped her. Should she thank her? She had been helped, so it was natural to express gratitude. But the words stuck in her throat. If she said thank you here, it felt like the distance she had barely forced open between them would close again. Julia was a precious friend. That truth hadn't changed from before to now. And because of that, ironically, Sedna wanted Julia to stay away from her. It was selfish. Even in this situation, even after being helped, she could not bring herself to say thank you. Well then, ill be going. Julia left without waiting for Sedna's reply, as if there was no need to hear it. But Sedna knew the truth. Julia acted that way on purpose, so as not to burden her. You haven't changed. In Julia's figure, Sedna saw the same person from the past. Julia might insist she had changed, but to Sedna she was the same. The only one who had changed was herself, to the point where there was no going back. With a heavy heart, Sedna headed toward the faculty office. She had decided to report this incident to Ludger. So that happened. Yes. After hearing Sedna's report, Ludger fell silent in thought. The fact that she had naturally extricated herself and returned to Sion safely was praiseworthy. It was far better than stirring up a hornet's nest. What mattered now was the next step. Who exactly had been tailing Sedna? Did you get a look at their appearance? Yes, I did, but they were all people I'd never seen before. Any notable features? I felt like the lack of features was itself a feature. Professionals, then. Ludger recalled the Shadewood trackers. Could it be they had discovered Sedna's true identity and aimed to abduct her? But knowing their temperament, it's strange they didn't attack immediately. Perhaps it was simply because it wasn't nighttime. I understand. I'd like to tell you to refrain from going out as much as possible, but that would be difficult, wouldn't it? For safety's sake, the right choice would be to remain inside Sion. But if the pursuers were tied to the Black Dawn Society, then even Sion could not be considered completely safe. Their informants were still hidden here as well. If you must go into the city, I'll assign you an escort. An escort? You don't need to go that far for me. This is just a precaution. Don't think of it as a burden. And we also need to identify those tailing you as quickly as possible. The first priority was to determine who the pursuers were, who had sent them, and for what purpose. To that end, the next step was to obtain intelligence from Bellaruna, who had headed for the capital. Should I tell Sedna as well? Ludger hesitated on whether to warn her that elf trackers might be after her. Sedna was of the plant bloodline. The problem was, Sedna herself had no awareness of this. Her current family name was Roshan, and she harbored deep resentment toward her own lineage. There was no doubt her family circumstances were complicated. Even if he suddenly told her, "You are the heir of a very important bloodline," would she accept it? Maybe I should quietly ask Hans to look into it. As Ludger pondered, there came a knock at the faculty office door. He exchanged a glance with Sedna, then responded, "You may enter." The one who stepped inside was a servant of Sion. He bowed respectfully to Ludger, Professor Ludger. A distinguished guest visiting Sion has requested to see you. A distinguished guest. Who is it? That would be the Queen of the Yuta Kingdom. What? Ludger was taken aback by the sudden news. The Queen of Yuta wasn't that Yekaterina. What was she doing here in Sion now? Wait. She did mention visiting Sion in relation to natural resource mining. They had spoken about it, yes. But he hadn't expected her to suddenly appear like this. Even at the fastest pace, he had thought it would take at least 3 months, perhaps even a year. A head of state visiting was no small matter. There should have been countless schedules to arrange and matters to prepare. That troublemaker. Ludger let out a small sigh, realizing he had underestimated Yekaterina's ridiculous spontaneity. Understood. He'll be there shortly. Yes, sir. After the servant left, Ludger slowly rose from his seat. Professor, the Queen of the Yuta Kingdom, is it truly that queen? Yes, Yekaterina Valsper, she's come to Sion. As agreed beforehand, Ludger would now have to serve as her guide during her visit. So this is Sion, Yekaterina Valsper, walking the halls with her escort knights. She looked around the academy with a quiet murmur of admiration. Indeed, the rumors that this was the continent's foremost magical academy were no exaggeration. Sion's grandeur was undeniable. It wasn't just large in scale. All the facilities for staff, teachers, and students were fully equipped. The academy contained nearly everything necessary within its grounds, and whatever it lacked could be easily found nearby, in Reborn, making it virtually self-sufficient. So little waste of space. Yekaterina was already seriously considering constructing an educational facility like Sion in the Yuta Kingdom. If her young citizens were to receive proper education, they would need an excellent institution. Since she had come all this way, she intended to tour Sion thoroughly. But first, that man needs to arrive. Yekaterina waited impatiently for Ludger to come greet her. At that moment, the door to the reception room opened. Had Ludger arrived already? Yekaterina straightened her expression and turned toward the door. Who is this? Instead of the black-haired young man she was expecting, in walked a plump, middle-aged man. Yekaterina's eyes immediately sharpened. And you are, H. It is an honor to meet the Queen, praised as the torch of the Yuta Kingdom. Hugo Berteg. As a noble, he bowed with courtesy and greeted her. The moment he had heard that the Queen of Yuta had arrived at Sion, he had rushed here ahead of anyone else. I asked who you are. I am Hugo Berteg, head of the renowned Berteg family and vice-headmaster of Sion. Vice-headmaster. There's such a position here. Naturally, no such position officially existed. It was a title Hugo had once used for himself back when he led a large faction. Now that his power had collapsed and his influence greatly diminished, he was little more than an ordinary instructor. But so what? What mattered now was that a queen with the power to raise him back up had come as a guest to Sion. Since I've held some influence here, I am sometimes addressed so. Ha ha ha, I see. So what business do you have with me? I heard a noble guest had visited Sion. I thought perhaps I could offer myself as a guide. Hugo's first priority was to build rapport with the queen. Though she was a queen, the Yuta Kingdom was still a nation only recently out of civil war. Its reconstruction demanded vast resources and manpower. For her to personally come to Sion meant she surely desired something here. This is an opportunity. If I can just accommodate her, I'll gain powerful backing. He would first need to soften that wary gaze fixed on him. Hugo resolved to flatter her however he could. And perhaps it worked. Yekaterina's ice-cold expression quickly melted into a faint smile. So I've passed the first impression test. Then it was worth trying. So Hugo thought until he noticed something odd. Her eyes were not actually fixed on him, not quite. They were looking past him, just slightly off. She's not looking at me. She was looking at someone behind him. Confused, Hugo turned around. Ah! And froze on the spot. Ludger Cherish, the very man who had once reduced the untouchable Hugo Berteg to this pitiful state. Ludger Cherish stood behind him. Professor Hugo Berteg, what business do you have here? Ludger's voice was cold as he addressed the man blocking the doorway. 438 Chapter Visitor 2. The vast training hall of Devalk Imperial Castle. Sword drawn, Commander Lutus stood calmly in place, waiting for his opponents. He silently watched as the other division commanders of the Empire, each one a famed master-readied themselves, loosening their bodies or adjusting their weapons. The rest of you stand back. At Lutus' command, Inia, Dorina, and Veronica had no choice but to obey. High-ranking knights received respect wherever they went. It was, in fact, a realm almost impossible to reach without extraordinary talent. But those gathered here were not merely talented, were those who had reached the pinnacle of talent, each possessing something beyond what ordinary people could ever attain. In this place, even high-ranking knights were no different from common soldiers obeying orders. You'll want to keep as far back as possible. It's not that having witnesses is bad, but if you stay at a half measure of distance, you'll be caught up in it. The three women accepted the warning. Thus, in the vast, barren training hall, only 5 remained. Lutus, along with 4 masters. I think I've given you enough time. Why don't we begin? Ludus' composure revealed his confidence would even grant them the first strike. None of the 4 masters asked why Lutus had suddenly drawn his sword, or why he had demanded this match. At such a height, the only language swordsmen needed was the language of blades, and they were about to converse endlessly in that tongue. Who will step forward first? The instant the words left his mouth, the 4 masters charged him simultaneously, without a word, without prior coordination. Each carried a striking individuality. Terina Lionhowl, rigid and strict in discipline. Johann Oceanus, a narcissist who lived at his own pace. Reinhard Kimbell, full of sloth and laziness, treating everything as a bother. Passius, gentle and calm, but somehow lacking. Yet the 4 moved as though they were one body, without a single plan shared beforehand. It was like watching a perfectly rehearsed stage performance. From 4 directions, their weapons swung toward Lutus. The enemy was the strongest swordsman on the continent. He had offered them the chance to strike first. No, they had to go all out to bring him down. Not bad. A faint smile touched Ludus' eyes. The crashing force that came at him like a tidal wave proved that none of them had grown rusty over the years. But skill not dulled was good. But if all they had done was stay in place, that was the same as decline. That day, Lutus had realized something, that this age had no shortage of gifted individuals, and that those individuals would chase after the ones ahead of them at frightening speed. Therefore you, the pillars of the empire, the knights revered by all, who have reached the heights of mastery, have you truly kept moving forward? The sword of Lutus moved. 4 weapons struck toward him. He had but 1 blade to answer them with. Simple arithmetic said 1 hand could not block 4. Yet with a single slash, Lutus brushed aside all 4 simultaneous strikes. If this is all you have, he'll be greatly disappointed, especially since his standards had grown very high as of late. The division commanders recovered their weapons at once and launched their next attack. Their swords flared with aura, burning like flames, the mark of true masters. And just before their aura blades could reach him, the storm sealed within Ludus' body was released. Aileen could not suppress a gasp at the sight before her eyes. When Commander Lutus said he had summoned people, I wondered what it was about. What stretched before her eyes was a massive dome of ashen storm, covering the entire training hall, rotating in constant motion. The Imperial training halls were built extremely sturdy, designed to withstand bombardments and endure even large-scale magic. But what she saw now went far beyond any such standards. Even the Imperial Guard standing watch in the distance could only gape at the vast maelstrom. Well, of course, there's a reason he's called the Empire's strongest knight, commander of the Royal Guard, the continent's strongest sword, the greatest knight. All these names pointed to Ludus Wardot, and never once had he done anything to tarnish that reputation. What made it possible was his aura of wind, its common name, Tempest. True to its name, Lutus, though a knight with a sword, could unleash a power akin to a natural disaster. The dome that now covered the entirety of the training ground was proof enough. The sparring ground for knights spanned over a kilometer in diameter, yet the storm engulfed the entire space. It was an absurd, overwhelming scale of power. Even from afar, the sight of the ashen storm swirling was chilling. Not knowing what was happening inside only deepened the terror. I only hope no one is hurt badly enough to interfere with duty, especially since her own subordinate, Passius, was inside. Aileen felt a pang of unease. Even if Lutus had summoned them, to simply take someone else's subordinate into such a duel was too much. But Lutus was a man who listened to no one, not the 3 dukes, not the imperial princesses. Even to the emperor, his courtesy was nothing more than respect for the sovereign of the nation he vowed to protect. For him to remain quiet all this time, then suddenly put on such a performance, it must have been because of that meeting with Ludger in Riederbelk. As Aileen frowned, the storm dome collapsed like a snuffed-out candle. Is it over? The spar had lasted no longer than 15 minutes, but for those at the realm of masters, the length of time meant little. The density of their clash was something ordinary knights could not fathom. For them, a single minute of battle weighed heavier than an hour-long struggle for a common knight. When the dome vanished, the training hall was revealed and it was a ruin. The pristine white walls built for Devout Castle's grandeur had crumbled, exposing barren skeletal frames. The claw-mark-like gouges across the stone were frightening even to behold. At this point, repair won't be enough, it'll have to be torn down and rebuilt entirely. Then, from deep within the training hall, someone slowly walked out. From the sheer size of the figure and the way he walked, Aileen recognized him at once. She stepped forward to meet him. Oh, if it isn't the princess. What brings you to the training hall, Commander Lutus? Don't you think you might have gone a bit too far? Ah, this, you mean. Lutus glanced back over the ruins he had created. Well, it'll cover the repair costs. I've got more money than I could ever spend anyway. What about the other commanders? They are an important part of the Empire's strength. If they end up requiring long convalescence, that would leave a hole in the Empire's defenses. The hole is already there, a very large one. I'm only trying to fill it now. At those words, a cold smile lingered on Aileen's lips. Not much of a claim from someone who failed to notice a coup. I have nothing to say on that, which is why I believe I must act all the more in the current situation. What's the condition of the other commanders? They'll be getting up soon. Only then could Aileen properly read his expression. It was filled with deep satisfaction. At the very least, realizing that the Empire's future is not entirely bleak, that alone is a great harvest. What exactly did you see in Rederbalk that day? Lutus did not answer. He only gazed into empty space, eyes swirling with complex emotions. He looked both regretful and pleased. Not even Aileen could fully see through what lay in his heart. HMPH. There's no need to waste energy here. Commander Lutus, I know well your devotion to the Imperial family, so I won't dig into what happened back then. I am grateful for your Highness' mercy. Instead, let us think of productive matters ahead. There's something coming soon that we'll have to act on. What kind of matter? We've received intelligence that the Elven Kingdom is preparing for war. At the word war, Ludas' expression stirred. That sounds interesting. Hugo Bertegg was sweating coldly. Whenever he looked at Ludger, his feelings grew complicated. At first, it was naturally anger. This was the man who had driven him from power in Sion and brought him to ruin. But next came fear. For no matter what, Ludger was simply the better man. As a mage, as an instructor, and NVLGHT, read the full story, even as a human being. Hugo was an arrogant noble, but he did not have the guts to defy someone utterly beyond his reach. Do you know each other? Yekaterina looked between Hugo and Ludger as she asked. In that moment, Hugo had only one option. Haha, Professor Ludger, it's been far too long. My word, I nearly made a huge mistake without realizing. That option was to act friendly with Ludger. Ludger silently observed him. Those unreadable eyes and expression made Hugo flinch inwardly, even as he forced himself to appear calm on the outside. Well, if Professor Ludger is to guide Queen Yekaterina personally, then I can rest easy. After all, he's Sion's pride, isn't he? Is that so? Such a curt response it landed on Hugo like a blade. He twitched his cheeks, but kept his smile plastered on. Haha, I only thought that if no one else were available, I'd step up myself. But thankfully, that's not needed. Oh dear, look at the time. I have somewhere else to be, so I'll take my leave. And with that excuse, Hugo hurriedly slipped past Ludger and all but fled. Ludger's gaze followed his retreating back briefly, then turned toward Yekaterina. When her guards approached in alarm, Yekaterina waved them away as if nothing was the matter. With that, the guards withdrew, leaving only Ludger and Yekaterina alone in the reception room. She looked at him curiously and asked, "You two aren't close, are you?" The bluntness made Ludger let out a small, involuntary chuckle. Did it show that much? He had spoken formally, using honorifics. It was the stance of a Sion instructor speaking in an official setting. Yekaterina pouted, oddly displeased by it. I'm not stupid. Seeing someone act like a frog in front of a snake, how could I think you're friends? Your perception has improved. Ludger nodded, as if pleased. Yekaterina glared at him with a sulky face. Why is someone like that still here at Sion? Honestly, the admiration I felt walking in has dimmed quite a bit. And what kind of person do you think he is? Arrogant, selfish, and ruled by his desires. You saw correctly. Then should someone like that really remain at Sion? Her tone carried clear disapproval. He has his amusing sides if you watch him long enough. Just now, when he looked at me with fear yet still smiled, it made it even more so. And what of it? That's just his way of surviving. I don't understand. To speak like that to someone who is practically his enemy, it must feel humiliating and shameful, given his proud nature. Could you do the same, Your Majesty? Yekaterina thought it over, then admitted, I don't think I could. That's why I let him be. He does what most cannot. In some sense, I hold respect for that. Knowing you must crawl in the muck, yet still choosing to crawl, that's admirable in its own way. Crawling in the muck admirable. You seem to be misunderstanding. That was a metaphor. I trust you don't actually mean to roll around in mud. Oh, of course not. I know that. A metaphor. Obviously, I'm not so sure. Ludger lifted his shoulders slightly, as if conceding it was hopeless. More than anything, it's better to keep him inside where we can see him than to drive him out. Ah, that I understand. Out of sight, you never know what he might plot, but under watch, at least you can read his intentions. Right. Ludger gave her a nod. That small gesture was enough to light up Yekaterina's face with a beaming smile. It was a look no one would associate with the Queen of the Frozen North. Even after becoming a queen, you haven't changed a bit. Do I have to change? The innocent reply left Ludger momentarily at a loss. Well, no, I suppose not. But soon you will have to show a different face to the one you're about to meet. Ludger rose to his feet. The headmaster is waiting. Let us go. 439 Chapter Visitor 3. Ludger walked at the front of Sion's main building corridor, with Yekaterina by his side. Behind them, the escorts of the Yuta kingdom followed slowly. The students turned curious eyes toward the unusual procession passing by. Especially Yekaterina, with hair as white as snow, drew their gazes and attention easily. Who is she? She's incredibly beautiful. Look at her escorts. They all look like knights. Isn't she royalty? I think I heard about her once. Isn't she the queen of the Yuta kingdom? Her appearance is just like the rumors. That's Ludger sense. Next to her, do the two of them know each other? The students watching from afar whispered among themselves, but most of them quickly settled with an unsurprised reaction. If someone else had been guiding a queen of a foreign kingdom, they would have indulged in endless speculation about what it meant. But if the one in question was Ludger Cherish, well, if it's Ludger Sensei, that makes sense. That was the extent of their conclusions. Up until now, Ludger had shown himself capable of handling such a role. On top of that, the sight of him walking side by side with Yekaterina strangely suited him. The usually cold and stoic Ludger Cherish and Yekaterina, who wore a mask much like him, looked like a fitting pair in some sense. Before long, they arrived at the headmaster's office. Ludger knocked lightly on the door. This is Ludger Cherish. I've brought the guest. Please come in. With permission, the door opened on its own. Ludger led Yekaterina inside. The escorts remained outside. This was not a conversation meant for many ears. Headmaster Alyssa Willow greeted Yekaterina with a polite smile. It's an honor to meet you, Queen Yekaterina. I am Alyssa Willow, headmaster of Sion. I'm glad to meet you as well. I am Yekaterina Valsper, Queen of the Yuta Kingdom. Yekaterina returned the greeting with the etiquette of royalty she had drilled into herself. Ludger quietly observed the two women. To an outsider, it might have looked like a suffocating meeting between two figures at the top. But to someone who knew the truth, it was a bit different. No matter how I see it, that fool of a queen is going to be overwhelmed. Yekaterina wore a mask, but Alyssa's was different. Yekaterina's mask was a desperate show of strength to hide her weakness. Alyssa's was the opposite, a calm, steady, reassuring, as if to keep her counterpart from being too frightened. A wolf in sheep's clothing and a sheep in wolf's clothing. That perfectly described their relationship. Not that I can step in to help. Ludger was a teacher at Sion. If he had to take anyone's side, it would be the headmaster's. Besides, this was the moment for Yekaterina to prove herself as a queen. As the leader of the Yuta kingdom, this was a trial she had to face personally. If he handled it for her, it would only insult her. Honestly, it's strange that I'm even staying in this room. Yet Alyssa hadn't told him to leave. On the contrary, she seemed to want him to stay curious about why he had a connection with the Queen of Yuta in the first place. Without him, Yekaterina wouldn't have come to Sion and met the headmaster at this time. In a sense, this meeting was made possible entirely because of Ludger. Staying to listen was just a continuation of that. Her Majesty said she wished to speak with me about natural resource mining, correct? Yes, that's right. Heh. Excellent. Alyssa let out a low laugh. Yekaterina stiffened instantly. This was a business discussion. Letting her guard down for even a moment would mean being outmaneuvered before she knew it. We are positively considering the matter. But as you know, in such discussions, it's always easier if the limits are clearly set. Yes, I agree. Then let's determine those limits now, shall we, and negotiate properly. The suffocating battle of wits was about to begin. 3 hours later, when they finally stepped out, Alyssa Willow wore a broad, satisfied smile. Good. It seems we've found terms that are acceptable to both sides. That's a relief. Yekaterina's voice was half exhausted. Though her mask still hid her expression, Ludger, who knew her, could see how tired she was. She's grown. Even just watching from the side had been draining. He couldn't imagine how tiring it had been for Yekaterina herself, yet she still maintained the resolute image she showed to the outside world. Her insides might be worn down, but hiding it at all was admirable. And despite neither side conceding, she managed to find common ground that brought her benefit. If we must call a victor, it's the headmaster, but only by the smallest margin. In the end, it was win-win. Theon would provide technology, information, and expertise for mining, and in return would receive a portion of the extracted resources. Without Theon's support, the resources would be userless and mined treasures. The terms were fair and beneficial for both. Now then, this isn't business-related, but I do have a personal question. Alyssa curved her eyes in a crescent moon smile, looking between Yekaterina and Ludger. How did you two come to know each other? Ah, well, that is Yekaterina's mask cracked for the first time. Of all things, to ask about her relationship with Ludger in such a setting, Ludger clicked his tongue inwardly. Showing that much surprise only made it obvious something was going on, and Alyssa was sharp enough to catch it. We met at Mystic Night. To repair a collapsed ley line, we joined forces. Is that so? Even so, I didn't expect Her Majesty to visit Theon herself afterward. As I recall, I already explained that matter to you. You did, but I thought some finer details might be worth clarifying. There are no finer details. Everything was explained then. Is that so? The flow of conversation shifted to Ludger and Alyssa, with Yekaterina reduced to silently listening in nervous tension. They not giving each other an inch. The sparks between Ludger and Alyssa were almost visible. Ludger, she could understand, was always like that. But the headmaster of Theon, whom she had just met, was far more terrifying than she had imagined. No wonder she's his superior here. In Yekaterina's eyes, Alyssa Willow was Ludger's boss, his obvious superior as a teacher at Theon. Of course, his real superior was Princess Aileen. While Yekaterina entertained her mistaken assumptions, the duel of words between Ludger and Alyssa went on. At last, Alyssa surrendered with a sigh. Honestly, you really won't give an inch, will you? There has to be something worth conceding first. Even her final jab was countered instantly, and Alyssa puffed her cheeks slightly like a sulking child. Wow. Yekaterina found herself quietly amazed at how effortlessly Ludger handled the woman who had made her sweat and struggle. He doesn't yield even to his boss. Admirable. She resolved to use that same strength one day before, realizing in despair that she was already the highest authority in her own kingdom. HMPH. Fine. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Alyssa waved them out. Since the business was concluded, Ludger and Yekaterina exchanged brief farewells and left the headmaster's office. Rejoining her waiting escorts outside, Yekaterina turned to Ludger. Could you perhaps show me around Theon? What would you like to see? All of it. Someday, it's my dream to establish such an educational institution in our Utah kingdom as well. An educational institution. Ludger respected Yekaterina's thinking. Educational facilities were essential for a nation's future. If every citizen with magical talent left for Theon, the chances of them returning to their homeland afterward were not high. Noble students might be bound by family obligations to return, but commoners were not tied down in the same way. In effect, it was a kind of talent drain. That was why many nations had built universities, magic academies, or knightly academies to cultivate their own people. Theon was the most famous and advanced of these institutions, but it was not the only one. The Utah kingdom, however, had almost none. Even the few that had once existed had been burned away by the civil war. Now they were in the middle of rebuilding, but Yekaterina intended to go further than mere restoration. I plan not just to rebuild, but to expand on a larger scale. To do that, I believe one must look to a role model and learn. Copying alone won't guarantee success. Other nations had tried the same, yet Sion still held the top position. That was because imitation alone was never enough. True, but if you only expect failure, then you'll never attempt anything. That's also true. To an outsider, her words might have sounded unrealistic or idealistic. But Yekaterina had won a civil war with that same mindset. She had overturned a hopelessly disadvantageous war. The refusal to give up, the relentless steps toward what others deemed impossible. And in that frozen land, what burned most brightly was the hottest heart. It will go well. That was all Ludger could offer. Yekaterina widened her eyes, then smiled softly. If I do succeed in founding one, then I'll invite you in return. I'll look forward to it. Sedna had gone out into Riederbelk on business. Given that she had been tailed last time, it would have been wiser to lay low. But she stepped outside anyway because she had someone reliable at her side. Yawn. The tan man with his arms folded behind his head yawned loudly, looking for all the world like some vagrant loitering on the street. But in truth, he was Alex, one of Owen's executives. His outward appearance was that of an idler, but Alex was an exceptional knight. And today, he was Sedna's bodyguard. You didn't need to come along for this orders from the leader. Besides, it won't take long, right? But I heard you recently grasped something close to reaching the next stage. Aren't you busy? That's not for you to worry about. After his fight with Lutus, Alex had reached a wall and was on the verge of breaking through. But he hadn't quite crossed it yet, and for now he was taking things at a slower pace. More importantly, someone's following us. He muttered it low enough that only Sedna could hear. Her instinct was to whip her head around to check, but she suppressed it with effort. Oh, not bad. You didn't give yourself away. Is there really a tail? I don't feel anything this time. Yeah, I'm sure. Last time you said there were quite a few, right? Yes, but this time it's different, just one, and their skill is high. If I hadn't been focusing, even I would've missed it. That much. Looks like they realized ordinary thugs couldn't catch you, so they sent a real pro. Alex frowned slightly. Sedna looked at him anxiously. What should we do? If I stay close, they won't make a move. But leaving such an irritating tail alone isn't great either. Then what about capturing them instead? Capturing, and how? Ill separate and head somewhere deserted, like a park. They'll have to react. Pretty blatant. They'll notice you're baiting them. They're skilled. Even if they realize it, they'll think this is their only chance and go for it. Force them to act even though they know it's a trap, huh? Alex let out a short laugh. Clever, yes. So, but no. My job is to keep you safe. If I NVLGT, only on NVLGT don't, the leader will have my head. Then, and you haven't realized it yet, but the pursuer is using a spirit. A spirit. Sedna's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that. So she was still a rookie after all. Alex thought so inwardly as he nodded. Whoever it is, they're handling spirits while tailing you. That's never a good sign. Then what do we do? For now, we'll head to a shop. He led her into a nearby restaurant. It had 3 floors, and though it looked ordinary, it was actually one of Owen's safe house staffed with capable agents. Sit here like you're waiting for food. And you, Alex Sunby, I'll bring our guest back. They sat deliberately by the window, making themselves visible. Alex excused himself as if to use the restroom. Sedna played along, pretending to study the menu. She didn't feel the gaze, but since Alex had said it, there had to be someone. For now, her role was to act unaware. Meanwhile, Alex blended into the crowd, erasing his presence as he hunted the hunter. I can feel it faint, but there. Traces so subtle he might once have missed them. But after his fight with Lutus, his senses had been sharpened. And soon, in a side alley, Alex spotted someone cloaked in a robe. 440 chapter Kidnapping 1 found him. The moment Alex thought so, he sprang forward like a leopard toward his target. The opponent was a spirit user. Without even needing to weigh their skill, the best choice was to close the distance and strike first. But to his surprise, the pursuer sensed his approach and responded. A wall of water formed right before Alex's eyes. I suppressed my presence, and he still noticed. Alex stopped and peered through the translucent barrier. Above the robed figure's head hovered not one, but two spirits, one that had been tailing Sedna and another. Two spirits, that means at least a mid-level spirit mage. The ambush had failed. Now what? He had intended to end this quietly without even drawing his sword, but being exposed left no easy options. Then the cloaked figure recognized him and looked startled. "What are you doing here?" "What?" The reaction was strange. Instead of asking how Alex had found him, the man asked why he was here. There was something off in that tone, something that stirred unease in Alex. What's this game? You've been tailing us, and now suddenly what pretending otherwise because you got caught? Us? So you know that girl?" Alex narrowed his eyes. For someone tailing in secret, the reply was unexpectedly straightforward. Kidnappers usually didn't act so clumsy. Lately she's been pursued, so I was guarding her. And then some shady figure was sneaking after us. That'd be you. Seems there's been a misunderstanding. At that, Alex gave a sharp, amused laugh. Misunderstanding? From someone hiding his identity and spying with spirits. I apologize for that part. Then the stranger dismissed the watery barrier and even pulled back his hood to reveal his face. Green hair, long ears, an elf, and what, a kid? That was Alex's blunt impression. Rude words, but the elf did not argue because it wasn't untrue. Despite appearances, I've lived long enough. I'm also a teacher at Theon, so he introduced himself Virno Dentis. Meeting those clear eyes of a long-lived sage, Alex instantly realized this was no ordinary elf. A Theon instructor. Then he's a colleague of the leader. But why would someone like that be tailing one of his own academy students? The question was obvious. Alex did not lower his guard. Whether you're a Theon faculty or not doesn't matter. Why were you sneaking after her? That's why I assumed the worst. The one who should be asking is me. You're a man of this city, so why are you with Miss Sedna? That's none of your business. Sedna's ties to Owens were secret. Alex brushed the hilt of his sword with his finger. She's warning. Talk straight, or the blade comes out. Virno stiffened, but not wanting to escalate, answered carefully. I only came to meet her at another's request. In that disguise, I had no choice. She is being targeted. To approach without drawing those hunters' attention, I had to conceal myself. When I saw you with her, I assumed you were one of them, and so I followed you in suspicion. Who asked you to meet her? Alex cut himself off. He had caught the same wrongness that Virno did. Wait, if you're not one of them and you're not who I thought, then where were the real ones? Damn it. Alex bolted toward the restaurant where Sedna was waiting. So did Virno. Boom. A massive explosion ripped through the building. From beneath the ground, a colossal tree burst upward, tearing through all 3 floors, shattering stone and wood alike. Debris and dust filled the air as people screamed and fled. And in the chaos, Alex's eyes never left the wreckage. He saw them clearly, shadows in robes, slipping away swiftly. They use magic in broad daylight to cause this havoc. They're insane. What mages are these? They're not mages. Virno's voice came from beside him, running at the same pace. At his side rushed a spirit of wind. He's using the wind spirit to match speed. Alex glanced at him, wordlessly asking for clarity. Only druids could conjure trees of that scale. Druids. Elves. Weightier an elf too. Not all elves are the same, just as not all humans are. Then it clicked for Alex. The kidnappers were elves, reckless enough to do this in broad daylight. Virno had known they were after Sedna and had come to help, but mistook Alex for one of them. And Alex had mistaken Virno as one of the hunters. The whole situation was tangled beyond belief. He suppressed a surge of irritation. It wasn't too late. They were still chasing. No matter how fast elves ran, escaping Rederbelk was no simple task, especially while carrying an unconscious girl. They're heading into the alleys. They're trying to shake us off. Virno's sharp eyes caught sight of the fleeing elves with Sedna. Good, Alex thought. He knew the alleyways here like the back of his hand. And if the enemy chose to go where no civilians could see, then Alex didn't need to hold back. Finally, some hospitality. As he and Virno entered the alley, arrows rained down. Virno leapt forward. The wind spirit moved, raising a barrier that deflected the volleys, scattering them into the walls and ground with sharp vibrations. So much forcing yet brushed aside. So this is why he's Theon faculty. Alex thought as he drew his sword and dashed forward. Several elves charged at him with curved blades. Virno recognized the runes etched on them and shouted, "Be careful, those are Shadewooden trackers." In close combat, none can match them. Before he finished, blood sprayed in the air. It was the elven swordsman who fell. Virno's mouth hung open. To cut down Shadewood bladesmen so easily. He had known Alex was skilled but this. And Alex kept mowing them down with ruthless precision. He had been a high-level knight before, but after his battle with Lutus, he had grown even stronger. Not even Shadewood trackers could stand against him. And yet, they kept pressing their attacks. Alex realized why. They were throwing their lives away just to buy time. Elves willing to sacrifice themselves like this. He had never heard of such a thing. Virno intervened with his spirits. Invisible pressure like a giant hammer of air slammed down, pinning the lightweight elves to the ground. They've been specially trained. They'll use any means to reach their goal. Yeah, I can see that. The two burst through the alley together, ignoring most attackers and forcing their way ahead. Their speed shocked even the elven pursuers. Far ahead, the elves carrying Sedna glanced back and faltered. The lead elf summoned green mana. Massive roots burst up, blocking the path. We'll have to circle around, Virno urged. No, too slow. Alex ignored him, gripped his sword, and focused his breath. In his eyes, grey sparks flickered. The aura around his blade began to rotate like a drill. Faster and faster, disturbing the air around them. Rotating aura. Virno stared in disbelief as Alex thrust his sword forward. The spiraling aura pierced straight through the wall of roots, boring through layer after layer, and impaled the heart of the elven druid producing them. GHHK. The druid looked down at the hole in his chest with stunned eyes before collapsing, blood pouring from his lips. At once, the roots blocking the way vanished. Let's go. Alex and Virno resumed the chase. No more obstacles clearly. The kidnappers thought they had already secured enough distance, which meant they could be caught. But Alex's expression hardened coldly when he saw the group waiting ahead. Screech. A carriage halted, and Ludger stepped out. Without greeting the driver, he strode swiftly toward the hideout. Not the official one, a decoy prepared to avoid outside attention. There he found Alex, sitting with his head bowed in shame. And beside him, Virno Dentes, his face heavy with guilt. Ludger Cherish Sensei. Virno's eyes widened. Why was he here? But Ludger had no time to answer. What happened? He demanded of Alex. Alex raised his head and met his leader's gaze. Sorry, leader, it was my mistake. I heard Sedna was kidnapped. Yeah, she was. I assigned you to her for a reason. And yet she was taken. Ludger's mood was far from good. He had rushed here the moment he received the news. Annoyance, unease, even anger, it was all there, though he forced himself to remain calm. Even if you were careless, at your current level you shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Especially not by elven trackers. Ludger knew the Shadewood. He had fought them before. They were strong, yes, but not stronger than Alex. And even if they avoided direct combat, they could not have escaped him in Rederbulk's Alice territory. Alex knew better than anyone. And yet they had slipped away. That alone was suspicious. There were others interfering. Who were they? At that, Alex gave a bitter smile. Even in this grim situation, Ludger remained colder and more rational than anyone. That was why he could never be bested. Alex shook his head slowly. They weren't elves. In fact, the exact opposite. The opposite, the Luminis Church. At those words, Virno's eyes trembled, and Ludger almost couldn't believe his ears. Say that again. The ones who blocked us while the kidnappers got away were paladins of the Luminis Church. 441 chapter Kidnapping. 2. Alex lowered his gaze to the ground. Eyes filled with a mixture of rage and humiliation, recalling what had just happened. The elves of the Shadewoodens tried desperately to shake off Alex and Virno Dentes, but it wasn't so easy. They had gravely underestimated the strength of Alex and Virno. It was the gap born from their innate arrogance, the conviction that they were inherently superior. Because of that, Alex had almost caught up to them. If only the interference of the Luminis Church hadn't happened. Stop right there. Figures suddenly appeared, blocking the path the elves had taken. White hooded coats. Over them, layered white armor covering shoulders, forearms, and shins. Their very presence exuded a suffocating aura of sanctity and oppression. Paladins of the Luminis Church. Alex frowned. Hey, who the hell are you? We received a report about a terrorist incident that occurred on the street moments ago. Cooperate with us peacefully. What? And what the hell does that have to do with us? You two, running around alleys in broad daylight. Suspicious, no matter how we look at it. Alex was at a loss for words at that. What the hell are these bastards spouting now? Turning to the side, he saw that even Virno wore an expression of disbelief. "What are you playing at? The ones who caused the terror just ran off over there. Are you certain? And not lying to deceive us?" "What? Of course I'm certain. We've been chasing them this whole time." "That's strange. We've been patrolling this area the entire time and saw no such suspicious people except for the two of you." Alex was about to protest further, but shut his mouth. The other side's unyielding firmness triggered a suspicion. Damn it, so that's how it is. Alex realized it. From the start, the paladins of Lumines had shown up to obstruct him. No way they hadn't seen the fleeing elves, especially if they'd been lying in wait. They had seen them, but deliberately ignored it. The Lumines church is helping the elves. He couldn't understand why, but knowing they acted out of interest as much as faith, he accepted it. That meant they had to go around and continue the pursuit. Just as Alex thought this, a paladin solemnly warned him. "Stop. You are now strongly suspected of being terrorist suspects. Cooperate peacefully. If not, we will use force." "Ha!" Alex let out a hollow laugh. Not only were they blocking the path, but they were determined to cling on and buy time. He didn't know what kind of deal they had made with those Shadewooden elves, but this feels downright filthy. From Alex's body surged an overwhelming killing intent. As if it weren't enough that these pests were making trouble, now they were calling him a terrorist suspect. And telling him to meekly cooperate, like they were demanding he hand something over that he'd entrusted to them. Alex gave a cold sneer. At his expression, the paladins' faces stiffened as their hands moved to their weapons. "You dare set yourself in opposition to the Holy Lumines Church? Why not? God will never forgive you. Before you worry about that, you should consider whether my sword will forgive you first." Alex said this as he infused his sword with aura. "Enough." It was Virno who stepped forward then. "That's far enough. And who are you?" "I am Virno Dentes, instructor of Theon." Virno spoke while producing his identification. It bore the official seal issued by the city of Rederbalk. Ordinary people had no need for such identification, but as an elf, Virno needed it. Otherwise, he'd be treated as an illegal immigrant roaming without permit. "We are currently pursuing those involved in this incident, so if you would, step aside." "And why should we believe that? You expect us to just let that uncouth, violent thug go? He is a mercenary I personally hired. He is simply upset at being hindered in his commission. Please overlook it." Virno glanced at Alex. Clicking his tongue, Alex sheathed his sword. The paladins hesitated. If they pressed further, they'd have to confront Virno's standing. Elf or not, Virno was a Sion instructor and held an officially issued city identification. If the church tried to suppress him with authority, they'd clash with the Rederbalk City Council. The paladins knew this, and so could not go too far against him. "We will conduct our own search here. You too should withdraw." The paladin gave the order, barring the path. It was clear they would not step aside under any circumstance. Alex clenched his fists tightly. During this pointless back and forth, the elf pursuers had already fled out of sight, hiding themselves. "What do we do now? We report. Report. To the one who told me to protect that girl, I will accompany you. I cannot say this is not my responsibility as well. Do as you please." When Ludger heard the report of the incident, his expression did not change. But Alex could tell. Ah, the leader is angry. Because he showed no emotion, Alex could all the more feel it. When Ludger truly grew furious, his eyes grew even colder. At that moment, Virno, who had been watching cautiously, spoke. "Professor Ludger, Professor Virno." Ludger looked directly at him. Neither had expected to meet under such circumstances. "Professor, you knew as well, didn't you? About Sedna's true place. I only learned not long ago. I thought that if I concealed it properly, no incident would arise, but it has come to this. It's all my fault." Virno bowed deeply to Ludger and Alex, his voice filled with regret. "Why would this be your fault, Professor Virno? I knew Sedna's bloodline and how she was treated, yet I said nothing. If I had warned you sooner, it would not have escalated to this. Raise your head. It is not your fault. Even if you had spoken earlier, the Lumines Church's involvement was utterly beyond expectation. And in truth, the real culprits were the Shadewoodens who had kidnapped Sedna. Besides, apologies will not change the situation. Or is this merely to ease your conscience? That is true." Virno raised his head. Ludger was right. They could not slash NOVELIGHT/ waste time like this. First, we must know why. Why did they kidnap my assistant? What do they intend to do? That is, Virno began, but before he could finish, the door opened and someone rushed in. La leader just returned from the capital. More importantly, urgent news. The Shadewoodens have joined hands with the Lumines Churchthea, planning to kidnap the last bloodline of the plant family. We must stop them. It was Bella Runa, breathless, blurting everything out in one go. Satisfied that she had delivered her message, she then noticed the faces inside the room, tilting her head. Had she come at a bad time? Her gaze fell on Virnoth and her eyes widened. V. Virno Dentes, elder, I did not expect to meet another of our kin in such a place. Why are you here? Bellaruna turned a questioning gaze to Ludger. He shook his head. It seems we must clarify the situation first. Bellaruna explained everything she had learned in the capital. Hearing her, Ludger and Alex fell into grave thought, while Virno was shocked to his core. Wait, the dead world tree lies beneath the capital, and they hacked into the kingdom's information by connecting to its network. How in the world? Virno, being an elf and head of his house, possessed vast knowledge, both broad and deep. Even so, what Bellaruna described defied comprehension. He. It just kind of happened that was not praise. Ludger's cold retort made Bellaruna shrink her shoulders. Clearly, before Ludger, she could not move at all. Professor Ludger, just what are you, Professor Virno? That is not the priority right now. What matters is what are they after? You are right. As you know, those who kidnapped Sedna were the Shadewoodens, fanatical pursuers of racial purity. And behind them is the Lifrit family. They say the plant bloodline is the final key. What key is that? The key is essentially the core code that grants access to the heart of the world tree. The core code, Virno explained further. The world tree is an ancient, colossal being. It enriches the land, never depleting it, a true miracle. Within it lies vast, ancient knowledge and time itself. By lying within, yes. The world tree is not complete. You could say it slumbers. Long ago, elves lived alongside a fully awake world tree. It was an era of abundance. But that age ended. The fall of the plant family, its caretakers, the rise of the Lifrit family. The Lifrits took the position, but the world tree weakened greatly compared to before. Even so, our homeland remained fertile. But the elder elves still remember the glory of when the tree was whole. The Lifrits want to restore that glory. Perhaps more than that. They wish not just for abundance, but for elven dominion over the continent. Since the racial wars, such thoughts have grown. Virno shook his head. They have embraced supremacist ideology that elves are the most superior, the chosen race. They cry it always, to make the great elves greater still. Ludger was silent. It was a disturbingly familiar slogan. He knew it well. Such ideology had once been called fascism in history. Fascist elves. This was far more troublesome than expected. To do this, they must awaken the sleeping world tree, to restore it to its most golden era. So that is why they took Sedna. Yes, when the plant family fell, it was thought the world tree's core code was lost. The Lifrits hid the truth, though the elders suspected. Still, they believed no plant blood survived. But now, after all these years, the last survivor had appeared. Though half human, Sedna still bore the blood of plant. The code to awaken the world tree was imprinted deep in her very genes. I kept silent, for if word reached the kingdom, disaster would follow. But destiny's great flow was beyond me. So you learned late and sought to protect Sedna. Ludger narrowed his eyes. Who told you this? Would you believe me if I said I discovered it myself? Virno gave a bitter smile unfit for his youthful appearance. In fact, that is what I wished to tell you. And that is, there is someone I must take you to meet. Who? Walter Roshan. Ludger understood the name instantly. The only one in the room who wouldn't know it was Bella Runa, ignorant of outside affairs. Of course Walter Roshan was the master of the Roshan family, and Sedna's father. 442 Chapter Passion 1. I don't know why that man suddenly wants to meet me. The only way I can see it is that, since his daughter was kidnapped, he intends to hold me responsible. Ludger knew about Walter Roshan, a bloodless, tearless, iron-blooded businessman. A living legend in the industry who raised the Roshan family aunts, just an ordinary merchant Hausinter, a major corporation. He was especially famous for seizing control of lucrative businesses related to magic and various artifacts. But Ludger remembered Walter Roshan for another reason. He was Sedna Roshan's biological father, the very man she despised the most. Or perhaps, since the troublesome child of his family disappeared, he intends to express his thanks for it. Naturally, Ludger's tone grew sharp and cutting. He hated more than anything a parent who failed in their duty to their own child. Virno smiled bitterly, as if he understood Ludger's reaction. Still, wouldn't it be better to meet directly and speak with him? Professor Virno, it sounds as if you've heard something yourself. As an outsider, it would not look good for me to speak carelessly about another family's affairs. Still, if you meet him in person, I don't believe the outcome you fear will happen. Ludger hesitated. If Virno was going so far as to insist, there had to be something behind it. For your sake, I'll agree to meet him once. Yes. Then I shall send word right away. He should arrive shortly. Virno stepped outside to make contact, returning sooner than expected. It seemed he had indeed only sent the message cleanly. Before long, a carriage pulled up in front of the hideout building. Please, get in. Following Virno's lead, Ludger, Alex, and Bellaruna boarded the carriage. Bellaruna still looked puzzled as to why she had ended up accompanying them here at all. The carriage was far more spacious than expected. Even with 4 passengers, plenty of room remained, and the interior was filled with layers of defensive mechanisms. This is the sort of carriage only royalty would ride in. No matter what attack came, as long as they stayed inside, it would be as secure as a vault. It was clear just how wealthy the Russian family was, and how much they were extending courtesy to their guests. The carriage headed toward a large mansion on the outskirts of Riederbelk. It wasn't the Russian main estate, but rather a branch house in the city. One could call it a villa. But for a villa, the scale and grandeur were absurd. Just how much money do they have? Alex muttered as he looked over the wide grounds. Soon the carriage stopped, and the group followed a butler deeper into the mansion. Virno Dentis. Standing before the ornate door, Virno knocked politely. Come in. At the voice from within, Virno glanced back at the party, nodded, and opened the door. Welcome. I am Walter Russian, head of the Russian family. Walter Russian appeared to be in his early 40s. His hair was neatly combed back, his face smooth and without a single wrinkle. Yet his small, sharp eyes, sunken cheeks, and the shadows etched there gave him a chilling, cold impression. It was immediately obvious why he had been called bloodless and tearless. So this is Sedna Roshan's father. It was hard to believe he was related by blood to Sedna, with her round, soft, almost silly appearance. The only similarity was hair color. Clearly, Sedna had taken most of her looks from her mother, Ludger Cherish. I've heard of you. You said you wished to meet me. I'm busy, so if you would please get straight to the point, I'd appreciate it. For a first meeting, his tone was shockingly rude. Virno flinched and looked nervously at Ludger, but Ludger's gaze never wavered, piercing into Walter Russian. Walter could have flared at such boldness, but instead, without a change of expression, he nodded. I heard my daughter has been quite troublesome in many ways. Allow me to take this chance, as her father, to thank you. His calm, still voice carried not the faintest trace of feeling. Ludger's brow twitched slightly. I didn't expect you to be the sort of man who cherished his daughter. The weight behind his words was obvious. Virno watched the exchange, as though sitting beside a time bomb, ready to intervene if things went too far. But Walter Russian gave an unexpected response. Instead of snapping back, he gave a faint, self-mocking smile and accepted the jab. You're right. I'm not in any position to say such things. In truth, this should never have happened. But as things stand now, I cannot just sit by and do nothing. That is why I invited you here. Ludger looked at him with an expression that clearly demanded, what game are you playing? Walter didn't answer directly, but instead spoke differently. I can't explain it sitting still. Shall we take a walk? He led them out to the rear grounds of the mansion. There, a massive greenhouse awaited. This place Bellaruna looked around in wonder. It wasn't something built to impress others. As an elf, she could feel it clear-lithe plants inside had been nurtured with real care. This is my garden. Walter Russian picked up a spray bottle and watered the plants as he spoke. His motions were smooth, practiced not those of a novice. The head of a conglomerate has enough leisure to enjoy such a hobby. Of course not. I steal the time from what little I have. Shah the petals, drinking in the water, gave off a fresh fragrance. As he watched them, Walter asked, do you think it's an unfitting pastime? At the very least, it's utterly different from the image the public knows. That's natural. I wasn't the one who first cultivated this garden. Walter's gaze turned wistful as he looked toward a white chair at the back of the greenhouse. It was my wife who built this place. I only continue tending it in her stead. Your wife? She was the last survivor of the plant family. Walter knew everything who his wife had been, what bloodline she had passed down to Sedna, and what value that gave her among elves. That was why Ludger couldn't understand. A man like you abandoned his own daughter. Drip. The spray of water over the flowers stopped. With his back turned, his expression couldn't be seen. Likely, it hadn't changed. But even in the view of his back alone, it was clear countless emotions churned violently in Walter's mind. I won't deny it. Whatever the reason, what I did surely left a wound on that child. I have no right to call myself a father. Still, I had no choice, and what great reason was that? My wife has already passed away. What do you think the cause was? Walter's gaze turned on Ludger. Ludger realized the moment he looked into Walter's eyes. That man was not without emotion. He was simply like Ludger himself, never showing it outwardly. Behind those cold, ruthless-looking eyes writhed emotions hotter than anyone else present. It was assassination, the work of those who targeted the bloodline of the plant family, the Shadewoodens. Walter shook his head. If it had been them, my wife would not have died. They would have sought to capture her alive. I know why they wanted Sedna. The ones who targeted my wife were other elves. Other elves, the moderates. Virno was the one who answered in his place. The moderates. Aren't they the ones opposing the radical Lifrit family? You're saying such people tried to erase the plant family? Yes, exactly. I can't understand that. The radical Lifrit family sought to restore the world tree to its prime and create a paradise for elves. Their belief was that any sacrifice and war required to achieve it could be endured. By contrast, the moderates claimed they had lost too much in war already and must preserve peace. From a distance, the moderates' ideology seemed more righteous. That's what everyone thinks. If they are moderates, then surely they would protect a surviving member of the plant family and help rebuild their house. Virno's expression twisted with suppressed emotion, a mixture of pity and loathing for his kin. But think about it. To restore the plant family would take enormous time, resources, and effort. Reviving a house once cast out for grave sins would provoke fierce opposition within elven society. That could only lead to conflict. So you're saying the moderates didn't want the conflict itself. If UNVI'd, original source, remove the single seed of conflict, then it won't grow any further. In the end, the so-called moderates were nothing more than another faction committing evil in their own name. They were the first to discover my wife's true identity. Walter's eyes sank heavily as he stared into the flower beds. They approached her kindly, claiming they wished to help restore her family's honor. But behind the mask, they hid blades. At least the claim of helping rebuild the plant family was true, then. Yes, likely for the sake of opposing the Lifrit family. The legitimacy of the plant name surpassed even Lifrit's, so they wanted to use it as a political weapon to crush their rivals. A puppet bent to their will. The problem was, my wife wanted none of it. She refused them. What she wanted was never the restoration of her house. A bitter smile lingered on Walter Rashan's lips. All she dreamed of was tending this garden and living happily with her family. That was all. But once the moderates realized that truth, they changed their approach. If she would not take their hand, then they would erase her from the world entirely. Better to cut the plant line off than allow it to fall into Lifrit's grasp. Not long after, the ambush came. Assassins broke through our guards and attacked. Walter's face darkened as the memory surfaced. We survived only barely. I had reinforced our defenses just in case, and that saved us. But even so, we couldn't prevent it entirely. She was gravely wounded. If she was the last survivor of the plant family, wasn't she immensely strong? Bellaruna cautiously spoke up. Elven noble houses didn't simply pass down names. Their blood carried with it innate power, and their heirs were born strong. She was weakened from years of fleeing. Even with long recuperation, she never fully recovered. Then the ambush struck, and her condition worsened beyond repair. Walter still remembered her frail smile as she held his hand in her last moments, the warmth fading from her hand as it slipped away like a falling leaf. Take care of Sedna. The words she whispered as she closed her eyes, thinking only of their child to the very end. He could never forget. They won't give up. Sedna carries the blood. Their target will simply shift to her. That's why you treated your own daughter as if she didn't exist in your family. Abandoned her, showed her no affection. Wealthy merchants and nobles often have illegitimate lovers hidden away. I disguised Sedna as one of those children. Walter laughed bitterly. No one questioned it. They believed easily that I had sired a child elsewhere. Such things happen often in these circles. I thought it was better that way. If she looked like a discarded child, the assassins wouldn't suspect. So you left her like that. Ludger remembered how Sedna's eyes had always burned with anger and hatred whenever she spoke of her family. She had never voiced it, but Ludger had felt it that behind that fury lay a grief deeper than anything else. That was the only way to keep her safe. Ludger seized Walter by the collar. Don't you dare excuse yourself with that rotten pretense. Whatever you say, you are nothing but a father who abandoned his child. Lou Ludger, stop this. The escalating tension left Virno panicked. But the one who stopped him was Walter Roshan himself, pinned by Ludger's grip. Walter met Ludger's eyes squarely and asked, "Then what should I have done? With assassins hunting for my daughter's life, what else could I have done? You should have protected her to the end." At Ludger's roar, Virno, Alex, and Bellaruna all froze in shock. Because no one else, least of all Ludger, Cherish had ever raised his voice with such raw emotion. When he was angry, his tone had always grown colder, quieter never this. 443 Chapter Passion 2. A heavy silence descended upon the greenhouse. No one dared to open their mouth recklessly. Even Bellaruna, who normally lacked tact, instinctively realized that she must not utter anything in this situation. For Ludger had lost his temper. Not only those who knew Ludger only on the surface, even those who prided themselves on knowing him better than anyone would have been appalled at this sight. Yet both the one who had lost his temper and the one who was the object of that anger simply stared at each other in silence. Ludger frowned at Walter's appearance. At a glance, he seemed to show no emotional disturbance, but this man had already let go of and abandoned far too much. Ludger clicked his tongue and released his grip on Walter's collar. If you want to be comforted by taking a punch from someone, then wander around some dark back alley. How surprising. If it had been anyone else, they would have said I was a man without blood or tears. Just by looking at the actions you've shown so far, that's more than enough. Even if he claimed to regret and feel guilt over what he had done, the fact remained that he had committed those deeds. Walter had been prepared to be struck by Ludger to at least lessen this self-loathing. But even that resolve Ludger rejected mercilessly. Yes, perhaps this was the most fitting treatment for someone like him. Walter swallowed the bitter taste of his self-loathing. Ludger glared at Walter, then turned his back. "If you have nothing else to say, I'll be going. Are you going to save her?" At Walter's question, Ludger let out a sneer. "If no one had called me here, I would already be on my way. I will help." Ludger looked back at Walter with a gaze of surprise. Walter's face remained expressionless, yet strangely seemed to hold the faintest powerless smile. "No matter how much it costs, I do not care. I will support you with everything the Russian family's wealth can provide. If it is not enough, I will even sell off shares to raise more. Even if you find me detestable, that doesn't matter. I will do what I can." Then why had he let go all this time? Ludger could not press Walter with that question. Walter could not have imagined that his daughter would truly be kidnapped like this. To prevent it, he had deliberately kept his distance, treating her as if she were unrelated. "This child is not connected to me. This child is not what you think." He had tried to deceive everyone's eyes that way. But in the end, the very thing he feared came to pass. It was Ludger who raged at Walter, yet it was Walter who would, more than anyone here, regret his past in this moment. "If I had known it would come to this, I should have treated her well." The end is always an irretrievable regret. That is the nature of regret, like fine grains of sand slipping through the gaps of one's palm. No matter how hard you try to hold on, it escapes. Thus Walter did not rage or weep. He knew well that displaying turbulent emotion only dulled reason and wasted time. And so Walter suppressed every emotion and offered Ludger a proposal that he would provide support with the Russian family's fortune. "You are a rational man like myself, so you know this well. This matter cannot be resolved by mere bravado." Ludger silently gazed at Walter. Anyone else facing that stare would have averted their eyes or lowered their head. But Walter neither flinched nor fled. He had already resolved himself. He did not care if people judged him unfairly. He did not mind being cursed at. "Just promise me this one thing, that you will bring that child back safely. You speak too easily about offering support. If I demanded the entirety of the Russian family itself, would you still accept that?" "Yes," Walter answered without hesitation. "If only you bring back that child, I will give everything, everything." There were few here who did not understand the enormity of that single short word. Remember those words. Leaving that behind, Ludger walked straight out of the greenhouse. Alex and Bellaruna quickly followed after him. Only Virno lingered, uncertain between the two sides. Professor Virno, please follow them. You must not get lost inside the estate. Walter, I will soon send someone to open the warehouse. Until then, I would like to rest, if only for a moment. Walter's voice was heavy with fatigue. He was a man who could go nights without sleep without showing it. That was how great a shock Sedna's abduction had been for him. Understood. Once even Virno departed, Walter finally removed the mask he had been wearing on his face. He let out a sigh and walked toward the snow-white chair placed in the center of the greenhouse. Sitting there, Walter closed his eyes and felt the sunlight filtering in through the glass. The warmth was there, yet he could not rid himself of the thought that it all felt somehow cold. Ludger, Alex, Bellaruna, and Virno were led by the household's butler to a certain place. It was a warehouse so massive it could not be grasped at a glance. The space was as large as an arena, filled with artifacts of all kinds that they had never seen before. This place is a warehouse, or perhaps, more precisely, an exhibition hall. Ludger looked around inside. Compared to the Imperial Vault, its scale was humble, but the items stored here were not inferior. Alex picked up a sword resting nearby and examined it carefully. Even along the well-forged blade, faint currents of mana flowed. His sharp senses could feel it distinctly. It's genuine. Then all of these here must be they are artifacts. It was Walter who answered. Everyone turned back. Walter was entering through the open doorway. Our Russian family deals in all manner of artifacts connected to magic. Russian was famous for having practically monopolized the magic trade. Mana fluid mining rights, mana stone business, and even the artifacts crafted from those mana stones. Compared to other great corporations, Russian's overall size was not the largest. Yet it was still counted among the great enterprises precisely because of this magic business. Even Luck Corporation had coveted those mana fluid rights. Just taking a tenth of the mana stones distributed within the empire yielded an astronomical fortune. It was no wonder other companies coveted it. Yet few corporations achieved clear success in the magic item business. There was only one reason. Russian continued to produce overwhelming results in the market. Especially, they had profound skill in the creation of magical artifacts, the same product, but of superior quality and performance. Even the protective artifacts used by the military and knightly orders were all Russian-proof enough in itself. The items here are not only those traded at high price in the market, many have not even been released to the public yet. Damn. You mean these are upcoming models? Alex gaped, unable to close his mouth. Even newly released products were so scarce that people paid premiums to obtain them. And here were not only new items, but those not yet even scheduled for release. Just smuggling out one artifact from this warehouse would grant a common family enough money to live comfortably for life. You may take as many as you wish. At Walter's words, everyone except Ludger widened their eyes. Virno stepped forward as their representative. Do you truly mean that? Did I not say so already? That I will spare no support? The place you must go is the Elven Kingdom. Not this city of steel, but a land of primeval forest. The only thing I can do is provide such immense support. If we are to take them, how much should we take? That is not mine to suggest. Walter confined himself to offering support. No more, no less. Those at the scene knew best what they required. Do you not find it wasteful? If information about these artifacts leaks outside, Roshan will suffer great losses. Virno understood better than anyone the value of the artifacts crowding this place. Even he, who had lived long, felt his hands tremble at the excellence of the products before him. How much time, effort, and money had gone into producing even a single one? And yet Walter offered them freely. This is no time for hoarding. Those few words contained great meaning. Above all, it revealed Walter's resolve. Ludger glanced around the interior of the warehouse. The artifacts on display here were the kind rarely seen even in the Imperial Vault. Even though Ludger had obtained fine things in the vault, here was a different level because here he could take as many as he wished. That is how dangerous this task is. They had to rescue Sedna, who had been kidnapped. The culprits already had her in their grasp, and with the secret aid of the Lumines Church, they could well have already slipped out of Rederbelk. We must go to the Elves' Kingdom. That is where Sedna must be rescued. They had not killed Sedna immediately. That meant there was still a window of time. Professor Virno, I must ask you one thing. Yes, please speak. Whose side are you on? Ludger thought it necessary to make this clear here and now. At that question, Virno's expression stiffened. Not because it was rude, but because he immediately understood why Ludger asked it. From now, we are going to storm the elves' kingdom of Renar Tyrone. The ones who kidnapped Sedna are the radical elves led by the Lifrit family. Yet that does not mean the moderate elves will be friendly to us. In effect, Ludger's opponent could be considered the entire elven kingdom. This is not an official matter. It is a covert rescue operation. The kidnapping of an imperial citizen by elves deserved condemnation, but pursuing it officially was impossible. It would consume too much time. And if the Lifrit family used Sedna in the meantime to seize full authority over the World Tree, then the result would be irreparable. Therefore, this operation had to be carried out secretly, with a small force. No reinforcements, no external support, in an unknown land where everyone might be an enemy. Could Virno accept such a mission? He was, after all, the head of one of the 7 houses comprising the Elven Kingdom. His participation would be nothing less than betrayal against his homeland. You may withdraw, because I am an elf. Professor Virno, there is no need for you to become a traitor. That you learned of this is unavoidable, but even if you stop here, none would condemn you. Anyone would agree. No matter how wrong or criminal, they were still his kin and homeland. To ask an elf like Virno to stand against elves and aid humans was an act of cruelty. That was why Virno was grateful for Ludger's consideration. Even so, I cannot. Virno gave a faint smile and shook his head. The truth is, I have always known that we elves are not the purely mysterious and wise race we are said to be. My people call humans greedy, beastkin savage, and dwarves simple for handling iron. All the while, we imply that we ourselves are the noblest. But I have thought perhaps we are in truth the ugliest of all. The elves' anger at humans may have been justified. The atrocities committed by humans against elves during the racial wars had left bitter resentment. But Virno knew. For the elder elves and nobles, their anger was not truly about those atrocities. It was less about innocent lives taken and more about fury that an inferior race had dared to defy their superiority. I found it repulsive. That is why I did not strongly support their will. I used harmony as an excuse, roamed outside the forest, sought to face the wider world. In truth, I was just turning away from reality. I should not have done so. His voice trembled with regret. In the end, it was selfish self-satisfaction. I told NVLHT, don't copy, read here myself. I did not agree with them. I am different from them. And so I condoned everything. Even now, when a student has been kidnapped, I hesitate. It is truly shameful. Anyone would feel that way. I know anyone would. But Professor Ludger, we are teachers. Virno fixed his eyes on Ludger. At the very least, those who teach must not be like that, must they? Surely you know that. The expression on Virno's face as he asked seemed oddly relieved. Therefore, I will also join. Not as an elf of House Dentes, but as Virno of Sion, a teacher. 444 Chapter Rescue Operation 1. Virno's joining was a tremendous boon for Ludger. He knew everything about the geography of the elven forest and the structure of the kingdom. That information was like a godsend for Ludger, who was heading toward a mysterious place he barely understood. And on top of that, Virno even declared he would fight alongside them. If you step forward, teacher, then the elves of the Dentes family may suffer harm. That is true. That's why I intend to ask the opinion of the family members as well. Of course, to prevent any leaks, I will leave out the matters concerning you, Teacher Ludger and Lady Sedna. Isn't that something they could refuse? That will be their choice. I won't criticize them for it. But if they choose to fight, I will accept it. What is the reason you are deliberately inviting danger? If we don't stop it, then an even greater danger will come. Virno, having lived long, could roughly grasp how the current situation was unfolding. If war breaks out, our Dentes family will inevitably be forced to the front lines. The Lifrit family would never leave us alone. So rather than be trampled helplessly, you would at least resist as much as possible. And isn't that the right thing to do? Virno asked playfully, and Ludger, too, replied with a faint smile. Of course. Virno's attitude might seem light-hearted, but in truth it was more of a mask. If he didn't treat it lightly, he felt he would suffocate beneath the crushing pressure, so he forced himself to keep his heart steady that way. At that moment, Bellaruna carefully raised her hand. Then, am I going too? Of course. At Ludger's indifferent reply, Bellaruna's expression collapsed like someone sinking into a swamp. Why? Why? I mean, why me? You are an elf, aren't you? And not just any elf. I was chased out for hacking the world tree. That's why you must go. Teacher Virno is even willing to bear the stain of rebellion and fight with us. If you step back, what does that make this? But I'm not strong like him. Bellaruna wanted to scream that, but no words of excuse made it past her trembling lips. She barely managed to squeeze out a weak protest. I might not be of much help. No, you will be helpful, I am certain of it. The one who answered was Virno. You are Lady Bellaruna, yes. Why, yes. You say you hacked the world tree, but do you realize how great a feat that is? That's it is not something done easily. Yet you achieved it. Depending on circumstances, you may even hold the most important role of all. The most important role, to deceive the eyes of the forest. The eyes of the forest. Ludger, Alex, and Walter, who didn't know of it, looked at him questioningly, and Virno kindly explained. The Elven Kingdom's forest is an immense primeval wood. To other races, it may seem like just a vast and dense forest, but the root network formed by the trees stores immense amounts of information in real time. That means the moment we step into the forest, Virno nodded heavily. Yes, the kingdom will know of our entry. If they don't pay much attention, they may let it pass. But do you think the Lifrit family would take this matter lightly? They kidnapped the last survivor of the plant family. They will be prepared for everything. If Virno alone returned to the kingdom, it would not be much of an issue. The problem was Ludger and Alex. For humans to enter the Elven Kingdom was an impossibility. A half-hearted disguise would do no good either. The information being constantly stored in real time would detect even the smallest anomaly. The moment suspicion arose, their true identities would be exposed in an instant. That could be troublesome. Ludger did not believe they could avoid fighting entirely, but starting a battle from the very beginning was something altogether different. At the very least, they needed to reveal their strength only after they had infiltrated deep inside the kingdom, closer to the heart, near the world tree itself. Not knowing how vast the kingdom is, and with inaccurate spatial coordinates for a place never visited, moving recklessly through space will be impossible. Could they move through the forest while avoiding the trees? The answer was no. It was as absurd as saying one could sprint through a wasteland under a pouring rain while not getting wet. If Lady Bellaruna can hack the world tree, then deceiving the eyes of the forest should be possible. Virno was confident. Even noble elves with official access found it hard to enter the world tree. The information was so immense that the strain on the brain was no small matter. Yet Bellaruna not only secretly connected to it, but even accessed forbidden information. Perhaps she was born with an unusually vast capacity for information, or perhaps part of her brain was already broken. Whatever the case, that talent was indispensable for this mission. I'll be killed for sure if I go back there. Even if the Lifrit family gains full authority over the world tree, it will still be dangerous. I know these words are a heavy burden to you, Lady Bellaruna, but without you, we won't even be able to approach the world tree. Bellaruna hesitated. She knew she had something only she could do. But Envelite knowing in her head and carrying it out were two different things. A death order had already been issued on her, and now she was to shamelessly walk back into the kingdom. That was no different from laying her neck down on the executioner's block. Deceive the eyes of the forest. Easy to say, but could it really be done? If asked whether she could do it, she would answer, it's possible. But not for even a fleeting moment could she allow herself to lose focus. If even the smallest crack appeared, her identity would be exposed. They would have to remain for days. And for those days, she would have to work herself to the point of nervous collapse. That was just too much. Her face revealed that very feeling. So it cannot be done. Virno looked disheartened, and at that moment Ludger, who had been silently watching, stepped forward. Bellaruna, if you succeed in this, you will be the hero who saved the Elven Kingdom from war. A H-hero. I don't really want some fancy title like that. Think the other way. If you are a hero, then you will earn the right to connect to the world tree openly. Not the dead world tree beneath the capital, but the living, true world tree. You might even bring back samples for research. Who could object? You would be a hero. A hero at Ludger's coaxing words, Bellaruna's eyes went blank. Ancient samples of unknown origin. If you could use them whenever you pleased, would you throw away that chance? That. Regret filled Bellaruna's expression. Watching this, Virna was so stunned he couldn't even speak properly. He looked silently toward Alex. Meeting his gaze, Alex merely shrugged and smiled, as if to say he was used to this. Meanwhile, Ludger's persuasion, which was more temptation than argument, reached its conclusion. "I'll do it," Bellaruna answered with determination. Of course, 3 days later she would no doubt clutch her head, screaming why on earth she had agreed. But once words were spoken, they could not be taken back. Good. Now that everyone has agreed, what remains is to take as many artifacts as possible from here. Ludger slowly swept his eyes around the exhibition hall. Magic flowed through every object. They could be used differently depending on their functions, but taking more could never be a loss. First, there are some things we must secure. Ludger turned to Walter. First, I need the elixirs manufactured by the Roshan family, one of each type. The Roshan family handled magical goods and artifacts. Naturally, they also extended their reach into pharmacology, potions, and elixir production. Roshan's elixirs were expensive, rare, and extremely difficult to acquire. Ludger intended to seize this chance to obtain them all. More important than even artifact support was increasing his own mana reserves. The Elven Kingdom was no different from enemy territory. No one could predict what would happen there. He needed to prepare as thoroughly as possible. Understood. Walter readily agreed to Ludger's request, and I also need every possible ingredient related to pharmacology. Elixirs alone would not be enough. He required recovery tonics and stimulants that could recharge depleted mana in real time. Such things would strain the body for most people, but Ludger suffered none of those side effects. Second, we'll need to modify some of the artifacts. Modify them, you say? Ludger casually picked up an artifact lying nearby. It was a bracelet meant to be worn on the wrist, inscribed with defensive magic. A defense artifact that blocks 3 attacks of 3rd circle level, correct? Yes. I'll alter it to increase its output. In exchange, the number of uses will be reduced. Just once, but it must block at least a 4th circle spell. If you do that, the artifact won't withstand it. That's the point. Ludger's words were simple. He intended to modify nearly every artifact they took, turning them into single-use items. An artifact worth enough to buy a house splint and discarded in one use. It was the very definition of burning money. But Roshan's wealth was what made it possible. Still, the researchers will protest. These artifacts were created through careful testing for stability. Even I cannot simply order them to release all output unchecked. There's no need. Ludger dismissed Walter's concern at once, because we already have an expert here. So, summoned suddenly, Sheridan crossed her arms and chewed over Ludger's words. You want me to modify all these artifacts lying around? Yes. Not just modify, but crank them up to maximum output. You understand perfectly. You mean scrap stability, so they'll blow apart the moment someone pushes them too hard. Not quite that far. Sheridan's face split into a bright grin. That's perfect. Good to hear you're A-positive. You know, my lord, I have a dream. Do you know what it is? It's to take these artifacts used by mages and reforge them to my heart's content, to reshape them into the form I desire most. Can you do it? Can I? Of course. These artifacts aren't pure products of magic alone. Well, some are, but most of them incorporate engineering, magitech engineering. And when it comes to that part, I never fail. Sheridan's eyes nearly gleamed blood red as she stared at the treasure spread all around. A massive explosion that will be remembered for the ages. This could be the first step in my grand design. Would I ever refuse? You said it was one dream. All explosions lead to the same dream. A massive explosion. If Sheridan had the time and capital, she might very well attempt to create a nuclear bomb. It's fortunate that such knowledge doesn't exist in this era, though perhaps she would figure it out on her own. Anyway, which items am I modifying? If I am going to touch them, I'll give it everything I've got. All of them. Ludger gestured to the artifacts covering the exhibition hall. Sheridan blinked blankly before repeating herself. All of them, really? Yes, every last one. Kyra. Sheridan let out a scream of sheer happiness. Leaving the overjoyed Sheridan behind in the warehouse, Ludger stepped outside. Waiting for him, there was Walter Roshan. Here, the elixirs you requested. Had he been waiting personally just to hand them over? That was what Ludger thought, though he did not refuse the elixirs Walter offered. Dislike for the man was one thing, support was another, and he intended to accept it. An elf, and now a dwarf as well. You seem acquainted with quite remarkable people. You've already done your background checks, haven't you? Why bother with pretenses now? At Ludger's blunt words, Walter nodded calmly. Yes, at least I know you are no ordinary teacher. That is why I trust you and give this support without hesitation. Your strength is certain. If you dug that deep, then you must also know which organization Sedna has ties to. Walter did not answer, but his silence was answer enough. You must also know why she risked getting involved with them. I do. To her, I am the scum who abandoned my wife and cruelly cast aside my own daughter. No doubt she hates me for it. You understand well. It may be laughable for someone like me, who has no right to speak, but this is all I can do. With that, Walter bent his waist low. Please save her. Sedna despises you, I know. Walter answered without raising his head. She won't even know you ask me for help. That doesn't matter. Even if she returns safely, she will never look back at you. I've accepted that. And yet you ask me to save her, even bowing your head to me. She is my daughter. Ludger stared at the back of Walter's head for a long moment, then turned away. If you're going to bow, then do it to Sedna herself when she comes back safely. Those words mean Walter lifted his head slightly. Ludger did not look back as he gave his reply. I will save her. That's a promise I make to myself as well. That was the very reason he had accepted this request. Ludger's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. 445 Chapter Rescue Operation 2. All preparations to rescue Sedna were completed in just 2 days. Normally, it would have taken several more, but vast funds made it possible, so we're finally leaving. Standing in the large clearing of the Russian estate, Virno murmured. Ludger nodded silently in agreement. Are there only 4 of us departing? Bellaruna asked. Present now were Ludger, Virno, Alex, and Bellaruna. Looking at the lineup, their skills were certainly not lacking. Still, for infiltrating a kingdom to rescue someone kidnapped, the number seemed far too small. Don't worry. 1 more will be joining us. And just who would that be? Would a single additional person really change anything? As Bellaruna thought that, a steam vehicle approached from the distance. The car stopped, its back door opened, and the last member appeared. Hans. At Hans' arrival, Bellaruna widened her eyes. From the look on his face, he already knew everything that had happened on the way here. His expression was grave. Boss, good. Hans, have you arranged everything? I made sure things will run fine even in my absence. Violetta helped a lot. Of course, it's dangerous to be away too long. That won't happen. There's nothing good in dragging this matter out. Hugh, are we really going? He was referring to the Elven Kingdom. He had heard the full story of Sedna's abduction and what might happen, but barging in recklessly was something to be worried about. Hans knew Ludger's strength well, but this matter was beyond common sense. One wrong move, and they might have to fight an entire nation. For someone worrying so much, you still showed up instead of running away. Well, hearing that, how could I possibly stay behind? Especially since Sedna had her own significance for Hans as well. If that little brat disappears, the workload he'll have to handle will at least double. Hans muttered in complaint, as if hiding his true feelings. Ludger let out a small laugh inwardly at the sight. How insincere. Besides, it doesn't seem like a completely impossible task either. What do you mean? Nothing at all. Anyway, I've finished my preparations. Are we leaving right now? Yes. Soon, Hans nodded in acknowledgement and looked over the others. Among those present, the only one he was meeting for the first time was Virno. But Hans immediately recognized who Virno was. He had already memorized the personnel files of Sion's faculty. And in Virno's case, being an elf of extraordinary lineage, it was impossible not to remember. Pleasure to meet you. I am Virno Dentes. Hans. Hans shook hands with him. Though Virno looked like a boy far younger than himself, the years he had lived surpassed Hans tenfold. What stood out was the absence of the typical elven arrogance. The rumors of him being gentle and kind to everyone were true. That's unexpected. He doesn't even ask who I am. Hans could not hold back his curiosity and asked, Are you not curious about who I am? If Professor Ludger called you, then you must be someone helpful for this mission. That's enough for me. Hans was at a loss for words at the reply. He hadn't expected Virno to trust Ludger that much. Of course, Virno was curious about Hans, Alex, and Bellaruna. and also about Ludger's identity, knowing people like them so well. But he didn't ask. That restraint was a product of long-lived years. To Virno, Ludger was not only a brilliant magician, but also a fine teacher. Even now, he was risking himself to rescue Sedna. Not something an ordinary man would do, so there was no need to ask. It was, in a sense, an elder's consideration. I didn't expect things to turn out like this right at the start of the vacation. Virno phrased their current situation in a roundabout way. Still, taking a holiday at this chance isn't so bad. Can the head of the planning department just take a vacation like that? I've already spoken to the headmaster. Knowing Headmaster Alyssa's temperament, she wouldn't have let you off so easily. I recently produced a significant achievement, so I reaped some benefits. When I asked for a vacation, she was immensely relieved instead. She even said I finally looked like a normal person. I see. That was a relief. Just then, Walter arrived. Looking over the five about to depart, he asked, "Have all preparations been completed?" "Yes, understood. Anything more I say now would only be nagging. What I can offer you ends here." No sooner had Walter spoken than a sound rang through the air, like an engine's roar. At the same time, a massive shadow passed overhead. Those who looked up, expecting clouds, were instead surprised. An airship, a gigantic vessel capable of flying through the sky using buoyancy. Everyone was astonished at its appearance. "This will take you to the elven forest." The airship slowly descended from the sky and landed. Up close, it was no ordinary airship. It was custom-built with magical enhancements, fit for military use. This was Walter's final prepared card. The party boarded the airship. Its mana engines activated, and the vessel slowly rose into the sky. Walter stood alone in the clearing, watching it ascend. The airship, despite its massive size, cut swiftly through the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. My word. An airship in this model, no less, Hans murmured as he looked out over the scenery. Though built for military purposes, its interior was fully furnished for comfortable rest, stocked with every necessity. It was practically a premium hotel room flying in the sky. Beyond the door, in the rear storage section, artifacts required for this mission were stacked high. As expected of the Russian family, their wealth was unmatched. With this, well reached the kingdom far faster than expected. Virno admired the passing scenery beneath the clouds. Even by train, it would normally take several days to reach the Elven Kingdom, especially since there were no railways or roads near the forest. From that point onward, they would have had to move on foot. Considering the cargo they would need to transport, a considerable amount of manpower would normally be required. But with this airship, all of that was bypassed in an instant. Does this mean we're going straight to the kingdom? We'll need a landing point when approaching the forest, so we can't enter the kingdom directly. Still, invite, read more on our source. Even accounting for that, this saves us a great deal of time. At this speed, we'll reach the destination in no more than 2 days. They might even arrive before the Shadewoodens who had abducted Sedna, though that was probably overly optimistic. But with such a massive vessel, won't we be detected the moment we get near the forest? You needn't worry about that. It was Hans who answered Bellaruna's concern. This model, it's the Chapelin, used by the military, a completely different class compared to ordinary transport airships, built with Magitech. One of its main features is the ability to move with stealth. In fact, when the Russian family had first revealed this airship, the party hadn't noticed it until its shadow loomed overhead. It was fast, yet silent. That was only possible thanks to layers of magical enhancements. Of course, if we show up in broad daylight, the sharp-eyed elves will notice us. But at night, there's no such worry. At that moment, the cockpit door opened and the airship's pilot stepped inside. He looked to be in his 40s with a dashing demeanor. "So it's just the five of you going, quite the squad. And you are, forgive my late introduction. My name is Robert, captain of this airship. You could also call me the errand boy tasked with delivering you safely to your destination." By calling himself an errand boy, Robert revealed his easygoing character. "Were you in the military?" "Oh, did it show?" At Ludger's question, Robert didn't bother to hide it. Perhaps he thought there was no point in concealing things when they were all bound for such a secret mission. "I once served in the Air Force. Flew a few biplanes. Outdated relics now, of course. Outdated, and yet you work for a major conglomerate piloting their latest model airship. You must have been an ace back then." "Well, people did call me Top Gun in those days." Now I work at Roshan as a test pilot for their new machines. A test pilot Somyon who flies newly developed aircraft and assesses their condition. Despite his casual tone, such pilots were veterans with countless hours of experience. Flying an unproven craft always meant gambling with one's life. As you know, this mission involves crossing the border into the Elven Kingdom. It must remain absolutely secret. Even this very conversation never happened. Once I drop you off, ill withdraw. I won't risk bringing trouble upon my employer. Please keep that in mind. If the elves discovered an airship trespassing, it would become an international crisis. Should it be exposed, the Russian family would be utterly crushed. As an example, Walter knew that risk. And yet he had still arranged this support. That's fine. Just helping us get there is more than enough. At Ludger's words, Robert's eyes gleamed faintly. I heard you were going to rescue the young lady. So you knew. Well, I am on good terms with Mr. Walter. The destination's the Elven Kingdom, with only 5 people going and 2 of them elves, no less. In my life, I've never seen a mission more suspicious or secretive. Robert chuckled. So I'll give you my best support. At least until you reach your destination, you won't lack anything. That I like. And this I'll say only because my employer isn't Herather, may be some leeway of a few days. A few days of leeway. Normally, after dropping you off, it'd have to head back immediately. But there's no reason I can't linger. I plan to circle at high altitude nearby before returning. Though he phrased it lightly, his intent was clear. If they succeeded quickly in rescuing Sedna, he would be there to pick them up. Wouldn't that be disobeying orders? I have a degree of autonomy. Holding station at high altitude without touching down isn't easy. Even with supplies, you won't have day or night. The currents shift constantly. Sleeping will be difficult, and you can't leave the controls unattended for long. Of course, there must be a co-pilot. While he stepped out now, the co-pilot was no doubt manning the controls. But even then, for the 2 of them to remain in the sky for days without rest was no small feat. Not to mention they'd still need to make the return trip afterward. It was taking on needless hardship. Sensing Ludger's skeptical gaze, Robert smirked. This is about the young lady, isn't it? I can't just sit back and do nothing. But it's not your problem, true. But I'm also a husband and a father. I understand our employer's feelings. He acts cold and aloof, but inside he's far softer than he lets on. Foolishly so. Robert gave a short laugh, then his expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Ludger. So I ask of you. He's clumsy when it comes to things like this. As a father, he doesn't know what to do for his daughter. That's all. Is that your excuse on his behalf? If that's how it sounds, so be it. Robert shrugged. But fathers aren't always right or great in their choices. More often than not, it's their first time being fathers, and they make plenty of mistakes. I fought with my wife countless times, nearly ruined my marriage even. Sometimes I was right, but many times I was wrong. It was my wife who set me straight. Robert sighed deeply. But that man has no one left to correct him. He's been alone all this time. His face was filled with pity and sympathy. To avoid breaking, he's always pretended to be strong, always worn a mask. And who would dare tell such a man otherwise? So, are you saying there's nothing to be done even if he regrets it? I'm not saying he shouldn't regret. Just that shouldn't he at least be given the chance? Whether he kneels or weeps afterward, that's his choice. I just don't want this to end in vain. That's why I chose, against orders, to stay within reach. With that, Robert bowed his head to Ludger. So I ask you, please bring the young lady back safely. You're the only one we can rely on, and you don't even know who I am. I don't. But if my employer entrusted this task to you, then you must be exceptional. Can't argue with that. Robert raised his head with a playful grin. I've always been good at flattery. You should have said that in front of your employer. Ah, if only I had this moment recorded. Enough. Just take us to the destination. I'll bring you to the forest's edge. Ludger shook his head. No, that won't be necessary. Straight above the forest. Drop us there. But then you'll be spotted immediately. And there's nowhere safe to land. No need to land. Ludger glanced out the window at the passing scenery. Well, get down on our own. 446 chapter Rescue Operation 3. You're saying you're going to go down. Robert laughed as if he had just heard a funny joke. The elven forest, no matter how far on the outskirts, isn't a place you can recklessly approach. There are those who guard the outer edges relentlessly. You can't land, and even if you stop midair, Yow'll have to maintain an altitude of at least 300 meters. In truth, even 300 meters was extremely low. That figure was only possible if one made the maximum concession. And what about the equipment loaded in the cargo hold? Robert recalled the equipment that filled the cargo bay to the brim. Not only was the sheer quantity impressive, but every single piece was an important artifact. To move items of that caliber, specialized personnel were needed, and it would take a considerable amount of time. But if they were to move those directly into the forest, they would have to be dropped straight down. What kind of madman would throw artifacts from high altitude? Do you know how much each one costs? You don't need to worry about that. You just do your part. Ha, this is difficult to even comment on. The way you say it so confidently makes it sound like you really have a plan. Robert scratched the back of his head and shook it. I doubt persuasion will change anything. Fine, ill, follow orders, but don't regret it later. Wouldn't it be better if the job is done quickly? Well, yes, but still. Hans, who had been listening nearby, asked nervously, Boss, are you sure this is okay? What are you talking about? You're saying instead of entering gradually from the outside, we're going to head straight into the forest interior and jump down right there. Sure, that would drastically reduce the time, but it's incredibly dangerous. It was said that elves, attuned to the forest, could immediately detect intruders. Once the vegetation core received information, they would relay it through their deep roots into the wood network in real time. Even in places not directly within an elf's line of sight, if it was the forest, one's position and identity would be exposed right away. That's fine. I can fool their eyes. Ludger said this while glancing at Bellaruna. A few seconds will be enough. All right. Convinced by Ludger's firm attitude, Hans couldn't say more. He too inwardly felt the need to shorten the time. Once the Lifrit family seized the World Tree's authority fully by using Sedna, no one knew what might happen. It'll be the return of the racial war that ended at least 100 years ago. That was something that had to be prevented at all costs. Robert returned to the cockpit to take the controls again, while the rest of the group discussed the plan for after they reached the forest. The important thing was to decide what to do once they arrived. The first to speak was Virno. We probably won't be able to approach the kingdom directly. The Lifrit family is surely monitoring every movement in and out, even if you use the Dentes family's authority. To be honest, yes. The Dentes family is one of the 7 roots, but among them we are the weakest. And since we maintain neutrality, belonging to neither moderates nor radicals, we're kept in check by both sides, making it difficult to act freely. We need to understand the other elven factions first. Virno immediately summoned a water spirit. Droplets formed in midair, long and thin, sketching a map. In an instant, a 3-dimensional map drawn in water appeared before them. At the map center towered a massive tree that drew everyone's gaze. That was the World Tree. Renar Tyrone is a vast kingdom circling the World Tree as its center. The World Tree rose skyward, so tall it seemed to pierce the heavens. Its breadth was beyond imagination. The Serendil Royal Castle was a massive marble structure attached directly to the World Tree. The family that lives closest to the World Tree and effectively holds supreme authority is the Lifrit family, and the Shadewoodens, their most loyal vassals, belong to them as well. Where is the Dentes family on this map? Virno gave a bitter smile and pointed to one corner. It was a very small section. The Dentes family handles the forest outskirts, so within the forest, our territory is extremely small, and even that was on the far outer edge of the kingdom. Compared to the other 7 roots, the Dentes family's power was pitifully lacking. The only family of somewhat similar position was another neutral one. And between the World Tree and the outside, what is often called the wood section, there are 3 families. All of them belong to the moderates. Radix, who oversaw the kingdom's defense. Crown, who supervised the forest's network. Flohim, who controlled the commerce spanning the entire forest. Virno called them the 3 noble families. And the last one is Burke, alongside us at the forest outskirts. They are guardians of the frontier who stop foreign invaders. Like us, they maintain neutrality. The Elven Kingdom is more politically complicated than I thought. Alex gave his honest impression after hearing Virno's explanation. Radicals, Lifrit and Shadewooden. Moderates, Radix, Crown and Flohim. Neutrals, Dentes and Burke. Among them, Lifrit held the most authority over the World Tree and was the strongest family in existence. The three moderate families had united in order to check Lifrit's dominance. But even tying up with the moderates wouldn't end well. It had been moderates who commissioned the assassination of Sedna's mother. If they discovered Sedna's true identity, and if they learned that she had been kidnapped by the Shadewooden trackers, they would stop at nothing to erase her. In the end, the only ones they could rely on were the Dentis family, managed by Virno, and the neutral Burke family. Elves are not the lofty race people think them to be. Perhaps in the distant past they were, but over the long ages they have degenerated. Then with things as they are, isn't it practically impossible to get into the royal castle? Indeed, if I tried to enter the kingdom, the Lifrit family would immediately become suspicious. Can't you use the excuse of coming home for the holidays? During Sion's vacations, I did often return to the forest, but I always stayed on my family's outer lands, never going to the royal castle. I knew too well it'd be poorly received there. Looking back, I should have at least made acquaintances. Virno laughed self-mockingly. Ludger spoke. Besides, the one who was kidnapped was a student of Sion. Considering which faction you belong to, Professor Virno, the Lifrit family will never agree to meet you. Ludger too decided Alex's idea was impossible. So there's no way into the royal castle. Oh, I think there is. At that moment, the one who raised her hand and spoke was Bellaruna. Everyone's eyes turned to her. In such a hopeless situation, expectations were low, but Bellaruna had a habit of occasionally blurting out outrageous things. And as if not to disappoint, this time was no exception. I know a secret underground passage into the castle. Wah! Virno's startled voice rang out, demanding clarification. He was the only one to speak, because the others were too dumbfounded to even open their mouths. An underground passage. You're saying Serendil Castle has such a hidden place, or do you mean an underground aqueduct? Oh no, not in Renard Tyrone. I mean farther down, in the underground caverns where the roots of the world tree descend. Hands couldn't hold back and asked, an underground cavern. Are you sure you're not mistaken, confusing it with what was beneath the capital? Oh, of course, there is such a thing under the capital as well, but there's also a real one beneath the world tree itself. No, under a living world tree, such a thing might exist. It was Virno who cut hands off. At first, he had been the most surprised at Bellaruna's words, but something had flickered across his mind. The world tree is a colossal tree. Think about how much water such an enormous tree would need to survive. That's people generally think trees absorb water and nutrients from soil. But in truth, trees draw the most water from the bedrock beneath. Their roots spread that deep and that wide. If even ordinary giant trees are like that, then what of the world tree? Most likely, beneath the world tree's roots lay a vast natural underground cavern. So that's why they tried to cultivate the world tree beneath the capital. Ludger nodded, seeing the logic. The great cavern beneath the capital had originally been created artificially to raise a world tree. He had first assumed it was to secretly nurture one underground, but no. It was because the conditions were necessary for the growth of a world tree. I recall reading something in old tomes. It said that beneath the world tree's roots was a forbidden place that none should ever enter. More than just untouchable, it was extremely dangerous. I dismissed it as baseless rumor or legend, but to think it was real, it really does exist. And how exactly did you learn of this, Miss Bellaruna? I found out while secretly hacking the world tree. If you escape that way, no one can chase you. Bellaluna calmly admitted she knew because of a crime, leaving Virno torn between scolding her or praising her. Given the situation, he chose to take it as a fortunate fact. But through such an enormous underground cavern, is it even possible to reach the world tree directly? Finding a path amid such tangled roots won't be easy, and the scale must be staggering. That's all right. I still remember the main route. I thought maybe someday I might need to sneak back in again, so I kept it. Hee. That do you have something to say? No, nothing. Virno considered himself a just and upright person, one who would never hesitate to reprimand NVLIGHT, a student walking down the wrong path. But when he looked at Bellaruna, he felt his breath catch. This one could do nothing about her. She was twisted like chaos itself from birth, incapable of normal reasoning. He had never met anyone of her kind before, and instinct told him that no matter what he said, this elf could never be corrected. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Ludger. How in the world do you keep her with you? Ludger avoided his eyes. Then Alex asked a question. But can you really climb all the way up to the world tree's trunk through its underground roots? Wouldn't the earth block the way somewhere in between? If it's the world tree, with roots that massive, there'll be gaps wide enough for several people to pass. And if I access the world tree in real time, I can easily confirm the roots. Oh, so that means we might have a chance to enter straight into the castle's center. But we can't rely on that alone. Bellaruna has been away from the kingdom for years. It's entirely possible the elves have noticed that weakness in the meantime and fortified it. Hence, rebuttal was reasonable. For now, we should leave it open as one of our options. As Ludger murmured, an announcement rang through the airship cabin. Ah, this is the captain. We will soon arrive at our destination. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember to take your belongings with you. Anything left behind will not be delivered. Alex chuckled in amusement. He's an entertaining fellow. It seems we'll need to finish discussing the plan once we reach my family's estate, Virno said. Through the window, the sky appeared pitch black, filled with countless gleaming stars. Jewels scattered across the heaven, something impossible to see in soot-choked Riederbelk. It's dark, but with so few clouds and so many stars, the guards on the forest's outskirts might notice us. There's no need to worry about that, Ludger reassured him. And soon the reason was revealed. Attention, the vessel will shake slightly. Please hold on tight to the handrails. The airship trembled faintly as the announcement ended. One of the Chapelin airship's special functions revealed itself. SHHHHHH white vapor spread around the vessel. It thickened into cloud, swallowing the airship whole. This Chapelin airship possesses a stealth camouflage function. Shrouded in clouds, the vessel crossed the boundary of the forest. In daylight, it might have been noticeable, but in the dead of night, even elven eyes could be deceived. Thus, the airship carried them much farther than their original planned drop-off. Any farther would be too dangerous, so it halted at the optimal range. Even at a glance, the forest interior was far denser and wilder than the outskirts. To reach that deep without being noticed was impossible. This is as far as I can take you. That's more than enough. Ludger rose from his seat and walked to the hatch. Professor Ludger, what are you before Virno could finish? Ludger swung the door wide open. A cool night wind rushed inside. One step forward would mean plunging hundreds of meters below. Ludger turned his head slightly back. Let's go, go. You can't mean didn't I say? Once we reach the destination, we'd get off on our own. Ludger brushed his hair back with his fingers as the wind scattered it. Virno was speechless. So that's what he meant by getting off on our own. 447, chapter Intruder at the Border, 1. Virno realized, from Ludger's firm answer, that reasoning with him was impossible. He was about to ask the others to persuade Ludger instead, then quickly understood that such a thing was pointless. Hans, Alex, Bellaruna. The three of them rose naturally to their feet, as if they had already accepted this absurd plan of high-altitude freefall. Are they really planning to jump? It wasn't the risk of falling that concerned him. The real problem was their decision to enter the forest without any preparation at all. The moment they descended, the forest would immediately sense the presence of intruders. The countless forms of vegetation spread across it never overlooked anything that stepped onto their ground. True, they had Bella Runasomion skilled enough to hack into the world tree itself, but even her ability only worked once she made contact with the surrounding network. From the moment they dropped out of the sky, it would take at least a minute before she touched the nearby vegetation. That was more than enough time for the leaked data to reach the Crown family, the ones who oversaw information control. He should have understood this from the explanation, and yet he still insists. Is it impatience to rescue Sedna as quickly as possible? Or perhaps does he have another way? If it was impatience, Ludger's expression was far too calm. In the end, Virno decided to trust Ludger's judgment. At the very least, it was because of Ludger that these people had gathered together in the first place. Let's go. With that, Ludger leapt out of the airship. Bellaruna swallowed hard, clenched her eyes shut, and followed after him. Hands froze when it came time to jump for his feet, instinctively retreating, but Alex grabbed him and dragged him out with him. I wasn't ready yet, too late. Just go. And finally, even Virno himself jumped. The wind that battered them as they plunged from such height blurred his vision. But even from so high, freefall would take less than 10 seconds before hitting the ground. Still, that was more than enough time to cast magic. Virno summoned the spirits of wind. The furious gale that struck his body softened to a gentle breeze, and the headlong fall slowed, as if time itself had dulled. Glancing around, he saw that Ludger had already covered everyone else with flight magic. But there was no invite. Read more on our source room for simple admiration. The forest was looming ever closer, signaling that their time before being detected was running out. Then Ludger activated another spell. SSSHHHHH, the mana he spread thinly around them began to stain black, like water soaking with ink. The ebony-colored energy formed a shroud around Ludger and all his companions. Dark attribute magic. Virno was stunned. He had always believed Ludger wielded light attribute magic. Even that alone was a wonder. Light was one of the rarest elemental affinities. But darkness as well. It made no sense, especially because light and darkness were complete opposites. Yet whether Virno believed it or not, the others accepted it naturally. They already knew Ludger could wield such magic. Professor Ludger, just who are you really? Protected under the veil of darkness, the five of them landed safely within the forest. The tranquil woods gave no sign that it had detected intruders. Bellaruna. Begin. Yes. She immediately approached the nearest tree, pressing her hand against its bark. Closing her eyes, she focused, and a green radiance rippled into the trunk. It took only 3 seconds. When she opened her eyes again, her voice was full of confidence. All the information in this area is sealed. No one will see us now. Ludger cancelled the dark spell the instant she finished. Again, Virno was astonished. He had known Bellaruna could connect to vegetation and block information flow. But to accomplish it in just 3 seconds was something else entirely. Even a watcher from the Crown family couldn't connect that fast. Forest watchers were what they called those able to interface with the living network of trees. Every elven family had their own watchers, but the family that managed the entire forest's network was the Crown family. Their watchers were the most gifted of all. Even they would need at least 10 minutes to complete such a messy override. But Bellaruna had finished it in 3 seconds, so she really did connect to the world tree unnoticed. Her talent is overwhelming. If she had belonged to one of the great houses, she would have been cherished beyond belief. And yet, Bellaruna chose to live outside the forest, among humans. Virno looked again at the companions surrounding him. Ludger, who wielded both light and dark attributes. Bellaruna, the elf who could hack the world tree. Alex, the swordsman who had felled a druid in a single stroke. Then surely even Hans, who traveled with them, must have some hidden strength. Let's move. We don't have much time. Virno snapped out of his thoughts at Ludger's words and nodded. Yes, I'll guide you to my family's estate. Robert shut the wide-open hatch of the airship. He clicked his tongue as he looked around the interior, still stirred by the gale that had rushed through. Well, ill be damned. Thought it was just talk, but they really jumped. He had suspected from the way they carried themselves, but now he was sure they weren't ordinary people. Of course not. That's why Walter Russian had hired them. Even if he pretended otherwise, Walter adored his daughter, and yet he had hired only 5 people, which meant those 5 possessed strength far surpassing ordinary men. Walter's judgment of people was second to none. All right, this is the captain. Sub-captain, you can raise altitude now. Understood. From here on, welcome to Hell's 2-shift rotation. You ready to endure some overtime? Will there be overtime pay? This isn't official duty, so no. Instead, you get the honor of trading jokes with me all day long. Death would be kinder. Even so, the sub-captain, like him, was someone who served Walter, and he had accepted the risk from the start. Keep sharp. Even on the outskirts, this is elf territory. If we get caught, it becomes a national incident. One slip of the controls and it's disaster. You know that. Very inspiring words, Captain. Why don't you focus on not crashing us yourself? Ha, I always do. Just sit tight. I'll check the cargo hold and be back. Ending the transmission, Robert headed for the rear of the airship. At departure, the cargo bay had been filled to the brim with artifacts. Of course, all stored in special artifact cases. It was far more than 5 people could possibly carry. And since the bay hadn't been opened, he only meant to make sure nothing had been left behind. But the moment he opened it, his thoughts froze in shock. What thuhi is it empty? The hold that had been packed tight was now completely bare, not a speck of dust left. No way. They actually took it all. How? Could magicians even do something like this? Robert stood gaping, unable to close his mouth, as if he had just seen a ghost. Virno led the group forward at the head. The dense forest offered no proper paths, so it was difficult even to tell if they were moving in the right direction. But his steps never faltered. He vaulted lightly over roots jutting above the ground and scaled tall rocks with ease. "This place is hellishly rugged," Hans muttered as he followed behind. Even a well-trained person would quickly tire walking through this wilderness. The only reason Hans and the others remained unbothered was because of the artifacts they had been given. Hans glanced down at the bracelet strapped to his right arm. No wonder jungle explorers swear by these. A faint stream of mana seeped out of the bracelet, spreading through his body and filling him with strength. The effect was similar to a mage's self-enhancement through mana. It wasn't as efficient, but its duration was far longer. For a path like this, nothing was more useful. Even this one artifact was already very expensive, but it wasn't the only piece they had been supplied with. So this is what it means to literally be draped in money. Hans thought as he cast a furtive glance at Ludger. Though it wasn't obvious in the darkness of night, Hans' sharp night vision let him see it. Black shadows, drifting like heat haze, seeping out around Ludger's clothes. It was Aether Nocturnus, the shadow magic Ludger so often used. If he had maintained it ever since they entered the forest, it meant Ludger was taking no chances at all. Just then, Virnolating them at the front spoke. "From here onward, this is Denty's family territory. Our forest watchers guard this area, so there's no need to worry about being detected." The tense atmosphere among the party eased somewhat. If Virno spoke with such confidence, it was worth trusting. But Ludger narrowed his eyes, staring off to one side. "Mr. Virno, may I ask you something?" "Yes, Professor Ludger. Did you inform the elves of House Dentes that we would be arriving at this hour?" "No, I did not. As you know, we arrived much earlier than expected. But why do you ask? It seems guests have come." "Guests." Virno turned his gaze toward the same patch of darkness Ludger was watching. The forest at night was so black that nothing could be seen. The only lights came from the starlit sky above and the faint glow of certain insects. And yet Ludger had seen something. Just in case, Virno summoned a spirit of wind and sent it to scout. Moving silently, the wind spirit soon returned, delivering its findings through a whispering breeze. "What?" Virno was aghast. At the border between Denty's territory and the edge of another domain, a number of unidentified elves had formed up. They had noticed their presence and were quietly building a perimeter to encircle them. "Judging by your reaction, Mr. Virno, this wasn't something you expected either." And just as Ludger spoke, the enemy also realized they had been discovered. Their subtle movements turned brazen. Whoosh. The Aether Nocturnus cloaking Ludger's body swelled like a balloon, spreading out to form a wall of shadow around the group. Arrows whistled through the night and slammed into the barrier. Virno lowered his eyes to one of the arrows that clattered weakly to the ground. "That's the work of the Shadewardens. Is it common for elves of other families to linger so blatantly on another family's borders?" "Of course not. Which means, Mr. Virno, your main house must not be in a very favorable situation right now." "That does appear to be the case." The only fortunate thing was that the enemy had yet to discern their true identities. If they had known who this group really was, they would never have approached so openly. "Alex, yeah, can you handle it? You're telling me to fight elves in the dead of night, in their own forest, all by myself?" Ludger nodded. Alex let out a disbelieving laugh as he drew his sword. "This'll make for the best payback match." Sedna stirred and pushed herself upright. She instinctively scanned her surroundings, but everything was cloaked in darkness. "Where am I?" Her skull throbbed, her thoughts foggy, as if she were still in the middle of a dream. It was as if her memory had been cut off halfway. "Did I faint? But why?" She recalled what she had seen before collapsing. Yes, she had spotted a tailor pursuer. So she had followed Alex's instructions, lingering in a crowded restaurant to lull them into a false sense of security. But then suddenly, I caught a familiar scent. Sedna checked her own condition. Her body felt heavy and drowsy, her mind wrapped in haze, like cotton soaked with water. That smell, this lethargy, could it have been a sleep-inducing incense? Her face stiffened. She had blacked out, and when she awoke, it was in a place she had never seen before. She had no choice but to accept the truth. She had been kidnapped. "This isn't Rederbelk. Where on earth am I?" Only then did Sedna notice she was lying on a soft bed. Kidnapped, yet not thrown into a dungeon, but placed here. And the air, it's so fresh. The atmosphere feels strangely familiar. It felt like being back in her assistant's chamber, decorated like a botanical garden. Nathai's air was even purer, cleaner, filled with vitality. At last, you've awakened. From the darkness, a pair of azure eyes glittered like stars. Sedna belatedly realized they weren't gemstones, but someone's pupils. That was how completely this person had erased their presence. Welcome, child of plant. The figure rose slowly from their seat and approached her. As the distance closed and her eyes adjusted to the dark, Sedna finally saw the face. Strikingly beautiful features, hair that shone in radiant colors, and pointed ears of noble lineage. How does it feel to return to the homeland of your bloodline? 448 chapter Intruder at the Border, 2. Sedna stiffened for an instant. It wasn't only that she was overwhelmed by the presence of the elf who called her plant. That gaze, she's not looking at me with the slightest goodwill. Eyes that treated her as nothing more than a convenient tool. And that look-at was the same one Sedna had often faced before she met Ludger. Her fists tightened as she tried to steady her nerves. The elf, however, watched Sedna closely, then tilted her eyes with a faint curl. How strange. I had been looking forward to this, hearing you were the last of the bloodline, but you don't really resemble her at all, do you? Her? Sedna flinched before she realized it. This person knew her identity, which meant remaining silent here would only be the wrong move. Who are you? Oh my. The elven woman widened her eyes, as though surprised Sedna dared to speak. How curious. Most elves wouldn't even dare raise their heads before me, yet you not only look me in the eye, but even ask questions. Is it because half your filthy blood is mixed with that of humans? Or is it because, despite being rotten, the other half is still plant blood? Are you an elven noble? Sedna pressed on, undaunted. That uncanny presence flowing from the woman pressed down on her like a weight, stirring unease in her mind. But Sedna refused to yield. Indeed, the elf's presence was formidable enough to instinctively make her shrink back, but not as much as teacher. Being kidnapped was humiliating. It hurt that she had burdened Ludger, and her pride stung that she had been unable to resist at all. But clinging to what was past wasn't important. What mattered was how to overcome what lay ahead. At the very least, this elf did not seem to intend to treat her simply as a hostage. Even arranging a meeting like this proves it. Her eyes aren't friendly, but I can sense at least the pretense of courtesy. How far that will go, I don't know. If the woman had truly wished to treat her with goodwill, she would not have used tailing and kidnapping as her methods. No, this elf had some purpose for her, something she intended to gain. Until then, she would bide her time. So Sedna resolved to seize this chance to learn as much as she could. The elf's expression shifted as she met Sedna's determined eyes, first curious, then as if amused by her boldness, and finally tinged with faint irritation. You don't seem to understand the situation you're in. Then are you going to kill me right here? Why? Do you think I can't? Yes. Sedna's answer rang with boldness. Though outwardly she appeared resolute, inwardly she trembled, unsure when this elf might suddenly strike her down. By reason, she was surely safe. But what if her captor was a whimsical creature who acted on impulse? One flare of temper, and she might lash out. Still, the odds are low. Coming here alone, exuding such an Orash is likely the one who orchestrated my abduction. With her position, she must at least have the judgment to weigh her actions. Her reasoning was sound. How entertaining. To keep that attitude even knowing what you face. The golden-haired elf stretched out her hand toward Sedna. Sedna's body froze. Slender, white fingers brushed her cheek softly, yet the touch was so chilling it sent shivers through her entire frame. It was not warmth, but something colder than ice, psychological suppression, fear incarnate. It felt not like a hand, but like the edge of a blade against her skin. Sedna knew instinctively this woman wanted to kill her, hatred or rage, and yet she restrained herself. Barely a single thread of reason still held her back. How astonishing! To think what I sought so desperately was right here, so close, beneath John Doe's wing. Truly, the shadow beneath the nest is the darkest of all, the same first. Ah, you don't know. The elf smiled, and then she revealed herself. I am First Order Bentman, head of the Lifrit family, the highest of nobles among elves here. Sedna swallowed hard. It was shocking enough that her kidnapper was a First Order, but the woman's true identity was beyond anything she had imagined. Now, do you understand what situation you are in? Second Order Sedna Roshan. Sword in hand, Alex strode into the darkness of the forest. Ludger merely watched him in silence. Professor Ludger. Should we not assist him? If we did, he'd only resent it. The certainty in Ludger's tone made Virno hesitate, torn between rushing to help or holding back. Ludger, reading his thoughts before he could voice them, continued. Alex, for all he pretends otherwise, has a fierce pride. He is frustrate furious at himself for failing to protect Sedna and for letting the pursuers escape. But that was unavoidable. I was there as well. I can't claim I was without fault either. Even so, Alex won't accept it. The moment he excuses himself by sharing the blame, he'll stop moving forward. He won't allow that. Yet stopping is not always a bad thing, is it? Perhaps. But it depends on the person. For Alex, doing nothing and resigning himself would be the same as disgrace. From beyond the shadows where Alex had vanished, light flared. Screams and shouts echoed across the forest. It isn't for us to interfere with how he chooses to live. I see. That is his way of life, then. All we need do is seal the perimeter to prevent their escape. And Ludger had already finished that preparation. They will not flee. You are certain. Shadewood warriors carry out their orders to the letter. Trained harshly, the idea of refusal never even crosses their minds. They had already encircled the border before we arrived. They will not retreat. Meanwhile, the clash raged on in the shadows. Virno couldn't help but marvel. The fight was stacked against Alex in every way. The battlefield was a dense forest, elves' natural playground. And the darkness. Where darkness blinded most creatures, elves could still perceive what others could not. They could see the faint glimmer of life force streaming from trees, grass, and soil. Even in pitch dark, they could make outglowing outlines invisible to others. It was this keen sensitivity that made elves so adept at spirit contracts. Shadewoodens, especially, are trained to conceal themselves perfectly, even from elven eyes. No knight, no matter how skilled, should be able to fight them here. And yet what was happening now? From the forest came a steady stream of screams. No arrow struck Alex. With a single step he leapt onto branches high above, severing the throats of elves waiting in ambush. This was their domain. Their terror, yet Alex moved lighter, faster, deadlier than they. It was one-sided slaughter. You what are you? The elven warrior who had been tasked with guarding one sector of the border Rhiannar spoke. His orders had been clear. Upon discovering an intruder, kill them without hesitation, without talk. To exchange words with an enemy was unthinkable. Yet, at this moment, he could not help but ask, how can a human move like that? That is the stride of our elves. The way Alex slipped freely through the forest, it was the gift of the elves, born into their very blood. Just as the beastkin wielded spirit force, so too did the elves draw upon the life energy of the forest. The degree varied with training. For Shadewood warriors, it was possible to channel that life energy, to run upon the forest's paths at many times their natural speed. The elves called this gift forest walk, and yet, before his eyes, this brown-skinned human was using their forest walk as if it were his own. Here stood a being who shattered every truth Rhiannar had believed all his life. Even the command not to show mercy faltered in that moment. What? This movement was supposed to be that impressive. Alex himself spoke as if it were nothing, because you already showed me once back in Riederbelk. What? It was a strange kind of step. I wondered why you did it that way, but now I see it really is perfect for a thick forest like this. Kind of a springing movement, yeah. Not like knights who always plant both feet firmly into the ground. You can land anywhere you want. What are you saying? I'm saying I just copied what you showed me. That's all. Rhiannar's lips trembled. He hadn't learned forest walk. He had only seen another elf use it and then mimicked it. And he was human. Don't make me laugh. How dare a mere human mock us? Rhiannar roared. As if in answer, the hidden elves encircling Alex released their bowstrings. Arrows rained in from all directions. In constant motion, Alex might have dodged but caught off guard like this. There was no way. Rhiannar was sure of victory, until the wind swept outward around Alex. The arrows bounced harmlessly away. They could not pierce the vortex of air that spun around him. Not even arrows imbued with spirit and nature, the kind that could punch through the iron plates of human armored troopers. Rhiannar could only mutter in disbelief. Magic. Spirits. No, it was aura. The power knights used the strength attained when one tempered the body to its peak. But what he saw now thin strands of aura unraveling like threads from a spindle, spinning in currents it defied belief. Aura wasn't supposed to bend and reshape itself so freely. What Alex was doing was like reshaping solid metal without melting it. Is that all your ambush amounted to? I was yawning, waiting for it to end. Wait, by the way, Ure the last. Alex did not wait for him to finish. He sprang from branch to branch, moving as though gravity held no sway over him. Even elves could not easily track his path. Though he used the same forest walk, Alex's speed and control surpassed theirs completely. He could not draw on the forest's energy or spirits, yet aura alone was more than enough to fuel it. The imitation had surpassed the original and devoured it. It wasn't simply a matter of analyzing and copying. This was Alex's true gift. His merciless blade cut down the shade-wooden elves without pause, still not enough. Alex scowled, dissatisfied. The opponents were too weak and worthy of him. He finished his work and rejoined Ludger. It's done, my word. You really handled all that alone, ah? Was that too much? Maybe I should've left a few alive. At this, Virno shook his head. No. On the contrary, you did well. Had even one survived, the news would already be spreading. The fact that Shadewoodens had already encircled our borders means this incident has already begun. To prattle about morality and conscience in wartime would be laughable. The words came from Virno's lips with an edge very different from the gentle demeanor he usually showed as a teacher. But then he had lived through the war 100 years ago. There was nothing surprising about his stance. Let's move quickly. The kingdom's situation seems far from ordinary. Virno was about to lead them across the border when he suddenly stopped. This time, even he could clearly sense it. New presences were approaching. Not Shadewoodens, these were coming from inside the border, from Denty's territory. Soon, a pale phosphorescent glow spread through the darkness as a large band of elves emerged from the forest. Who are you? There were over 50 of them, clearly prepared for battle. At their head stood a strikingly beautiful female elf, her hair the same shade as Virno's. This is Denty's territory. Take another step and, Viella, it's me. You, uncle. The elf called Viella widened her eyes, recognizing him. Ludger's group eased slightly. Thankfully, it seemed no battle was coming. But something about their reaction is strange. Ludger narrowed his eyes at the elves. Even though they had recognized Virno, they did not look pleased. What in the world in Viella's gaze toward Virno was a storm of conflicting emotion. Why have you come here? Viella, what is this supposed to? That's enough. Arrest them. At her command, the elves of House Dentes surged forward. 449 chapter Roots of Rebellion. 1. What the hell is going on here? Alex, bound by the elves of the Dentes family, turned toward Virno and asked. He wondered if this was betrayal. But then he saw that Virno's own wrists were also shackled with the same restraints. The bonds were woven from the roots of a special tree that grew only within the elves' forest. He hadn't expected a warm welcome, but at the very least he thought they would be treated with some dignity. I do not know either. Virno was just as bewildered. He had never imagined that his own niece, Viella, would dare do something like this. Even as he was dragged along like a criminal, he could not distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. One thing is certain, though. While I was away, something significant happened. I just do not know what it is yet. We will probably find out once we arrive at our destination, Ludger replied. Even while being escorted under guard, his expression was no different from usual. He walked with such composure and dignity that one could almost doubt whether he was truly bound. But none of the elves dared point it out. They were overwhelmed by the charisma radiating from Ludger's poise. My apologies, Professor Ludger. This happened because of me. Virno lowered his head toward Ludger. After all, the fact that Ludger's group was being dragged along like criminals was not unrelated to him. Considering the strength of Ludger's companion Senaf, to resist even the trackers of the Shadewoodens, made no sense for them to be captured so easily. The only reason they allowed themselves to be bound was because the ones escorting them were elves of the Dentes family, led by Virno. Still, judging from the fact that they have not tried to kill us immediately, it is certain they have some purpose, Ludger said. I suppose so. Viella, she was not the kind of child to do something like this. By the way, I heard just now that she called you uncle. Do you have siblings? Yes, I had a younger sibling. Viella is my niece. Since I am often away in my duties as head of the family, she has been taking care of the household in my stead. Viella was strong-willed and decisive. She was intelligent, wise, and unlike other young elves, never reckless. Virno had even considered passing the title of family head to her one day. And yet, now this, treason, or something else. This was not the kind of behavior that should suddenly come from the girl who had always followed him around. calling uncle, uncle. For the moment, there were too few clues to be certain of anything. Virno decided that, as Ludger had said, it would not be too late to judge once they reached their destination. But that thought was shattered once they arrived at the Dentes family's mansion. The Dentes family's main residence was carved into the mass of a tree. That did not mean it was small. Far from it. Its girth spanned hundreds of meters. It was not a single tree, but hundreds of them, twined together like ropes, forming a colossal, clustered organism. What rose from it was a natural monument over 15 meters tall, with a breadth of more than 400 meters. This was where the Dentes family lived. Holy shit. Looks like some freakishly oversized mutant broccoli. Hant's cheap commentary spoiled the solemn mood before anyone could marvel at the grandeur of nature. Even the elves of the Dentes family, who had shown little reaction so far, glared daggers at him in that instant. The escorting elves eventually led Ludger's group into a reception hall. When Virno saw the elves waiting inside, his expression hardened. Why are you here? 3 elves sat within his line of sight. Each wore robes adorned with the crest of their respective family. Their appearances suggested elders well past their 50s. The crests were unmistakable: Radix, Crown, and Flohim. They were the 3 noble families of the moderate faction. Viella, what in the world is going on here? Virno demanded an answer from his niece as to why they were present in the Dentes residence. But Viella ignored his gaze. As you ordered, I brought them. Ho ho. Well done. One of the elderly elves dismissed her casually. Virno's face darkened. What do you think you're doing? The icy sharpness in Virno's eyes would have shocked anyone who knew him. He was less enraged by his niece arresting him than by the fact that an elder from another house dared to treat her, the future head of Dentes, with such disrespect. But to Virno's hostile words, the 3 elders only sneered. Virno Dentes, you still don't understand, do you? Do you not know why you have been dragged here in chains within your own territory? There must be some misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Can you still say that after bringing humans secretly into our forest? These people are my guests. Guests, you say, and yet you smuggled them into our forest. HMPH. But I suppose that detail no longer matters. What meaning does that hold for one accused of treason? Treason? Why suddenly such an accusation? Virno fought to push back the surge of unease rising within him. Marking his confusion, one of the elders continued. Virno Dentes, you knew of the survival of the last bloodline of the plant family. You hid her, and even acted to protect her. You cannot be ignorant of the terrifying weight that the name plant carries in our society. Or do you have some excuse to offer? Virno could not answer. How had they discovered the truth? Could it be that the Lifrit family had leaked the information beforehand? But how? Were you planning to use the last survivor of the plant family as your puppet to revive the Dentes clan? That is slander. Whether it is slander or not doesn't matter. The fact is, you concealed knowledge of a surviving plant. The elder's words were true in part. Virno did know Sedna's true identity as a survivor of the NVLHT, don't copy, read here, plant family, and he had kept silent. But to leap from that to accusing him of treason was absurd. They've got him. Ludger understood the elder's intent. He's twisting a fragment of truth to condemn him. There was no way Virno would ever try to exploit Sedna. But would the other elves believe that? If he truly had no such scheme, then why protect one who was, by elven law, a criminal just by existing? That alone was enough to shake his standing. Still, it is fortunate. The Dentes family might have been branded traitors and erased as one of the 7 roots. But the young acting head made the right choice. At those words, Viella remained silent. She only gazed coldly at her uncle, Virno. Before Virno could speak further, Viella cut him off coldly. Throw the criminals in the dungeon. The Dentes elves obeyed without hesitation. And so, Virno and Ludger's group were imprisoned beneath the roots of the Dentes family estate. The underground dungeon was damp, crawling with insects, and reeked of desolation. Well, damn. Of all places, the worst situation had to break out here. Even confined in a cell, Alex laughed carefreely. It was his attempt to lighten the mood, but Virno could only hang his head lower in guilt. I was too complacent. I thought once we reached my family's estate, at least minimal safety would be guaranteed. But to think it had already fallen into the moderates' hands, did the moderates have sharper intelligence than we thought? That is what puzzles me. The moderates know little of the world outside the forest. And yet, to have received word so quickly, Virno shook his head bitterly. What does it matter now? The deed is already done. Still, don't you think this is far too unguarded? Alex looked around, baffled that not a single elf was standing watch. With just these flimsy bindings, what do they expect to do with us? These bindings are not flimsy. This prison is sturdy enough that no spirit mage or sorcerer, no matter how violently they thrash, could ever break it. The thick roots holding them were no ordinary wood. They pulsed with a powerful life force, harder than any metal. Even with aura or mana, cutting them was practically impossible. Alex brushed his hand across the roots and muttered, Damn, it's the real deal. It's not something that can be broken physically. What if I hack into it? Bellaruna cautiously offered. There are watchers within the family, people who, like you, monitor information in real time. The moment you connect through the roots, their forces will rush in, as if they had been waiting. They're probably counting on exactly that, Ludger agreed with Virno. The fact that they've merely imprisoned us means they have not declared treason outright, only suspicion. But the moment we tamper with this prison, suspicion becomes certainty. In other words, we'd be handing them the perfect justification for an immediate execution. Hans nodded, convinced. So what do we do now? Seems like the plan went wrong right from the start. It only means we'll have to take a detour. A detour. That'll cost us precious time, won't it? Hans wasn't asking because he didn't know. But after all, this was the very place they thought would treat them most kindly within the forest. And yet here they were. Who knows how long we'll be stuck inside these broccoli roots. And even if we do get out, we've got no real method. Hans calling them broccoli roots is a bit much as head of the family. Virno felt obliged to at least lightly scold him. But aside from that, none of Hans' words were wrong. They had nowhere to turn, no one they could trust. Even being stranded alone on an uninhabited island would feel less hopeless than this. At that moment, footsteps echoed from beyond the dungeon's darkness. Someone was coming. The figure made no attempt to conceal their approach and soon appeared openly. Viella. Virno spoke his niece's name in a voice laden with conflict. Viella's reply was cold. Uncle, you stand accused of treason. If the family head bears such suspicion, then the Denty's line ends here. I could not just sit by and watch. I am sorry. In exchange for handing you over, I secured the moderate's support. They promised me that the Denty's family would not be tied to treason. Uncle, it only takes one sacrifice, yours. It's not just one, is it? Ludger cut in. But Viella dismissed him with indifference. There will be a banquet. More than a mere celebration for the new family head, it will be a feast rejoicing that a new ally has joined the moderates. By midnight, everyone will be drunk and senseless. The elders of the three families will surely be gathered, carousing together, congratulating themselves on their victory. Viella, when the sun rises tomorrow, you will be dragged to the royal castle. At that point, regardless of evidence, you will be branded a traitor. So, use what little time remains wisely. With that, Viella turned and left the dungeon. A heavy silence filled the air. What do we do? Bellaruna was the first to speak. Viella's words had been as good as a death sentence. How could anyone accept that they would be marched to the executioner by morning? But the other four wore expressions that were not grim. On the contrary, their eyes glimmered as if they had just received an unexpected gift. Master Virno. Yes, Professor Ludger, your niece is a clever one. It seems so. Virno gave a faint laugh, pride for Viella flickering across his face. W8, what's that supposed to mean? Only Bellaruna remained confused. She came to tell us, Hans said. Tell us what? Midnight. Hans recalled Viella's words. By midnight, everyone will be drunk, all gathered in one place raising a racket. She laid the hint down so plainly that it would be harder not to notice. Ah, then that means looks like the Denty's family is about to sever ties with the three families completely. Hans murmured, his eyes turning to Virno. It pains me deeply. While I was away, my niece must have agonized over how to protect our people. She took on what should have been my burden as an elder. Virno, are you ready? Ludger rose to his feet as he asked. From this moment on, you will become a true rebel. I cannot just sit here and do nothing. W8. But how are we supposed to break out of this prison? Bellaruna raised the most obvious point. They couldn't break it with strength, and hacking into the root network would alert the enemy. What way forward was there? The other side clearly wants us to make a grand commotion, Ludger said. By leaving them no obvious means of escape, yet dropping such hints, Viella was signaling that she wanted them to draw the elders' eyes. While we draw their gaze, Viella herself will rally the family elves and strike the three families. She means to shoulder the dirty work herself. To think she does not want to dump her duty onto anyone else, Ludger said, then turned to Virno. Will you sit by and watch? No, I cannot heap everything onto my niece. This is my responsibility as her elder. Then let's go. The voice came from right in front of Virno. Somehow, Ludger had already slipped out of his root prison. No sign of force, no warning, was simply free, as if Virno were seeing an illusion in broad daylight. But instead of shock, Virno chuckled and nodded. Ludger had shown far too much already for this to be surprising. Yes, let us go, to become rebels. 450 chapter Roots of Rebellion 2, ha ha ha. Well, well, what a sight. Who would have thought that Virno would end up like this? The private room of the Dentes family where the banquet was being held. The elders of the three noble families who had come as guests burst into laughter, raising their glasses in celebration. They had drunk to their heart's content, their faces flushed with intoxication. The first to speak was an elder from the Radix family, a male elf in his mid-40s with long, flowing hair he seemed proud of. To think that Virno, who was always so bothersome, could be so easily ousted. What a joyous occasion. His words were answered by the elder of the Flohim family, a middle-aged woman with sharp features. Indeed, and to be drinking to that victory here in this house. I never thought we would receive help from the Lifrit family, of all people who were like mortal enemies. The elder of the Radix family turned toward the Crown elder. It's thanks to the Crown family keeping an eye on the royal castle and acquiring the information, isn't it? The short-haired, stern-looking Crown elder replied. Ho ho, you flatter us too much. In truth, the Lifrit roots are shallow, and their handling of matters so sloppy that it left us more dumbfounded than anything. But is it truly certain that a survivor of the plant line exists? The Lifrit sent the Shadewardens outside. It seems the damages were considerable. If it's tied to the world tree, then it's almost certain. If the Lifrit family holds such authority, things could become troublesome indeed. Well, what can we do? They won't be able to act entirely on their own whims. More importantly, let us enjoy tonight. Isn't this a rare banquet? Dentes, who had always been annoyingly neutral, has now come under the three nobles. The elders roared with laughter. They had framed Virno for treason, and using that as leverage, installed Viella as the new head of the family. Of course, her actual authority would be a shadow of what Virno once held. Viella would move as their puppet. The Flohim elder laughed softly. She's still just a child. With a little coaxing, she gave in immediately. Ho ho, yet she must have some pride. To think you managed to persuade her. What could she possibly do? I merely said we'd preserve her family, cajoled her a little, and after pretending to hesitate, she accepted. A fledgling is a fledgling after all. And thus, the three noble families had gained a new ally. With the Dentes, who had long maintained neutrality, now aligned with them, the delicate balance of power would tilt in their favor. If possible, I'd like to do something about those Burke dogs as well. That will be difficult. They're a stubborn to the core, and their military strength is not to be underestimated. Leave them alone. They're a far from politics anyway. But didn't an opportunity present itself? NVLHT, don't copy, read here. Human infiltrating Dentes territory. That alone will suffice to cast doubt on Burke's competence. At that moment, the private room's door opened, and Viella entered. Unlike the middle-aged elves around, she still bore the youthful appearance of a girl, making her stand out all the more. The elders who had been mocking her just moments ago greeted her with broad smiles the instant she appeared. Ho ho, look who it is. The new head of the Dentes family herself. What kept you so long? Come, drink with us. A night like this must be enjoyed. Even drunk, these elders knew well how to conceal their true hearts. Then I shall gladly join you. Viella took a seat at the table. The conversation resumed, but no longer as blatant as before. Instead, the elders cloaked their words in the guise of advice. Advice? Hardly. It was little more than groundwork to begin manipulating Viella, who would soon be their servant. Virno left no clear air. But Viella, you're a different, aren't you? Perhaps it's time to forge stronger bonds between our families. Radix elder, you are drunk. Such talk is premature for Viella. Though of course, the possibility must remain open. We Flohim have ambitious young elves as well. Don't forget the Crown family either. It was an offer of marriage ties to strengthen alliances, but Viella knew well the vile intent beneath it. Through marriage, they meant to shackle her even tighter. Fortunately, for now, it was still only a proposal. The three elders who voiced it all eyed one another warily. Dentist's entry into the three nobles was decided. Now the only question was how to divide the spoils. Viella longed to bolt from the room. Perhaps Uncle Virno had left the forest rather than suffer this filth. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll think about it. Yet Viella answered without so much as a flicker in her expression. After all, she would not need to look at those disgusting faces much longer. Once Virno and the others escaped the dungeon, she planned to summon Denty's soldiers and sweep these elders away. So please, uncle, flee safely, and never return to this wretched forest. Viella vowed as she waited for the moment. The banquet had gone deep into the night when noise broke out outside. Viella knew the time had come. Soon Denty's soldiers would burst into the private room and suppress these elders, but Viella, the crown elder, swirled the wine in his glass. The red liquid rippled softly. Isn't the move you're trying to make a little too obvious? What? Before Viella could respond, the private room burst open and a squad of soldiers stormed in. The elven soldiers immediately surrounded Viella. This wasn't part of the plan. Startled, Viella turned her glare on the three elders. The same elders who had been babbling drunkenly now wore sober, calculating faces. No, they already knew. Her unease became reality. As you did not trust us, so we never trusted you, the Flohim elder sneered. What childish antics. Still, watching your little performance was amusing. Viella bit her lip. They had struck first, taking her as a hostage. Denty's soldiers would not dare move now. It had been her fatal mistake to step into this room so lightly, thinking to reassure them. With things unfolding this way, it'll be all the easier to consume the Dentys. The soldiers leveled their spears at Viella. Their intent was clear. Move wrong, and she would be skewered. With this pretext, there's no need to drag Virno to the execution grounds. We can kill him right here. Viella's head spun. She had betrayed her uncle to achieve this only to find herself dancing in their palms from the very start. Her whole life she had followed at her uncle's back. He was a great head of family, her proud cousin, the elf she admired most. She had wanted to be like him. And as she shared in his duties, she realized just how heavy the burdens he carried were. She had wanted to help, to lighten his load, to prove herself an adult. She had wanted his praise, and yet her face sank into despair. The elders only laughed at the sight, their mockery filling the private room, until a voice tore through it all. So you were all here. Footsteps echoed. The soldiers pointing weapons at Viella spun around. From the shattered doorway, an elf walked slowly inside. Seeing him, Viella's voice quivered with grief. Uncle Virno Viella. Virno surveyed the scene with a cold gaze, then turned to her. She couldn't bear to meet his eyes. Why hadn't he fled? Why had he come here? Now more shameful than that was the fact that he had seen her in such a wretched state. But Virno's eyes toward her were warm. You've endured much, and I'm sorry for making you shoulder this burden, uncle, but don't worry. This was mine to finish from the beginning. I'll see it through. His gaze snapped back to the elders. The warmth was Garnianly icy sharpness remained. HMPH. Virno Dentys. Freed from the dungeon only to walk back here. Have you gone mad? You left the humans behind to come alone. Do you have such a death wish? The Radix and Flohim elders mocked him. But the Crown Elder could not join their laughter. For in Virno's nearly expressionless face, he saw something terrifying. As a keeper of the forest's intelligence, he knew truths others did not. Among them, that Virno Dentis, despite his mild exterior, had carved great achievements in past wars. I see you've all forgotten, because I've rested too long. Virno muttered as he looked at the soldiers and sneering elders. In that case, I'll just have to remind you. The air chilled. The temperature plummeted. Weapons shook in the hands of the trained soldiers. Their faces paled, their breaths turned ragged. What? The elders grew uneasy. The drop in temperature wasn't imagination. The private room itself was freezing, and the pressure was falling. The air grew heavy, pressing down, freezing lungs. The very act of breathing was painful. Only Virno moved with ease in that suffocating weight. Don't move. One soldier tried to block him. A moment later, his body was hurled away like a bomb had struck him. With a resounding crash, his armor crumpled and shattered. He died instantly without resistance, from a single kick. Everyone stared in disbelief. You, uncle, The strength Virno showed could not be believed from his small frame. Even Viela's eyes widened. Viela, why yes. Close your eyes and cover your ears, will you? Yes, she obeyed. Thank you. This won't take long. Virno moved, as if riding the wind itself. Stop him. The soldiers rushed from all sides. But he was a lion among sheep. His fists struck, his kicks lashed out. Each blow sent bodies flying with deafening crashes. Some struck so hard that armor and flesh alike burst apart. Blood spattered everywhere. Virno showed no mercy. His killing intent only surged. The elders reeled at the sight, so unlike his usual gentle demeanor. What is this? What is happening? And the crown elder suddenly realized. Spirit assimilation. He had heard of it. That Virno Dentes, a spirit master, fused spirits into his body to fight. That his fighting style was so raw and violent that even fellow elves trembled in fear. It heard the stories I thought them exaggerations you wouldn't know, Virno said coldly. How could elders, who hid deep in the forest whenever war erupted, possibly know? Ignorance is only natural. See that so now, let me show you what happens when you lay hands on my family. White spirit energy shimmered around his body like a heat haze. Not a drop of blood-stained Heimvery spray repelled by the raging aura. It made him seem even more alien, more terrifying. He fixed his cold eyes on the elders and declared, "Allow me to demonstrate. W8, in the old way."